Lin Shu traverses to the perfect world of Da Huang Stone Village, awakening the mightiest investment system. At the outset, he invests in the Willow God. Ding, you have invested in Willow God's 3 light, divine water. Willow God's injuries are healed, and you gain an unparalleled physical form. Ding, you have invested in Willow God's Immortal King Origin. Willow God's cultivation is restored to its pinnacle, and you obtain the perfect unity of 10 heavens. Ding, you have invested in Willow God's Immortal Emperor technique. Willow God comprehends the path ahead, condensing the light of the Quasi-Immortal Emperor, stepping into the realm of the Quasi-Immortal Emperor, and you achieve the perfection of your own being. From then on, under the protection of the invincible Willow God, Lin Shu rampages alongside his younger brother, Shi Hao, who has yet to fully develop. Lin Shu's blade of slaughter swings towards the wasteland, the 3,000 states, the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the immortal realm, the alien domains, and even the boundless ocean of realms, growing into an immortal emperor. Henceforth, no one in the world dares to claim supremacy. Chapter 90. The Immortal Palace sends forth 10 fiends' sacred techniques, slay the emperor. At this moment, a young man emerges from among several prodigies of the upper realm. He notices Qing, Yi, and Yu Chan, the celestial fox princess and the sorceress, yet pays them no heed. There are many prodigies in the upper realm with spiritual bodies. He himself has also emerged as a spiritual body. Naturally, he does not concern himself with the spiritual bodies of others. However, Shi Hao is a different matter. Shi Hao, this individual, along with his companions, suddenly appeared in the 3,000 Dao states 3 years ago. The emergence of such a group in the 3,000 Dao states was not particularly surprising. Initially, only the forces of the Unaging Mountain, the Western sect, and the Repairing Heaven sect covertly investigated. It seemed that the Unaging Mountain, the Western sect, and the Repairing Heaven sect had grievances with this group. Such occurrences usually caused no ripples in the 3,000 states. The Unaging Mountain, the Western sect, and the Repairing Heaven sect, such powers would inevitably dispatch countless beings to their demise each year, month, day, and even every hour. However, unexpectedly, these great forces, the Unaging Mountain, the Western sect, and the Repairing Heaven sect, suffered setbacks. All those they sent to investigate were slain. In an instant, many forces in the 3,000 states speculated that this group was somewhat special and extraordinary, prompting them to take action in an attempt to capture Shi Hao and his companions, hoping to extract some information. Little did they know, Shi Hao and his companions were utterly lawless. Especially Shi Hao. In the 3,000 Dao states, his deeds were nothing short of infuriating to both gods and men. He had actually slaughtered all the powerful individuals sent by the various forces, and nearly 90% of those who were not human were devoured by him. If it were merely this, it could hardly be deemed a significant matter. Those who were merely peripheral members, their deaths brought no sorrow, as they could be recruited anew at any time. In the vast 3,000 states, there was no shortage of beings. However, later, many forces in the 3,000 states learned of Shi Hao's brutality. The first-generation members of those forces could no longer remain idle. They sought to personally eliminate Shi Hao and thus took action. They believed that with the first-generation members taking part, Shi Hao would undoubtedly meet his doom. After all, these were the first-generation members, each a top prodigy in the upper realm, dominating a state as invincible young supremes. Yet, astonishingly, when these first-generation members confronted Shi Hao, they were utterly powerless to resist and were slaughtered by him, while those not in human form were likewise consumed. Such acts could only be described as lawless. This provocation thoroughly enraged numerous forces. The first-generation members were the pinnacle prodigies of a state, innately possessing extraordinary physiques or divine abilities. They were the most core disciples of their respective forces, representing the future of their factions. Originally, those forces had merely dispatched the younger generation and some from the divine fire realm. Upon discovering that Shi Hao had brutally slain and consumed their painstakingly nurtured first-generation members, they were utterly infuriated, abandoning any concern for their reputation and sending forth numerous powerful beings to take action. However, although Shi Hao's group was pursued and scattered, Shi Hao was exceedingly slippery, managing to escape each time. He even eluded the grasp of divine realm experts while merely at the level of the honorable. Thus, Dichong found himself quite intrigued. As a descendant of the Immortal Palace, he considered himself the foremost among the younger generation of the 3,000 states. Hearing of such a formidable peer among the younger generation, he naturally sought to engage in a contest. Yet, Shi Hao never faced him directly, always opting for covert ambushes before fleeing. This led to a significant affront to the reputation of the foremost youth of the 3,000 states and the Immortal Palace behind him. Thus, he harbored a profound hatred for Shi Hao, yearning to capture him and subject him to 1,000 tortures. Shi Hao, You finally dare to show yourself. Since you have the audacity to appear today, you shall not leave. Di Chong gazed at Shi Hao, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Since his birth, he had never known defeat. As a descendant of the Immortal Palace, he had been repeatedly ambushed by Shi Hao through despicable means. Today, he intended to slay Shi Hao to assuage his wrath. Shi Hao turned to glance at Di Chong, entirely unfazed by his murderous intent. Were it not for your backing from the Immortal Palace, I would have slain you long ago. Shi Hao understood that Lin Shu would inevitably ascend to the upper realm. Once Lin Shu arrived, the Willow God would follow, and at that time, he would no longer fear the Immortal Palace and could openly eliminate it. Otherwise, impulsively killing him now might invite catastrophic retribution. He had no fear of other forces. After all, with the Go technique, it was exceedingly difficult for them to trace him. But the Immortal Palace. Shi Hao had heard rumors that this force might possess immortals. He was uncertain what means the immortals possessed and dared not gamble on whether they could see through his use of the Go technique for concealment. Should he lose the gamble and act rashly to slay Di Chong, it would be unwise if the Immortal Palace, in a desperate bid, sought revenge, dragging Di Chong down with them. As long as he awaited Lin Shu's arrival, he would no longer fear the Immortal Palace. Therefore, he had merely been teaching Di Chong a lesson without directly killing him. Humph, with your lawless nature, if given the chance, would you spare me? Di Chong scoffed, his confidence unwavering, bolstered by his own pride. He did not believe that Shi Hao could slay him. He did not even consider Shi Hao his match. This confidence stemmed from his unblemished record since childhood. I am merely waiting for the opportunity. Had I not feared that your Immortal Palace possessed immortals, you would now be buried beneath 3 feet of earth. With no more concerns, Shi Hao decided to take action. With his first strike, he unleashed a lethal attack. Qilin's Sacred Technique. Qilin's Step. Thunder Emperor Sacred Technique. Thunder Emperor Finger. Go Technique. Void Cage. Having conducted multiple ambushes against Di Chong, Shi Hao naturally possessed a thorough understanding of his abilities. Although this is merely a spiritual manifestation, its power surpasses that of the so-called first generation significantly. Despite the young prodigy of the 3,000 states, Shi Hao, not acknowledging this, he still praises the prowess of Di Chong. To retain this spiritual body with less than 5% of his strength would undoubtedly prove quite challenging. Therefore, as soon as Shi Hao made his move, he hesitated not for a moment, unleashing 3 forms of the 10 Fiends treasure techniques at the very first opportunity. Though he only executed a portion of these formidable techniques, the impact was nonetheless astounding. The Void Cage, a treasure technique of the Cicada clan, could transform an expanse of void into a prison, ensnaring Di Chong within, rendering him incapable of escape. The Qilin Step, a treasure technique of the Qilin, embodies profound footwork that allows for rapid approach, coupled with remarkable pressure and might. Ultimately, in conjunction with the Thunder Emperor technique's Thunder Emperor Finger, he executed a lethal strike. In an instant, a colossal finger manifested in the void, encircled by crackling thunderous energy. This was no ordinary lightning. It was the annihilating thunder unleashed by the Thunder Emperor technique. Di Chong, gazing at the immense finger of thunder, realized he could not withstand it and sought to evade. However, at this moment, he was trapped within the Void Cage, a treasure technique of the Cicada clan, from which he could not possibly escape. He could only watch helplessly as Shi Hao's terrifying finger of slaughter, imbued with the power of obliterating thunder, pierced through his body. Insufficient to withstand a single blow, Shi Hao remarked dismissively as he withdrew his hand. At that moment, all the celestial prodigies present were rendered utterly speechless. Di Chong, the heir of the Celestial Palace and the ostensible foremost of the young generation across the 3,000 states, had perished just like that. From beginning to end, Di Chong had exhibited no capacity for resistance. The might of Shi Hao instilled within them a profound sense of dread. Chapter 91. The struggle between the main body and the spiritual body. The defeat of the Demoness. Those prodigies who regained their wits did not hesitate to make their escape. Although they were of the first generation and had never known defeat since their inception, revered as young sovereigns within their respective states, they were acutely aware of the formidable strength of the Celestial Palace's heir, for such a title as the foremost of the young generation could not be held without substantial power. Had he lacked strength, many prodigies would have long since bested him. Yet now this so-called foremost of the young generation had been so effortlessly slain by Shi Hao. Shi Hao's intent to slay them would undoubtedly be far easier than dispatching the Celestial Palace's heir. At this point, fleeing was their only option. Shi Hao would not permit their escape. The forces behind these individuals were those who had participated in the encirclement against him. Were it not for their backing, he would never have been separated from Gue Yi, Mao Qiu, Xiao Hong, and Sanpu. You lot think you can escape? Shi Hao flashed forward, reaching an extraordinary speed that severed their path of retreat, positioning himself directly before them. Shi Hao, do you truly wish to eradicate us completely? Upon seeing Shi Hao block their escape, the celestial prodigies erupted in fury. You have already slain the celestial palace's heir. Should you choose to kill us as well, the forces behind us will surely unite with the celestial palace, and, at that time, there will be no place for you in the upper realms. At this moment, Lin Shu interjected, no place for us in the upper realms? Do you possess such strength? You, a mere bunch peering through a well. Do you even comprehend the vastness of the upper realms? The upper realms are collectively referred to as the 9 heavens and 10 earths, divided into 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 3,000 states which you perceive as vast are but one of the 10 earths and merely a minuscule part of it. Beyond the 3,000 states, there exists a staggering 90% that remains uncharted. Even if the 3,000 states and the boundless uninhabited zones comprise one of the 10 earths, they represent merely the smallest of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. As they absorbed Lin Shu's words, their hearts were profoundly shaken. This was the first time they had encountered such arcane knowledge. They were aware of the uninhabited zones, yet they had always believed that apart from the 3,000 states, there existed no other regions in this world. Even the uninhabited zones, they thought, were devoid of life, mere desolate lands, with the 3,000 states at the heart of the upper realms. They never anticipated that the so-called 3,000 states were so diminutive. It is vital to note that each state spans a staggering 20 million miles. They could scarcely fathom how vast a single region could be, let alone comprehend the enormity of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Who are you to possess such knowledge of hidden matters? This young master is Lin Shu. Master Lin Shu, what was the purpose of your earlier statements? What purpose? You were boasting of your formidable strength, were you not? If that is the case, why not call upon your backing for assistance? Let them come forth to retrieve their treasures. Lin Shu, having observed the celestial palace's heir and these upper realm prodigies pursuing the silver-haired woman in Thunder State, could roughly ascertain the current phase of events. There remained a while until the grand contest of talents in the 3,000 states and the opening of the ancient relics of the celestial era. Lin Shu intended to utilize this interval to gather some treasures. However, he could not simply seek treasures from individuals with whom he bore no enmity. It was fortuitous that these individuals crossed his path. He would first target the forces behind them. As for whether they would ultimately survive, Lin Shu was indifferent. After all, he bore no profound grievances against them and could choose to spare them. Whether Shi Hao would do the same was of no concern to him. Are you certain you wish for us to call upon our elders for aid? Lin Shu turned to Shi Hao. Little stone, since they do not seek assistance, it seems they do not wish to live. Thus, let us proceed to eliminate them. Aye, we are willing. Upon witnessing Shi Hao prepare to act, they immediately began to plead for help. These prodigies, each a core disciple of their respective factions, naturally possessed some hidden cards and means to contact their backing. In no time, they had transmitted their distress signals. Subsequently, they were all confined by Shi Hao to the side. Yuchan and the Demoness, of course, witnessed this scene. At that moment, they were also profoundly shaken. The Celestial Palace's heir, though merely a manifestation, possessed terrifying strength. Though they hailed from Butian sect and the Jietian sect, as two of the sect's holy maidens, they held no fear of the Celestial Palace's heir, even possessing the confidence to contend with her. Even if they could not prevail, they would certainly not fall easily. However, the fact that the Celestial Palace's heir was so easily vanquished could not help but astound them. If Shi Hao could kill the Celestial Palace's manifestation, then dispatching them would undoubtedly not prove difficult. Such an individual, whose strength eclipsed that of his peers and surpassed even the ancient monstrosities long sealed away, seemed to be quite compliant with the words of that Master Lin Shu. Just how formidable must this Master Lin Shu be? Yuchan and the Demoness understood that today's events could not be allowed to unfold. Even if they encountered their own spiritual manifestations, they had no recourse but to retreat and seek alternative paths. Master Lin Shu, farewell, the two women declared, preparing to depart without regard for their spiritual bodies. Lin Shu smiled warmly. Why the urgency to leave, ladies? I am not a demon. Why not stay and resolve your matters? Surely you do not wish for your spiritual selves to be bullied under my watch. Upon hearing this, the two women's steps toward escape abruptly halted. Although their spiritual manifestations had already exceeded their control, they firmly believed they would eventually merge. Naturally, they did not desire for their spiritual bodies to be subjected to Lin Shu's whims. Master Lin Shu, what exactly do you intend to do? What can I do? I simply wish for you to settle your private matters. If it is a private matter, then why must you, Master Lin Shu, intervene? Just as Lin Shu was about to respond, The Tianhu fairy interjected directly. I'm a master's woman, thus my private matters are naturally his as well. Having uttered her words, she disregarded Lin Shu's thoughts and stepped forward, positioning herself before the witch, declaring, Today, you shall either sever your connection with me or merge with me, with your consciousness subjugated to mine. The witch, gazing at her spiritual form, could not help but speak. While I do not mind who takes the lead, our consciousnesses are inherently one. Yet, you are merely a fragment of my spirit. By what right do you presume that in a merger, you could assume dominance? A merger entails the stronger party absorbing the weaker. Do you truly believe that your mere spiritual essence could surpass my true self? Indeed, that is precisely what I believe. If that is the case, let's engage in a contest. You must not allow this Lin Shu to interfere. It shall be a duel solely between our two forms. Very well. In an instant, the Celestial Fox Maiden and the witch prepared for battle. The Celestial Fox Maiden was the first to strike. In that moment, the Abyssal Ancestor's eyes snapped open. The witch felt herself enveloped in an endless void. What is this technique? Originally, her true self and spiritual form were inextricably linked, allowing her to probe her spiritual essence's state at any time. However, over a decade ago, her spiritual form had descended to the lower realms and severed their connection. Although they were bound by their shared essence, her true self could no longer perceive her spiritual form. She was entirely unaware of this newfound power of her spirit. Now, upon experiencing it, the witch was filled with astonishment. This technique had unexpectedly suppressed her true self from the outset. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself ensnared in an endless darkness. Even if she were to employ the celestial severing technique to seize a glimmer of hope, she could not escape, rendered utterly lifeless. This technique is indeed more formidable than the celestial severing technique. The witch exerted all her strength, deploying the celestial severing technique along with various arcane arts of the celestial severing sect, yet ultimately failed to breach the shadowy domain of the Abyssal Ancestor. With no other recourse, the witch was compelled to concede. I admit defeat. Meanwhile, Yu Chan, witnessing the witch's surrender, was profoundly astonished. She had battled the witch for many years, with neither able to best the other, yet now the witch had been effortlessly vanquished by the spiritual form. The power of this witch's spiritual essence was likely not inferior to that of the recently encountered Shi Hao. Yu Chan could not help but glance at the secondary self with whom she had long severed ties, pondering, could it be that my secondary self possesses such strength as well? Chapter 92, bestowing the name Lin Xiantong. Qingyi and Yuechan. The witch has been defeated. She gazes at her spiritual form. I have lost. Do with me as you will. The celestial fox fairy chuckles. Ultimately, you are my primary self, and I shall not dispose of you. After all, it is through you that I came to know the young master, leading to all that has transpired today. I should express my gratitude. You need only relinquish a fragment of your controlling soul, and if you are willing, we might coexist as sisters. Should you refuse, I shall be left with no choice but to eliminate your true self. I do not wish to merge with my true self. I desire to be myself, free from the consciousness of my true form. Once merged, will I still remain who I am? The celestial fox fairy's decision leaves Lin Shu momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that she would make such a choice, to wish to be sisters with the witch. The notion of the spiritual self and the true self being sisters is indeed a novel concept. The witch glanced at her spiritual form, then at Lin Shu, and eventually nodded. The reason she had refrained from employing her primary soul to dominate the spiritual form was that she understood, deep down, that even if she attempted it, she might not succeed. The reason eluded her, yet both her spiritual form and Lin Shu had exuded confidence, which is why she had hesitated. Rationality cautioned her that should she proceed, it could very well lead to her own obliteration. This is the primary soul I use to control the spiritual form. I now entrust it to you. Henceforth, we are independent entities. However, although independent, you remain merely a spiritual form, ultimately not a true flesh and blood body. The spiritual form, after all, is merely a special ethereal body cultivated through the techniques of cultivation within the cave realm, distinct from a genuine corporeal body. The spiritual form contrasts with the secondary body, which possesses true flesh and blood. Upon hearing this, the celestial fox fairy interjected, that is of no concern to you. I have long since acquired a corporeal body and am no longer an ethereal entity. Since I began cultivating the dark ancestral eye, my body has transformed from the original spiritual form into a true flesh and blood entity. The witch was astonished by this revelation. Practitioners who attain the realm of spiritual transformation can condense a spiritual form based on the techniques they have cultivated within the cave realm. Yet she had never encountered a spiritual form materializing into a genuine corporeal body. After all, if one could achieve such a feat, a practitioner could cultivate several spiritual forms, allowing them to become true corporeal entities, thus essentially granting them multiple lives. If the primary self could merely control the spiritual forms with caution, it would mean an everlasting existence. The witch was uncertain of the truth, but chose not to delve deeper. She then produced the primary soul that governed the celestial fox fairy's spiritual form. Upon extracting this fragment of her primary soul, she instantly felt her spirit wane, her power diminishing significantly in the process. Although her realm did not diminish, her strength undeniably faltered. Losing a spiritual form equated to losing a substantial ally, one well-versed in a formidable technique, and one in perfect communion with her intentions. The celestial fox fairy received the fragment and immediately absorbed the missing primary soul, instantaneously restoring her spirit, making her whole once more. Having resolved this matter, the celestial fox fairy promptly bowed to Lin Shu. "Young master, I have been reborn. I beseech you to bestow me a name. Then, let us share the surname Lin as you cultivate the dark ancestral eye," with Dar translating to Xian. "Henceforth, you shall be known as Lin Xiantong. Thank you for the name, young master." Thus, the celestial fox fairy no longer bore merely a title, but truly possessed her own name. Yet, to Lin Shu's surprise, the witch did not take her leave. Instead, she approached Lin Shu and bowed. "Young master, I wish to follow you. Please accept me." Lin Shu found himself momentarily bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. Logically, the witch should harbor animosity towards him at this juncture, especially since he had taken her spiritual form and diminished her combat prowess. However, upon reflection, Lin Shu began to comprehend. One's spiritual form, to some extent, reflects the personality of the primary self. Lin Xiantong, when she was the celestial fox fairy, had wished to accompany him from their first encounter. Now, the witch, too, expressed a desire to follow him. Perhaps it was not so peculiar after all. Seeing that Lin Shu remained silent, the witch reiterated, "Lin Xiantong has gained your favor, culminating in this achievement. I too wish to receive your favor." The witch was direct in her intentions, leaving no room for ambiguity. Lin Shu glanced at Lin Xiantong and finally nodded. "Since Xiantong has expressed a desire to be sisters with you, in consideration of her, you may accompany me henceforth." "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, Sister Xiantong." Observing the witch's resolve, Lin Shu acknowledged her decision. Few would recognize their spiritual form as a sister. Yet the witch had done so. Lin Shu appreciated such humility and the ability to recognize the moment. With the matter of the witch resolved, Lin Shu turned his gaze towards Yuechan. The saintess of the Heavenly Restoration sect met his gaze in return. At that moment, Qingyi spoke. "Yuechan, I have severed our connection. We are no longer related. Should you wish to merge with me, I will not yield without a fight. However, as my sister Lin Xiantong has stated, you have once granted me life. If you insist on merging, I will seal you away and return you to the Heavenly Restoration sect." Yuechan regarded her secondary form, remaining silent for a long while before finally inquiring, "Pray tell, do you have a name now?" "Yes, the young master has named me Qingyi, with no surname." "Qingyi, what a lovely name." Yuechan nodded. "In the past, your severance of our bond did indeed enrage me. However, now, seeing you, I recognize that what is done cannot be undone. From this day forth, I shall no longer seek you, and we shall have no further ties. Henceforth, should our paths cross again, we may find ourselves as rivals. Farewell." With that, Yuechan departed. Her cultivation method, focusing on the primary and secondary bodies, was distinct from the witch's spiritual form. Her secondary body possessed true flesh and blood. This method was shrouded in mystery and far superior to the commonplace techniques used to cultivate spiritual forms. Moreover, Qingyi had already severed their connection, thus sparing her the complications faced by the witch. Furthermore, in terms of character, she was unlike the witch. The witch was spontaneous, capable of letting go and adapting easily. Therefore, after her defeat, she bore no grudges and could straightforwardly express her desire to follow Lin Shu. Yuechan, however, was different, though the witch could embrace the mundane. As the saintess of the Heavenly Restoration sect, Yuechan held herself to a higher standard. Her pride would not allow her to follow Lin Shu or address her former spiritual form as a sister. Hence, when she departed, she claimed they would be competitors in the future. Her pride forbade her from facing her former spiritual self in defeat. She aspired to reach the pinnacle. Lin Shu chose not to intervene further. He understood Yuechan's nature well. Qingyi had inherited her proud disposition, yet through her time with him, That pride had been somewhat tempered, at least in his presence. Qingyi, as for our matters, I shall not hold them against you. But the Heavenly Restoration sect may not be so forgiving. My identity is unique, and even the Heavenly Restoration path may intervene. This young master you are with is well aware of the 9 heavens and the Heavenly Restoration path. Tread carefully. Yu Echan's figure had vanished, leaving behind those poignant words. The Heavenly Restoration path was a formidable force, a power that the Heavenly Restoration sect wielded above the 9 heavens. Lin Shu was acutely aware that this was a formidable and supreme sect, reigning as one of the most powerful orthodoxies in the 9 heavens. However, to him, they were but mere ants. Should the Celestial Supplementation sect or the Celestial Taoists dare to trouble Qingyi, Lin Shu would not hesitate to raise their strongholds and eradicate them. Meanwhile, in one of the 3,000 Tao states, there stood an exceedingly ancient bronze palace. This bronze edifice, having endured the relentless passage of time, was now covered in verdigris, appearing somewhat dilapidated. Nevertheless, no faction in the 3,000 states would dare to underestimate this bronze palace, for it was the Celestial Palace, one of the oldest and most powerful forces among the Tao states. Within the Celestial Palace resided immortals. Although many venerable figures in the 3,000 Tao states were aware that the immortal within the Celestial Palace was gravely injured and merely a remnant of a once great being, even a remnant immortal was capable of suppressing the heavens and the earth in this era when true immortals were scarce, let alone within the 3,000 Tao states. For countless ages, the Celestial Palace had remained eerily silent. However, today a thunderous roar emanated from within. Shi Hao, how dare you sever my spirit body? As this voice resonated, a young man burst forth from the Celestial Palace, a savage aura sweeping across tens of thousands of miles. In an instant, news of this event spread like wildfire throughout the 3,000 states. Chapter 93. The Emergence of the Celestial Palace. The news of the 3 generations bronze coffin. Di Chong, your heart is in turmoil. Deep within the Celestial Palace, Di Chong, engulfed in rage, contemplated charging out to seek vengeance on Shi Hao. In that moment, a powerful voice resonated in his ears. Upon hearing this commanding presence, Di Chong, who had been consumed by fury, immediately suppressed his anger deep within. This voice belonged to a senior within the Celestial Palace, a being of divine rank whose strength was unmatched among the divine beings in the 3,000 states. The disciples of the Celestial Palace were exceedingly rare, with only a handful present. Di Chong was well aware of the identity of that voice. The founders and the old palace master of the Celestial Palace rarely concerned themselves with worldly affairs. Thus, this divine being represented the Celestial Palace in the outside world. Although Di Chong was confident that his future achievements would surpass those of this elder, he still felt compelled to show a measure of respect in the presence of such a divine being, especially since this elder was of the same generation as his ancestor. Di Kun. However, his ancestor Di Kun had not returned since entering the ancient immortal ruins during their last opening. Di Chong gazed deep into the Celestial Palace and spoke. That Shi Hao has severed my second body. This vendetta must be avenged. If Shi Hao can sever your second body, it indicates that his power does not fear your true form. In the same realm, he must surely possess an extraordinary background. The divine being of the Celestial Palace replied. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? Even if you were to slay that Shi Hao, how would you return? And if you fail to slay him, how will you face the aftermath? At this moment, Di Chong fell silent. The news of his second body being severed had just reached him. In his anger, he had not thought it through. But now that he had calmed down and heard the divine being's words, he realized that acting rashly might not be wise. The divine being observed Di Chong's contemplation and spoke again. Fear not, I have already arranged matters. The Celestial Kingdom, the Demon Flower Garden, the Yin-Yang Academy, the Dragon Cult, and the Western Sect, all the prodigies accompanying you have been detained. The old palace master is in seclusion, and I have united them to take action. You shall confront Shi Hao, while I shall ensure that his backers are duly suppressed by the 6 great powers. Since we are to act, let us thoroughly obliterate them and sever all their aspirations. The Celestial Palace shall not endure humiliation. As the words fell, the divine being of the Celestial Palace appeared before Di Chong, accompanied by several elder servants. Although the disciples of the Celestial Palace were few, they had a number of servants. The lowest cultivation among these servants was at the peak of the Divine Fire realm, while the highest had reached the Severing Myriad realm. In the 3,000 states, this realm signified a powerful master level. It was noteworthy that many leaders of first-rate factions within the 3,000 states also resided at the peak of the Severing Myriad realm or the Transcendence realm. The presence of severing myriad realm servants was indicative of the Celestial Palace's formidable strength. "Let's depart," commanded the divine being of the Celestial Palace, waving his hand as an ancient bronze chariot materialized. The divine being and Di Chong stepped into the chariot, while several elder servants took the reins, heading toward the Thunder State. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded at the Yin Yang Academy, the Western Sect, the Demon Flower Garden, the Celestial Kingdom, and the Dragon Cult. Mighty figures traversed the 3,000 states, advancing toward the Thunder State. The 6 factions, Yin Yang Academy, Western Sect, Demon Flower Garden, Celestial Kingdom, Dragon Cult, and Celestial Palace, were all moving in unison. Let us go to the Thunder State and witness this spectacle. Although the 3,000 states have seen their share of conflicts, it has been many years since a master-level figure has taken action. Indeed, it is said that the former disciple of the Celestial Palace, representing its honor, has emerged, accompanied by the palace's mightiest elder servant, a being of the severing myriad realm. Moreover, I have heard that the vice president of the Yin Yang Academy has also made an appearance, and he too is a figure of the severing myriad realm. The Dragon Cult, Western Sect, and Celestial Kingdom were no different. Such a formidable assembly could only be countered by the leaders of the top factions in the 3,000 states. As for the mysterious backer of Shi Hao, who had previously remained in obscurity, it was unlikely he had reached the transcendence level. Transcendence is exceedingly arduous, and had he truly possessed such strength, he would have long been renowned across the 3,000 states, on par with the leaders of the first-rate factions. Amidst these discussions, many powerful figures, whether of the Divine Fire Realm, True God Realm, or Divine Realm, made their way toward the Thunder State. Even those of the Severing Myriad Realm and Transcendence Realm, holding the status of master-level beings, cast their gaze toward the direction of the Thunder State. At this moment, Lin Shu and his companions remained entirely oblivious to these developments. They traversed an ancient city in the Thunder State, encountering a remarkably powerful prodigy. The Thunder State, though not large among the 3,000 states, boasted a few formidable factions, the most powerful being the Lightning Sect. The Lightning Sect was led by a figure known as the First Lightning, whose strength was formidable, now reaching the esteemed realm of the Revered One, making him virtually invincible among the younger generation of the Thunder State. However, this once dominant figure was now prostrate on the ground, subdued by Yuan Shi beside Lin Shu, rendered incapable of movement. Lin Shu then turned his gaze toward the silver-haired woman. "This must be the second time I have saved your life, is it not?" Previously, when the Celestial Palace's disciples and other prodigies had pursued her, it was Lin Shu's timely intervention that allowed her to escape. The second body of the Celestial Palace's disciple had been severed, while the remaining prodigies were sealed by Lin Shu, awaiting ransom. To his surprise, upon entering the city, he once again encountered the silver-haired woman being hunted, as the First Lightning led a group of sect prodigies in pursuit. "Now speak. What could you possibly possess that warrants such relentless pursuit by so many?" The silver-haired woman remained silent. "Let me guess. You must have obtained information regarding the 3 generations bronze coffin and the Supreme Hall?" Upon hearing this, the silver-haired woman glanced at Lin Shu, appearing somewhat astonished, before slowly responding. "Could it be that you desire it as well?" Lin Shu waved his hand dismissively. "Perhaps you believe it to be a chance for immortality. But I must advise you of one thing. The origins of the 3 generations bronze coffin are far more significant than the secrets of attaining immortality. Do not think that you or those immature prodigies possess the ability to comprehend its mysteries. Even the leaders of all 3,000 states would be incapable of unraveling its secrets." Lin Shu was acutely aware of the origins of the 3 generations bronze coffin. That artifact, far beyond the comprehension of mere leaders of the 3,000 states, would elude even the insight of the current Willow God. To pursue these individuals is tantamount to courting death. Do you seem to be aware of the origins of the 3 generations copper coffin? The silver-haired woman inquired. "I possess some knowledge. However, if I may offer you a piece of advice, refrain from coveting the 3 generations copper coffin, for it is undoubtedly beyond your grasp." "So, are you suggesting that you can seize it? Even I cannot lay claim to it." Lin Shu did not embellish his own capabilities, but candidly acknowledged his own limitations in the face of the 3 generations copper coffin. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 states, there are few matters that instill fear in Lin Shu. Even if all the 3,000 states were to unite against him, he would remain unfazed. Yet, the 3 generations copper coffin is a matter he prefers to avoid for the time being. The karmic repercussions are far greater than that of the Great Luo Sword Embryo. Having already relinquished the Great Luo Sword Embryo, he naturally does not wish to entangle himself with the 3 generations copper coffin. Shi Hao, listening intently, could not contain his curiosity. Big brother, with Lin Shu present, could it be that the 3 generations copper coffin, before he could finish? Lin Shu interjected. Even with Lin Shu, it remains beyond reach. However, should fortune favor you in the future, perhaps you might dare to attempt? Upon hearing this, Shi Hao immediately shook his head. Me? If even Lin Shu cannot manage it, I shall refrain. Although Shi Hao was confident, he still placed his trust in Lin Shu's words. The might of Lin Shu was such that Shi Hao could not conceive of surpassing her. Perhaps that is your destiny? Lin Shu replied with a gentle smile, choosing not to elaborate further, his gaze drifting towards the horizon where powerful auras were converging. Some of these presences even made Lin Shu's heart quiver. Clearly, they belonged to the true powerhouses of the 3,000 states, their cultivation levels undoubtedly no less than that of celestial deities. As Lin Shu's attention shifted to the distant sky, the previously empty expanse suddenly became populated with numerous figures. Chapter 94. The Choice of the Heavenly Severance Sect. The Emergence of the 10 Supreme Beasts. What manner of beings are these? Just moments ago, they had dealt with the Lightning Sect, having even trampled upon its founder. And now, they have provoked even stronger forces. The elder clad in a yin-yang robe must surely be from the Yin-Yang Academy, given such an imposing aura. He is likely no less than the vice president, and that figure resembling a Buddha must be a formidable presence from the Western Church. The assassins from the Celestial Kingdom have also arrived, along with the powerhouses from the Demon Sun Garden. Is that not a member of the Celestial Palace? Witnessing the emergence of these factions, the once curious onlookers in the ancient city quickly dispersed. Previously, they had been intrigued by the spectacle of the Lightning Sect's defeat. For the Lightning Sect possessed only average strength, with merely a nascent leader at the initial stage of the Severing Realm, whose backing was not particularly intimidating. Yet the forces now appearing were anything but ordinary, comprising the elite and top-tier powers of the 3,000 states. At this moment, at least 6 leaders of the Severing Realm had already arrived. Should these 6 leaders choose to act, overturning the entire Lijiao would be a trivial matter. Naturally, they dare not linger any longer. Xiantong, you go and negotiate, Lin Shu commanded, casting a glance at the assemblage before him, then addressing Lin Xiantong beside him. Given Lin Shu's current standing, he commanded the allegiance of 5 supreme beings and over 20 celestial deities, rendering it unnecessary for him to personally intervene in every matter. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, Lin Xiantong stepped forward to confront the 6 factions. My lord has instructed me to convey that the ransom must be paid in exchange for the release. With Lin Shu's backing, even though Lin Xiantong was merely at the perfected level of the revered realm, she stood undaunted. A mere revered realm does not deserve to stand before us. As soon as Lin Xiantong finished speaking, a female disciple from the Demon Sun Garden stepped forward, indignantly retorting. This female disciple had reached the divine fire realm. However, no sooner had she uttered her words than Lin Xiantong's gaze fell upon her. In an instant, the Dark Ancestor's eye opened, enveloping her within a domain of darkness. Under the influence of this dark domain, the divine fire surrounding the female disciple from the Demon Sun Garden vanished without a trace. Within mere breaths, a formidable being of the divine fire realm fell, leaving only her body, a sunflower, crumpling to the ground. Lin Xiantong reached out, retrieving the sunflower, then turned to Shi Hao, saying, Shi Hao, take this and present it to my lord for a taste. Shi Hao, with an insatiable appetite for delicacies, happily accepted the sunflower, extracting a few seeds to present to Lin Shu, and thus began munching on them. This scene unfolded abruptly, from start to finish. It transpired in the blink of an eye. The powerhouses of the Demon Sun Garden were caught entirely off guard. Who could have anticipated that a dignified figure of the Divine Fire Realm would be extinguished instantaneously by a mere revered realm? The silver-haired woman and the sorceress observed this spectacle, their hearts filled with astonishment. The silver-haired woman, not of trivial origin, was a silver phoenix, a rare adversary even among her peers. As for the sorceress, she was the holy maiden of the Heavenly Severance sect, her identity and prowess needing no elaboration. Even they, with their esteemed status, had never witnessed a revered realm dispatching a Divine Fire Realm opponent so effortlessly. Only Lin Shu and a few others understood the mechanics at play. Lin Xiantong's Dark Ancestors' eye absorbed the power of darkness. When deployed, it naturally emanated this dark energy. Within the dark domain, the pervasive darkness rendered it likely that only those from other realms or practitioners of significantly higher tiers could withstand it. In the 3,000 states, some early prodigies at the perfected revered realm could contend with or even defeat those of the Divine Fire Realm. Lin Xiantong, Having mastered the Dark Ancestor's Eye at the perfected revered realm, and having cultivated 3 budding flowers of the Tao, could effortlessly overpower such ordinary divine fire realm beings. You seek death. The powerhouses of the Demon Sun Garden, witnessing the demise of their comrade and the subsequent desecration of her remains, were consumed by fury. Yet, the leader of the Demon Sun Garden restrained them. The Severing Realm elder regarded Lin Shu. If I recall correctly, you are the sorceress of the Heavenly Severance sect. Do you intend to act against my Demon Sun Garden? The Heavenly Severance sect is formidable, with its leader at the pinnacle of the Escape One realm, ranking among the top-tier sect leaders of the 3,000 states. Moreover, it is said that the Heavenly Severance sect has backing from beyond the 3,000 states, from the heavens above. Such news may elude ordinary practitioners, but as an elder of the Severing Realm in the Demon Sun Garden, he could not be unaware. Lin Shu shook her head. The sorceress you speak of is not here. I am merely an ordinary girl beside my lord, named Lin Shu. The elder from the Demon Sun Garden glanced in the direction Lin Shu indicated and indeed spotted the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Severance sect. However, the Holy Maiden stood beside a young man, seemingly regarding him as her superior. Could it be that a powerful ancient anomaly from the Heavenly Severance sect has emerged prematurely? Otherwise, he could not fathom how the Holy Maiden would be positioned beside a young man, akin to a handmaiden. At this moment, the celestial deity from a celestial palace spoke. I care not whether you are the sorceress of the Heavenly Severance sect or Lin Shu. Have Shi Hao come forth today. The celestial palace has come solely for him, and the slaying of our celestial palace's successor demands an explanation. The celestial palace does not fear the Heavenly Severance sect. Just then, a voice rang out from the sky. Those words may be spoken by the old leader of the celestial palace, but they are not for you to utter. As the words fell, a multitude of figures appeared above the ancient city, standing before the celestial deities of the celestial palace. The sorceress, upon seeing one particular figure, froze momentarily. Deputy leader Lin Shu, upon hearing the sorceress's words, also grasped the identity of the newcomer. The individual was none other than the deputy leader of the Heavenly Severance sect. It appears that one has come to champion the witch, which adds an intriguing twist to the affair. Logically, a cult of such magnitude would endeavor to eliminate any who dare to pursue their saintess. Upon the arrival of the vice leader of the Cult of the Sky, his gaze fell upon Lin Shu. You must be the esteemed Lin Shu. Am I correct? Since our saintess has chosen to follow you, might the Cult of the Sky be fortunate enough to forge an alliance with you? At long last, Lin Shu spoke. Oh, the Cult of the Sky seeks to ally with me? Is this your personal desire, or the wish of your leader? It is, of course, the leader's intention. Is your leader aware that I could upheave the entire realm of the 3,000 states? Indeed. In that case, I accept your proposal. Lin Shu could surmise some of the underlying reasons. The Cult of the Sky's heritage is rooted in the art of intercepting fate, a powerful technique that seizes upon the slenderest thread of survival. It seems their leader has caught a glimmer of hope, which resides within Lin Shu himself. Though Lin Shu did not hold this alliance in high regard, he saw no reason to refuse their overture. After all, he had, in a sense, taken their saintess, and repaying a favor is preferable to acquiring an additional enemy. The representative of the Celestial Palace, a realm of divine beings. Born expression of discontent, Cult of the Sky. Do you understand the implications of your actions? Are you truly intent on forcing our celestial sovereign to emerge from seclusion? We will discuss matters once your sovereign has emerged. As for you, you are still too inexperienced. The vice leader of the Cult of the Sky showed no hesitation in facing the celestial envoy. While others may fear the Celestial Palace, he felt no trepidation. The Celestial Palace possesses a sovereign, yet the Cult of the Sky is not without its own formidable backing. Whether the celestial figure could truly emerge from their retreat remains debatable. Very well, but I hope the Cult of the Sky will not come to regret this. With that, the celestial envoy turned to depart. With the vice leader present, it was clear to him that this confrontation was futile. The various factions of the Yin Yang Academy would not dare to escalate hostilities with the Cult of the Sky. Remaining here would only bring them humiliation. Lin Shu observed the celestial envoy's retreat and spoke languidly. Since you have come, do you intend to leave without consulting me? As Lin Shu's voice faded, an overwhelming aura erupted forth, suffused with the essence of a supreme being, the essence of the sovereign realm. Chapter 95. The Supreme True Phoenix Strikes. The 6 great powers annihilated. In that moment, all present were subdued by the terrifying aura, finding it difficult to breathe. This was a true pinnacle powerhouse, standing atop the 3,000 states. Such an overwhelming presence could only be exuded by a sovereign. In an instant, the representatives of the Yin-Yang Academy, the Celestial Kingdom, the Western Church, the Demon Garden, the Dragon Clan, and the Celestial Palace were all transfixed, gazing upon the figure that emerged. It was a middle-aged man clad in an expansive robe of black and crimson, standing as if he were an ancient monarch, an emperor of yore, rendering him nearly unapproachable. This was the supreme true phoenix, one of the 5 sovereigns at Lin Shu's side. This marked the first time he manifested in human form. In the lower realms, sovereigns typically appear in their true forms. But after their initial full manifestation, they would usually suppress their essence in subsequent appearances. Yet now, the supreme true phoenix presented himself in human form without any restraint on his aura. At this moment, he embodied the true essence of supremacy, a being at the pinnacle of the mortal realm, a transcendent force among all existence. The celestial envoy, Di Chong, and his companion, both of whom had long been unafraid in the 3,000 states, now felt a profound fear at the sight of the supreme true phoenix. This was a being of equal might to the former palace master, an unparalleled entity in the 3,000 states. They had relied on the celestial palace to dominate the land, with few equals among their peers. How could they dare to compare themselves to such an apex powerhouse? Unable even to bear a thorough gaze upon him, a mere glance induced a sharp pain deep within their eyes. Sovereign beings are no longer mere mortals. Their presence too lofty for common sight, reigning high above the 3,000 states. In the face of sovereign, even the proudest among those present could only bow their heads and prostrate themselves. We pay our respects to the sovereign. The supreme true phoenix offered no response. Turning his gaze toward Lin Shu. Master, how shall we proceed? He was Lin Shu's mount, and thus Lin Shu was naturally his master. This was an accepted fact between Lin Shu and the supreme true phoenix. However, when this statement reached the ears of others, it struck them like thunder on a clear day, as if the mountains and seas were overturned. A sovereign, standing at the pinnacle of the world, looking down upon the 3,000 states, a being destined to be remembered throughout history, referred to a young man as master. Such a revelation was nothing short of astonishing. At this moment, some knelt, some bowed, striving to steal a glance at Lin Shu, eager to discern the source of his extraordinary power that could command the respect of a sovereign. Yet they dared not. In the presence of the sovereign, even a furtive glance or an uncontrolled breath had to be meticulously restrained. Even those closest to Lin Shu were taken aback. Having witnessed the true dragon's lair, they understood the true significance of the sovereign realm, an existence just a step away from ascension, the strongest in the mortal realm. A sovereign is comparable to an entire universe, their power unfathomable. They knew of Lu Xun's strength, but were unaware that Lin Shu's side harbored another sovereign. The silver-haired woman and the witch, too, were deeply shaken. Both had long resided in the 3,000 states and understood the true might of the sovereign realm. In the entire 3,000 states, the sole openly acknowledged sovereign was the former palace master of the Celestial Palace. Perhaps there were others among the 5 great sects, such as the Unaging Mountain, the Celestial Kingdom, the Underworld, or the Sword Sect, but their existence remained uncertain, hidden from the world. Even the leader of the Unaging Mountain had yet to step into the sovereign realm. Yet even so, he had already instilled dread throughout the 3,000 states, with none daring to provoke him. Amidst the collective astonishment, Lin Shu finally spoke with deliberate calm. Celestial Palace, I hold no fondness for you. Therefore, let it be extinguished. The Celestial Palace, in the context of the 3,000 states, was the most formidable force publicly acknowledged. It boasted not only the former palace master who had attained the sovereign realm, but there were also suspicions that the founder of the Celestial Palace still lived on, a being of celestial origin. The standing of the Celestial Palace was unassailable. However, for Lin Shu, this faction was one he found most displeasing. Of course, there were many factions within the 3,000 states that he detested, but as long as they did not provoke him, he chose to remain indifferent. Yet, since the Celestial Palace had now attracted his ire, its existence had become unnecessary. Lin Shu always acted according to his own whims, unlike the original character, Shi Hao, who needed to consider various factors. Lin Shu had no such concerns regarding the potential opposition to his plan to annihilate the Celestial Palace. Indeed, as Lin Shu anticipated, the moment he uttered the words, "Let the Celestial Palace be destroyed," the representatives of the Celestial Palace had yet to respond. But the other 5 factions hastily interjected, "Young Master, do not. Young Master, the Celestial Palace is an indomitable force in the 3,000 states. Should it be destroyed, it would spell disaster for the entire realm. Indeed, We implore you to reconsider. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu responded once more, if that is the case, then let the 5 factions be destroyed alongside it. Council? Lin Shu feared nothing more than being advised. What splendid timing to resolve the matter completely. The 5 factions were now profoundly alarmed. Shouldn't Lin Shu be questioning why this would lead to calamity for the 3,000 states? In that case, he could explain himself, leveraging a sense of righteousness to sway the entire realm into persuading Lin Shu to abandon his intent to obliterate the Celestial Palace. Why did Lin Shu behave so unconventionally? Young master, do you not fear the disdain of the entire 3,000 states for your reckless actions? Your wanton disregard may well drive the entirety of the 3,000 states to unite against you, transforming them into your foes. Do you still regard the 3,000 states in your eyes? The 5 great powers, sensing the gravity of the situation, could no longer hold back their thoughts. The 3,000 states? Do you think you can represent them? To speak candidly, should I choose to annihilate you, the gratitude of the 3,000 states would undoubtedly lean towards me. Upon finishing his words, Lin Shu turned to the Supreme True Phoenix. Will you not take action? Upon hearing Lin Shu's command, the Supreme True Phoenix immediately sprang into action. As she unleashed her power, the various forces present, including those from the Immortal Palace, found themselves utterly powerless to resist. Among them, the strongest were merely at the level of Severing Myriad. Severing Myriad, evading one, Supreme. There exists a vast chasm of 2 major realms separating them from the Supreme, not to mention Severing Myriad. Even an ordinary Supreme might find it difficult to gain the upper hand against the Supreme True Phoenix. The True Phoenix, one of the 10 fiend races, naturally possesses an advantage over ordinary Supremes. In the face of the Supreme True Phoenix, they were at a distinct disadvantage, let alone the current assembly. Under the might of the Supreme True Phoenix, not a single soul survived. They were completely obliterated. The Immortal Palace, the Yin-Yang Academy, the Heavenly Kingdom, the Underworld, the Dragon Demon Sect, and the Western Church, all 6 forces had united, deploying 6 Severing Myriad realm leaders, with an additional 100 or more divine fire, true gods, and heavenly beings. Yet now, they were all extinguished under the Supreme True Phoenix's formidable might. The realm fell into a profound silence. Chapter 96. The Celestial Race. Is Yi Qingshan present? Tianzhou. At this moment, a day had passed since Lin Shu commanded the Supreme True Phoenix to eliminate the incoming representatives of the 6 great powers. Their vanguard had been vanquished. Lin Shu was naturally prepared to uproot their sects entirely. Thus, after annihilating their vanguard, Lin Shu set forth promptly, leaving Li Zhou to head towards the nearest Dragon Demon Sect, fortuitously passing through Tianzhou. Tianzhou. Across a desolate expanse, a group swiftly traversed the sky. At that moment, Yunqi suddenly spoke. Young master, that is my grandfather. Upon hearing her words, Lin Shu instantly understood. Her grandfather was embroiled in a struggle, seemingly at a disadvantage and in imminent peril. Since Yunqi had witnessed the event, she could not possibly stand idly by. The forces present in the 3,000 states could wait. It was imperative to rescue her grandfather first. Thank you, young master. With that, Yunqi soared towards the distant conflict. Which faction do you belong to? Are you unaware of our celestial race? What are the celestial race? Merely a once mighty faction that has now fallen into obscurity. Moreover, in a realm as vast as the 3,000 states, what can your celestial race truly accomplish? The clamor of battle erupted. Members of the celestial race and the unknown faction were already falling, lifeless, in pools of blood. These individuals, at the very least, held the rank of Honored One, with some having ignited divine fire to reach the divine fire realm, and even stepping into the true God realm. In the lower realms, they were unparalleled beings. Yet here in the 3,000 states, they were akin to ants, ever in danger of perishing. Yunqi arrived at the battlefield without hesitation, quickly joining the fray. With her profound heritage, she had attained the pinnacle of the Honored One realm, possessing the Destiny Stone and Creation Stone, and had even coalesced 3 budding blossoms of the Great Path. Her strength was not inferior to Lin Xuantong's. Just as Lin Xiantong could effortlessly vanquish divine fire beings, so too could Yunqi. In her presence, Honored Ones and even peak divine fire experts fell before her, losing their lives. Who are you? The leader of the mysterious faction. A true God-level individual felt a twinge of fear. Such strength could only arise from meticulous training, given the current state of the celestial race. It was impossible for them to cultivate such an astonishing prodigy. After all, She was a peerless genius who could slay divine fire beings as easily as cutting through vegetables, a feat even the initial generation could scarcely achieve. The celestial race had long since declined, and no first-generation prodigies remained. Otherwise, they would not need to rely on destiny stones for cultivation. Their mission was to seize these destiny stones, denying the celestial race any chance of resurgence. Miss, if you too seek the destiny stones, I can arrange for you to take one. The true god leader quickly proposed a condition. Since she was not a member of the celestial race, it was plausible she sought the destiny stones. Destiny stones? Upon hearing this, Yunshi's eyes flickered with surprise. She had not anticipated that, apart from the one in the young masteress' possession, there were indeed destiny stones in this upper realm. It seemed that these stones were exceedingly precious. Otherwise, there would be no fierce competition for them. However, Yunshi already possessed a destiny stone. Not only that, she had even fused with a creation stone. The destiny stone held little value for her, especially since it appeared to be part of the cargo her grandfather-S group was escorting. Even if the destiny stones were truly yours, I shall eliminate you all, and they will still end up in my possession. After declaring this, Yunshi did not linger, but continued her assault. At that moment, within the ranks of the celestial race, Yunshi's grandfather caught sight of her and felt a surge of joy. Elder, she is my granddaughter. Your granddaughter? The first overseer of the celestial race, a true god elder, also rejoiced. Really? If she is indeed your granddaughter, then you have rendered a tremendous service to the celestial race. Her potential is astounding, surpassing even the first generation. With such strength, she may well outshine the disciples of the Immortal Palace. If she returns to the celestial race, we shall undoubtedly reclaim our position among the top 10 royal families of the upper realm. Upon finishing, the true god elder immediately commanded, "Quick, everyone, let us act together. We cannot allow this future hope of the celestial race to come to harm." Hearing the elder's words, the powerful members of the celestial race, no longer hesitating, unleashed their full strength. Initially, they had suspected her intentions to seize the destiny stones. Having witnessed her bravery, they were on guard. Now that they understood she was one of their own, they were determined to protect their extraordinary prodigy. Once the celestial race was immensely powerful, among the top 10 royal families in the upper realm, revered wherever they went. Now, however, they had fallen to such a state that even minor factions dared to disregard them, and they had to escort destiny stones back to the celestial race, even facing off against a team led by a true god. With Yunshi's arrival, the celestial race was invigorated, and the true god mercenary team quickly found themselves decimated, leaving only the true god leader and a few peak divine fire experts. Yet, they too were nearing their end. Within half an hour, they had all been slain. I am an elder of the celestial race. Welcome back to the clan. Yunshi glanced at the elder, then turned her attention to her grandfather. Grandfather, you've ascended to the upper realm. I thought you were still in the lower realms. The elder, realizing he had been ignored, stood frozen in place. Who was he? An elder of the celestial race at the pinnacle of the true god realm, just a step away from the heavenly god realm. Although he ranked among the lower tier of elders, he was still tasked with escorting the destiny stones. Yet, a junior of the celestial race had the audacity to disregard him, which left him feeling quite humiliated. He immediately shouted, "As a member of the celestial race, is this how you treat a celestial race elder?" Had Yunshi not followed Lin Shu, her previously timid nature would have undoubtedly prevented her from acting in such a manner. However, following Lin Shu, Yunshi had long since shed her previous frailty. She could even bloodily cleanse the heavenly god mountain in the lower realm. How could she fear a mere elder who relied on his age? She retorted boldly, "All that I possess has been bestowed upon me by my esteemed lord, not derived from the heavenly race. Were it not for my grandfather's presence here, you all would have perished today, and I would not have intervened. My act of saving you has led you to speak to me in such a condescending manner? If that is the case, it seems the heavenly race is not as formidable as it claims. No wonder such a small squad dares to act against it." In that moment, the elder was momentarily taken aback. Among the heavenly race, which junior would dare address him with such audacity? Yet, recognizing the girl's considerable talent, he deemed it unwise to provoke her further. Once we return to the heavenly race, I shall imprison you and transfer your talents to my grandson." As he contemplated this, a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. He then collected himself and offered an apology. "I beg your pardon. It was unwise of me to speak so. I sincerely apologize." Yunshi paid no heed to him. His fleeting change of expression could not escape her keen perception. She turned to her grandfather. "Grandfather, who else from the lower realm has ascended to the heavenly race?" Her grandfather swiftly mentioned several names, those of the heavenly race members he deemed noteworthy after Yuan Shi's cleansing of the heavenly god mountain, providing them guidance. Upon considering this, she transmitted a thought to Lin Shu, who was observing from a distance. My lord, it seems the heavenly race is not a benign place. I wish to return to the heavenly race to resolve certain matters. I seek your permission. Naturally, Lin Shu consented, and besides Yuan Shi, there was another individual. Uncertain if my arrival would cause a shift in the world, I pondered whether that individual would still make an appearance. Yi Qingxian, Chapter 97, The Shameless Heavenly Race. Yuan Shi betrays her clan? Tianzhou, City of Heaven. This is the ancient city where the heavenly race resides. Once one of the most prosperous cities among the 3,000 states, as the heavenly race is one of the 10 royal families of the upper realm, possessing overwhelming strength capable of suppressing the 3,000 states, where no powerful figure dared to show disrespect. However, the heavenly race has now fallen into decline. Its former glory dissipated, and the City of Heaven no longer ranks among the top 10 ancient cities of the upper realm. Nevertheless, the City of Heaven boasts a rich history and ancient heritage, remaining a formidable ancient city situated in the center of Tianzhou, instilling awe in its travelers. Yuan Shi and the delegation from the heavenly race traveled for millions of miles from the wilderness and finally arrived outside the City of Heaven. Standing at the city's gates, they were greeted by an overwhelming aura of antiquity. Yuan Shi, this is the main city of our heavenly race. The City of Heaven, one of the top 10 ancient cities of the upper realm, and we are one of the 10 royal families. The elder from the heavenly race declared, with your accomplishments in safeguarding the Destiny Stone and your unparalleled talent, you may very well become the heir of the heavenly race. At that time, you shall walk with pride among the 3,000 states. The elder spoke thus, yet inwardly scoffed. Humph, merely a bumpkin from the lower realm. Though the heavenly race has declined, this provincial outsider surely cannot perceive that. Once we enter the City of Heaven, I shall have no trouble manipulating her. He glanced at the entourage accompanying Yuan Shi. Throughout the journey, he noted Yuan Shi's profound respect for the individual named Lin Shu. It seemed her achievements were entirely attributed to him. Initially, he assumed Lin Shu to be a disciple of an ancient lineage from the upper realm. But through inquiries with Yuan Shi's grandfather, he discovered he was merely from the lower realm. That old coot, Yuan Shi's grandfather, claimed Lin Shu was formidable, having slaughtered over 100 factions in the lower realm, a veritable god of death. A god of death from the lower realm is still a bumpkin. Once in the heavenly race, I shall unearth everything about Lin Shu. With that thought, the elder felt a rush of excitement. Let us proceed into the city. Meanwhile, within the heavenly race, festivities abounded. Amidst the revelry, a guard from outside announced, Report, Elder 13 has returned. Upon hearing the news, smiles emerged on the faces of the heavenly race members, including the elders and the clan leader. Excellent. Welcome back, Elder 13. Quickly bring him inside. At this moment, within the grand hall, numerous members of the heavenly race engaged in animated discussions. It was said that Elder 13 had gone in search of the Destiny Stone. The Destiny Stone, they said, once fused, could enhance one's comprehension and talent, equating to the standard of the first generation of prodigies. How many Destiny Stones had Elder 13 brought back, and who among the clan would be fortunate enough to receive one? Before long, Lin Shu and his companions followed Elder 13 into the grand hall. Clan leader, esteemed elders, I have successfully returned without disgrace, bringing back 4 Destiny Stones. Elder 13 announced as he entered the hall. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Elder 13, your contributions are invaluable. 4 Destiny Stones shall undoubtedly cultivate 4 unparalleled prodigies. In ancient times, our heavenly race acquired 6 Destiny Stones, giving rise to 6 invincible ancestors, allowing us to stand atop the 3,000 states, ranking among the 10 royal families. Now, with 4 Destiny Stones, our heavenly race shall surely witness a resurgence of its former glory. While the heavenly race reveled in excitement, a young man seated in a guest area within the grand hall wore a gloomy expression. Fools, an absolute gaggle of fools. They could not even hunt down the heavenly race and allowed them to return. Moreover, they brought back 4 Destiny Stones, which could give the heavenly race a chance to rise again. No, my war clan shall absolutely not permit this to happen. At that moment, he was seething with rage. As the foremost youth of the war clan, he had come to the heavenly race ostensibly for a friendly exchange, but in truth, he sought to witness the heavenly race's helpless fury after being slaughtered. To his astonishment, not only did his dispatched forces fail to stop them, but they also allowed the heavenly race members to return safely, far beyond his expectations. He cast his gaze toward Elder 13. There must be something amiss. After all, he had thoroughly investigated the strength of these individuals. Elder 13 was merely at the pinnacle of the true god realm. He had dispatched a celestial god, 2 half-step celestial gods, and even hired a squad led by a pinnacle true god. Such strength should have easily detained Elder 13. There was no way he could escape. If the heavenly race had deployed a celestial god, an escape would be forgivable, but given that he was merely a guest in the heavenly race, and the heavenly race warriors accompanied him, not one celestial god had left. Could it be them? Soon, he spotted Lin Shu and his entourage. If there were any variables, they must surely be linked to Lin Shu's group. However, he refrained from acting hastily, as he was not yet clear on their identities. Though Lin Shu's group was small, numbering fewer than 10, each bore an extraordinary demeanor, suggesting they were not mere commoners. Perhaps they possessed profound backgrounds. Furthermore, this was within the heavenly race, and instigating conflict now would not serve his interests. Contemplating this, he inquired, "Congratulations, Elder 13, and congratulations to the heavenly race. May I ask, who are these guests of the heavenly race? They appear rather unfamiliar." Tianzhou, being distant from Liezhou, had not yet received news from Liezhou. Thus they were unaware of Lin Shu's group's identities. Had they known, Elder 13 would undoubtedly have refrained from introducing Yin Shi to the heavenly race, let alone entertain any ulterior motives. The 13th Elder, upon hearing the words of the prodigy from the war clan, chuckled and said, "This is Yunshi, a lost member of our celestial race, and I am now bringing her back to our family." Oh, the war clan prodigy turned his gaze towards Yunshi, his eyes lighting up. As a prodigy himself, he could sense Yunshi's formidable strength, even if she did not match his own prowess. She was undoubtedly far superior to the so-called geniuses of the celestial race. Moreover, her beauty was breathtaking. With this thought, he immediately introduced himself. "Greetings, Miss Yunshi. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Tinga." However, Yunshi disregarded him entirely. Zhang Tinga, one of the 3 greatest prodigies of the war clan, could even be deemed the strongest among them, having remained unrivaled across several neighboring states. His reputation resonated throughout the area, yet he was unknown to Yunshi. At this moment, the 13th Elder swiftly interjected to mediate. Zhang Tinga, as the most powerful prodigy of the war clan, must not be offended. Considering they had now returned to the celestial race, he no longer feared Yunshi's escape and directly admonished her. "Yunshi, why do you not promptly pay your respects to the young Master Zhang? He is a distinguished guest of our clan." Yunshi looked at the 13th Elder and replied, "What does it have to do with me? Yunshi, what do you mean by that? Do you intend to sever ties with the celestial race? I hail from the lower realms of the celestial race, not from this celestial race. Why should I return?" The 13th Elder had been awaiting this very statement. Only by pushing Yunshi to the side of betraying the celestial race could he then gain a legitimate excuse to strip her of her abilities and transfer her talents to his grandson. "Humph, you are betraying your teacher and your ancestors, intent on defecting from the celestial race. Someone subdue her." With the 13th Elder's words, numerous strong figures from the celestial race surged forth, surrounding Yunshi and Lin Shu. Chapter 98. The Annihilation of the Celestial Race. The Emergence of the War Emperor. This scene unfolded with astonishing swiftness. Not only did Zhang Tinga fail to react, but even the other elders of the celestial race and the clan leader were left bewildered by the sudden turn of events. They could not comprehend why the 13th Elder had suddenly chosen to act against Yunshi. As seasoned individuals who had worked alongside the 13th Elder for centuries, they recognized his character and discerned that he was purposely making things difficult for Yunshi. It seemed he was eager for her to defect from the celestial race. However, this was a family matter, and with outsiders present, they refrained from voicing their concerns directly, opting instead to communicate via thought. 13th Elder, what are you attempting to do? Upon receiving their mental inquiries, the 13th Elder promptly divulged everything he knew in his subsequent plans. He mentioned Yunshi's astonishing talent, capable of easily defeating those at the Divine Fire Realm, even at the Venerable level. Furthermore, Yunshi hailed from the lower realms, and her achievements were attributed to Lin Shu. He intended to transfer Yunshi's gifts and techniques to the younger talents of the celestial race, while also seeking to extract the opportunities from Lin Shu, thereby claiming them for the celestial race. Are you certain that Yunshi comes from the lower realms? Does she lack any backing from powerful forces? The celestial race is no longer the same as it once was. If you act recklessly and offend a significant power, the repercussions could be dire. 13th Elder, proceed with caution. In response, the 13th elder assured them, I have confirmed this matter. She indeed hails from the lower realms. The individual accompanying her is her grandfather, who ascended from the lower realms several years ago, as you all know. Upon hearing the 13th elder's confirmation, the elders of the celestial race felt a surge of joy. A talent from the lower realms, coupled with great potential and opportunities, seemed to be a divine blessing for the celestial race. Just then, Zhang Tiange spoke up. Miss Yunqi appears to be uninterested in remaining within the celestial race. I have a proposal. Would the celestial race be willing to hear it? Oh, what does the young master Zhang wish to say? I have already surpassed 20 years of age and remain unmarried. I find Miss Yunqi quite appealing. Since she does not wish to stay in the celestial race, I am willing to offer a substantial dowry to take her as my wife. Zhang Tiange could sense Yunqi's formidable strength, which evoked a thrill in him. Such a woman was indeed to his liking. As a prodigy of the war clan, he dominated a region, and the war clan had a long lineage, once considered an imperial clan, boasting a population exceeding 100 million. However, within the war clan, no young woman had captured his attention. Although he could easily attract numerous suitors, they were mere ornaments. He desired a partner of equal strength with whom he could progress together. Yunqi fit this description perfectly, of similar age, powerful, and exceptionally beautiful. After all, Yunqi seemed unwelcome in the celestial race, and, now in a precarious situation, if he were to rescue her by marrying her, she would undoubtedly feel indebted to him. Zhang Tiange's proposition rendered the elders of the celestial race speechless. Yunqi possessed immense value that warranted exploration, and should she be taken away under such circumstances, it would indeed be a significant loss. Zhang Tiange was fully aware of the elders' tendencies, suspecting they were coveting some treasures or opportunities from Yunqi. With this thought in mind, he quickly added, I will offer a substantial dowry, and of course the celestial race may set conditions, provided they are within my means. Yet in his heart, Zhang Tiange held disdain. Humph, what a decrepit group. No wonder the celestial race has declined with such old fools around. It is indeed strange that the clan hasn't fallen further. Fortunately, these old codgers are foolish enough. Otherwise, they might have wholeheartedly welcomed Yunqi and devoted their resources to nurturing her, potentially turning her into a formidable threat to the war clan in the future. Facing Zhang Tiange and the celestial race, who regarded her as a mere commodity to haggle over, Yunqi could no longer contain her fury. You believe you have the right to dictate my fate? The celestial race has long been known for its nefarious nature. Yet I did not anticipate their shamelessness to exceed my expectations. With that, Yunqi turned to Lin Shu, bowed respectfully, and said, Young master, I implore you to take action and utterly obliterate the celestial race. I am ashamed to have been born into such a family. Lin Shu then spoke slowly, Yunqi, it appears you have finally come to terms with reality. During our journey, you have become aware of the 13th elder's nefarious intentions. However, you still harbored some hope for the celestial race. After all, not everyone from the lower realms is of the same ilk, and within such a vast clan, there are bound to be all sorts of individuals. I initially thought it was merely the ambition of one elder. Considering your grandfather and several other relatives from the lower realms are also within the celestial race, I plan to leverage your connection to stabilize the situation and cultivate it into a force for you in the 3,000 states. But now it seems, this celestial race is beyond redemption. It must be eradicated. Yes, young master, I was overly naive before. Birds of a feather flock together. Given this elder's insatiable ambition, I should have anticipated that the others would be no different. I have wasted some of your time. Yunqi expressed her remorse after this matter. I accept any punishment you deem fit. Punishment is unnecessary. After all, my purpose in coming here was not solely for you. Lin Shu waved his hand. His primary objective in this journey was to seek out Yi Qingshan. As for the celestial race, it was merely a target of opportunity. You should know what to do next, right? Yes, master. Beside Lin Shu, the Supreme True Phoenix nodded gently. In the eyes of the Supreme True Phoenix, the celestial race, though an ancient and formidable lineage, was in reality pathetically weak, even inferior to several factions in Thunder State. When the Supreme True Phoenix intervened, it was as if the heavens themselves had been shattered. At the very moment of her assault, Lin Shu and his companions swiftly departed from the City of Heaven. After Lin Shu's departure, this colossal ancient city, under the might of the Supreme True Phoenix, was utterly overturned, reduced to mere ruins. Who dares to act against the celestial race while I am in seclusion? An elder of the celestial race emerged from the ruins of their ancestral land. As he traversed the void, he seemed to sit cross-legged in the emptiness, as if reflecting the myriad heavens. his presence accompanied by the rotation of 3,000 great realms, with countless deities and demons chanting around him, elevating him to the stature of a supreme deity. Observing the spectacle, Lin Shu could not help but scoff. This old celestial, despite his lackluster strength, certainly knows how to create a grandiose display. Beside him, the sorceress, familiar with the elder of the celestial race, remarked, "Young master, do remember that he is a being of the first escape realm, once unrivaled across the 3,000 provinces. The 3,000 provinces are indeed amusing. Any random leader or prodigy is hailed as invincible. But who truly embodies invincibility? Those genuinely unmatched never boast such titles." The sorceress refrained from further comment, although she yearned to point out that those who claim invincibility have never truly faced each other. Even in a clash, it is merely a sparring match. Unlike you who, at the slightest disagreement, summons the Supreme to annihilate entire clans, before the Elder of the Celestial Race could fully manifest his astonishing display. The Supreme True Phoenix merely raised her hand. "You are indeed a Supreme." The Elder's heart was filled with trepidation upon witnessing her strike. When did a foreign Supreme emerge in the 3,000 provinces? The Elder struggled to comprehend the situation, having only recently entered seclusion. Alas, he would never find the answers he sought. As the Supreme True Phoenix unleashed her unparalleled power, the Elder's attempts at resistance proved futile. The chasm between the First Escape Realm and the Supreme Realm was insurmountable. Thus, both the Elder and the entire City of Heaven were reduced to ashes, vanishing into the ether. From this moment forth, the celestial race would become a mere footnote in history, their once mighty stature now obliterated in dust. Who dares to slay the scion of my Battle Emperor clan? At that moment, from the distant horizon, a formidable aura surged across the void. Chapter 99. The Slaughter of the Battle Emperor. Ye Vingyan Emergis. I am a Battle Emperor. Who dares to slay the scion of my Battle Emperor clan? A voice resonated from afar, shaking the heavens and causing the very land to tremble as if on the brink of collapse. The arrival was none other than the ancestor of the Battle Clan, a being whose power had reached the First Escape Realm. That old Celestial dared to slay the scion of my Battle Emperor clan. Elder Celestial, if you do not provide me with an explanation today, I shall exhaust all my strength to annihilate your celestial race. In an instant, the Battle Emperor crossed a province, arriving above the City of Heaven. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he was left utterly astounded. The City of Heaven, one of the 10 ancient cities in the 3,000 provinces, lay in ruins, and all members of the celestial race had perished. This sight left the Battle Emperor in utter disbelief. The Battle Clan and the celestial race had battled for countless years. He was well aware of the Elder's prowess, on par with his own, both residing in the First Escape Realm. Now, with the city destroyed and the celestial kin slain, it was evident that the Elder had also fallen. The Battle Emperor quickly considered a possibility. The celestial race must have provoked a Supreme. Otherwise, how could they have faced such annihilation? Just then, a voice echoed in his ear. "Did I hear you say you wish to avenge your clan scion?" Who? The Battle Emperor, having focused entirely on the City of Heaven, had overlooked the surroundings. Lin Shu and his companions, either immensely powerful or esteemed figures, were beyond his perception. He assumed they were merely onlookers from the celestial province, thus dismissing them. Now, turning to Lin Shu, the Battle Emperor's heart raced with astonishment. How is this possible? Apart from a few figures of esteemed rank, I had failed to detect the presence of the rest, yet they now stood before me, completely undetectable. The Battle Emperor's mind raced with conjectures. Perhaps it was this very group that had obliterated the celestial race. His own scion, who had been among the celestial kin, must have suffered an undeserved fate. He spoke. "Esteemed elders, you have annihilated the celestial race, and I cannot contest your actions. However, my descendant is not of the celestial kin. Why must he also perish? If you continue in this reckless manner, the 3,000 provinces shall not harbor you. Yet, if you offer some form of compensation, we can let this matter rest." The Battle Emperor understood that the deed was done. Seeking vengeance was futile, unless he could overpower a Supreme, which was clearly impossible. The death of his Battle Emperor scion was a significant loss. After all, nurturing Zhang Tiange had consumed considerable precious resources, and the Battle Clan had high hopes for him to rise and fortify their lineage. Had it been anyone else, the Battle Emperor would have acted decisively without hesitation, but against such overwhelming power, he felt compelled to seek a conciliatory resolution, hoping to invoke the Supreme's caution and perhaps secure some form of recompense. If he could obtain compensation, he could save face. Otherwise, making a grand entrance only to retreat empty-handed would surely render him a laughingstock among the 3,000 provinces. However, the Battle Emperor's calculations were disregarded by Lin Shu and the others, who had already stepped into the realm of immortality and thus paid him no heed. Lin Shu, however, addressed the Battle Emperor directly. You refer to Zhang Tinga, do you not? He is indeed not of the celestial kin, but he dared to set his sights on my companion. He deserves his fate. Who are you? What gives you the right to speak here? The Battle Emperor furrowed his brow. Even if what you say is true, it is merely a matter concerning a woman. How could it compare to the scion of my Battle Emperor clan? The Battle Emperor turned once more to Lin Shu. Esteemed elder, while you may surpass me, is it not a bit dismissive to allow your juniors to act recklessly, as if the 3,000 provinces hold no significance? The Supreme is not invincible in our realm. Lin Shu, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, the five-colored sparrow, regarded the Battle Emperor's incessant questioning and turned to Lin Shu. Shall this man be slain? Upon hearing this, Lin Shu understood that the wrath of the Immortal Kings had been ignited. Yet, the ire of the Immortal Kings need not manifest overtly. However, the Battle Emperor, a mere first escape realm figure, had brazenly questioned them without grasping the situation, which undoubtedly displeased them. Lin Shu smiled. Indeed, he can be slain. After all, a strong individual must not be insulted. His repeated inquiries merit his demise. The Battle Emperor had, in theory, not provoked much animosity from Lin Shu. The matter concerning Zhang Tinga was personal, and such grievances should not be attributed to the entire Battle Clan. Lin Shu had never intended to trouble the Battle Clan. Yet this Battle Emperor's relentless provocation was intolerable. When did an Immortal King become subject to the inquiries of a first escape realm figure? Lin Shu, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, the five-colored sparrow, received Lin Shu's affirmation and did not allow the Battle Emperor to escape unscathed. Certainly, they could act without consulting Lin Shu and directly annihilate the War Emperor. However, considering that this group is led by Lin Shu, and although his strength may not be the highest, they all owe him a debt of gratitude. Since they are now following Lin Shu, it is only natural to seek his opinion before taking action. After all, Lin Shu possesses a broad perspective. Should there be any intricate schemes at play, acting without his counsel might inadvertently thwart those plans. Although the realm of a mere escape artist may seem insignificant, it is prudent to inquire. One should not allow a trivial matter to create rifts, as that would be counterproductive. Now that Lin Shu has spoken, they turn to the Supreme True Phoenix. You shall handle this matter. Clearly, the escape artist is not worth their direct involvement. Yes, Venerable One. The Supreme True Phoenix dared not voice any objections. Although these individuals are not Lin Shu's masters, they are on amicable terms with him and possess unfathomable strength, which even he cannot fully perceive. With such esteemed predecessors siding with Lin Shu, what could he possibly say? He simply set to work. The Supreme True Phoenix then addressed the War Emperor. Why can you not discern the situation from your position as an escape artist? The Supreme True Phoenix found the War Emperor rather foolish, overestimating himself and the 3,000 states. To rely on the 3,000 states against a predecessor who could easily surpass him is tantamount to courting death. That is a celestial being. The might of a celestial should not be disrespected. Are you a supreme realm being? The War Emperor was taken aback, and suddenly a terrifying conjecture formed in his mind. If even this supreme calls him a predecessor, then he must be a celestial. The War Emperor bitterly smiled. It seems I am indeed laughable. However, to witness this scene in my lifetime is sufficient. Facing the Supreme True Phoenix's actions, the War Emperor did not even resist. He understood that by calmly accepting his fate, he might preserve the War Emperor clan. Further resistance would only provoke the wrath of the Celestial, leading the War clan to follow in the footsteps of the Heavenly Human clan. The War Emperor fell. Excellent. The rumors of Lin Tindi's decisiveness in battle are indeed true. With the War Emperor's demise, a woman's voice resonated. At the moment the voice sounded, a woman with exceptionally lively eyes appeared before Lin Shu. The instant she manifested, Lin Shu immediately recognized her identity. Yi Vingshan. Lin Shu did not expect her to truly appear. Chapter 100. Lin Tindi, Huolinger, and Xiaoyu. The appearance of Yi Qingshan caused the likes of Lin Shu, the master of the Forbidden Zone, and the five-colored sparrow to lower their gazes in caution. They were aware that they were celestial kings. In any realm, including the vast celestial domain above the 9 heavens, they were invincible. Yet now, in the 3,000 states, a woman had emerged whom even they could not fathom, her origins a mystery. This scene inevitably reminded them of the mysterious woman they encountered in the lower realm. Clad in a bronze mask, Could it be that this individual is also that ruthless empress? In the sacred emperor palace of the lower realm, they had met a woman with a bronze mask, her face concealed. Perhaps this is her true appearance, now unmasked. As they pondered in vigilance, Lin Shu spoke. Yi Qingshan, Lin Tiandi is indeed extraordinary. I did not anticipate you would recognize me so swiftly. It seems my arrival was timely. Yi Qingshan, however, was not surprised by Lin Shu calling her name directly. Yet at this moment, Lin Shu harbored different thoughts. According to the original narrative, Yi Qingshan would appear because Shi Hao faced a life-and-death crisis at this juncture, and her arrival was largely to aid him. Of course, another part of her purpose might be to seek assistance in the future. So, why has Yi Qingshan appeared now? Lin Shu could not help but speculate. Could it be that this world, with my arrival, still requires future aid? Initially, Lin Shu lacked confidence in comparing himself to the Emperor of Desolation. But as he continued to grow, he now felt that he could influence the future and possibly alter certain situations, ensuring that the future Yi Tiandi need not send Yi Qingshan for help. Or is it that my arrival has changed nothing? Lin Shu was perplexed. Since clarity eluded him, it would be best to inquire directly. Lin Shu asked, Yi Qingshan, what brings you here? Yi Qingshan smiled playfully. I have heard that Lin Tiandi, even when weak, can comprehend the past and future. Why not take a guess yourself? Lin Tiandi? It was then that Lin Shu noted Yi Qingshan's title, the Emperor of Desolation, the Emperor of Yi, the Emperor of Chu. For a peerless woman like Yi Qingshan to refer to him as Lin Tiandi indicates that his future achievements will undoubtedly rival those of these three emperors. This thought brought Lin Shu a sense of reassurance. Since he is already called Lin Tiandi, it stands to reason that future calamities should not be insurmountable. Thus, it is likely that her visit is not for assistance. But if not for assistance, then what could it be? Lin Shu could only make a wild guess. Surely you do not wish to simply observe this era, do you? That is one reason. As for the second, I cannot disclose it at this time. Yi Qingshan continued. Lin Tiandi, I am quite curious as to how you can comprehend the ancient and modern. Do enlighten me. Lin Shu shook his head. This, too, I cannot reveal at present. Haha, I was merely inquiring casually. Now that I have arrived, I shall remain by your side. You would not refuse, would you, Lin Tiandi? Lin Shu waved his hand. I would not, but please refrain from calling me Lin Tiandi. I am far from deserving of such a title. That is fine. I shall simply call you Lin Shu then. If I address you thus, you can hardly claim I am disrespectful. Of course not. Just then, Shi Hao spoke up. Big sister, your words are sometimes as perplexing as those of big brother. Yi Qingshan then turned to Shi Hao. Oh, is this not the Emperor of Desolation who loves beast milk? Lin Shu nearly burst out laughing. This is undoubtedly a blemish on the future Emperor of Desolation's reputation. Given Yi Qingshan's demeanor, it seems she has made similar remarks about Shi Hao in the future. Shi Hao, feeling quite embarrassed at this moment, retorted, No, stop talking nonsense. Just because you are beautiful does not give you the right to say anything. Ha! I did not expect you to be so amusing in your youth. A mischievous smile flashed in Yi Qingshan's eyes. No way. I must document this. With that, Yi Qingshan indeed took out a memory crystal and recorded Shi Hao's embarrassed expression. Although Shi Hao was unaware of her intent, he sensed it was not a good thing and attempted to snatch it away. Clearly, the current Shi Hao was no match for Yi Qingshan, and after a few exchanges, he was subdued. Meanwhile, Lu Shun could not help but ask, Lin Shu, what relation does Yi Qingshan have with that ruthless empress? Lin Shu replied, They are from the same era, though one could argue they are not. In any case, they are both beings from the future. Upon hearing this, Lu Shun, the master of the Forbidden Zone, and the five-colored sparrow were all taken aback. Beings from the future have arrived in the present. What sort of power is required to achieve such a feat? No wonder both the ruthless empress and Yi Qingshan are so difficult to comprehend, particularly the ruthless empress, whose mere shadow on the black paper boat could confine everyone for 8 long years. Yi Qingshan, too, has appeared in such a mysterious manner, entirely inscrutable. As Shi Hao got to his feet, he shot Yi Qingshan a glare, seemingly displeased by her bullying him, then turned to Lin Shu. Big brother, I have news about Huolinger and Xia Youyu. Oh, where are they? As Huolinger and Xia Youyu emerged from the Holy Emperor's palace, Lin Shu learned that they had awakened formidable physiques, endowed with exceptional talents, rendering them invincible in the lower realms. Naturally, upon hearing news of them, his heart brimmed with joy. Then let us proceed to the Celestial Academy, he declared, resolute in his decision to head there upon discovering their presence. Subsequently, Lin Shu cast his gaze upon the celestial beings accompanying Yunshi. These celestials hailed from the lower realms. One was Yunshi's grandfather, and others were distinguished members of her clan whom she had nurtured in the mortal world. You shall temporarily reside in my time and space hall, he instructed. Yes, young master, they replied, knowing better than to voice any objections. At this moment, Lin Shu contemplated the notion of establishing a faction. As the number of companions around him increased, it would be impractical to escort them all whenever he ventured out. A faction would allow them to cultivate at home, alleviating the need for their collective outings. However, there was no rush. First, they would visit the Celestial Academy. Without further deliberation, their entourage, which included Lin Shu, the goddess Lu, the lord of the Forbidden Zone, the five-colored sparrow, Yunshi, Lin Xiantong, the witch, Qingyi, Lin Qing, the supreme phoenix, and Yi Qingshan, set forth towards Celestial Prefecture. The Celestial Prefecture was but a few states away from Tian Prefecture. Their journey unfolded leisurely, akin to a scenic excursion, and after 3 days, they finally arrived at Celestial Prefecture. Chapter 101. The Forces from the Nine Heavens. A Marriage Proposal. Celestial Prefecture. Celestial Academy. As one of the premier forces within Celestial Prefecture, the Celestial Academy attracted prodigies from all directions, with talents from neighboring states enrolling to study there. Consequently, the Academy boasted a plethora of gifted individuals, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to stand out. However, within a mere 2 to 3 years, 2 extraordinary women had ascended to the pinnacle of the Academy, earning the title of the Celestial Twin Fairies. One of them, Huolinger, was rumored to possess the divine phoenix sacred body. This sacred physique, as legend has it, could effortlessly lead one to the pinnacle of humanity and the realm of supremacy, provided one adhered to a proper cultivation regimen. Furthermore, it was said that Huolinger harbored an even more terrifying bloodline within her, one that even the most seasoned experts of the Celestial Academy dared not probe. Fearing the entanglements of great karma, possessing boundless might, Huolinger had already defeated multiple true gods while at the peak of the venerable realm. Were it not for the impending opening of the ancient immortal ruins to seize the ancient opportunities, she would likely have already transcended to the true god realm. Thus, the Academy publicly proclaimed that should Huolinger enter the ancient immortal ruins, she would have the chance to claim the top spot, heralded as the divine phoenix fairy. The other was Xia Yu, who, like Huolinger, possessed a sacred body, specifically the stellar sacred body, which enabled her to absorb the power of countless stars for cultivation. The stars, suspended in the vast heavens, could only be touched by those of the divine realm, as the power of the stars was perilous to lower cultivators. Xia Yu, wielding the might of the stellar sacred body, gathered the strength of innumerable stars, rendering her physical prowess formidable and granting her an awe-inspiring celestial manifestation. It was said that when her stellar manifestation erupted, endless stars would illuminate the skies, a spectacle known as stars shining across the heavens. Xia Yu had also reached the pinnacle of the venerable realm, and in terms of true power, she stood shoulder to shoulder with Huolinger, having both triumphed over the divine fire realm. She was known as the Stellar Fairy. The fame of the Celestial Twin Fairies had echoed through the surrounding states, and rumors hinted that the Celestial Academy might one day ascend to become one of the most formidable forces among the 3,000 states, potentially rivaling the Immortal Palace due to their dual prowess. However, today the Celestial Academy faced an unexpected intrusion. Who dares to trespass upon the grounds of the Celestial Academy? An elder emerged from the depths of the Academy. The Celestial Academy? How audacious! A mere barbaric institution presuming to adopt the name of Celestial. The intruders, undeterred by the elder's presence, engaged in brazen discussions. This is merely a barbaric land. They likely have never even heard of the concept of immortals, unaware that immortal is a taboo. Indeed, had they known of the might of immortals, they would never dare to claim the name of Celestial. Enough. Our visit is not intended to antagonize the Celestial Academy. As the group of young individuals continued their irreverent discourse about the Celestial Academy, the elder's expression darkened. Though the Celestial Academy was not among the top-tier forces within the 3,000 states, it was not a place where one could speak so flippantly. You seek your doom. With that, the elder of the Celestial Academy prepared to strike, intending to eliminate the young intruders on the spot. Let the younger generation handle their own affairs. Is it not excessive for someone at the slaughter realm to intervene? A middle-aged man from the group stepped forward, casually waving his hand and dissipating the overwhelming killing intent emanating from the elder. A being of the escape realm. The elder's heart tightened as he discreetly relayed the information to the Academy's powerful members. Soon, the president, vice president, and several elders of the Celestial Academy appeared in quick succession. May I inquire as to your origins and the purpose of your visit to the Celestial Academy? The president of the Celestial Academy asked cautiously. The ability to summon beings of the escape realm was undoubtedly indicative of an extraordinary force, suggesting the presence of a supreme being behind them. Such a power was beyond the current capacity of the Celestial Academy to provoke. While the Academy was formidable, it could not contend with a supreme being. From the nine heavens, the ancient Phoenix Kingdom. As the middle-aged man finished speaking, another aged voice echoed from the nine heavens. The Stellar Pavilion. What? The president of the Celestial Academy was taken aback. Being the president, he was well aware that beyond the 3,000 states lay a far more expansive world, collectively known as the nine heavens and 10 earths. However, the nine heavens typically had no connection with the 3,000 states, leading to the overwhelming majority of forces and beings within the 3,000 states remaining oblivious to their existence. Generally, without substantial backing, one could only venture beyond the 3,000 states into the nine heavens by traversing a perilous region where survival was uncertain. Only some powerful forces maintained connections with the nine heavens, enabling their passage. The fact that these individuals could traverse from the nine heavens to the 3,000 states indicated their considerable strength. The president of the Celestial Academy now felt compelled to tread carefully. May I ask what brings you two esteemed gentlemen to my Celestial Academy? One is for a friendly exchange, the other for a marriage proposal. Friendly exchange? Marriage proposal? Upon hearing this, the tension within the Celestial Academy eased. Fortunately, they were not there to cause trouble. A friendly exchange posed no significant issues. And as for the marriage proposal, if the Celestial Academy could forge a union with a powerful force from the nine heavens, it would be a significant boon. Whether from the ancient Phoenix Kingdom or the Stellar Pavilion, though unfamiliar names, their arrival from the nine heavens, along with the presence of two beings of the escape realm, clearly indicated a supreme being's backing. Aligning with such a force would allow the Celestial Academy to assert itself dominantly across the 3,000 states, even compelling the Immortal Palace to tread lightly. Very well, very well. May I inquire how you wish to conduct this friendly exchange? The Celestial Academy is always at your service. The president reassured them, deeming the matter inconsequential, allowing the younger generation to handle it. The middle-aged man from the ancient Phoenix Kingdom waved his hand dismissively, seemingly uninterested in the idea of a friendly exchange, continuing. Our ancient Phoenix Kingdom has discerned the presence of a divine Phoenix sacred body here. Our primary purpose is to seek out the divine Phoenix sacred body. Might I request the emergence of that revered vermilion bird sacred body? If it is indeed genuine, I could escort her back to the ancient land of the vermilion bird, where she would wed the crown prince of our realm. Henceforth, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom and the Celestial Academy would be united in a matrimonial alliance, which would undeniably be advantageous for your esteemed institution. The middle-aged man from the Vermilion Bird Kingdom concluded, prompting the elder from the Starry Pavilion to speak. Our esteemed pavilion master has also surmised that a starry sacred body has manifested in this location. Thus my sentiments align with those of my companion from the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the president of the Celestial Academy fell into contemplative silence. Were this a year ago, 2 years ago, or even a month prior, he would have readily acquiesced to such a proposal. However, in the present moment, he found himself beset by uncertainty. Just yesterday, news regarding the events in Thunder State and Celestial State had reached the Celestial Academy. This intelligence, while typically unremarkable amidst the daily strife among the 3,000 states, had escalated due to the involvement of a supreme being. Notably, both Huoling, and Xiaoyu have been clamoring to venture forth upon hearing the news. Clearly, their interests were intertwined with that of Lin Shu. Given this connection, he dared not make a hasty decision. Should Lin Shu discover that he had acted unilaterally, it could very well incite chaos within the Celestial Academy. Lin Shu's notorious ruthlessness was known throughout the 3,000 states. Relying on the backing of Supreme Being, he exhibited a flagrant disregard for law and order. In Thunder State, he had ruthlessly eradicated 6 influential factions and numerous prodigies, even dispatching the Celestial Palace's own elite without hesitation. Subsequently, in Celestial State, he annihilated the Celestial race, vanquished the Elder Celestials, and defeated the War Emperor. His actions were never subject to negotiation. He acted with impunity. The Celestial Academy could not withstand the wrath of the Supreme Being supporting Lin Shu. What? Is there a problem? The president of the Celestial Academy, who had initially expressed delight at the prospect of an alliance, now appeared quite flustered. The two powerful figures from the Vermilion Bird Kingdom and the Starry Pavilion exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in concern. Chapter 102. The Emperor Yi Qinxian, the Pumo tree in the Forbidden Zone? My esteemed brothers, you may not be aware, but this matter is beyond the President's authority to decide. The President of the Celestial Academy recounted the entire sequence of events to the two formidable beings from the Vermilion Bird Kingdom and the Starry Pavilion. Upon hearing this, both powerful figures recognized the complexity of the situation. This matter involved the Supreme Being, and they understood the necessity of caution. While the Vermilion Bird Kingdom and the Starry Pavilion were not intimidated by Supreme Beings, they were equally reluctant to provoke one, especially given the President's description of this particular Supreme as exceedingly temperamental, prone to acts of violence and annihilation. Even the Celestial Palace, which held considerable prestige in the Nine Heavens, dared not provoke him lightly. They, too, had to weigh their own strength carefully. It was imperative to note that the Celestial Palace possessed Celestials, whereas the Vermilion Bird Kingdom and the Starry Pavilion did not. The audacity with which this entity dispatched Celestial Palace members suggested either a profound fearlessness or sheer madness. Regardless of the explanation, they could not afford to make an enemy of such a being, should they inadvertently provoke him. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom and the Starry Pavilion could find themselves in grave peril. I am aware of this matter, and thus, might I inquire if the President could extend an invitation to that individual for a discussion? I kindly ask that the President facilitate this invitation. After careful deliberation, the powerful figures from the Vermilion Bird Kingdom and the Starry Pavilion resolved to first meet with Lin Shu and the Supreme Being who stood behind him to negotiate. Very well, I shall relay the message forthwith, inviting Lin Shu and the mysterious Supreme to join us. In Celestial State, Lin Shu and his companions were traversing an ancient city. Little Stone, aside from Hualing, and Xia Yoyu, you must have many companions from the upper realm. What might they currently be? Surely, you are not entirely oblivious to their whereabouts? Dear brother, could you refrain from calling me Little Stone? Initially, Lin Shu referred to him as Little Stone, and Shi Hao did not mind, as it had been his name since childhood. However, with the addition of Yi Qinxian, it felt somewhat peculiar. Now that he had grown, being called Little Stone felt increasingly odd. Very well, from this point forward, I shall refrain from calling you Little Stone. Instead, I shall call you Little Hao. It would be far too impersonal to address you directly by your name, given that I have watched you grow since childhood. Little Hao it is. Shi Hao nodded in agreement. Beside them, Yi Qinxian interjected. Why should Little Stone not be called so? I find it quite charming. I am destined to subdue all, and Little Stone does not reflect my imposing nature. You cannot even best me. Let's see if you can dominate at the same level. Why should I have to suppress you at my level? Yi Qinxian clearly rejected Shi Hao's suggestion. Just because she was older and slightly stronger did not render her superior. How dare you call me old? Yi Qinxian retaliated against Shi Hao once more. Lin Shu intervened just in time to prevent their quarrel. Over the past 3 days, since Yi Qinxian's arrival, the two had already clashed no less than 5 times. This had unveiled Yi Qinxian's mischievous disposition and cunning nature to Lin Shu. Fortunately, Yi Qinxian had yet to direct her malice toward him. Otherwise, he would have found it challenging to resolve the situation. After all, his cultivation was not superior to Yi Qinxian's. Lin Shu had inquired with Lu Shan, who had indicated that although she often concealed her cultivation with special artifacts, she had inadvertently revealed some of her aura during her battles with Shi Hao. Lu Shan discerned that she was at the supreme level, yet seemingly stronger than the average supreme. Lin Shu speculated that she must be at the emperor level. According to the original narrative, Yi Qinxian had not possessed such strength upon her arrival. Perhaps her capabilities had blossomed due to his presence, allowing her to manifest such remarkable prowess. An emperor level, Lin Shu thought, even with utmost confidence in his own abilities. He could not possibly contend against an emperor while he was merely at the perfected level of the honored realm. It was unthinkable to enlist Lu Shan to confront Yi Qinxian. Thankfully, Yi Qinxian had not turned her cunning against him. Lin Shu intervened to prevent the impending scuffle. With the brawl halted, Shi Hao finally spoke. Dear brother, I am unsure about this matter. After all, it was the Celestials who attacked us, and our strongest ally was merely San Pu. He seemed to have employed forbidden techniques, which allowed us to escape. In our flight, we had no time to ascertain their whereabouts. As for Hualing, and Xia Yoyu, I only learned of their presence at the Celestial Academy through casual conversations after I had been pursued in the upper realm. Shi Hao continued, then inquired, Dear brother, I believe we could consult Lu Shan, as she should be able to locate them effortlessly, correct? Upon hearing this, Lin Shu experienced a flash of inspiration. After arriving in the upper realm, due to the myriad secrets present across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, Lin Shu had refrained from allowing Lu Shan to take action. fearing that her involvement might provoke the Forbidden Zones or even the burial grounds. Such occurrences could lead to unforeseen troubles, not from fear, but from the apprehension of a celestial conflict inciting an assault from other realms or even igniting chaos. Therefore, upon arriving in the upper realm, Lin Shu had chosen to selectively disregard Lu Shun. Now, recalling Shi Hao's suggestion, he realized that while Lu Shun need not intervene directly, she could still seek out individuals without stirring the attention of the Forbidden Zones or the enigmatic forces of the burial grounds. Subsequently, Lin Shu turned his gaze toward Lu Shun. Lu Shun, I implore you to assist in locating them. Certainly, Lu Shun nodded in agreement, though she soon added, it appears there is no immediate rush to retrieve them. They are likely entangled in other opportunities. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu quickly inquired, might I ask where they're located? In a forbidden zone. It seems that Sanpu employed forbidden techniques to unveil the bloodline power of the Pumo tree, which drew the attention of the Forbidden Zone, leading to their abduction. For surely the Forbidden Zone possesses knowledge of the Pumo King. Lin Shu nodded thoughtfully. In that case, there's no need to concern ourselves with him. In the Forbidden Zone, his cultivation speed should not be slow. However, what of the Willow God? The Forbidden Zone 1T impose any harm upon him? Will it? Not at all. I have previously employed the Great Radiance Tree to purify its dark powers, and there lingers a trace of my aura upon Sanpu. That particular Forbidden Zone would not dare to act against him. At most, they would study the mystery behind the disappearance of his dark power. That's a relief. Since Sanpu is unharmed, what are the others? They're safe as well, all within the Forbidden Zone. Lin Shu was taken aback. He had presumed that only Sanpu was in the Forbidden Zone, given his uniqueness. Yet, the likes of the Honghu Sage, Ghost Elder, Zhu Yin, and Zhu Ke, in the eyes of the Forbidden Zone, should not be of significant concern. However, being within the Forbidden Zone would undoubtedly present them with advantages. The cultivation resources and opportunities there would surely surpass those found in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At that moment, a murmur arose within the ancient city. Have you heard? The president of the Celestial Academy has extended an invitation to Lin Shu and that mysterious supreme to visit. Is that true? Currently, numerous factions across the 3,000 states harbor extreme animosity towards Lin Shu. Does the Celestial Academy not fear inciting trouble? Who knows? However, rumors suggest that a formidable power is behind this. What formidable power? It appears to be an influential force from beyond the 3,000 states, said to be led by a supreme being. They have come for the 2 fairies, Huoling'er and Xia Yoyu. Upon hearing this discussion, Lin Shu immediately declared, let's proceed directly to the Celestial Academy. If it were merely the Celestial Academy, given my current reputation, they would hardly dare to act against me. After all, the wrath of a supreme is not something they can withstand. However, involving a major force from the 9 heavens complicates matters. One supreme alone cannot intimidate the top powers of the 9 heavens. Huoling'er and Xia Yoyu are, after all, my protégés, and I cannot allow the forces of the 9 heavens to take them away. Chapter 103, Blood of Sin? That is the honor of the 7 kings of the borderlands. At the Celestial Academy, the youth from the Zhu Ke Ancient Kingdom and the Star Pavilion were seething with anger. How dare Lin Shu keep us waiting? A mere barbarian from the wilderness. How can he treat us with such disdain? He should have come to pay his respects the moment the invitation was issued. Hush! Do not speak recklessly. The 3,000 states are not to be underestimated. It is rumored that they conceal many peak experts. What are those peak experts? They remain hidden away, contributing nothing to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Having them is worse than not having them. As these words were spoken, the leaders from the Zhu Ke Ancient Kingdom and the Star Pavilion, both powerful in the Escape One realm, immediately reprimanded. Do not speak so lightly. Should you continue, you will face punishment upon your return. In the hearts of the 9 heavens people, the 10 earths, particularly the 3,000 states, were of little consequence. After all, traversing the uninhabited regions led directly to the Imperial Pass. Yet for many years since the ancient era, the 3,000 states had scarcely sent anyone to guard the Imperial Pass. In contrast, the experts of the 9 heavens had perished in waves. The people of the 3,000 states, ensconced in their comfortable nests, were naturally looked down upon. However, while disdainful, such sentiments should not be openly expressed. Due to the absence of participation in the battles at the Imperial Pass since the ancient era, the peak experts of the 3,000 states had been preserved in greater numbers. Even among the 9 heavens, they might surpass the 3,000 states. Now, to speak so openly against the 3,000 states while within their territory could attract the ire of a supreme from the 3,000 states, leading to trouble. Thus, the The two escape one realm experts, despite their disdain for the actions of the 3,000 states over the years, dared not speak further. At that moment, a voice rang out. I must say, I wholeheartedly agree with that statement. These so-called peak experts from the 3,000 states are indeed lacking. The speaker, of course, was Lin Shu. After receiving news in an ancient city of Tianzhou, he had made his way directly to the Celestial Academy, and upon the invitation from the Academy's president, encountered no hindrance in entering. Naturally, even if there were disciples and elders of the Academy attempting to obstruct him, it would have been impossible to do so. Lin Shu moved through the ancient halls, mountains, and rivers with ease, soon arriving at the Grand Hall of the Celestial Academy. As he neared the hall, he overheard some voices, prompting him to respond. The 3,000 states, in terms of heritage, are not weak at all. Supreme beings from the 9 heavens and 10 earths can almost be deemed the best. As one of the 10 earths, the 3,000 states boast several supremes, while other regions in the 9 heavens and 10 earths are fortunate to have even 1 or 2. However, the supremes from the 3,000 states have never engaged at the Imperial Pass, nor have they battled against foreign realms. Clearly, the Imperial Pass lies just beyond the uninhabited regions, and should the Imperial Pass fall, the first to be impacted would be the 3,000 states. Yet, the Supremes remain ensconced in their comfort. Even the remnants of the immortal kings from the 3,000 states have once attacked beings injured from battles against foreign realms. The female Kuanpeng was one such victim of their ambush. Lin Shu similarly held contempt for these individuals. As his words faded, he stepped into the Grand Hall. Who are you? Could it be that you are Lin Shu? You dare to speak ill of the 3,000 states. Are you not one of them, but rather a denizen of the 9 heavens? The youth from the Zhu ancient kingdom and the Star Pavilion seemed to have found a kindred spirit. Regardless of who disparaged the 3,000 states, they felt compelled to defend their honor. I am indeed not a native of the 3,000 states, nor am I from the 9 heavens. Lin Shu shook his head. If we must classify, I am but a being from the lower realms of the 3,000 states. At this pronouncement, the strong individuals present at the Celestial Academy, including the president, were taken aback. You hail from that lower realm, the prison of sin? How can that be? That is the land of exiled blood. Lin Shu's gaze sharpened as he looked upon the strong individuals of the Celestial Academy. Since this is the first time I have heard the term blood of sin from your mouths, I shall spare you the death penalty. However, you must apologize for your words. You have 3 breaths to bow thrice towards the direction of the uninhabited region. Then I shall no longer pursue your transgressions. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to slay the 6 major factions, to annihilate the Immortal Palace, and to obliterate the Celestial Academy. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the hall. By what right? The blood of sin in the 3,000 states is common knowledge. How can it be mentioned without consequence? Lin Shu turned to see 3 women entering the Grand Hall. While he did not immediately recognize the leader, he instantly recognized the other 2, Huoling'er and Xiaoyu. Upon seeing Lin Shu, the 2 women beamed with smiles and rushed towards him. Young master, it truly is you. We pay our respects. They arrived at Lin Shu's side and bowed deeply. Lin Shu waved his hand, signaling them to rise, and, visibly pleased, remarked, very well, very well. Your accomplishments today are truly commendable. It seems my investments in you during your time in the lower realms have not gone to waste. It appears both your sacred bodies have awakened. As he spoke, Lin Shu suddenly sensed something, his gaze lingering on Huoling'er. He felt an extraordinary bloodline power emanating from her, one that was exceedingly ancient. Lin Shu harbored some speculations in his heart, yet could not confirm them, and thus turned to Willow God. Willow God, do you sense any Celestial King bloodline within Huoling'er? Indeed, there's a Celestial King bloodline, though it remains rather thin for now, just as I suspected. Upon hearing Willow God's telepathic response, Lin Shu's conjecture was validated. In ancient times, there were the 7 kings of the borderlands who guarded the frontiers, each a formidable being, their powers unparalleled, all reaching the realm of celestial kings. Among them was the Fire King. It is evident that Huoling'er now possesses a rare lineage of the Celestial King, which is intrinsically linked to the Fire King. This must have been the result of utilizing the Destiny Stone and the Vermilion Bird Stone to awaken her physique, leading to a return to her ancestral roots. Lin Shu shifted his gaze from Huoling'er to the woman who had just entered the Grand Hall. Speaking up, why don't you kneel and pay your respects to the Ancient Ones at the Celestial Academy with 3 bows? Upon hearing this, Huoling'er and Xiaoyu immediately interjected. Young master, she's Feng Wu, our sister. After we entered the Celestial Academy, senior sister Feng Wu took great care of us. That is a separate matter. Lin Shu waved his hand, silencing Huoling'er and Xiaoyu. Feng Wu spoke again. Since Wollinger and Xiaoyu hold you in such high regard, it seems you truly possess some skill. However, if you demand my kneeling, you must provide justification. Justification? Lin Shu calmly replied, because the so-called blood of Sin you speak of is the lineage of the 7 kings of the borderlands. The 7 kings of the borderlands once safeguarded the entire world. Otherwise, you would not be worthy to stand here and accuse the blood of Sin. As Lin Shu's words echoed in the hall, a profound silence enveloped the space. After a long pause, a member of the younger generation from the realms of the 9 heavens, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, and the Star Pavilion quietly inquired of their elders. Were the 7 kings of the borderlands? Did they truly protect the entire world? Is this for real? The experts from the Vermilion Bird Kingdom and the Star Pavilion shook their heads. We do not know. Perhaps only ancient texts from the primordial era could provide such records, as that epoch is far too distant from our current time. How does he know? They looked at Lin Shu in unison. Given Lin Shu's age, which they perceived to be similar to their own, how could he be privy to matters of the ancient era? The 2 experts were puzzled, unclear, but we need not involve ourselves in this matter. It is between Lin Shu and the Celestial Academy. Lin Shu paid no heed to the murmurs from the Vermilion Bird Kingdom and Star Pavilion, instead focusing on Feng Wu and the assembled powerful figures from the Celestial Academy. 3 breaths have passed. If you are unwilling to apologize, I can escort you on your way. As Lin Shu's words fell, Feng Wu suddenly knelt towards the direction of the desolate area. Huolinger, Xiaoyu, I hold you in high regard, and I trust your words. After speaking, Feng Wu bowed 3 times, her sincerity palpable, causing the very floor of the Grand Hall to tremble under her actions. Lin Shu observed this with considerable satisfaction. Such sincerity was commendable. Simultaneously, he reflected on the remarkable strength of this woman's physical form. The floor of this ancient hall was exceedingly hard, yet Feng Wu was able to make it quiver with her bows. In terms of physical prowess, she was already comparable to a pure-blooded ferocious beast. Her physicality, perhaps only slightly inferior to that of Shi Hao. No wonder, in the original narrative, Shi Hao referred to her as a great ferocity during their first encounter. Regrettably, aside from her physicality, her other attributes were somewhat lacking, being merely slightly superior to the initial generation of prodigies from the 3,000 states. Lin Shu redirected his attention from Feng Wu to the ancient figures of the Celestial Academy. He then beckoned. The Supreme True Phoenix promptly stepped forward from behind Lin Shu. Master, what shall I do? The Supreme True Phoenix had become increasingly adept in its duties. With a mere glance or gesture from Lin Shu, it knew to act. Eliminate them. The Supreme True Phoenix received Lin Shu's command without hesitation, launching itself towards the ancient figures of the Celestial Academy. Upon realizing Lin Shu's intent, several of these ancient figures immediately knelt down, disregarding all else. However, a few remained defiant. Lin Shu, do you truly wish to provoke the wrath of the entire 3,000 states with such indiscriminate slaughter? Lin Shu, you fabricate tales of the 7 kings of the borderlands to compel us to kneel. Do you take us for fools? The 7 kings of the borderlands. What realm is that? Our understanding of realms does not include titles of kings. You should consider your words more carefully. Lin Shu responded indifferently. Such realms are beyond your current comprehension. These ancient figures were merely of the Severing Realm. The Celestial King, naturally, was not something they could fathom. Subsequently, the Supreme True Phoenix struck, swiftly dispatching several of the ancient figures of the Severing Realm. The president of the Celestial Academy and a few other ancient figures, witnessing the demise of their former companions, wasted no time in kneeling and bowing towards the desolate area. This Lin Shu was truly unrestrained, capable of killing without hesitation. Since you have all knelt, this matter shall not be pursued further. Furthermore, do not display such defiance. Kneeling to the 7 kings of the borderlands is not a disgrace. Each of the 7 kings is an existence that transcends the supreme. From this moment forth, I do not wish to hear the term blood of sin again. The president of the Celestial Academy and the other ancient figures quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, 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 young Master Lin Shu. At this moment, they dared not utter another word. With the matter of the blood of sin concluded, Lin Shu finally turned his gaze towards the group from the Vermilion Bird Kingdom and the Star Pavilion. I have heard that you seek me. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, a middle-aged man of the Severing Realm from the Vermilion Bird Kingdom immediately spoke up. Esteemed young Master Lin Shu, our supreme ancestor from the Vermilion Bird Kingdom since the emergence of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Body. And thus we have come to escort the Vermilion Bird Sacred Body back to our kingdom. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom? Lin Shu pondered for a moment. Having never heard of it, it seemed to be a power of little significance in the original narrative, barely worthy of mention. The Supreme of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom was likely an ordinary Supreme. If their foundation were decent, Lin Shu would not mind allowing Huolinger to go, as the abundant resources of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom would aid her growth. However, this Vermilion Bird Kingdom appeared to be quite unremarkable, capable only of intimidating the Celestial Academy, which lacked a Supreme to oversee matters. Do you believe your Vermilion Bird Kingdom has the capacity to nurture a Vermilion Bird Sacred Body? Young Master Lin Shu, we of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom intend to arrange a marriage between the Vermilion Bird Sacred Body and our prince. This might yield a stronger lineage. Our Vermilion Bird Kingdom possesses secret techniques to enhance the probability of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Body giving birth to a powerful bloodline. Ah, I see. Lin Shu finally understood. Their goal was twofold. Bringing back the Vermilion Bird's sacred body for cultivation was merely one aspect. Their true aim was to have the Vermilion Bird's sacred body wed the prince, thereby ensuring the birth of a potent bloodline. This would not only bind the Vermilion Bird's sacred body to the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, but also significantly increase the likelihood of producing descendants with formidable bloodlines through their secret techniques. Huolinger, what do you think? However, this was ultimately Huolinger's decision. Lin Shu turned to her and inquired, "You may decide for yourself. If you agree, you may return with them. If you disagree, I shall ensure they cannot take you." Without hesitation, Huolinger shook her head. "I refuse." "Then you may return." Upon hearing Huolinger's rejection, the Severing Realm experts from the Vermilion Bird Kingdom and the younger generation immediately exclaimed, "You dare to refuse? Do you not know that the resources of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom far surpass those of the 3,000 states? Huolinger, do you not realize that our Vermilion Bird Kingdom has a supreme? Here, you're merely a maid to Lin Shu, yet in the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, you would be the prince's consort, and potentially the future empress, even receiving instruction from our supreme ancestor. Our prince is among the top 20 prodigies in the 9 heavens, and has already cultivated the foundation for 2 strands of celestial energy. If he were to enter some ancient secret realms for further refinement, he might even attain 3 strands of celestial energy. You may not yet comprehend the significance of celestial energy. In the realm of the 3,000 states, it seems improbable to cultivate celestial energy. The competition among the gifted appears futile, rendering them mere insects. Are you truly willing to squander your exceptional talents in such a place? Listening to their words, Huolinger remained unperturbed, her gaze resolute as she declared, "I have already made my decision." Before the individuals from the ancient state of Zhuge could utter another word, Lin Shu interjected, "Since Huolinger has made her choice, should you utter even a single additional word, you shall forfeit your return to the 9 heavens. Furthermore, the so-called crown prince of the ancient state of Zhuge possesses merely the potential to cultivate 2 strands of celestial energy. Accompanying me, 3 strands of celestial energy are merely the beginning." With that, Lin Shu waved his hand, and in the next moment, Yunxi, Qingyi, and Yixiantong stepped forward. Simultaneously, 3 nascent blossoms of the Tao began to manifest around them. In that instant, the hall fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Chapter 105, The Method of the Inner Universe. One person embodies infinite multiverses. The younger generation from the 9 heavens, the ancient state of Zhuge, and the Starry Pavilion, along with 2 formidable experts at the Escape One realm, and several surviving strong figures from the Celestial Academy, cast their astonished gazes upon Yunxi, Qingyi, and Lin Xiantong, their expressions utterly dazed. The 3 blossoms of the Tao blossomed. Despite being mere nascent forms, their impact was comparable to witnessing 3 supreme beings in person. Never before had anyone achieved such a feat without cultivating celestial energy, and throughout history, there had been no records or hearsay of such an accomplishment. One must wonder, what capabilities does the ancient state of Zhuge possess to nurture such talents? Lin Shu spoke with a calm demeanor, drawing the dazed individuals of the ancient state of Zhuge and the Starry Pavilion back to reality. The Escape One expert from the ancient state of Zhuge shook his head. To condense blossoms of the Tao without having cultivated celestial energy, this unparalleled achievement has never been accomplished by any prodigy above the 9 heavens. Lin Shu's methods are unparalleled. I concede. The Escape One expert from the ancient state of Zhuge clasped his hands in respect. In that case, we shall take our leave from the ancient state of Zhuge, and I hope to witness the extraordinary grace of Lin Shu in the 9 heavens one day. With that, the Escape One expert from the ancient state of Zhuge departed from the Celestial Academy's Grand Hall, leading the younger generation without a moment's hesitation. And what of you? Lin Shu did not impede the departure of the ancient state of Zhuge. Should they have attempted to forcibly take Huolinger, it he would not have allowed them to escape unscathed. However, given their apparent understanding of the situation, Lin Shu opted not to act against them indiscriminately. He then turned his gaze towards the starry pavilion. With the ancient state of Zhuke gone, do you still intend to contest? The elderly escape one expert from the starry pavilion spoke up. Lin Shu, you have a predecessor of supreme stature backing you, and your abilities are indeed astounding. We of the starry pavilion cannot compare. However, some matters require a sense of appropriateness. Might I inquire if you possess a method specifically for cultivating the starry sacred body? The starry method, I can assure you, is a treasure unique to my starry pavilion across the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. Upon hearing the words of the elderly expert from the starry pavilion, Lin Shu smiled gently. While I do not possess the starry method, I do have a treatise on the method of the inner universe. I wonder, can the so-called starry method compare to the method of the inner universe in my possession? As he spoke, Lin Shu produced the treatise on the method of the inner universe and handed it to Xia Youyu. Xia Youyu, since you are a starry sacred body, you should attempt to cultivate this method. Xia Youyu, upon hearing Lin Shu's words, appeared somewhat bashful. Young master, this is far too precious. I cannot accept. Take it. Should you wish to accompany me, there is no need for such hesitation. In the wilderness, you are not so reserved, Lin Shu insisted, pressing it into her hands. Of course, if you refuse, then you may leave with the individuals from the starry pavilion. Upon hearing this, Xia Youyu promptly accepted the treatise and expressed her gratitude. There is no need for excessive thanks. Whether you can cultivate this method remains to be seen. Give it a try, and if it proves beyond your capability, I shall send someone to the starry pavilion to retrieve the starry method. The individuals from the starry pavilion were momentarily taken aback. What was this? Did they truly believe the starry pavilion to be their private garden? The starry method is a legacy of the starry pavilion. Is it so easily obtained? Although Lin Shu has a supreme being at his side, we of the starry pavilion also have our own supreme. And among equals, can one simply seize another's legacy? Nevertheless, at that moment, the members of the starry pavilion dared not speak out. Faced with others from the 3,000 states, they were unafraid, even looking down upon them. Yet, before Lin Shu, they felt no such courage. In terms of backing, Lin Shu had a supreme being who listened to his every command and even referred to him as master. It was likely that Lin Shu had the support of a celestial being, making him an entity they could not provoke. In terms of talent and strength, although Lin Shu had not revealed his capabilities, the 3 women who stepped forward beside him had each condensed 3 nascent blossoms of the Tao, capable of overshadowing all prodigies among the 9 heavens. Moreover, through Huoling and Xia Youyu, it was apparent that their starry and Zhuke sacred bodies originated from Lin Shu. With such gifted companions, it was implausible that Lin Shu lacked talent or strength. They could not entertain such disbelief. Before a figure of his caliber, they dared not utter a word of rebuttal. Xia Youyu, upon hearing Lin Shu's words, immediately began to comprehend the method of the inner universe he had bestowed upon her. As she delved into this understanding, she realized that this method involved transforming her inner cave into a universe. Originally, she possessed 8 inner caves, which, upon awakening her starry sacred body, became 8 nascent stars, though still incomplete in form. Now, she merely needed to transform these 8 stars into 8 universes. Xia Youyu attempted to apply the method of the inner universe, aiming to convert one nascent star within her into a nascent universe. This step was exceedingly difficult and would require a considerable amount of time for the transformation. Stars and universes represent not only a quantitative difference, but also a qualitative one. A single universe encompasses an immeasurable multitude of stars. At present, she was certainly unable to cultivate a nascent universe. Merely achieving a semblance would suffice. To genuinely cultivate a nascent universe, one would need to attain divinity or even reach the status of a teacher or supreme being. The transformation of 8 inner caves into 8 universes would be an even more distant prospect. Xia Youyu did not dwell on these thoughts. Immersing herself wholeheartedly in the comprehension of the technique and the transformation of the nascent stars into the semblance of a nascent universe. In the next moment, boundless phenomena began to manifest around Xia Youyu, the distinctive signs of the sacred body. Stars shone across the 9 heavens. A single star appeared behind her, seemingly capable of illuminating the realms of 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, at this moment, the brilliance of the star began to show signs of imminent shattering. Observing this scene, the elderly escape one expert from the starry pavilion could not help but speak up. Lin Shu, do not allow this Miss Xia Youyu to overexert herself. She appears to be on the verge of her sacred body fracturing. Do not worry. I have everything under control. Lin Shu had already communicated telepathically with Lu Shun, the master of the Forbidden Zone and the Five-Colored Sparrow, to remain vigilant. Should any danger arise, they would act immediately. The potential shattering of the star might not necessarily be a negative development. The shattering of stars returns to chaos, while the universe is born from chaos. Though Lin Shu had not practiced the method of the inner universe, his cultivation of the primordial true solution represented the most ancient state of the universe's inception. Thus, he was capable of perceiving certain truths. As Lin Shu had anticipated, the first nascent star within Xia Youyu's transformed inner cave erupted at that moment. Xia Youyu exerted every effort to operate the method of the inner universe, suppressing the energy unleashed by the explosion of the nascent star. Should the energy disperse, there would be no power left to support the opening of the nascent universe's semblance. In that instant, as the first nascent star within Xia Youyu detonated, her sacred body's manifestation underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The stars shimmered across the vast expanse, yet they had transformed in a mere void, leaving behind only a hazy semblance of chaos, reminiscent of the dawn of creation. The members of the Star Pavilion stood transfixed before this spectacle. What level of cultivation technique is this? How astonishing! The manifestation of the stars from the cave of heaven has shattered, yet she remains unscathed. This technique must surely be the legendary Celestial Scripture. Celestial Scripture? Lin Shu scoffed inwardly. What triviality could possibly compare to this? The laws of the inner cosmos, when cultivated to perfection, could transform not just a cave within the body, but even a fragment of flesh, a bone, or a single cell into a universe. The self is but a confluence of infinite universes, far beyond the realm of mere celestial scripture. Chapter 106. Is Lin Shu from a forbidden zone? Chaos Stone. Young Master Lin Shu, it seems your technique is better suited for Miss Xia Youyu. At this moment, the elder of the Star Pavilion, having reached the stage of Escape 1, realized it was time to take his leave. Lingering any longer would be discourteous. After conveying his thoughts, he departed the Grand Hall with the members of the Star Pavilion, leaving behind a token. Young Master Lin Shu, this is the token of the Star Pavilion. Should you ever visit Hao Ian, you may present this token at the Star Pavilion. If Miss Xia Youyu awakens, please inform her that our Star Pavilion once wished to take her as a wife, a rather fanciful notion on our part. Should Miss Xia Youyu cultivate to the realm of the Celestial God in the future, she shall be revered as the Pavilion Master, with all resources made available to her. With that, the elder of Escape 1 vanished with his companions. In the void, the youthful members of the Star Pavilion were perplexed. Elder, why did you bestow the supreme token of the Star Pavilion upon her? That is a token reserved solely for the Supreme. Indeed, Elder, they echoed. We acknowledge that Xia Youyu possesses exceptional talent and is destined to become a formidable force in the 9 heavens and 10 realms. But she is, after all, merely at the level of a respected one. Elder, is this not a tad reckless? The elder of Escape 1 shook his head. Ah, you remain too youthful. My insights far exceed your understanding. After a pause, he continued, do you realize how formidable the power surrounding Lin Shu truly is? A prodigy from a Star Pavilion quickly responded, ISNT, it's just a revered one. Our Star Pavilion has plenty of those. The elder of Escape 1 countered, no. Have you not noticed the 2 figures standing beside Lin Shu? They are visible to the eye, yet when you attempt to probe them with your spirit sense, you find only emptiness. Do you comprehend what that signifies? Coupled with the fact that a revered one referred to Lin Shu as master, I can confidently deduce that those 2 must be immortals. Immortals! The mere utterance of the word sent shockwaves through the hearts of the young prodigies of the Star Pavilion. Immortals within the 9 heavens and 10 realms are undeniably transcendent. Since the chaotic era following the immortal ancient age, no immortal has graced the realms. The chaotic era saw no one ascend to immortality. This alone attests to the overwhelming power and extraordinary nature of immortals. However, the presence of these 2 immortals beside Lin Shu hints at far more than meets the eye. In the 9 heavens and 10 realms during the chaotic era, immortals remained aloof from the mundane world. Yet here, Lin Shu is accompanied by 2 who seem to tread upon the mortal realm, as if to protect him. How terrifying is that? They could scarcely fathom what this truly meant, afraid to ponder further lest they invite disaster upon themselves. Now do you understand why this is so? The elder mused. I suspect Lin Shu hails from an ancient forbidden zone, perhaps even as the most esteemed disciple of a being who once reigned supreme during the immortal ancient age. Forbidden zone? At this conjecture, a tempest of emotions surged within the young prodigies of the Star Pavilion. If this were indeed the case, it would be nothing short of terrifying. The Forbidden Zone is the most enigmatic and powerful realm in existence. Collectively, the 9 heavens and 10 realms cannot rival it. No one knows the true might of the beings within. In the past, a servant from a Forbidden Zone appeared, and even the most powerful trembled before him. Let alone Lin Shu, who might be the chosen disciple of a formidable figure from within the Forbidden Zone. Of course, this was merely speculation. Everything that transpired today must remain sealed within your hearts. It must not be spoken of. Regardless of the truth, Lin Shu is not one we can provoke. Should any of you dare to speak of this, the Star Pavilion shall swiftly become a relic of history. Yes, Elder, we've got to keep this secret. At the Celestial Academy, Xiaoyu was still engrossed in her cultivation. Lin Shu understood that she would not complete her training anytime soon. Therefore, he placed her directly within the time-space hall, where time accelerated 1,000-fold, perhaps allowing her to finish her cultivation sooner. Following this, Lin Shu and his companions wandered leisurely about the Celestial Academy. Suddenly, the enchantress spoke. "Young master, I have heard that the Celestial Academy possesses a celestial ladder. Shall we not give it a try?" Lin Shu shook his head, not interested. "Then may we explore on our own? Feel free." Thus, the enchantress led those around Lin Shu toward the direction of the celestial ladder, leaving only Lin Shu, the goddess of the willow, the master of the Forbidden Zone, the multicolored sparrow, and the supreme, true phoenix behind. Additionally, one more remained. Feng Wu. "Are you not coming?" Lin Shu inquired of Feng Wu. Feng Wu shook her head. "I have ascended the celestial ladder many times, yet I have never reached the summit. Then why accompany me?" However, in the next moment, Feng Wu unexpectedly bowed deeply. "Young master, I wish to follow you." Lin Shu, having been invited by the president of the Celestial Academy, was already the center of attention there, with numerous disciples' eyes constantly upon him. Naturally, they witnessed the scene unfold. What is happening? Sister Feng Wu is showing such deference to Lin Shu? Wait, this is beyond mere respect. Sister Feng Wu declared her intention to follow Lin Shu. Unbelievable. Sister Feng Wu is the goddess of our Celestial Academy, an extraordinary talent. Groomed to be the next president, how could she wish to follow Lin Shu? It must be that Lin Shu coerced her. That despicable Lin Shu, relying on the backing of a revered one, is behaving in such a manner. Truly a cowardly act. However, as soon as these words were spoken, Feng Wu delivered a resounding slap to the disciple. "When did my affairs become your concern? Moreover, if you slander young Master Lin Shu, you must confess immediately, otherwise, no one can save you." Feng Wu had witnessed firsthand how several elders of the Celestial Academy uttered the words crime, blood before being dispatched by Lin Shu's revered one. Wasn't he this disciple courting death? At this moment, Lin Shu's attention was clearly not on the disciple, but rather on Feng Wu. "Speak. Why do you wish to follow me?" "I wish to witness the 7 kings of the borderlands with mine own eyes and personally atone for my sins." Though this reasoning seemed somewhat tenuous, it was still acceptable. "In that case, you shall accompany me from now on." "Yes, young master." A joyous smile finally graced Feng Wu's face. For so long, she had been renowned as an unparalleled genius within the Celestial Academy. However, upon the return of Huoling'er and Xiaoyu, she realized that her so-called talent was inconsequential compared to true prodigies. Before Huoling'er and Xiaoyu, she had no advantage whatsoever, especially today, witnessing the 3 women beside Lin Shu, each a blossoming flower of the great Tao, albeit in their nascent forms, had struck her deeply. Feng Wu understood that relying solely on herself, she might never attain the revered level. Only by following Lin Shu could she glimpse a more resplendent world. Moreover, she yearned to see what kind of brilliance the 7 kings of the borderlands truly possessed. "Since you have chosen to follow me, I bestow upon you this Destiny Stone." As the celestial tribe faced its demise, Lin Shu seized 4 Destiny Stones. Perfectly suited for investment, Feng Wu stood frozen in place. Could it be that by merely following him, she was granted such a fortuitous opportunity? For a moment, she was utterly taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Should she accept them or depart? "Yes, young master, I am grateful for the opportunity you have bestowed upon me." After a brief pause, Feng Wu finally took the Destiny Stones. Ding! The host has invested in Feng Wu's Destiny Stone. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Chaos Stone. Chapter 107. The Chaos Body. Are there still those who dare to snatch people away? Chaos Stone. Originating from the primordial chaos before the world was formed, upon fusion, it has a high probability of awakening the Chaos Body. Upon reading this description, Lin Shu was equally astonished. He had previously invested in 4 Destiny Stones, a Creation Stone for Yun Shi, a Vermilion Bird Stone for Huoling'er, a Stellar Stone for Xiaoyu, and now A Chaos Stone for Feng Wu. Among these investments, the Chaos Stone stands as a pinnacle existence, second only to the Creation Stone. After all, it possesses the potential to awaken the Chaos Body. The Chaos Body, a supreme constitution, was no stranger to Lin Shu, also known as the Fallen Immortal Body. Those endowed with this physique can not only evolve all things but also annihilate them, a trait favored by the heavens. Individuals with the Chaos Body are not restrained by the laws of the celestial path, as long as they do not perish during their cultivation. They are destined to become emperors, even in an era filled with existing sovereigns. However, in this chaotic age, where no emperors exist, that last aspect holds little significance. Nevertheless, the might of the Chaos Body is undoubtedly formidable. In terms of strength, it surpasses both the Vermilion Bird Sacred Body and the Stellar Sacred Body. Lin Shu glanced at Feng Wu, contemplating whether he should invest the Chaos Stone in her. After a moment of reflection, he slowly spoke. Feng Wu, I possess an even greater opportunity for you, one that is rather astonishing. Theoretically, you have only just begun to follow me, and such a chance should not be afforded to you. However, considering that the ancient immortal ruins will soon open, if I do not grant you this now, with your innate talent, it may be exceedingly challenging for you to cultivate celestial energy there. Even if you manage to cultivate some, it might only amount to a single strand. Yet if I provide you this opportunity now, you will undoubtedly cultivate 3 strands of celestial energy upon entering the ancient immortal ruins, becoming the most extraordinary talent in the world. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, Feng Wu immediately replied, if this is indeed such a remarkable opportunity, then you should keep it for yourself. For it is a chance to cultivate 3 strands of celestial energy. That is not my intention. Rather, this opportunity is exceedingly precious. Since you have only just begun to follow me, if you wish to obtain it, you must be willing to pay a price. Please, young master, name any price, and I shall comply. Feng Wu, in her heart, had not anticipated that she could acquire such an opportunity so soon, especially given their still nascent relationship. Unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope appeared amidst the shadows. Then I shall speak plainly. Since you have only just begun to follow me, I cannot ascertain whether you might, for some reason, part ways with me in the future. Therefore, I require you to relinquish a fragment of your divine soul's essence to me, entirely of your own volition. I am willing, Feng Wu declared. Having resolved to follow you, I shall never part ways with you nor betray you. After speaking, Feng Wu separated a fragment of her divine soul's essence and offered it to Lin Shu. From this moment forth, should she ever harbor any treacherous thoughts, Lin Shu would have the power to bring about her demise at any moment. Since you sincerely wish to follow me, I shall grant you this Chaos Stone. With it, you stand a significant chance of awakening a physique known as the Chaos Body, a constitution more powerful than both the Vermilion Bird Sacred Body and the Stellar Sacred Body. What? Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, Feng Wu was struck with profound astonishment. The Vermilion Bird Sacred Body and the Stellar Sacred Body are such formidable constitutions that, as long as one does not perish, they can effortlessly reach the pinnacle of supremacy with no bottlenecks in their cultivation journey. A physique of this caliber would attract even the highest echelons of the celestial path. And yet, here she was, having just begun to follow him, presented with such an extraordinary opportunity. It was no wonder Lin Shu demanded a piece of her divine soul's essence. Such a powerful constitution would not be easily bestowed upon another. At that moment, as Feng Wu grasped the Chaos Stone, her hands trembled with excitement. She understood that if she truly awakened the Chaos Body, she could undoubtedly become one of the most elite beings across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, even catching a glimpse of the legendary immortal path. Thank you, young master. Feng Wu stammered her gratitude, her voice quivering, before preparing to merge with the Chaos Stone. You may merge within my time and space hall. Given your rather average talent, it will be prudent to first merge the Destiny Stone to enhance your abilities before proceeding with the Chaos Stone. Yes, young master. Had anyone else claimed she possessed average talent, Feng Wu would have surely fought them fiercely. Yet, coming from Lin Shu, she bore no grievances. In comparison to those around Lin Shu, her talent indeed seemed insignificant. Subsequently, Feng Wu entered Lin Shu's time and space hall. As Lin Shu escorted Feng Wu into the time and space hall, he noticed that Gugu had completed his training. Young master, I have fully integrated the true dragon bone, and my essence has been completely restored. Furthermore, I have acquired the complete true dragon secret technique. Lin Shu observed Gugu, who, compared to his earlier self, had certainly grown significantly stronger. Moreover, with the time acceleration in the time and space hall, Gugu had engaged in extensive training, now reaching the pinnacle of the sovereign realm. Very well, you may accompany me outside. Now that you have attained the perfect sovereign realm, there is no rush to break through to the divine fire stage. It would be better to wait until we enter the ancient immortal ruins and cultivate 3 strands of celestial energy before attempting to break through. Gugu naturally had no objections. Just as Lin Shu was about to continue his leisurely exploration of the Celestial Academy after sending Feng Wu into the Time and Space Hall and bringing Gugu out, an uproar suddenly erupted throughout the academy. Lin Shu quickly grasped the source of the commotion and understood what was transpiring. Shi Hao, Yun Yi, Xing Yi, Lin Wantong, Lin Xing, the Demoness, and others had ascended the Celestial Academy's heavenly ladder. This group had all reached the summit. The Celestial Academy gathers the talents from surrounding states. Yet even in this generation, no one had reached the pinnacle. Therefore, the simultaneous ascent of a group to the top was bound to cause a stir. Young Master Lin, it's bad. Someone is attempting to seize your people. As Lin Shu contemplated his next move within the Celestial Academy, the dean suddenly approached with urgent news. Lin Shu was taken aback. In this day and age, how could anyone dare to snatch his people? Was this person truly unafraid of death? Who is it? Lin Shu immediately inquired. And did you not inform him that these are my people? The individual in question is utterly lawless. There is no one he fears among the 3,000 states. He once audaciously stole knowledge from the 100 families, the dean replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu instantly recognized the identity of the individual, Qi Daolin. This person was indeed notorious in the 3,000 states for his reckless demeanor. In the original text, he had disregarded Shi Hao's ascension to the Celestial Academy and had entered the Hall of Supremacy. However, he had shown a certain kindness toward Shi Hao, and, compared to others from the 3,000 states, Lin Shu had a rather favorable impression of him. For the sake of the supreme path's inheritance, he had resolutely stepped into the primordial gate, even in the face of grave danger. Knowing that it was Qi Daolin attempting to snatch away his people, Lin Shu felt less urgency. At least this individual bore no ill will towards Shi Hao and the others. Just then a thought struck Lin Shu, and a smile crept across his lips. The opportunity he had been seeking had unexpectedly presented itself. Subsequently, Lin Shu, accompanied by Lu Shun, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, the 5-colored sparrow, the supreme true phoenix, and Gugu, made their way directly to the ladder of the Celestial Academy. Chapter 108. The Succession of the Supreme Hall Master. The Celestial Hall descends. Before the ladder, at this moment, a man clad in a golden Taoist robe, with hair as white as snow and eyes deep as the abyss, stood there emanating an aura of otherworldly wisdom, resembling a sage from beyond the realm. However, soon his gaze sparkled with intense fervor. He observed the several young individuals who had just descended from the summit of the ladder, and within his mind, calculations were ceaselessly formulating. 1, 2, 3. To his surprise, after merely stepping out following a period of seclusion, he encountered such a multitude of unparalleled prodigies. If I were to bring them all back to my Supreme Hall, from this day forth, the Supreme Hall would undoubtedly rise again across the 3,000 states, subduing all. With this thought, he promptly spoke. Esteemed young ones, allow me to introduce myself. I am Qi Daolin, hailing from the highest Taoist lineage in the world, possessing the most formidable inheritance known to man. Might you be inclined to accompany me back? He presumed that such a declaration would surely elicit reverence from this group of young climbers. Yet, Shi Hao merely glanced at him and self-absorbedly remarked, I never expected that within the Celestial Academy there existed an old fraud. Old fraud? Qi Daolin, hearing Shi Hao's murmured words, was taken aback, his beard bristling with indignation. Boy, do you even comprehend my prowess? How dare you label me a fraud? The celestial gods, in my eyes, are mere ants. Finding the old fraud quite amusing, Shi Hao promptly inquired, if celestial gods are but ants, then what of the supreme? Qi Daolin was momentarily speechless. Currently, he was merely at the first stage of evading, and while he felt confident in remaining undefeated against 2 or 3 opponents at this level, he knew he was indeed inferior in the presence of a supreme. He quickly shifted the topic. Young lad, do not aspire beyond your reach at such a tender age. Have you ever encountered a supreme? At your current strength, let alone a supreme, even a celestial god could crush you. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao grasped the essence of the man as strength. Realizing he was certainly beneath the level of a supreme. You see, I told you that you are an old fraud, not even a supreme. Yet you still dare to speak of the highest Dao lineage and the strongest inheritance? Qi Daolin was growing anxious. Initially, he had hoped that with some deft words, he might entice at least one of them to follow him back. ensuring the Supreme Hall would not be bereft of successors. Unexpectedly, not a single one of them appeared swayed. Logically, those who could ascend to the Celestial Academy should not belong to overly powerful factions. The exceptionally strong forces would never send such talented disciples to the Celestial Academy. Thus, he frequently came to the Celestial Academy to scout for potential talents. After all, most who arrived here were of commendable talent, but lacked formidable backing. If he could manage to secure just one, it could potentially be a great stroke of fortune, as he had overlooked several in the past. Regrettably, those few ultimately perished in the fierce competitions among their peers. Otherwise, the lineage would not have been left without successors. Now, with the imminent emergence of the ancient celestial ruins, he sought to find a promising candidate. Indeed, he had discovered several, each surpassing those he had encountered before. Yet, he could not manage to deceive them. In light of this, he contemplated seizing them by force. After all, his reputation was already notorious, and a bit more infamy mattered little. With this thought, Shi Hao prepared to act and capture Shi Hao and his companions. Just as he was about to make his move, a voice interjected. If you wish to retain your hands, then do not make a move. Following the sound, Shi Hao turned to see a young man stepping through the void with graceful poise. The newcomer was, of course, Lin Shu. Just as Shi Hao intended to speak, his expression froze in astonishment. He beheld a figure beside Lin Shu, radiant and unparalleled. Upon seeing this figure, Shi Hao immediately bowed deeply. Disciple pays respects to the esteemed elder. Never did Shi Hao imagine he would encounter such a being here. He had clandestinely studied myriad ancient texts and had come across records regarding this individual. It was said that they had appeared in the previous epoch. As for their strength, no one could ascertain, but it certainly surpassed that of a supreme and was likely that of a legendary immortal. Faced with such a towering presence, even Shi Hao, no matter his confidence, dared not show the slightest disrespect and could only revere them as a disciple. Lu Shun cast a glance at Shi Hao but remained silent, evidently regarding him with little regard. In the previous epoch, when the 9 heavens and 10 earths had yet to fracture, she had once manifested, and this man's awareness of her likely stemmed from some ancient texts left behind from the last epoch. Lu Shun was not surprised. Moreover, she still bore numerous battle marks from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, remnants from the last epoch, and it was entirely possible for someone at Shi Hao's current level to have encountered her. Unfazed by Lu Shun's disregard, Shi Hao pondered Lin Shu's identity, questioning why such a terrifying figure from the previous epoch would be beside him. At this moment, Lin Shu spoke. Shi Hao, who granted you the audacity to attempt to seize my person? From the forces of Lijo, the Demon Dragon Sect, the Celestial Hall, and the Celestial Kingdom, 6 factions dispatched 6 individuals at the cutting edge to confront me, and they were all vanquished by my hand. The Celestial Clan sought to target my companions, and they were annihilated. Simultaneously, the War Emperor intervened, and he too was slain. Not long ago, several ancient ones from the Celestial Academy have also perished. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Listening to Lin Shu's words, Shi Hao felt no doubt. After all, the terrifying powers of the previous epoch were indeed at Lin Shu's side, making the deaths of those adversaries appear entirely plausible. In the face of Lin Shu's calm, yet menacing words, Shi Hao, who had never been one to yield, found himself compelled to relent. Esteemed young master, I merely sought a successor for the Supreme Hall. I sincerely apologize. I am willing to offer compensation. Compensation is unnecessary. I have heard of your reputation, Shi Hao. The current Supreme Hall is likely so disreputable that even rats would avoid it. What treasures could possibly remain there? Otherwise, you would not resort to surreptitiously studying other schools. If I am not mistaken, the Supreme Hall has likely lost its very legacy, has it not? Shi Hao fell silent, evidently struck at the core of his being. At that moment, Lin Shu continued. However, I do have a favorable impression of you. Thus, starting today, I intend to establish a new power. Since you are the master of the Supreme Hall, you shall guide it to follow me. With my presence, the Supreme Hall shall undoubtedly rise and stand tall at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Initially, Shi Hao felt despondent, but Lin Shu's words pierced through his heart, unexpectedly bringing him a glimmer of hope. Without a moment's hesitation, he responded, "Very well, I shall comply. However, what?" Lin Shu pressed. "However, my Supreme Hall lacks a successor. Might I request you to assist in finding a disciple to serve as the heir?" Lin Shu glanced at Shi Hao. "Little Hao, how about you take on the role of the Supreme Hall successor from today forth?" "Big brother, I will heed your words. But this old fraud just tried to con me. I fear that should I become the Supreme Hall successor, He may yet deceive me again. Understanding that Shi Hao was seeking some advantage, Lin Shu chose to remain silent and let Qi Daolin handle it himself. Qi Daolin, terrified that Shi Hao might renege, promptly declared, "Shi Hao, is it? Since you are my Supreme Hall successor, upon your arrival at the Supreme Hall, you may select treasures from the treasury at your leisure." Upon hearing this, Shi Hao finally acquiesced. "If that's the case, then I shall follow Big Brother's lead. Henceforth, I am the successor of the Supreme Hall." Thus, with no obstacles in their path, and relying on Lu Shun's intimidation of Qi Daolin, Lin Shu incorporated the Supreme Hall into his fold even before establishing his own power, allowing Shi Hao to pledge himself to the Supreme Hall. Lin Shu, the Supreme Hall. How fascinating. You have conspired together. Today, I shall eradicate all of you. In the void, an ancient bronze palace suddenly materialized. The Celestial Palace has descended. Chapter 109. The Great Battle. The 5 supreme beings appear together. The Celestial Palace, one of the most formidable and terrifying powers among the 3,000 states, has finally emerged. As the ancient, vast bronze palace descended, an elder of unparalleled cultivation stepped forth, a true supreme being. He stood amidst the void, distorting the very fabric of reality around him. This man was none other than the old master of the Celestial Palace, now unabashedly unleashing his supreme aura, overwhelming as if to crush the heavens and the earth. Utterly invincible, Lin Shu and his companions, accompanied by the Supreme True Phoenix and the Emperor Yi Qian, felt no impact from such oppressive force. Before they could approach, the Supreme True Phoenix and Yi Qian had already transformed into formless essences, dissipating into the cosmos. The old president of the Celestial Academy and several elders could not help but rush out. The Celestial Palace, so audaciously exerting its pressure within the territory of the Celestial Academy. Does it truly believe we are defenseless? The Celestial Academy may lack a supreme, but its old president is a formidable being of the Escape One realm, while several elders are in the Severing realm and Voidpath realm. At this moment, they activated the great protective formation of the Celestial Academy, enveloping the entire institution within. Simultaneously, they emerged holding a supreme artifact, its aura faintly rivaling that of the old master of the Celestial Palace. Upon the palace's arrival, they had, of course, received word. In that fleeting moment, their divine thoughts communicated, and they deliberated for several rounds. Ultimately, they unanimously decided to assist Lin Shu and his party. Xia Youyu and Huolinger, both possessed of extraordinary talent, were among the most remarkable they had ever witnessed. The other companions of Lin Shu also exhibited astonishing gifts, perhaps even surpassing Xia Youyu and Huolinger. These prodigies, if they could survive and grow, undoubtedly held the potential to ascend to the supreme realm in the future. Lin Shu's entourage included a supreme being, and both Xia Youyu and Huolinger were highly regarded by the 2 supreme factions from the 9 heavens, the ancient kingdom of Zhuke and the Starry Pavilion. Taking all these factors into account, they believed that aiding Lin Shu would yield the greatest returns in the future. Although the Celestial Academy boasted a resounding reputation across several surrounding states, it still fell short compared to the true supreme factions of the 3,000 states and the 9 heavens. To ensure that the Celestial Academy could stand atop the pinnacle of the 9 heavens in the future, they felt compelled to take a gamble, even knowing it could lead to perilous consequences. The arrival of the Celestial Palace indicated that other factions would undoubtedly not remain idle, such as the Sword Valley, the Demon Dragon Sect, the Fiery Cloud Cave, and the Luo Fu True Valley. These factions typically moved in concert with the Celestial Palace. Moreover, the factions that Lin Shu had previously offended, such as the Heavenly Kingdom and the Underworld, would also certainly come forth. Rationally, the Celestial Academy ought not to intervene, for Lin Shu and his companions appeared to possess no advantages, and Lin Shu had even slain several powerful individuals from the Celestial Academy. Yet, for the sake of the future, they had no choice but to take the risk. By remaining passive, the Celestial Academy could maintain neutrality, and the Celestial Palace and its allied factions would likely refrain from attacking them. However, the Celestial Academy would also be unable to rise, as the 3,000 states were perpetually suppressed by these top factions, leaving no opportunity for ascendance. Even if a true peerless prodigy emerged, they would be hunted down in secret. The Heavenly Kingdom, allied with the Celestial Palace, was the most terrifying assassin organization in the 3,000 states, having hunted countless prodigies over the ages. Otherwise, with the profound heritage of the 3,000 states, which is certainly not inferior to any other faction in the 9 heavens, how could they fail to produce extraordinary talents who could traverse the 9 heavens? Rather than maintaining the status quo and being continually eroded by these top factions, it was better to take a risk. Young Master Lin Shu, we come aid you. The old president of the Celestial Academy, along with several elders, jointly wielded a supreme artifact, countering the might of the old master of the Celestial Palace. Lin Shu looked at the old president and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your righteous intervention. I promise that in the future, the pinnacle powers of the 9 heavens shall always have a place for the Celestial Academy. How absurd! At that moment, behind the old master of the Celestial Palace, the void suddenly erupted, and figures emerged from the shattered space. Powerful leaders from various factions appeared: the Demon Dragon Sect, Sword Valley, the Heavenly Kingdom, the Underworld, the Demonic Sunflower Garden, Luo, Fu True Valley, and the Fiery Cloud Cave. Lin Shu, have you ever considered today, after your indiscriminate slaughter of innocents? A storm follows a tempest, and calamity follows pride. You have only been in the 3,000 states for a few days, yet you have recklessly slain so many. Today, we shall act on behalf of the 3,000 states to uphold justice. Lin Shu, you have already fallen into the demonic path. Today, we shall eradicate the demons. Lin Shu smirked derisively. Hypocrisy. Do you truly believe that uttering a few insipid, sanctimonious words can lead me to my demise? Ridiculous. Lin Shu's gaze turned towards Sword Valley. The master of Sword Valley, a mere leader of a sect, is but at the severing realm. It will be better for you to refrain from embarrassing yourselves and allow that remnant immortal of yours to appear. Once, he dared to ambush the Kunping. Does he now lack the courage to show himself? With that, Lin Shu turned his attention to the underworld. I have heard that the underworld possesses 2 titans and a golden skeleton. What? Only one underworld master has come forth. Are the other titan and the golden skeleton too afraid to appear? Lin Shu laid bare the depths of each faction as if reciting familiar tales. Heavenly Kingdom. Is your ancestor, hidden in the shadows, a true supreme being, not going to reveal himself? Faced with Lin Shu's revelations of their secrets, the various factions were taken aback. Lin Shu had only been in the 3,000 states for a few days. Could it be that he had managed to investigate the foundations of several factions in such a brief time? If so, the power backing Lin Shu must be immensely formidable. A supreme being cannot discern the depths of all the top factions in such a short span of days. The old master of the Celestial Palace then spoke. Lin Shu, no matter how much you say today, what difference does it make? Do you truly believe that a few words can compel me to retreat? Old Kerr of the Celestial Palace, and you ancient ones present, today, I shall safeguard Lin Shu. Just then, a towering figure emerged from the void. And as for the grudge of the ambush against my mother, today is the perfect opportunity for revenge. The newcomer was none other than the indomitable being concealed within the 3,000 states, whose true form was the 10 fiends Kunping. His mother had been grievously wounded in an ambush by the remnants of the Celestial Palace, the remnants of Sword Valley, and several other sects, ultimately falling victim to the Celestial Palace's curse spells. We of the Jietian sect come to lend our strength to young Master Lin Shu. In an instant, the entirety of the Celestial State was united by the might of the top factions from the 3,000 states. Lin Shu finally spoke. Today, let us act. Since you have arrived, I shall cleanse these malignancies plaguing the 3,000 states. In the next moment, with a mere thought, 4 figures suddenly manifested beside Lin Shu. The 5 supremes under Lin Shu's command appeared in unison. Chapter 110. Humiliation. The remnants of the immortals arrive. Supreme True Phoenix. Supreme Chaotic Demon Ape. Supreme Qilin. Supreme Divine Cicada. Supreme Thunder Emperor. At this moment, the 5 supreme beings surrounding Lin Shu unleashed their terrifying auras, sweeping through the surroundings. In an instant, the oppressive forces emanating from the leaders of the Celestial Palace, the Demon Dragon Sect, the Heavenly Kingdom, the Underworld, and the Demonic Sunflower Garden were all dispersed by the overwhelming presence of Lin Shu's 5 supreme beings. Though they exerted their utmost to suppress their auras, they effortlessly enveloped the entirety of the 3,000 states. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 states, every faction and formidable warrior sensed an extraordinarily terrifying and oppressive aura emanating from the direction of Tianxian province, one so intense it rendered breathing labored. What transpired in Tianxian province? Why did such a dreadful presence arise from that direction? This aura, it could only belong to a legendary supreme being, could it not? The sensations intermingled, suggesting not just one, but several such presences. Was a battle of supreme beings about to unfold in Tianxian province? In an instant, numerous powerful entities, even those of the highest echelons, hastily relocated their sects and families from their established strongholds, fleeing from Tianxian province. Once exalted masters of the Void Dao and the Severance Realm, they now resembled refugees, scrambling away from Tianxian province. Yet, some audacious individuals dared to gaze towards Tianxian province, eager to witness the impending clash of supremes. Such a grand confrontation might not occur once in a million years. The last battle of this magnitude likely dates back to the previous epoch. In this tumultuous era, though chaos reigned across the 3,000 states, the supremes seldom intervened. To witness a battle among supremes was indeed a rare opportunity, potentially offering profound insights that could significantly enhance their future cultivation, understanding of the great Tao, divine abilities, and treasured arts. However, upon casting their eyes towards Tianxian province, they were astounded. Beside Lin Shu stood not one, but 5 supremes. Where had Lin Shu acquired such a formidable entourage? 5 supremes. What force in the 3,000 states could withstand such might? Ah, how naive, some scoffed. The depths of the 3,000 states were beyond the comprehension of mere juniors. Once, an immortal had fallen in the 3,000 states, and 5 supremes may not be capable of stirring the waters. The presence of 5 supremes beside Lin Shu left many seasoned warriors aghast. Those privy to various secrets felt an unsettling shock, yet doubted Lin Shu's ability to dominate the 3,000 states, for he faced titanic forces such as the Immortal Palace, Heavenly Kingdom, and Netherworld. Even 5 supremes might find it challenging to gain the upper hand. In Tianxian Academy, the old president was equally astonished. It was a gamble that paid off. I knew Lin Shu would not act recklessly without formidable backing. The revelation of 5 supremes was indeed staggering. The other elders of Tianxian Academy shared in the exhilaration of this unexpected turn of events. With 5 supremes in play, even the Immortal Palace and other major factions would likely be compelled to retreat. After all, should a confrontation erupt, the powers of the 9 heavens would undoubtedly intervene to prevent any strife among the supremes. The leader of the Jitian sect, observing the 5 supremes alongside Lin Shu, began to comprehend the source of the glimmer of hope he had glimpsed through the Jitian art. Initially, upon hearing of Lin Shu's enmity with the Immortal Palace and other prominent factions, he believed Lin Shu would be but a fleeting phenomenon. Over the years, countless prodigies had risen in the 3,000 states, only to fade away, and he viewed Lin Shu as no different. Fortunately, after employing the Jitian art to derive a sliver of hope, he unhesitatingly pledged allegiance to Lin Shu. The mere existence of hope amid such overwhelming opposition proved that Lin Shu was not akin to those so-called peerless geniuses of yore. The old master of the Immortal Palace regarded Lin Shu with a rare flicker of emotion. For countless years, he had presided over the rise and fall within the 3,000 states, and now he found himself shaken by Lin Shu's display. In all his time, he had never encountered a faction possessing 5 supremes, not even among the esteemed Longevity clan, which had once produced an immortal. This cannot stand, he thought. With 5 supremes present, and each of the youthful companions beside Lin Shu appearing to possess remarkable potential, they could not be overlooked. Even if the edicts of the 9 heavens were to descend today, they must strike down these beings, or at the very least severely weaken them. As the old master of the Immortal Palace contemplated this, he swiftly relayed intelligence to the founder of the Immortal Palace. I am aware of the situation and am currently uniting with old friends to address it. Upon receiving the response, the old master felt a surge of elation. This ally was indeed a true immortal, someone worthy of being called a friend. 5 supremes were undeniably powerful, yet facing them with the current forces would be tantamount to throwing eggs against stones. Should the immortals descend, the situation would shift dramatically. For no matter how formidable the 5 supremes might be, they would not stand a chance against an immortal. It appeared the ancestor intended to capture them all. Otherwise, a single appearance would suffice to instill fear. Why seek allies if not to ensure the Immortal Palace's authority across the 3,000 states remains unchallenged? At this moment, Lin Shu did not rush to act. The 5 supremes were merely bait in his grand design, though they were capable of traversing the 9 heavens with ease. Lin Shu was acutely aware of the existence of 4 remnants of immortals. 2 of them had established the Immortal Palace and Sword Valley, while the other 2 remained elusive, poised to take the bait that Lin Shu had laid out. Thus, luring out the 4 remnants of immortals would allow Lin Shu to ensnare them all in one fell swoop, a most direct solution to all his problems. The atmosphere before Tianxian Academy had reached an unbearable intensity. Neither side dared to disrupt the tense stalemate, each waiting in anticipation. The Immortal Palace and its allies awaited the arrival of the immortals to deal with the 5 supremes, while Lin Shu awaited the immortals' self-destruction, ready to eradicate them. In this charged ambience, all were on high alert, except for Lin Shu, who, at an unexpected moment, summoned a divine chair and reclined leisurely. Yi Qingshan, witnessing the scene, conjured her own object and laid down beside Lin Shu. If Lin Shu remained unperturbed, then she had no reason to be anxious. Coming from the future, she knew Lin Shu would not meet his end here. Moreover, should genuine danger arise, she possessed the means to ensure their escape. However, she cast a glance in the direction of the goddess Lu. This individual had remained steadfastly by the side of the Emperor Lin Tian in the future, having built a formidable reputation on the plateau. With the combined might of the extermination sword array and the qi transforming into 3 purities, she could stand her ground against 12 beings of equal caliber without faltering. At this moment, everyone beheld Lin Shu and Yi Qingshan, astonished at their composed demeanor amidst such critical circumstances, as if they were merely on a leisurely excursion. How had they managed to cultivate such tranquility? Observing Lin Shu's relaxed posture, the factions allied with him, Tianxian Academy, Jitian Sect, Qi Dao Lin, and immortal beings began to ease their own tense dispositions. Lin Shu's actions were undoubtedly calculated, suggesting he possessed a high degree of confidence in the outcome. Conversely, the forces of the Immortal Palace wore expressions of deep discontent. How could Lin Shu, a mere being of the respectful realm, exhibit such nonchalance? Were it not for the aura of the 5 Supremes locking onto him, they would have relished the opportunity to eliminate him outright. Lin Shu's demeanor was a grave affront to their dignity. One could not behave so cavalierly on the battlefield. After a brief interlude, Lin Shu suddenly opened his eyes. Rising to his feet, he directed his gaze toward a particular direction. The remnants of the Immortals have finally arrived? If that is the case, this farce is about to come to an end. Chapter 111. Edicts of the 9 Heavens. The Longevity Foam Clan. In the realm of celestial powers, comprising the Celestial Palace, the Heavenly Kingdom, the Demon Garden, and the Underworld, there arose a palpable sensation of the arrival of the Celestial Way. They understood, undeniably, that the Immortals had descended. The venerable master of the Celestial Palace turned his gaze towards Lin Shu and remarked, "Lin Shu, I am perplexed by your calm demeanor. It seems you possess other hidden cards. Upon reflection, perhaps your secret weapon could target a singular immortal. However, you have forgotten that an ancestor, being an immortal, must surely have companions. With 4 immortals now present, even if you hold a concealed advantage, it shall prove futile against the indomitable might of immortal beings." Lin Shu rose, deliberately ignoring the old master's words, his gaze unwaveringly averted from him. The old master of the Celestial Palace, taken aback by this blatant disregard, felt a flicker of indignation. Despite having lived for countless years and cultivated a tranquil heart, being dismissed by a mere junior of the revered realm was quite irksome. In the past, not even those of the Escape One realm would have dared to approach him without the utmost respect, let alone a lowly insect of the revered realm. Yet, with the arrival of the ancestor and his esteemed allies, who were formidable immortal beings, he recognized the necessity of maintaining decorum in their presence. The old master of the Celestial Palace buried his irritation and contemplated that once the ancestor subdued Lin Shu's supreme companions, he would seize the opportunity to torment Lin Shu, teaching this insignificant, revered realm insect a lesson for his audacity. The old master immediately bowed deeply towards the direction of the ancestor's celestial aura, proclaiming, "I pay my respects to the ancestor." Following his lead, powerful figures from various factions, including the Demon Dragon Sect, the Underworld, the Luo Fu True Valley, and the Sword Valley, all bowed in unison, exclaiming, "As juniors, we humbly welcome the immortal presence." The nature of these immortal beings was shrouded in mystery, and thus they refrained from specifying terms like true immortal or immortal king, instead opting for the term immortal as a universal honorific, which was undoubtedly appropriate. "Do not bow." A voice resonated from the void, seemingly unremarkable, yet imbued with an awe-inspiring force of celestial authority. This utterance alone was sufficient to invoke a terrifying invisible power that enveloped the gathered leaders of the Celestial Palace and other factions, elevating them as if lifted by an unseen hand, instilling in them a profound awareness of the might of the Immortals. At that moment, 4 figures materialized before the Celestial Academy. They were 4 elderly men, each distinct in form and visage. Their auras concealed, yet exuding a subtle pressure potent enough to subdue the heavens and the earth. "Presumptuous!" one of the remnants of an immortal exclaimed, and in an instant, the 5 supreme beings beside Lin Shu, who had previously targeted the leaders of the Celestial Palace, found their energies dissipated. Although this was merely a fraction of their suppressed power, the fact that it could be shattered by mere words was a testament to the overwhelming strength of the remnant immortal. A true immortal, even in a diminished state, was a terrifying entity beyond compare to mere supremes. Regrettably, the beings before them were no ordinary supremes. Each of them boasted extraordinary origins, with 4 hailing from the 10 Fiends bloodline. The 5th, while not of the 10 Fiends lineage, was a chaos demon ape, whose bloodline was undoubtedly on par with the 10 Fiends, if not superior. Naturally, the 5 Supremes were incensed that their aura could be so easily unsettled by a remnant immortal. As members of the 10 Fiends, they would not allow themselves to be suppressed by mere words. In an instant, the 5 Supreme Beings unleashed their full presence, revealing their peak power. An insignificant remnant immortal dares to suppress us? Today, we shall defy the heavens and combat the immortals, they declared in unison. In the next moment, they transformed into their true forms. Dare you, a mere remnant immortal, engage us in the depths of the void? As they assumed their true forms, 5 colossal creatures emerged before the onlookers. The first to catch the eye was a phoenix, its magnificent wings spreading across the land, casting a shadow over the entire 3,000 states, plunging the realm into darkness. The chaos demon ape, similarly immense, stood with feet like towering columns that could easily span half a state with a single footprint. The Qilin, divine insect, and Thunder Emperor were no less imposing. Despite their grandeur, they restrained themselves, mindful of Lin Shu's earlier transmission instructing them not to wreak havoc upon the 3,000 states. They could engage the remnant immortal, but they must not damage the realm nor disrupt the heavens and earth. Otherwise, their true forms would not merely occupy a state S-size. The true Phoenix S-wings would not simply cover the 3,000 states. A supreme being's form was akin to that of a universe. Comparatively, the 3,000 states were but a mere drop in the ocean. Even the heavens and earth paled in comparison to an actual vast universe. According to Lin Shu's strategy, with the 4 remnant immortals descended, the likes of the Willow God, the master of the Forbidden Zone, and the 5-colored sparrow could easily annihilate them. However, since they desired battle, Lin Shu felt it inappropriate to deny them the chance to confront these lowly insects. The 5 Supremes, while theoretically at a disadvantage against the 4 remnant immortals, were bolstered by their lineage and strength. Yet, with the Willow God present, they were assured that should danger arise, it could be swiftly averted. Upon receiving Lin Shu's transmission, the 5 figures dashed into the expansive depths of the void, an area shrouded in taboo, where remnants of celestial energy lingered. Even in combat, they would not allow their battle energy to seep into the heavens and earth or disturb the 3,000 states. This vast void, a realm unto itself, was more than sufficient for their confrontation. The 3,000 states constituted but a fraction of a broader territory. Within this vast expanse, the 5 fearsome beasts refrained from fully revealing their forms, ensuring they could engage in battle without jeopardizing the realm. At that moment, a decree descended upon Tianzhou. Lin Shu glanced at it and recognized its origin, either the 9 heavens or the Imperial Pass. For others, this decree would be insurmountable, but for Lin Shu, it was akin to a mere scrap of paper. However, the Celestial Palace, the Heavenly Kingdom, the Underworld, and numerous factions regarded the decree with utmost reverence. The edict bore but 2 characters: cease hostilities, return from whence you came. This matter of mine does not concern the 9 heavens or the Imperial Pass. You have no right to intervene. With that, Lin Shu instructed Yi Qingshan to send the decree back. Boldness. Remember the name of the everlasting Feng clan. Upon hearing this name, Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the family of duplicitous traitors? He had intended to deal with them after ascending to the 9 heavens. Little did he expect them to confront him before he even made his move. Without a hint of courtesy, Lin Shu declared, "The everlasting Feng clan shall be remembered. When I arrive in the 9 heavens, your clan will face annihilation." Chapter 112. The Parasites of the 3,000 States. The domineering Yi Qingshan. Lin Shu truly exhibited a disregard for authority, even dismissing the edict of the 9 heavens. Not only have they offended the Longxing family, the descendants of the Dao transmission law, but they also audaciously threatened to annihilate the Feng family of Longsheng. The Longxing family is renowned for having produced true celestial beings in the past. Although they may no longer possess such beings, they still retain numerous celestial techniques and artifacts. In light of their propensity to create enemies everywhere, do they genuinely believe that they can remain unscathed relying solely on the 5 supreme beings? This is likely the madness of one facing imminent death. After all, the outcome is already determined when 5 supreme beings confront 4 celestial entities. No matter how powerful the supreme might be, they cannot possibly match the prowess of celestial beings. Lin Shu, upon hearing the voices of speculation echoing through the void, paid them no heed. Are the 5 supreme beings his trump card? Perhaps. Yet, they are merely the first layer of his defenses. He gazed into the depths of the desolate zone, where a fierce battle had already erupted. Even from such a great distance, the 3,000 states trembled. It is worth noting that the depths of the desolate zone still harbor remnants of the celestial laws from the previous epoch, which suppressed the might of battles at the supreme level to a minimum. Nevertheless, the 3,000 states still quaked, mountains swaying, the starry sky inverted, and ominous phenomena manifesting. If a battle were to take place within the 3,000 states, one can imagine that in just a few exchanges, the entire region would be utterly shattered. Lin Shu turned to the divine figure Lu and communicated mentally. Lu, could you display the battle scene for me? My current strength is insufficient to observe the depths of the desolate zone. Upon hearing Lin Shu's transmission, Lu nodded slightly. In the next moment, above the skies of Tianzhou, the battle scene between the 5 supreme beings and the 4 remnants of celestial beings materialized. Which formidable power has intervened? The battle in the depths of the desolate zone has been projected here. Could it be that there exists a terrifying powerhouse hidden within the 3,000 states? To so effortlessly project the battle scene from the depths of the desolate zone, such prowess must rival that of celestial beings. It is astonishing that the foundation of the 3,000 states runs so deep, concealing such a mighty entity. Clearly, everyone understood that even a leader-level powerhouse would find themselves lost in the depths of the desolate zone. Yet now, someone has managed to present the battle scene from that perilous realm to the 3,000 states. Such an ability is truly astounding. However, they did not dwell too long on this revelation, quickly shifting their attention to the projected battle scene above. Wait a moment. When faced with the true forms of these 5 supreme beings, the pressure was overwhelming, and they hardly paid attention. Now, it appears that 4 of them resemble the legendary 10 fiends. There stands a phoenix, and the Qilin. Gasp. That figure is the Thunder Emperor. The traces of the Thunder Emperor once graced the 3,000 states, and even now, within the Yuan-Tian secret realm, there exists a legacy of the Thunder Emperor. Who would have thought to witness the true Thunder Emperor manifesting in the present day? That figure, shrouded in an aura of temporal power, reminiscent of the legendary Gu, can only be one of the 10 fiends. What? The Gu race has emerged as well? Lin Shu is truly courting death. Upon hearing this, several ancient beings from the 3,000 states, who had lived through countless epochs and were privy to the secrets of the previous era, were visibly shaken. The Gu, a race that thrived in the last epoch, was one of the most fearsome races between the heavens and the earth. This race was inherently attuned to the laws of time and space, possessing terrifying innate gifts. However, this race later ventured into the foreign realms, betraying their own. Lin Shu now has a member of the Gu race by his side. This is tantamount to seeking one's own demise. In an instant, those aware of the hidden truths fixed their gazes upon Lin Shu, their expressions shifting dramatically. Lin Shu, are you perhaps a denizen of the foreign realms? The Gu race once betrayed the heavens and the earth, and now you stand beside one of them. Either you are a foreigner, or a traitor to the heavens and the earth. At this point, what explanation can you offer? Lin Shu glanced at these ancient beings. Previously, when the supreme beings were present, they cowered in the void. When the remnants of celestial beings arrived, they exhibited extreme sycophancy. Now, having seen the absence of the supreme beings and the remnants engaging in battle within the depths of the desolate zone, they finally dared to step forward. Observing these individuals, Lin Shu's lips curled into a hint of derision. You speak incessantly of foreign realms and betrayal. Yet, I wonder how it is that you have all transcended the celestial god realm while having ventured into the Imperial Pass for battle multiple times. Hiding behind the protection of heroes who have fought for the heavens and the earth for generations, you have coiled in obscurity for millennia, contributing nothing but decay. Have you slain even a single being from the foreign realms? Since you claim to know of the foreign realms, you ought to be aware of the dark power. Is the Gu Supreme beside me a foreigner? Does he bear the dark power? Anyone with eyes can discern the truth. At this juncture, Lin Shu's voice resonated with newfound vigor. Originally, I believe that the reason the 3,000 states refrained from participating in the Imperial Pass battle was due to the interference of powers like the Celestial Palace. It seems, however, that you have grown too complacent, having lost the blood and vigor of your predecessors. The essence flowing through your veins has long since soured. You are only capable of internal strife, rather than confronting the foreign realms. It is evident that if you truly understood the foreign realms, even with the Celestial Palace's influence, you would have united to resist. Your lack of resistance reveals your eagerness to avoid battle. The 3,000 states are rife with parasites. And since you have dared to emerge today, I shall uproot you entirely. With those words, Lin Shu turned to Yi Qingshan. Having been here for some time, do you not wish to engage in battle? At this moment, Yi Qingshan's face bore none of her usual cunning or mirth. She is a descendant of the Heavenly Emperor, the one who once vowed to vanquish all foes in the world. Though she is a woman, her inherent dominance rivals that of any man. The parasites before her are akin to those who have turned against their own in other realms. Yi Qingshan did not respond to Lin Shu, choosing instead to answer with decisive action. She stepped forward, placing herself before the ancient beings. These ancient figures, leaders and ancestors of the major powers in the 3,000 states, possess strength inferior to that of the supreme beings, and even less than the remnants. Yet, among them were several who had reached the first level of escape, not to mention those in the Celestial God realm, Void realm, and Slay realm, of which there were many. Without the supreme beings, we are invincible in the 3,000 states. This assembly of ancient figures, undeterred by the seemingly youthful Yi Qingshan, sought to suppress her. However, in mere moments, several leader-level powerhouses had already been slain by her hand. Too weak, Lin Shu casually dispatched several leaders, shaking his head, before tossing their corpses to Shi Hao. Little Stone, these are non-human types. I presume you'll find them quite appealing. Shi Hao, gazing upon Yi Qingshan's formidable and indomitable figure, was taken aback. He had been subdued by her multiple times and was well aware of her strength. Now witnessing this scene, he inwardly marveled at how fortunate it was that she had not unleashed her full might before. Even leader-level powerhouses cannot withstand a single breath in her presence. Her strength is undoubtedly on par with that of the supreme beings. Under normal circumstances, he would surely have retorted at being called Little Stone. But now, with someone whose might exceeds that of the supreme beings referring to him as such, what could he possibly say? He could only quietly gather the corpses of the non-human leader-level beings. This spectacle equally shocked the onlookers from the 3,000 states. Lin Shu, in addition to the 5 supreme beings, had such a terrifying powerhouse by his side, slaying leaders as if they were mere insects. Chapter 113, The Celestial King Strikes. The ancient celestial secret realm opens. Do you truly intend to oppose the entirety of the 3,000 states? Observing how effortlessly Yi Qingshan could dispatch leader-level powerhouses. At this moment, those who had just united to oppress Lin Shu now bore expressions of sheer terror. They had presumed that Lin Shu's 5 supremes had engaged in battle with the 4 celestial beings deep within the uninhabited zone, only to discover that a remarkably young powerhouse stood beside Lin Shu. Judging by appearances, he was exceedingly youthful, yet he already possessed strength rivaling that of a supreme. And the overwhelming aura he exuded seemed even more formidable than those they had encountered among the supremes. To confront the 3,000 states with a single palm, Yi Qingshan suppressed several sect leaders and declared imperiously, "The 3,000 states? Are they worthy to oppose me?" Such audacious words hung in the air. Yet at that moment, none of the powerful figures covertly observing from the 3,000 states dared to utter a sound. Yi Qingshan's might was terrifying. Slaying sect leaders was as effortless as crushing ants. Bored, Yi Qingshan noted the silence that enveloped the crowd and, with a casual flick, extinguished a few of the most boisterous sect leaders before returning to Lin Shu's side. Upon her return, she remarked to Lin Shu, "Fortunately, this era is graced by your presence and that of little Shi too. Otherwise, we would be beyond salvation." Lin Shu did not offer a rebuttal. Had he not arrived in this world at this very moment, Shi Hao would undoubtedly be pursued relentlessly by the powerful from the 3,000 states, ultimately relying on the combat imprint of the Willow God to fend off his assailants. Yet, the threats Shi Hao faced were not limited to the 3,000 states. The 9 heavens and the celestial domain were fraught with peril. Most of these dangers, in fact, stemmed from within their own ranks, rather than from foreign realms. Had the 9 heavens and the celestial domain united against a common foe, how could the foreign realms dare to invade repeatedly? It could only be said that the actions of these individuals merited the suffering they endured, having decisively subdued a group of sect leaders. Yi Qingshan's display of power rendered the assembly mute. Even the factions from the Celestial Palace fell into a quietude. These factions had initially prepared to intervene. Believing that with the Supremes engaged in battle deep within the uninhabited zone, Lin Shu's side held no advantage and could be crushed at will. Little did they anticipate the emergence of such a formidable young woman. The old master of the Celestial Palace, undeterred by her presence, thought to himself, no matter how strong she is, can she withstand the combined assault of several Supremes? Yet, for the sake of caution, he chose to wait. Once the 4 celestial beings concluded their battle and the 5 Supremes were subdued, this woman, who rivaled the Supremes, would have no chance of turning the tide. Currently, striking first could lead to a counterattack from this mysterious woman, resulting in significant losses for his side. After all, the ramifications of provoking a being of her caliber were beyond measure. Observing Lin Shu and Yi Qingshan, who maintained an air of calm indifference as if oblivious to their imminent peril, the old master mused, "Let you live a little longer. Once our ancestor subdues those 5 Supremes and returns, I shall crush you. No, it would be more fitting to seal you with the celestial binding curse, ensuring your suffering and demise." Lin Shu noticed the old master's gaze and found it deeply unsettling. Initially, he had intended to show him how his ancestor would meet his end, but now, faced with that look, Lin Shu resolved to send them on their way first. Contemplating this, he turned to the Willow God, the master of the Forbidden Zone, and the 3-colored sparrow, Willow God, Brother Bai, Brother K. The battle between those 4 remnants and the 5 Supremes will likely not conclude anytime soon. Although the 4 remnants possess high realms, they are ultimately diminished. While the 5 Supremes are at their peak, each endowed with unique racial talents and divine abilities. Even if they cannot secure victory, they can certainly hold their ground for a while. However, the individuals present here still require your assistance. Upon hearing this, the 3-colored sparrow immediately spoke up. This matter does not require the efforts of Willow God or Brother Bai. Their strengths are at their peaks. It would be beneath their dignity to engage with such a group of ants. Allow me to handle it. I am not at my peak, and I am not concerned about losing face. Willow God and the master of the Forbidden Zone nodded in agreement, refraining from contesting the opportunity to act. Without hesitation, the 3-colored sparrow soared towards the locations of the Celestial Palace, Sword Valley, Heaven, and the Underworld. For the 3-colored sparrow, the powers within these factions were simply too weak. Thus, he did not utter a word and launched his assault, though the 3-colored sparrow was not at full strength. Having diminished since his former peak, when he could traverse the realm seas, he now possessed only the power of an ordinary true immortal. Yet, within the Celestial Palace, the strongest was merely the old master. There were 1 or 2 other Supremes lurking in the shadows, but they were still beneath his notice. The old master of the Celestial Palace observed a bird, scarcely larger than a palm, approaching. Initially, he paid it no heed, although it flew from Lin Shu's direction. He dismissed it as nothing more than Lin Shu's pet, unworthy of concern. However, as the 3-colored sparrow drew near and launched an attack, the old master's countenance shifted dramatically. Not good. In the next moment, without hesitation, the old master summoned the ancient bronze palace to shield against the 3-colored sparrow's assault. Simultaneously, he unleashed the Celestial Palace's ultimate divine powers, 9 seals of the Celestial King. At that instant, he shouted into the void, "Are you all not going to make your move?" As the old master's words echoed, ripples coursed through the distant void. A towering figure materialized, a golden skeleton, devoid of flesh, yet emanating an aura of profound terror. Undeniably, he was a Supreme. This individual was the strongest from the underworld. Simultaneously, in another corner of the void, a figure remained concealed, the strongest from heaven, the current sect leader's granduncle, whose cultivation had also reached the Supreme realm. However, hailing from heaven, he excelled in assassination, lying in wait for the opportune moment to strike with lethal precision. Yet, such stealth was of no consequence to the 3-colored sparrow. Merely glancing in that direction, the void split apart, and an ancient figure emerged from within. 3 Supremes. The observers from the 3,000 states were taken aback. No wonder the Celestial Palace had maintained its standing in the 3,000 states for so long. The depth of their foundation was astonishing, for celestial beings and 3 Supremes. This was the essence of their strength. While the beings of the 3,000 states were astonished, the 3-colored sparrow remained unfazed, facing the old master of the Celestial Palace. With the golden skeleton to his left, and needing to be vigilant against the supreme assassin from heaven on his right, the old master, now bolstered by the assistance of 2 Supremes, felt his earlier fear dissipate. He directed the ancient bronze palace to descend upon the 3-colored sparrow with the intent to suppress him. Indeed, the ancient bronze palace was impressive. At its peak, it could be deemed a celestial artifact. Though now damaged, it still surpassed the might of supreme-grade artifacts, descending with immense power capable of collapsing the 3,000 states. However, for the three-colored sparrow, it posed no threat whatsoever. He merely exhaled a breath of celestial energy, which instantaneously transformed into celestial soldiers. As the celestial soldiers clashed with the ancient bronze palace, the palace itself was riddled with countless fractures. In a single strike, the celestial palace's ancient bronze palace was gravely wounded, its power diminished below that of a supreme artifact, on the verge of shattering into fragments. He is also a celestial. The old master of the celestial palace was utterly astonished. The five sovereigns, he believed, were Lin Shu's trump card. Yet, a mysterious woman appeared, slaughtering masters like mere insects. Now, even true immortals have emerged. Is this the extent of power that can manifest within the 3,000 states? Not to mention the 3,000 states. Even the 9 heavens and 10 earths could not possibly harbor such forces. This world has long been devoid of immortals. As the old master of the immortal palace, he was well aware of such secrets. In the last epoch, a great battle shattered the once boundless continent into 19 fragments, now referred to as the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At that time, immortals still roamed the land, but after that cataclysmic conflict they either perished, left the 9 heavens and 10 earths, or retreated into forbidden zones. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, only a handful of remnants of immortals survived. How could a truly flawless immortal exist in this world? He was perplexed. However, he had no time to ponder the answers now. The immortal palace in his grasp was on the verge of collapse, and facing even a single strike from the 5-colored sparrow left him with no chance of resistance. Flee! The old master of the immortal palace, at this moment, harbored no desire to fight, disregarding the sovereigns of the underworld and heaven as he hastily retreated toward the direction of the uninhabited zone. As long as he could reach the depths of the uninhabited zone and find his ancestor, he was confident that the ancestor could save his life. The sovereigns of the underworld and heaven, too, were keenly aware of the terror of the 5-colored sparrow and similarly fled toward the uninhabited zone. They understood that separating would increase their chances of survival, but they did not dare to gamble. What if they were the ones being pursued? It was better to head straight into the depths of the uninhabited zone. After all, there were still 4 formidable remnants of immortals there. These 4 remnants of immortals, while diminished, would undoubtedly be greatly tempted by the appearance of an apparently flawless immortal. The 5-colored sparrow observed the fleeing directions of the old master of the immortal palace, the old killer of heaven, and the golden skeleton of the underworld, understanding their intentions. However, he was in no rush. He turned back to glance at Lin Shu and said, "I shall return shortly, and I will deal with those 4 remnants of immortals as well." Lin Shu, of course, had no objections. The 5-colored sparrow himself was not at his peak, and Lin Shu was unsure if he could handle the situation. However, since he had chosen to pursue alone without requesting assistance, it was reasonable to presume he had confidence in facing the 4 remnants of immortals and the 3 sovereigns. After all, he was once a powerful immortal who traversed the seas of realms, and even in his diminished state, he should still possess means to contend. The onlookers, witnessing a mere bird the size of a palm, watched as the old master of the immortal palace, the old killer of heaven, and the golden skeleton of the underworld fled, exchanging glances of disbelief. After a long while, someone finally reacted. An immortal. A conjecture suddenly surfaced in their minds. Just then, the entire 3,000 states trembled. In an instant, sounds of harmonious resonance erupted throughout the 3,000 states, and numerous phenomena manifested. Joy illuminated the faces of all within the 3,000 states. Such extraordinary occurrences sweeping through the land were not the result of battles among sovereigns or great immortals, but rather heralded the arrival of opportunities. The 3,000 states could experience such terrifying opportunities, which could only signify one possibility. The ancient ruins of the immortals were about to open. Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback by the timeline. The immortal bone ruins should not have been appearing so soon. Now, as the ancient ruins were about to be unveiled, it seemed he would not witness the demise of the 4 remnants of immortals and the 3 sovereigns. Nonetheless, it was perhaps for the best. Arriving earlier meant he could break through to divinity sooner, for he had long suppressed himself at this level. Ordinarily, one would cultivate immortal energy during the divine fire realm. However, Lin Shu aimed to cultivate immortal energy in the venerable realm, to blossom the flowers of the Tao and thus surpass the limits of the venerable realm, which was why he had been holding back. After all, breaking through to the divine fire realm was relatively easy for someone like Lin Shu, who possessed the primordial chaos body. But transcending limits was no simple task. Since he was about to embark on his journey, Lin Shu felt it necessary to make some arrangements. He turned to Lu Shun and said, Lu Shun, keep a close watch on the battles in the uninhabited zone. If anything arises, handle it as you see fit. Lin Shu refrained from making direct arrangements, trusting that Lu Shun would not appreciate him assigning tasks to her while he departed. Thus, he allowed her to act independently. Lu Shun nodded slightly. Seeing her assent, Lin Shu ceased further discussion and began walking toward the central region of Tianzhou. The opening of the ancient ruins would create a spiritual realm in each state. Each state is home to countless talents, but entry into the ancient ruins was not something that could be granted lightly. Only 10,000 slots would be available per state. Once these 10,000 were selected, they would be automatically transmitted from the spiritual realm to the secret realm of the ancient ruins. The flowers of the ancient Tao would bloom, allowing entry. Now, Lin Shu was headed for the spiritual realm of Tianzhou. In the next moment, Lin Shu summoned Xia Yuyu and Feng Wu, who had been cultivating in the Time and Space Palace, then glanced at Shi Hao, Yunxi, Lin Xiantong, Qingyi, the witch, Gugu, Lin Qing, and Huolinger, declaring, let us set forth. Lin Shu and his entourage marched grandly toward the spiritual realm of Tianzhou. At this moment, no one dared to obstruct Lin Shu's departure, and along the way, no one dared to impede their progress. It was well understood that the competition for the ancient ruins had already begun. On the path to the spiritual realm, if one could kill or obstruct others from entering, they would reduce their competition. Yet, no one dared to challenge Lin Shu's small group, even though they were merely the younger generation at the Venerable Realm. Others had elders accompanying them. Even the older generation of Tianzhou, upon seeing Lin Shu, chose to take a detour. The ancient ruins were about to open. Not only in Tianzhou, but the entire 3,000 states were mobilizing. Talented venerables emerged from all corners. The first generations resurfaced, and ancient prodigies awakened. For the ancient ruins, I shall be the king. Meanwhile, high above in the 9 heavens, the Zhuge ancient nation, the Starry Pavilion, the Changsheng Feng family, and various ancient sects aware of the happenings in the 3,000 states were also dispatching powerful individuals to lead their young talents into the 3,000 states. Their intentions remained unknown. Chapter 114, Lin Shu's Enemies. The blooming of the Tao of Immortality. Tianzhou, spiritual realm. At this moment, countless beings of the Venerable Realm from over 200 million miles around Tianzhou surged into the spiritual realm. Those with unfathomable strength could discern that even merely those stepping into the spiritual realm from Tianzhou numbered no less than 10 million. A single state, stretching thousands of miles in every direction, was filled with cultivators akin to grains of sand in the Ganges, rendering them virtually incalculable, especially among the venerables, who stood at the pinnacle of cultivation. Beyond this lay the divine fire realm, which required igniting the divine fire. Though the upper realm offered a cultivation environment far superior to the lower realms and various minor worlds, igniting the divine fire was not a guaranteed success for all. Now, among the millions of venerables in Tianzhou, while not all were prodigies, they sought to take a chance on entering the ancient ruins. For them, if fortune favored them enough to gain entry, it would be a monumental opportunity. If not, they would at least harbor no regrets. Lin Shu observed the throngs of venerables converging on the location of the Tianzhou spiritual realm. Among them, over 30% were those whose lifespans were nearly exhausted. With their limited potential, they were unable to ignite the divine fire, and the ancient ruins represented their last desperate gamble. In Lin Shu's view, these individuals would struggle to even qualify for entering the uninhabited zone or witnessing the petals of the Tao of immortality. They would likely be eliminated within the spiritual realm itself. To be eliminated could very well mean death. Lin Shu could envision that in the time to come, the spiritual realm would run red with blood, with tens of thousands, if not millions, of lives extinguished or retreating in despair each day. In every state, the spiritual realm ultimately selects a mere 10,000 individuals. With millions of revered beings vying in each state, the probability of such elimination is exceedingly high and undeniably cruel. Lin Shu remained tranquil, refraining from overthinking, and proceeded towards the spiritual realm. However, upon entering, before even participating in the fierce competition of the spirit world, he was unexpectedly transported away. Accompanying him were several individuals from his entourage. Lin Shu paused momentarily. Soon, he began to ponder and recollect the original narrative in his mind. He was not overly concerned about unforeseen events, as he was under the watchful eyes of Lu Shun and others, who could intervene at any moment should anything go awry. It seemed that his group had been granted special admission, exempting them from the trials of the spiritual realm. The storyline involving the ancient immortal secret realm was particularly vivid in Lin Shu's memory. Each state selected 10,000, Yet the number entering the uninhabited zone far exceeded 30 million. The excess comprised those who were directly admitted. Without exception, these individuals were the top talents from various factions across the 3,000 states, including prodigies, first-generation elites, and ancient anomalies. Lin Shu and his companions, being even more formidable than the ancient anomalies, naturally bypassed the competition and were granted direct entry. Gazing at the area occupied by the talented, revered beings of the heavenly state, Lin Shu noted the presence of several familiar faces. Among them were the 10 celestial maidens of the Celestial Academy, aside from Feng Wu, who stood beside him. The others had also been directly admitted into the vicinity of the ancient immortal secret realm. In terms of talent, they paled in comparison to Feng Wu and were worlds apart from Lin Shu and his group. Nevertheless, as prodigies of the Celestial Academy, they were formidable in their own right, and their direct admission came as no surprise. Of course, there were many unfamiliar faces as well. However, these strangers maintained a considerable distance upon seeing Lin Shu and his companions. Clearly, as geniuses selected by the various factions of the heavenly state, they were well informed and aware of Lin Shu's extraordinary feats during his time in the heavenly state. He was akin to a god of slaughter. They had no desire to attract his attention before even entering the ancient immortal realm. Lin Shu paid little heed to their fearful expressions. It was, after all, advantageous for him, sparing him from unnecessary trouble. Had they chosen to swarm him with hostility, he would have been compelled to waste time addressing them. Thus, Lin Shu closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The competition in the spiritual realm, which sought to select 10,000 individuals, would require some time. This interval was opportune for him to refine his skills. The technique of 3 flowers gathering at the apex and 5 Qi returning to origin had remained untouched. He had yet to practice it, while those who had accompanied him from the beginning, particularly Yun Shi, Qing Yi, and Xian Tong, had already begun to manifest the nascent forms of the 3 flowers, awaiting the cultivation of true celestial energy to condense into the genuine flower of the Tao. He found himself lagging behind. Yun Shi, Qing Yi, Xian Tong serve as my guardians. Yes, the 3, having already reached the limits of the revered realm, required no further cultivation. They surrounded Lin Shu, commencing their protective duties. Thus, Lin Shu entered a state of serene cultivation. Meanwhile, among the numerous prodigies who had been granted special admission within the heavenly state, a number of figures glanced towards Lin Shu, their eyes flickering with a hint of animosity. Yu Yu, the foremost prodigy of the celestial race, had entered the Celestial Academy for training years prior. When his race was annihilated, he fortuitously was not present, having been sequestered for the purpose of enhancing his strength in preparation for the opening of the ancient immortal secret realm. Upon emerging from his seclusion not long ago, he was horrified to learn that Lin Shu had obliterated his race. Thus, his hatred for Lin Shu was profound. Similarly, there were prodigies from the War Clan, such as Zhang Tiange, who had perished, yet 2 others with talents comparable to his, previously known as the 3 heroes of the War Clan, were also directly admitted to this location. Lin Shu, you have slain my ancestral War Emperor. I cannot rest until this grudge is avenged. Once we enter the ancient immortal secret realm, I shall rally all the prodigies of my clan and ensure your destruction. What does your backing matter? Within the ancient immortal secret realm, no one can interfere. At that time, separated from your companions, my clan's prodigies will surely rend you asunder. In the heavenly state, Lin Shu had his adversaries. The other 3,000 states possessed numerous foes as well. The demonic dragon sect, the celestial kingdom, the netherworld, and the demon sunflower garden, among many others, had their young elites, first-generation talents, and ancient anomalies, all of whom were now deeply etched with Lin Shu's name in their hearts. As time flowed steadily, a week had swiftly passed. The competition among the spiritual realms had drawn to a close. With the conclusion of the spiritual contest, each state's 10,000 individuals were transported into their respective areas of the ancient immortal secret realm. At that moment, a voice rang out. Lin Shu, I have heard from the elders that your strength is exceptionally formidable. They have instructed us to heed your command. Yet this young master refuses to submit. What qualifications do you possess to command us? Lin Shu awakened from his meditation, abruptly confronted by a throng of individuals. However, they were intercepted by Yun Shi, Qing Yi, and the others. Who are you? Lin Shu queried, unable to recall any elder in the 3,000 states who would command their juniors to obey him. In the 3,000 states, his only allies were the Celestial Academy, the Supreme Hall, and the Celestial Academy's prodigies, none of whom were present in this gathering. I am Yin Lin, the young master of the Yenke clan in the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. I am a ninth prince of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. I am the young master of the Tainyo clan in the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu understood. They were indeed from the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. He had not anticipated that the prodigies from a Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom would seek to involve themselves in the ancient immortal secret realm of the 3,000 states. Clearly, my emergence has prompted the forces of the Nine Heavens to engage in the contest for the ancient immortal realm. Yet, I wonder which other factions from the Nine Heavens have also joined the fray. If many forces from the Nine Heavens are involved, the prodigies from the 3,000 states will face dire consequences. Lin Shu mused silently. The quality of the prodigies from the Nine Heavens far surpassed that of the 3,000 states. Aside from a few ancient anomalies and several top-tier first-generation talents, the rest of the 3,000 state prodigies were woefully inadequate when compared to the young elites of the Nine Heavens. However, this was of no concern to Lin Shu. To him, the prodigies of the Nine Heavens were no different. Should they provoke him, he would not hesitate to unleash a bloodbath. At that moment, an unusual phenomenon appeared in the sky. Endless nine-colored clouds erupted, and celestial energy condensed into mist. The sacred and harmonious celestial light illuminated the entire realm. Simultaneously, the third celestial flower petal of this era blossomed. Onward, someone exclaimed, and in an instant, all set foot upon the ancient path, heading towards the ancient immortal secret realm. The true competition was finally commencing. Chapter 115. The end of the Law era approaches, solely occupying the ancient immortal realm. At this moment, the multitude of prodigies from the 3,000 states surged into the ancient immortal ruins from the 3,000 regions where the celestial flower petals had blossomed. Excitement filled their faces. After such a long wait, they were finally entering the ancient immortal secret realm. For many prodigies from the 3,000 states, this marked their first life. Yet for numerous ancient anomalies, this was their second, third, or even 10th life, hearkening back to epochs far older. This life would culminate in a conclusion, a true fulfillment. For those ancient prodigies who had been sealed away for countless eras, this day had been awaited for far too long. Were it not for this day, many would have already transcended to the void Tao, and some might have even reached the Escape One realm, the supreme realm, akin to celestial beings or 10-time champions. In the 10th generation, had one followed the conventional path of cultivation, such an extensive duration would undoubtedly have facilitated a breakthrough to the supreme realm. Even those brimming with self-assurance found themselves overwhelmed with emotion upon witnessing the awakening of the ancient celestial ruins, their hearts filled with boundless sentiments. However, in stark contrast to the exuberance of the numerous prodigies of the supreme realm from the 3,000 states, on the periphery of the 3,000 petals of celestial Tao, the leaders of various factions gazed downward with heavy hearts. After a lengthy silence, a deep feminine voice emanated from an ancient war chariot. The celestial Tao buds bloom, and with the opening of the 3,000 petals, the era is on the brink of conclusion. The age of the end times shall commence, and the true apocalypse is upon this realm. Many leaders were taken aback, for this war chariot belonged to a prominent figure of an imperial clan. The imperial clan, the most formidable force in the upper realm, had not succumbed to decline like the celestial tribe, whose once mighty members were now mere shadows of their former glory. The current imperial clan, still in its prime, commanded immediate reverence from the assembled powerful beings, leading them to inquire, "My lord, do you possess knowledge of what constitutes the end times?" Upon hearing this, a wave of despondency washed over the many powerful figures present. The Supreme, a being standing atop the 9 heavens and 10 earths, could easily live for 1,000,000 years. Yet the end times were said to limit their lifespan to a mere 10,000 years. This revelation was utterly astonishing. While they might dismiss such claims from others, the authority of the imperial clan rendered their words irrefutable. An elder leader, his expression twisted in disbelief, exclaimed, "No, how could this era be so dire?" Some relatively younger leaders, though not as dramatically affected as the elder, nonetheless found their hearts laden with conflicting emotions, unable to maintain tranquility. The thoughts of the leaders from the 3,000 states contrasted sharply with those of the revered beings entering the ancient celestial ruins, who remained blissfully unaware of the impending calamity, their faces alight with joy. Upon entering the ancient celestial secret realm, some discovered miraculous herbs and, without hesitation, absorbed them to break through to the divine fire realm. Others, even without such divine herbs, leveraged their formidable foundations to achieve the same. In a brief span of time, from the initial influx of over 30 million entrants, At least 100,000 had already transcended to the Divine Fire Realm within less than an hour of the ancient Celestial Ruins activation. Yet, none of this pertained to Lin Shu. Upon entering the ancient Celestial Ruins, Lin Shu promptly dispersed those around him. Each possessed immense power, surpassing even the ancient aberrations. Should they remain together, the clash of opportunities would spell disaster. Once separated, absent Lin Shu's restraining presence, they would unleash their true potential, capable of upheaving the very fabric of the ancient Celestial Ruins. As for the looming crisis, if any were to perish within the ancient Celestial Ruins, it would merely reflect their unworthiness to accompany him. Each had received Lin Shu's substantial investment, their strengths now eclipsing those of the ancient aberrations. Particularly, those closely following Lin Shu, Yun Shi, Qing Qi, and Lin Xiantong, had powers rivaling even the 10 Crown Kings. If they were to fall, what could Lin Shu possibly say? Moving leisurely through the ancient Celestial Ruins, Lin Shu occasionally encountered those attempting to challenge him, only to dispatch them effortlessly. Such casual ease in vanquishing foes soon drew attention to Lin Shu's prowess. At that moment, Lin Shu found himself encircled by a group of youthful prodigies, led by an exceptionally powerful first-generation figure capable of slaying those in the Divine Fire Realm. Rumor had it that he had already claimed the lives of over 5 Divine Fire cultivators. With less than 2 hours since the ancient Celestial Ruins had opened, his ability to vanquish 5 at this stage spoke volumes about his strength, despite not yet having ascended to the Divine Fire Realm himself. He regarded Lin Shu with haughty disdain. "Kid, your strength is commendable. Seeing you alone, why not join me?" Behind me stands an ancient aberration from the 9 heavens. Hailing from the son of the 9 heavens, he has dominated 3 eras, vanquishing all adversaries. Should you choose to follow me, I could introduce you to my lord, and you shall have the chance to soar to greatness. It became clear that he was affiliated with the 9 heavens. The son of the 9 heavens, one of its domains, explained his audacity. Lin Shu pondered whether this might be a faction harboring enmity against him. If so, capturing them would allow him to extract information about his adversaries and then deal with them in due course. However, since this was not the case, he saw no reason to waste time. A first-generation figure, though slightly inferior to Di Chong, would rank among the top tier within the 3,000 states. Nevertheless, such a prodigious talent was no match for Lin Shu, who could dispatch him with a single strike. In fact, Lin Shu required no arcane techniques. With a mere flick of his wrist, he obliterated the squad of 10 led by this almost comparable first-generation leader. The surrounding prodigies were left in shock. To think that a first-generation figure could be dispatched with such ease indicated a terrifying level of power. Outside the ancient Celestial Ruins, the leaders from the 3,000 states, peering through the petals, were equally astonished. Since Lin Shu's arrival, he had rarely engaged in combat, yet they had long suspected his strength was formidable. Now, witnessing him effortlessly annihilate a first-generation leader and a dozen other prodigies, they realized he was indeed on par with some ancient aberrations. Considering he likely exerted only a fraction of his strength, he had already reached the level of a Crown King. What was more, I surmised that he might even surpass the 3 Crown Kings. Take, for example, the ancient aberration from Sword Valley, Gu Jianyun, who managed to slay a first generation with a single strike, but utilized a treasure technique. In contrast, Lin Shu dispatched a first generation and a dozen others with a mere casual gesture, highlighting the disparity between them. Indeed, Gu Jianyun is a genuine 3 Crown King. Yet based on my estimations, Lin Shu's exhibited strength, coupled with his hidden methods, suggests he is undoubtedly comparable to the 6th Crown King, Ning Chuan. How delightful! Ning Chuan seems to be tirelessly searching for Lin Shu's whereabouts. It is only a matter of time before they cross paths. The anticipation of their encounter is quite exhilarating. Unbeknownst to Lin Shu, his casual display of perhaps less than 10% of his strength had garnered the attention of many leaders from the 3,000 states. At this moment, Lin Shu had arrived in an ancient realm. This ancient realm, though devoid of treasures, was abundant in tranquility and rich in spiritual energy, making it an ideal location for cultivation. As soon as Lin Shu entered this ancient realm, he declared, "From this moment forth, this realm shall be known as the Lin realm. Should I find anyone lingering here after a quarter of an hour, they shall bear the consequences." With that, Lin Shu's aura swept across the entire ancient realm, suppressing those reverent beings exploring or cultivating within. This oppressive aura was transient, yet no one dared to linger. They hastily vacated the ancient realm, and within a mere 15 minutes, Lin Shu stood alone. After all, They could sense the magnitude of Lin Shu's power merely through his presence. With the ancient realm lacking any opportunities, even if they felt reluctant, they would not dare to offend a being who seemed to be at least a 3 or 4 crown king. Watching everyone depart, Lin Shu sealed the entrance to the ancient realm, then sat cross-legged, embarking on his cultivation journey. First, he would attempt to cultivate the first strand of celestial energy. Chapter 116. The Reemergence of the Dual Pupil Stone. Yuan Shi versus the Fallen Immortal. Lin Shu achieves enlightenment. While Lin Shu was engrossed in his cultivation within the ancient realm, chaos erupted within the ancient celestial ruins. With each passing moment, numerous revered beings, and even those in the divine fire realm fell. The entire Xian ancient secret realm at this moment resembles a battlefield of Azuras, teeming with corpses. The rise of a single hero often comes at the cost of countless fallen. The emergence of a singular prodigy typically coincides with the demise of numerous aspirants. Those once hailed as the foremost geniuses within their respective factions, who boasted an undefeated record since their inception, have now entered the Xian ancient secret realm. Stripped of their former invincibility, each entered with unwavering confidence. Yet upon witnessing the state of the ancient ruins, many have succumbed to despair, while others have opted to hide, believing that survival itself constitutes victory. However, this world has never lacked truly exceptional talents. As time progresses, formidable prodigies continue to rise from adversity within the Xian ancient secret realm, dominating their peers with unparalleled might. In the region of Zhuai Prefecture, a young man named Shi, who possesses innate double pupils, emerges. As he makes his move, he displays the Qilin step, and the opening and closing of his double pupils seem capable of parting the heavens. His path is one of invincibility, with few able to withstand the power of his gaze. Even those as powerful as the first generation find it rare to engage him for more than a few exchanges. The name double pupil Shi swiftly spreads throughout the Xian ancient ruins. Leaders from the 3,000 prefectures, gazing through the petals of the immortal Tao, spot Shi and are taken aback. They had not anticipated such a powerful prodigy, nearly unrivaled among his peers, to arise from Zhuai Prefecture. The double pupils are heralded as an undefeated legend. This era, undeniably the end of an epoch, has even given rise to such an invincible constitution. One wonders which faction could have nurtured him, as he had never been mentioned before. Could he be a descendant of those ancient figures? To think that after so many years, their progeny could still produce such a powerful talent. It is evident that many leaders among the 3,000 prefectures are aware of these secrets. The Shi surname belongs to the lineage of Sin blood. Once, this lineage was the most terrifying bloodline in existence, representing the mightiest force in the world. However, following the fall of the 7 kings, their former glory has turned into Sin blood, and the realm they inhabit is now referred to as Zhuai Prefecture. These old-timers are well aware that the Immortal Palace, the Dragon Demon sect, and the Sword Valley continuously suppress the Sin blood lineage, eradicating any prodigy that emerges. Yet, they are astonished that a figure with double pupils has surfaced right under the noses of these mighty factions without detection. Could it be that the former 7 kings left behind some hidden hand? That should not be the case. If they had, how could they allow the Immortal Palace, the Dragon Demon sect, and the Sword Valley to act with such impunity? It is intriguing, as the powerful members of the Immortal Palace, Dragon Demon sect, and Sword Valley clash with Lin Shu. It appears that their own younger generation is once again being suppressed by double pupil Shi. The dynamics of the 3,000 prefectures seem poised for a radical transformation. Within the Xian ancient ruins, numerous geniuses abound. For the leaders of the 3,000 prefectures, double pupil Shi is merely an interlude. After all, while he is formidable, he has yet to reach the level of dominating the entire Xian ancient ruins. They can observe the events unfolding within the ruins and are well aware of the rising geniuses therein. The prodigies entering from Tian Prefecture are undoubtedly the highest quality. Lin Shu, for instance, has made few moves, yet each has resulted in swift victories, his strength rivaling that of the 6 crown kings. However, he soon retreated into seclusion, diverting attention elsewhere, particularly towards those surrounding him. When their gaze shifts to Lin Shu's companions, they are utterly astonished. Yuan Shi, one of the women by Lin Shu's side, advances through the Xian ancient ruins unopposed, showcasing her overwhelming strength and unparalleled beauty, having garnered the admiration of many from the first generation. Yet, those from the first generation have all been effortlessly dispatched by her. Have you witnessed the treasure technique she employed? It appears to be the true dragon technique. It is astonishing that such a technique still exists in this world and is wielded with complete mastery. Those from the first generation, once undefeated young sovereigns, find themselves powerless against her under the true dragon technique. Who exactly is Lin Shu, that all those around him can harness the true dragon technique? It is indeed perplexing. In truth, I believe the most terrifying aspect is not merely the true dragon technique. The fact that this woman utilizes it so easily implies she possesses even greater trump cards. What kind of hidden power could she possibly be concealing? Resorting to the true dragon technique. As this thought crosses their minds, many watching leaders are filled with trepidation. The true dragon technique is undeniably one of the most powerful techniques in existence. Yet Shi employs it as if it were a mere ordinary maneuver against the first generation. The hidden power must surely be even more formidable, leaving them to ponder the true extent of Shi's hidden capabilities. This woman is undoubtedly a formidable contender for the championship in this contest for the Xian Ancient Ruins. At this moment, Shi traverses through the secret realm, initially believing the so-called geniuses of the 3,000 prefectures to be immensely powerful. She soon realizes, after engaging in several battles, that they are remarkably weak. She had anticipated the vastness and might of the 3,000 prefectures. Thus, when encountering a prodigy, she followed Lin Shu's directive to give her all. To her surprise, with the true dragon technique unleashed, not even a single move was exchanged. It is worth noting that while she employed the true dragon technique, she exerted less than a third of her strength. Is this truly the level of competition in the Xian Ancient contest? It is less challenging than dueling with Qing, Yi, and the others. As Shi contemplates this, she quickly deduces the reason. It is Lin Shu's teachings that are simply too powerful. Both Qing, Yi, and Lin Xiantong have also received his instruction. Thus, they are equally formidable, which is why they can never seem to determine a victor. She comes to understand that it is not that the geniuses of the 3,000 prefectures are weak. Rather, it is Lin Shu, this young master, who is extraordinarily strong. While Shi continues her introspection, a woman suddenly obstructs her path. Upon seeing the newcomer, Shi prepares to unleash the true dragon technique to send her on her way. Wait, I am not here to fight you. This individual is known as the Dragon Maiden, hailing from an exceedingly ancient faction, possessing a trace of true dragon blood. She has emerged several times throughout history and is considered an ancient anomaly. Yet, she has never encountered someone who utilizes the true dragon technique so casually. It is the supreme technique she has longed for. Had she not sought to collaborate with Shi, she would never have desired to approach her. It is simply too disheartening. What do you want? Shi does not lower her guard simply because the opponent is female. She senses this person is stronger than those she has previously defeated. Such a person approaching her could harbor ulterior motives. Miss Shi, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Dragon Maiden. As for my true name, it has been sealed away for several eras and is no longer relevant. The Dragon Maiden glides gracefully before Shi like a celestial being, her water blue hair flowing in the wind, exuding an astonishing aura as she continues. I wish to collaborate with you to explore a perilous lair. On what basis should I trust you? I can swear it. Oh, pray enlighten me. Shi, intrigued, considers the Dragon Maiden's strength, realizing that even she seeks collaboration, which piques her interest in this perilous lair. Soon, the Dragon Maiden shares the information she possesses with Shi. After listening, Shi ultimately nods. Very well, you must swear first. If you are truthful, I shall accompany you. The so-called geniuses of the 3,000 prefectures are far too weak. I hope this lair will provide me with a sense of urgency. Otherwise, I do not know when I will be able to cultivate the ethereal energy that my master mentioned. The Dragon Maiden's heart tightens. Ethereal energy? Has this woman already reached such a stage? The modern aberration, surprisingly, has already cultivated such profound depth and embarked upon the path of refining celestial energy. This journey, even for ancient prodigies with centuries of accumulated experience, may not be navigable. The crux lies in the fact that Shi has merely reached the realm of a respected sage, without even stepping into the domain of divine fire. Yet she aspires to cultivate celestial energy. This is indeed formidable. Naturally, the Dragon Maiden did not elaborate further. Having sworn an oath, the two set off towards the lair of ferocity, during which the Dragon Maiden shared additional details with Shi. Before long, they arrived at the so-called lair of ferocity. This place could only be described as a purgatory on Earth, while other locations also bore fallen prodigies. They paled in comparison to this site, which was akin to a minor sorcerer meeting a great sorcerer. The corpses here could nearly form a mountain. In this confined area, there are likely thousands of bodies. Are you certain this is man-made? Shi inquired, her heart tightening at the scene before her as she turned to the Dragon Maiden. I cannot be sure, but but I have seen a white silhouette deep within from a distance several times. Even in this life, it persists. With that assertion, Yunshi immediately took action. She discerned that ahead lay a killing formation, with these corpses being the result of individuals succumbing to its deadly embrace. The sheer potency of a single killing formation was astounding, indicating that the mastermind behind it possessed extraordinary skills. This was precisely the kind of adversary she sought. True dragon treasure technique. At that moment, she ceased to restrain her strength to below 30%, instead channeling it to 50%. The true dragon treasure technique struck the killing formation, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy that swept forth. Bodhi technique. Yunshi remained vigilant and swiftly executed the Bodhi technique, a mastery of time and space. In the next instant, her form became ethereal, as if she had entered an unknown void, evading the unparalleled sword energy. Since 50% of my strength is insufficient, I shall attempt 70%. Yunshi unleashed her power once more. This time, the killing formation was shattered. As it crumbled, Yunshi beheld an extraordinary prodigy clad in white. I never expected to encounter such a remarkable woman in this life. Your strength is commendable, and your use of the true dragon treasure technique is impressive. You remind me of someone I once glimpsed in the ruins of the ancient celestial realm. He bore the title of the 10-Crown King. I wonder whose true dragon treasure technique is mightier, yours or his. With that, the man in white sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, he conjured a horn, radiating an utterly terrifying aura. This was the power of one of the 10 fiends, the horn of the heavenly ant. The heavenly ant is renowned as the strongest among the 10 fiends. To possess its horn signifies an astonishing fortune for the white-clad man. With a sweep of his horn, the very fabric of the lair twisted, as if the extreme force was collapsing space itself. With this strike, even the first generation would have no chance to resist. Yet, in the face of this assault, Yunshi merely flickered and evaded. Is this the power of time and space? The white-clad man felt a twinge of unease as he observed Yunshi evade his strike with such ease. He had previously slain several so-called double crown kings and triple crown kings with this very move, yet he had never participated in the ultimate contest, thus remaining nameless in the vast celestial realm. However, he was confident that even the 10-Crown King, who mastered the true dragon treasure technique and dominated the ancient celestial realm for 10 generations, would approach him with caution. To his astonishment, a woman of this era had effortlessly dodged his attack. Very well, you have earned the right to know my name. Those who once knew me called me the Exiled Immortal. Yunshi regarded the Exiled Immortal and remarked, the title of Exiled Immortal is indeed splendid, but I wonder if you are worthy of it. Today, I shall defeat you to prove my invincibility and to demonstrate to my lord that I have truly grown under his guidance. With that, Yunshi launched her next assault. Thunder Emperor Technique. 9 Heavens Calamity Light. In an instant, the lair of ferocity resonated with the roar of thunder as boundless thunderous power converged in the heavens, darkening the entire realm with an ominous aura. A bolt of lightning emerged from the depths of the void, illuminating the previously darkened sky, a ray of light akin to the dawn amidst darkness. This was the 9 Heavens Calamity Light, a divine ability within the Thunder Emperor technique. The Thunder Emperor technique encompasses numerous divine abilities, and what Yunshi has comprehended thus far constitutes only a fraction of its entirety. The 9 Heavens Calamity Light is one of the most formidable abilities she has grasped, possessing supreme destructive power. This technique surpasses the true dragon treasure technique she has only recently begun to cultivate, reaching an entirely different echelon. This strike shall subdue you. Meanwhile, the Dragon Maiden, who had been observing from a distance of 1,000 miles since the onset of the battle between Yunshi and the Exiled Immortal, found herself astounded. Yunshi's power was simply terrifying. In the face of such a strike, the Dragon Maiden mused that she would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. It is indeed the Thunder Emperor technique. The Exiled Immortal's expression grew grave as he watched the 9 Heavens Calamity Light descend from the void. Previously, while Yunshi's true dragon treasure technique was formidable, likely overwhelming for an ordinary first-generation being, he had not flinched. However, he now recognized that he must exert his full strength. In the next moment, a wisp of celestial energy began to manifest around the Exiled Immortal. He was serious. In this world, he had always believed that only the 10-Crown King, whom he had encountered in the ancient celestial realm without engaging in battle, could compel him to wield celestial energy. Now, there was another, Yunshi. Yunshi, witnessing the celestial energy manifesting around the Exiled Immortal, felt a surge of excitement. Is this what my lord refers to as a celestial being? Let me see if you truly possess the strength as rumored. She murmured softly, and the 3 budding forms of the flowers of the Tao suddenly materialized above her head. At that instant, the entire lair fell into an eerie silence. The Dragon Maiden and the exiled immortal gazed in awe at the 3 burgeoning Tao flowers, left utterly speechless. You have cultivated 3 strands of celestial energy. No, this cannot be. How is it possible to condense the flowers of the Tao without having cultivated celestial energy? The exiled immortal, who had always maintained a calm demeanor, now spoke with an urgency that betrayed his astonishment. He had accumulated vast experience over many lifetimes, and only recently had he begun to cultivate celestial energy in this life, since the ancient celestial realm had reopened. He had assumed he was ahead of everyone else, only to find himself surpassed. Are you truly just a product of this era? The exiled immortal asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Are we still going to fight? Yunshi inquired, noticing the exiled immortal retracting his celestial energy and the ferocious beast's horn, appearing somewhat drained and unwilling to continue. Initially, she had aimed to harness the battle with the exiled immortal to stimulate her potential and cultivate celestial energy. Yet she had not anticipated that he would withdraw his divine abilities. No more fighting. The exiled immortal shook his head. He recognized that he had lost. While he might believe he could still compete with Yunshi in terms of strength, the emergence of the 3 Tao flowers, even in their embryonic form, made it clear to him that he had ultimately fallen short. He had lost. Upon hearing the exiled immortal's declaration, Yunshi lost all interest in continuing the fight. The individual before her was undeniably powerful and had approached her first. If there were anyone else seeking trouble with her, she would have dealt with them decisively. However, as this was a confrontation she had initiated, she could not simply eliminate him. Furthermore, the exiled immortal was not easily vanquished. Breaking through that horn, exuding such an overwhelming aura, would likely require her utmost effort. At that point, even the 10 fiend techniques might not suffice, and she might need to resort to the power of the creation stone. At that moment, the use of a creation stone might indeed slay the opponent. It would also inflict damage upon oneself, rendering it a futile endeavor. Yunshi glanced at the celestial exile, seemingly struck by an idea. You are the celestial exile, are you not? Your prowess is commendable. My lord might take an interest in you. Why not accompany me to meet him? Who is the lord you speak of? Lin Shu. This revelation startled both the celestial exile and the dragon maiden. It is he. The name Lin Shu had become exceedingly well known during this period. It resonated like thunder in their ears. They could hardly have been unaware of it. Who would have imagined that Yunshi, possessing such formidable strength, was affiliated with Lin Shu? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the celestial exile finally spoke. Very well, I shall meet Lin Shu. I am also curious to witness what kind of strength he possesses that captivate a woman of your extraordinary caliber. Yunshi replied, you must not doubt my lord's strength. All my abilities are honed under his guidance. Noticing Yunshi's latent readiness to engage due to his skepticism regarding Lin Shu, the celestial exile hastily gestured for her to desist. I hold no doubts. I merely wish to observe. Though he was not afraid to confront Yunshi, it was evident that she held Lin Shu in high regard, and further questioning could provoke her wrath. Given Yunshi's immense power, should she resort to fighting, the celestial exile questioned whether he could escape unscathed, knowing it would likely result in mutual destruction. Meanwhile, Lin Shu remained oblivious to the events unfolding within the ancient celestial ruins. He had immersed himself in deep meditation, his celestial energy gradually coalescing. The first strand of celestial energy was on the verge of being completed. Today, my path is accomplished. Above Lin Shu's head, the nascent form of the flower of the Tao began to materialize, solidifying as the celestial energy emerged. An hour later, Lin Shu finally awakened from his seclusion. I cannot believe a week has already passed. Upon awakening, he sensed the passage of time and wondered how everyone was faring in their cultivation. He retrieved the communication stone and discovered numerous messages. One particular message filled him with unexpected delight. Chapter 117. Reunion with Yunshi. The first encounter with the Dragon Maiden and the Celestial Exile. Shi Hao, big brother. There's a person named Ning Chuan, whom many refer to as the Six Crown King. He is searching for you everywhere, and upon seeing me, he claimed I am of the blood of sin. I am preparing to confront this Ning Chuan. Gugu, my lord. There appears to be a true dragon's aura within the ancient celestial ruins. Shortly after entering, I heard news of a true dragon soaring from the heavens, drenching numerous prodigies. Lin Xiantong, my lord, I have successfully cultivated a strand of celestial energy and encountered the saintess of the heaven-mending sect, Yuchan. This woman is being pursued by a force from the 9 heavens. Considering her connection to Sister Qing Yi, I plan to rescue her. Hualing and Xiaoyu. We have encountered individuals from the Zhuke Ancient Kingdom and the Starry Pavilion. These two factions from the Nine Heavens have found us, claiming they wish us to heed their words, though they seem quite defiant. Yunshi, I have met someone who calls himself the Celestial Exile. He wishes to meet my lord, and considering his considerable strength, I have decided to bring him to see my lord. Lin Shu then perused the messages from Lin Qing, the sorceress, and Feng Wu. Feng Wu was currently with the prodigies of the Celestial Academy and had not encountered any significant troubles. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Lin Qing, too, was engaged in cultivation and was nearing the cultivation of celestial energy. The sorceress had made contact with individuals from the Celestial Severing sect, where conflicts with the prodigies of the Heaven-Mending sect were arising, and she intended to resolve these disputes. Among all these messages, Lin Shu did not overly concern himself with the others. Shi Hao's pursuit of Ning Chuan was noteworthy in the original narrative. Shi Hao entered the ancient celestial ruins unafraid of Ning Chuan. Given his current strength, he was far more powerful than in the original tale. Thus, his search for Ning Chuan posed little danger. Although Ning Chuan was a six-crowned king and a true top prodigy within the ancient celestial ruins, he was likely no match for Shi Hao, whose strength Lin Shu was well aware of. Gugu, as a descendant of the true dragon, seeking the aura of a true dragon should also be safe. After all, Gugu was a genuine true dragon, and even if the ancient celestial ruins harbored remnants of a true dragoness power, they would not pose a threat to him. As for Lin Xiantong, she faced a force from the Nine Heavens, which could present some challenges. However, considering she had already cultivated celestial energy, the prodigies of the Nine Heavens would not be a significant concern for her. Yet, it was curious how she came to aid Yuchan. What business did the Nine Heavens have with her? This piqued Lin Shu's curiosity. Let be. I shall leave this matter to Xiantong. Although Yuchan possesses her own trump cards and is not afraid of the Nine Heavens forces, she ultimately stands alone against an entire faction. Her strength, though commendable, does not rank among the elite within the ancient celestial ruins. If she were to fall into the hands of the Nine Heavens, Qing Yi would undoubtedly be distressed. Even now, though Yuchan and Qing Yi had not merged, they shared the same visage. Qing Yi would surely not wish to see someone bearing her likeness suffer any indignity. Lin Xiantong likely considered this as well, prompting her decision to assist. However, the news brought to Lin Shu by Yunshi filled him with joy. The Celestial Exile, in the entirety of the ancient celestial ruins. Only one person dared to bear that title. The one referred to as the Unsullied King by the Ten Crown Prince. This individual possessed remarkable talent, and should Lin Shu manage to secure and nurture him, he might become an even greater ally in the face of the impending dark age than depicted in the original narrative, adding another formidable force to their ranks. Originally, Lin Shu had intended to seek him out, yet now Yunshi had discovered him and brought him forth, making it fortuitous for Lin Shu to meet him. With this thought in mind, Lin Shu promptly responded to Yunshi, informing her of his location. Within the ancient celestial ruins, Yunshi, the Celestial Exile, and the Dragon Maiden traversed together. Even the weakest among them, the Dragon Maiden, was an ancient prodigy, her strength surpassing that of an ordinary first-generation cultivator. Thus, their trio effortlessly pushed through, leaving a path of defeated foes in their wake. At this moment, they had just vanquished a group of prodigies. Upon sensing Lin Shu's reply, Yunshi immediately checked it, and upon completion, she exclaimed, "Celestial Exile, my lord has agreed and has conveyed his location to me. Let's depart." Yunshi led the way, with the Dragon Maiden and the Celestial Exile following closely behind. Eager to reunite with Lin Shu, Yunshi hastened her pace. The Celestial Exile, having cultivated the true Phoenix art, possessed remarkable agility, enabling him to keep up. The Dragon Maiden, though an ancient prodigy, found it somewhat taxing to match their speed. Though she was called the Dragon Maiden and possessed a faint true dragon bloodline, she had encountered many prodigies before, and none had ever surpassed her in swiftness. Yet now, both Yunshi and the Celestial Exile outpaced her. If they were merely traversing without exerting their full power, she could barely keep up, should they unleash their full potential. The speed would be truly terrifying. The Celestial Exile was understandable, having schemed across countless generations with profound depth. It was reasonable that she could not match him. Yet Yunshi, with only a single lifetime of accumulation, was astonishingly formidable. Lin Shu's ability to cultivate such a remarkable individual left her in awe. If possible, she resolved to remain by his side this time, as the opportunities within the ancient celestial ruins might pale in comparison to what Lin Shu could offer. The Dragon Maiden was no stranger to the ancient celestial ruins. She understood that even an ordinary first-generation cultivator, even with the treasures of the ancient celestial ruins, would find it nearly impossible to reach Yunshi's heights. This was evident from the celestial exile's presence. After countless generations of scheming, the battle between them had reached an impasse, with neither side able to claim victory over Yunshi. The achievements of Yunshi were evidently far beyond what could be amassed in a mere lifetime. At long last, the group traversed numerous ancient realms within the celestial ruins, arriving at the domain of Lin Shu, known as the Forest Realm. "Young master, I have arrived." Upon reaching the designated location, Yunshi finally transmitted a message to Lin Shu. Lin Shu, upon receiving Yunshi's communication, promptly emerged from the Forest Realm. Indeed, as he stepped out, he beheld Yunshi. At this moment, Yunshi exuded a palpable aura of menace, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor upon entry, her presence now significantly elevated. Although previously softened by Lin Shu's words, the gentleness in her eyes had vanished, replaced by an unmistakable and intangible killing intent that could instill a sense of inferiority in lesser prodigies, hinting at an imperial might. Indeed, Lin Shu internally commended her. Since Yunshi had gifted him the celestial earring, he had already considered her as his own. Lin Shu had no need for mere ornamentation. This state of being was precisely what he desired. He then turned his gaze toward the two individuals accompanying Yunshi, a man and a woman. The man was extraordinarily handsome, ethereal like a celestial being, yet there lingered a palpable aura of iron-blooded ferocity in his eyes. This individual must be the celestial outcast. The woman, too, was remarkable in her own right, and Lin Shu sensed a familiar essence emanating from her, akin to Gugu, yet markedly different. In the 3,000 states, there existed a faction known as the Dragon Palace. Lin Shu surmised that this woman likely hailed from that lineage. Regrettably, with the true dragons having vanished, the Dragon Palace, though possessing a trace of true dragon blood, could hardly be deemed a top-tier force in the 3,000 states. Could she be the Dragon Maiden? The Dragon Palace, while not at the pinnacle, did not lack formidable talents, and this woman appeared to possess considerable strength. Aside from the ancient anomaly known as the Dragon Maiden, who had some association with Shi Hao, Lin Shu could not think of any other individual with such prowess. In the future, across the 3,000 states and beyond, I may very well extinguish numerous factions. If I continue this path of destruction, it will undoubtedly lead to a weakening of powers in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It seems that the Dragon Palace could be a suitable candidate for Gugu to subdue and nurture into a force under my command. Lin Shu understood that to fend off the foreign domains, the consolidation of strength from the 9 heavens and 10 earths was imperative. As Lin Shu scrutinized the celestial outcast and the Dragon Maiden, they in turn assessed him, although they had never met. Lin Shu's name resonated in their minds with thunderous clarity. His first appearance in the 3,000 states had already provoked the ire of several top-tier factions, such as the Celestial Palace, the Demonic Garden, and the Dragon Gate, culminating in the deaths of formidable figures from these sections. Subsequently, he annihilated the Celestial Race and the War Clan, both of which, while diminished in power, still boasted formidable ancestors who were renowned masters within the 3,000 states. Particularly, the Elder Celestial had played a pivotal role in establishing the Celestial Race's reputation among the 10 royal families of the Upper Realm, making him a nearly insurmountable opponent beneath the Supreme Realm. Now, under Lin Shu's command, they had perished with such ease. Most importantly, Lin Shu had faced an assault from the Celestial Palace, the Dragon Gate, the Underworld, and the Celestial Kingdom. Yet he effortlessly dispatched 6 Supremes and a being suspected to be an unparalleled Celestial. Had it not been for the awakening of the Celestial Ruins, they might have witnessed a true celestial battle. It could be said that Lin Shu's reputation in the 3,000 states was unparalleled and widely acknowledged. Now, standing before them, the celestial outcast and the Dragon Maiden could not help but scrutinize this individual who stirred the winds and clouds of the 3,000 states. Eager to discern what set him apart, his aura was reined in, revealing no hint of his power. Yet, even in his physical form, he emanated a terrifying pressure, surpassing that of pure-blooded feral beasts. In a bygone era, merely by virtue of his physique, he could have dominated the celestial realms. The celestial outcast, having assessed Lin Shu, formed this opinion in his heart. He practiced the true Phoenix treasure technique and the heavenly ant's secret art, confidently believing that in terms of strength and physique, no one in this world could rival him. Yet upon witnessing Lin Shu, he realized that in terms of physical prowess, he was still considerably lacking. This was merely the aspect of his physical form. The other facets of Lin Shu remained elusive to the celestial outcast. However, Having learned that Yunshi's skills were cultivated under Lin Shu's guidance, he recognized that Lin Shu possessed a wealth of knowledge in various arts. The techniques Yunshi had displayed, such as the Thunder Emperor's art, the Cicada Clan's art, and the True Dragon's art, were all gifts from Lin Shu, and thus, he had every reason to learn them as well. As for the Dragon Maiden, her thoughts were solely focused on how she could align herself with Lin Shu. The question of Lin Shu's strength did not even cross her mind. It was evident that he was immensely powerful to have captured Yunshi's heart so completely. As a woman herself, she understood that Yunshi's regard for Lin Shu transcended the typical master-servant dynamic. Upon their initial meeting, Yunshi's aura of killing intent had even unsettled her. In battle against the celestial outcast, Yunshi had exhibited unparalleled dominance, embodying the ultimate destructive power of the 9 heavens calamities. Had the celestial outcast not restrained himself, the Dragon Maiden wholeheartedly believed that Yunshi would have fought him to the bitter end. Now, when Yunshi gazed at Lin Shu, her eyes sparkled with an almost ethereal glow, a look that rendered even her past bloodshed against many prodigies inconsequential. It was clear that Yunshi was utterly enamored with Lin Shu. At that moment, Lin Shu spoke. "Celestial outcast, is it? A commendable title, yet in my eyes, you seem to lack a certain depth. You have cultivated the true Phoenix treasure technique and the Heavenly Ant's secret art, mastered commendable swordsmanship, and have fortuitously acquired the horn of the Heavenly Ant. In terms of strength, aside from myself and those in my company, you and the 10-Crown Prince undoubtedly stand among the finest prodigies." At this point, Lin Shu paused, then inquired, "But have you ever contemplated your future?" The celestial outcast listened intently to Lin Shu's words, unsurprised that he was aware of the techniques he practiced. After all, he had fought against Yunshi, who might have shared this information. However, the final question caught him off guard. Future? He pondered. Surely I have considered it. Yet, he sensed that Lin Shu's inquiry hinted at something deeper. What do you wish to convey? Nothing of great consequence, merely inquiring about your ambitions. Naturally, to achieve immortality, you might aim even higher. If your goal is merely immortality, it hardly constitutes an aspiration. With your talents, attaining immortality would be all too effortless. The celestial outcast was taken aback. Isn't immortality the objective of everyone in the 3,000 states and beyond? Lin Shu's words suggested that he regarded the attainment of immortality with little significance. After a moment of contemplation, the celestial outcast asked, "You seem to possess considerable knowledge. Even speaking of immortality so casually, may I inquire about some truths regarding the divine?" Lin Shu nodded. "Certainly, but you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" "Join the faction I am establishing." Upon hearing this, the celestial outcast felt a stirring in his heart. Was he finally to learn about Lin Shu's organization? Yet, why did it have to be a newly created faction? However, the celestial being gave it little thought and directly remarked, "If my memory serves me right, the powerful entity behind you seems to be engaged in a fierce contest with the forces of the Immortal Palace. On the surface, it appears that your ally is at a disadvantage." After a brief pause, the celestial being continued, "The Immortal Palace boasts 4 remnant immortals and 3 supreme beings. Meanwhile, the formidable entity you claim to have on your side consists of only 1 perfected immortal and 5 supreme beings. Although there is a woman of strength comparable to a supreme being, she has yet to participate in the battle. Don't expect me to join your faction when they have been vanquished by several forces of the Immortal Palace." Lin Shu smiled calmly and retorted, "Who said that the individual behind me is merely a perfected immortal? What do you mean? If not a perfected immortal, then what could it be? An immortal king?" Upon hearing this, the celestial being was left utterly bewildered. The dragon lady, standing nearby, was equally perplexed. Lin Shu, undeterred by their expressions, continued, "You just inquired about the immortal realm. Allow me to enlighten you fully. The pinnacle of humanity is the supreme being. When a supreme being reaches the apex, they ascend to become an immortal, stepping into the domain of the immortal path. This realm is further divided into true immortal, immortal king, and those above the immortal king. As for the likes of semi-mortal emperors and immortal emperors, I dare not speak of them directly yet. Hence, I shall refer to them as those above the immortal king. The so-called remnant immortals you mentioned are merely at the initial stage of true immortal and are all injured, unable to fully exhibit their true immortal prowess. The perfected immortal you speak of was once an immortal king, and among immortal kings, they were a top-tier existence. If an ordinary immortal king is akin to the common prodigies of the 3,000 states, then a peak immortal king would be comparable to the progenitors of the 3,000 states. while the perfected immortal you refer to is like a sovereign who could easily dominate an entire era. As for the remnant immortals, they are merely equivalent to the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm. Now do you understand the disparity? After absorbing Lin Shu's explanation, the celestial being's face was painted with shock. The so-called perfected immortal beside Lin Shu was truly formidable. In comparison to the remnant immortals, it was as if they were mere ants. At that moment, he genuinely grasped the vast difference between Lin Shu's faction and those of the 3,000 states. By the way, let me add that this individual is presently the weakest among my companions. The five-colored sparrow is the weakest among the immortals beside Lin Shu, a fact he did not fabricate. The divine spirit, the Emperor Light Immortal King, the master of the Forbidden Zone, and the peak Immortal Kings, all of whom are untouched by injury, are the true giants. The five-colored sparrow is merely a fragmented Immortal King. Chapter 119. Investing in the Celestial Being. The Celestial Being's shock. Both the Celestial Being and the Dragon Lady were rendered utterly speechless upon hearing Lin Shu's words. A being of such immense power was, in Lin Shu's words, the weakest among his current companions. What then could the strongest be like? In that instant, the Celestial Being felt a clear target for the future forming in his mind. He had thought that becoming an immortal was the pinnacle of cultivation. But from Lin Shu's discourse, he learned that becoming an immortal was merely a slight augmentation of strength, far from the ultimate peak. In the hands of an immortal king, those who had just achieved the immortal path were akin to ants. My goal is not to become an immortal, but rather an immortal king, and ultimately, something beyond an immortal king. The Celestial Being mused internally. At that moment, Lin Shu interjected, Celestial Being, I have shared the information regarding the cultivation realms of the immortal path. Now, it is time for you to fulfill your promise. Starting today, you shall join the faction I have just established. As this faction is newly formed, it currently lacks a name, but remember, you are now one of my people. As my follower, you may now express your aspirations. Perhaps I can assist you in achieving them. The Celestial Being was momentarily taken aback. Was Lin Shu truly so frivolous? He was inviting him to join a faction that didn't even have a name yet. However, the Celestial Being was not one to break his word. Having received knowledge about the immortal path, he had pledged to join upon receiving such information, so he did not refuse. Very well. I shall henceforth be a member of your faction. How should I address you? For now, simply call me young master. As for a specific title, we shall decide once the Immortal Ancient competition concludes, and my faction is named and publicly recognized in the 3,000 states or the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Understood. I shall refer to you as young master. The Celestial Being continued, Young master, you previously inquired about my future aspirations. After hearing everything just now, I realize that becoming an immortal is not my goal. My ambition is to surpass even the immortal kings. Excellent. Such ambition is commendable. Although the path beyond the immortal kings is fraught with challenges, with your talents and now that you have joined my faction, I shall ensure your proper cultivation. Saying this, Lin Shu bestowed upon the Celestial Being the true dragon techniques, the Qilin techniques, the divine cicada techniques, and the Thunder Emperor techniques. With your gifts, as a member of my faction, you could be a core figure. These 4 techniques are your initiation gifts. The Celestial Being gazed in astonishment at the 10 fearsome techniques Lin Shu had just granted him, and particularly the 4 of them. Each of these techniques was capable of inciting endless turmoil and bloodshed across the 3,000 states and the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The emergence of any single one of these techniques would compel powerful beings to risk their lives in pursuit. Yet here he was, having just joined, receiving 4 of these fearsome techniques. Each of these techniques, if wielded adeptly, could elevate a faction to the pinnacle of power, capable of subduing the 9 heavens and 10 earths, coveted even by supremes. Lin Shu, however, seemed completely unfazed. The Immortal Ancient ruins are the greatest opportunity within the 3,000 states. Even so, the treasures yielded by these ruins may not compare to the 4 fearsome techniques he had just obtained from Lin Shu. With such techniques in hand, it was astonishing that Lin Shu would still venture into the Immortal Ancient ruins. The Celestial Being could not help but reflect on the prodigies participating in the Immortal Ancient competition. They had endured countless life and death trials to potentially acquire the ultimate treasures of the Immortal Ancient, while Lin Shu had already obtained them, treating them with such casual disregard. If this were to be revealed to those so-called prodigies, they would likely spit blood in disbelief. Even the 10 crowned kings, upon learning of this, would surely feel their scalps tingling. Young master, do you truly trust me this much? You bestow upon me such precious fearsome techniques. and yet you are not afraid I might seize them and betray you? You may attempt it if you wish, Lin Shu replied with an exceedingly calm demeanor. Yet, the celestial being sensed a profound confidence in his words. It was as though Lin Shu had no fear of betrayal, nor of the fearsome techniques being leaked. Indeed, this was the truth. In Lin Shu's eyes, even if everyone learned these fearsome techniques, he remained confident in his ability to suppress all his peers. Lin Shu's foundation was never rooted in these fearsome techniques. His true trump card lay in having transcended the limits of every realm. For him, the fearsome techniques were merely embellishments. To Lin Shu, having honed every realm to exceed the utmost limits, he could vanquish any peer without the need for fearsome techniques. As for the celestial being's potential betrayal, Lin Shu had some insight into this individual. Since he had expressed his intention to join, betrayal was not in his nature. Now, then, bear in mind that the fearsome techniques are not invincible, so there's no need for excessive astonishment. If they were truly invincible, they wouldn't have disappeared without a trace. The celestial being was left speechless by Lin Shu's remarks. In the 3,000 states, or even the 9 heavens and 10 earths, it was likely only Lin Shu who would speak in such a manner. However, upon hearing Lin Shu's words, the exiled immortal found some merit in the argument. Indeed, the true 10 fiends have vanished, and the 10 fiend treasures, as Lin Shu suggested, may not be invincible after all. Lin Shu continued, "What I bestow upon you next is the true opportunity for you to stand out. This is the technique of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown and the 5 chi converging to the origin. In a not-so-distant future, the world will enter an age of decline, where the lifespan of the Supreme will be but a mere 10,000 years. For the vast majority of prodigies, only by entering the Immortal Domain can they take a step further. Yet, in my view, this is precisely an opportunity, a chance for you to realize your aspirations beyond the status of Immortal King. That is, amidst the decline, to strive through the mortal realm, to live life after life, ultimately achieving immortality within the mundane world, to become a celestial of the mortal realm. Though the path to surpassing the Immortal King does not solely rely on becoming a celestial of the mortal realm, should you successfully traverse this path, attaining the status above Immortal King will undoubtedly become significantly easier. The technique of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown and the 5 chi converging to the origin is your capital for navigating the mortal realm in the age of decline. You may choose not to cultivate the 10 fiend treasures, but you must earnestly comprehend this technique." Lin Shu believed that the exiled immortal could reach the pinnacle of Immortal King in the original narrative. Had it not been for the dark upheaval and the calamity of the realm, his achievements could have soared even higher, perhaps even touching the threshold of the Emperor's radiance. Now that he has drawn him into his camp, it is only natural to nurture him carefully. With proper guidance, Lin Shu believed the exiled immortal might have the chance to rise to the realm of Quasi-Mortal Emperor or even Immortal Emperor. Of course, all of this ultimately depends on the exiled immortal himself. After all, such existences are exceedingly rare in the world. Though the exiled immortal possesses astonishing talents, he still falls short compared to those few exceptional beings. Lin Shu could only strive to bridge the gap, ensuring he possesses sufficient foundation to grow to a height where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. The exiled immortal, examining the technique Lin Shu had bestowed, was momentarily struck with astonishment. In that instant, he finally comprehended the origin of the 3 flowers of the great Tao that Yunshi possessed. It seemed that Yunshi's success was not merely a result of this technique. Her innate gifts were undoubtedly extraordinary. After perusing the 3 flowers gathering at the crown and the 5 chi converging to the origin, he realized just how arduous the path to mastery truly was. The true Phoenix treasure technique and the Heavenly Ant secret technique were among his trump cards, which had consumed a considerable amount of his time to cultivate. However, the difficulty of mastering the 3 flowers gathering at the crown and the 5 chi converging to the origin was likely at least 100-fold greater than that of the true Phoenix and Heavenly Ant techniques. The venerable Yunshi had already cultivated the 3 flowers at her current level. Her innate gifts surpassed even his own. The exiled immortal reflected deeply, reluctantly accepting this fact. For so long, he had been confident in his own talents, potential, and opportunities, believing no one could compare. Now, he realized the vastness of the world and how shallow his understanding truly was. Lin Shu had opened his eyes to a broader perspective. Chapter 120. The Candle Shadow Stone. The Candle Dragon is about to emerge. The Dragon Maiden, who had been standing nearby, was equally astounded. The conversation between Lin Shu and the exiled immortal had been devoid of any discretion, and she had heard everything clearly. Each of these matters was a secret of the utmost confidentiality. Any single piece of information, if leaked, could lead to rivers of blood across the realm. Yet, she had heard them all. The Dragon Maiden understood that she faced only two possible outcomes. The first was death to silence her. Dead men keep secrets best. As for the second, no, the Dragon Maiden shook her head. The second outcome was a mere luxury. Apart from death, the only alternative was submission. To submit to Lin Shu was, in the eyes of the Dragon Maiden, an extravagant desire, an opportunity beyond imagination. The exiled immortal possessed extraordinary talents. While she knew her own gifts paled in comparison. Among ancient prodigies, the exiled immortal stood at the pinnacle, while she struggled even to be considered first-rate. With such remarkable gifts, how could Lin Shu ever offer her the chance to follow him? Just then Lin Shu spoke, and his words resonated with the Dragon Maiden as though she were hearing celestial music. If I am not mistaken, you must be the Dragon Maiden, hailing from a dragon palace? Of course, your origins are of no concern to me, but given your decent strength, I shall offer you an opportunity, from now on. Become my steed. Were anyone else in the ancient ruins to utter such words to her, the Dragon Maiden would undoubtedly pursue them to the ends of the earth. Yet, before Lin Shu, she joyfully responded, "Yes, my master, I am willing to become your steed." In her eagerness, the Dragon Maiden was so afraid Lin Shu might change his mind that she immediately transformed into her true form, a colossal dragon over 10,000 feet long. Lin Shu was somewhat taken aback by her perceptiveness. Initially, he had merely spoken casually. After all, he had steeds aplenty, even within the Supreme Realm. However, having heard so many secrets, Lin Shu, while unconcerned, realized that should these secrets be revealed, he would face numerous troubles that were not fatal but certainly bothersome. Thus, he thought to bind her to his side. As for the steed remark, it had merely been a casual statement, not a serious intention. He was simply seeking a pretext. Since the Dragon Maiden had shown such awareness and willingness, it would be unbecoming to go back on his word. All right, return to your human form. Your 10,000-foot body is too conspicuous in this secret realm, Lin Shu said. Yes, my master. The Dragon Maiden complied and transformed back into her human form. This is the true dragon treasure technique I bestow it upon you. Your talents may be average, and you may not necessarily master other treasure techniques. But with a trace of true dragon bloodline, you have a chance to learn the true dragon treasure technique. The Dragon Maiden was overjoyed to receive Lin Shu's true dragon treasure technique, expressing her gratitude without a hint of imbalance. She understood that mastering the 10 fiend treasures was no simple feat. Her gifts were not on par with those of the exiled immortal. Even if Lin Shu granted her other 10 fiend techniques, she lacked the confidence to successfully cultivate them. Possessing the true dragon treasure technique was already a great blessing, a supreme treasure that she and the entire Dragon Palace had long coveted. As my steed, your innate gifts are somewhat lacking. This destiny stone shall enhance your comprehension and aptitude. After the destruction of the heavenly people, Lin Shu had acquired 4 destiny stones. The destiny stone was no ordinary item. The heavenly people had once forged 6 powerful beings from 6 destiny stones, elevating their status to that of royal families in the higher realms. Although the Dragon Maiden's talents were relatively decent, stronger than the average first generation, the destiny stone would still provide her with a boost. Destiny stone? Upon seeing the destiny stone, the Dragon Maiden immediately understood its origin. Lin Shu's annihilation of the heavenly people was no secret throughout the 3,000 states. This destiny stone clearly derived from them. The Dragon Maiden expressed her gratitude repeatedly, happily accepting the destiny stone, although its effect on her was not substantial. Receiving it from Lin Shu was an unparalleled grace in her eyes. Ding! Host has invested in the Dragon Maiden. Congratulations, Host has acquired the Candle Shadow Stone. Finally, Lin Shu heard the system's notification sound, stirring a sense of reflection within him. Previously, the treasures he had bestowed could only be invested once, resulting in no returns. The Destiny Stones were different. Each was unique, ensuring feedback for every investment. However, he was curious about what the Candle Shadow Stone entailed. He proceeded to examine it closely. Candle Shadow Stone, also known as the Candle Dragon. Upon fusion, it has a chance of ancestral regression, thus can only be fused by those possessing dragon blood. Lin Shu, at that moment, was uncertain about the specifics of the Candle Shadow. However, he was well aware of the Candle Dragon. In a previous life, Lin Shu had perused numerous novels, among which the Zhulong appeared frequently in mythological tales. Thus, he possessed a certain understanding of this magnificent entity. The Zhulong is regarded as the embodiment of day, while its counterpart, the Ming, represents night. It breathes winter and exhales summer. It neither consumes nor drinks, existing purely as a force of wind. Just moments ago, Lin Shu had been troubled by the seemingly modest talents of his dragon maiden, fearing that as his steed, she might struggle to keep pace with him in the future and would ultimately need to be forsaken. However, with the Zhurong stone now in his possession, should her fusion with it prove successful, the dragon maiden would accompany him for an eternity, perhaps even until he reaches the pinnacle of power. Contemplating this, Lin Shu extracted the Zhurong stone and spoke. Dragon maiden, once you have merged with the destiny stone, you shall proceed to fuse with this Zhurong stone. This stone possesses the potential to transform you fundamentally, enabling you to become the most formidable prodigy in this realm. Whether you can seize this opportunity, however, depends solely on your own fortune. The dragon maiden gazed at the Zhurong stone in Lin Shu's hand, feeling her very bloodline stir with fervor. This seemingly unremarkable stone ignited her blood, and she understood that this was an unparalleled chance bestowed upon her by her master, Lin Shu. Thank you, master. I shall strive with all my might. Then enter my time palace and commence your fusion. Yes, master. In the next instant, the dragon maiden was enveloped within the third layer of the time palace, where she began the fusion with the destiny stone and the Zhurong stone at 1,000-fold accelerated time. Naturally, she adhered to Lin Shu's guidance, starting with the destiny stone. Meanwhile, Lin Shu cast a glance at Yunxi, the celestial being. Let us venture deeper into the ancient secret realm. It is time to confront those who wish to see me perish. Lin Shu had not forgotten that within the ancient secret realm, numerous adversaries awaited him. With no pressing matters at hand, it was the perfect opportunity to address them. As for the cultivation of celestial energy, having already mastered the first strand, the subsequent two would materialize effortlessly for Lin Shu, rendering deep meditation unnecessary. Simultaneously, in a certain location within the ancient secret realm, a mysterious ancient world had gathered a multitude of first-generation beings and ancient anomalies who were engaged in deliberations over a significant matter. Numerous names were mentioned during their discussions, but the name that surfaced most frequently was Lin Shu. Chapter 121. The Formation of the 3000 Alliance. The Arrival of the Chongqing Feng Clan. Esteemed colleagues, since there is unanimous consent, let us formally establish the 3000 Alliance. In an ancient domain, numerous prodigies and ancient anomalies from the 3000 prefectures congregated. Among them was Ning Chuan, the six-crowned king, who was also one of the initiators of the 3000 Alliance. As he proclaimed the alliance's formation, a prodigy spoke up. Though it is an alliance, it necessitates leadership. Should we not elect a leader? That is a commendable suggestion. Without a leader, the 3000 Alliance would merely be a disarrayed multitude. We would struggle to contend with Lin Shu's party, let alone avoid chaos among ourselves. I believe that to be the leader of the 3000 Alliance, one must possess convincing strength, for strength is paramount. Upon hearing this, many prodigies present found themselves stirred by ambition. To be the leader of the 3000 Alliance would confer a significant advantage in both confronting Lin Shu and seeking opportunities. Several first-generation beings promptly stepped forward. By birthright, I possess a pure-blooded treasure bone, which is fused with my being, granting me physical strength rivaling that of pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Moreover, the formidable techniques gleaned from that bone have endowed me with terrifying power. I once shattered shell of a Xian turtle of the same realm with sheer strength. Thus far, I have encountered no one stronger than myself in the same realm. What use is great strength if you cannot strike your opponent? I hail from the lineage of the Thunder Eagle and am proficient in both thunder and speed. I can even transform into lightning. In terms of attack, the might of thunder surpasses your pure strength and destructiveness, and in speed, what in this world can rival the swiftness of lightning? Is that so? I have already advanced to the Divine Fire realm and have reached its later stages, while you are still at the perfected stage of the respectable realm. Your so-called strength, thunder, and speed hold no weight before me. In that moment, many self-assured prodigies of the 3000 Alliance began to voice their confidence. Some were first-generation prodigies endowed with their own destiny techniques, while others were deeply entrenched powerhouses who, despite lacking destiny techniques, had swiftly advanced upon entering the ancient secret realm. Some even nearing the true God realm. Of course, those who spoke were merely the more common prodigies. The true paragons present remained silent. Notably, prodigies from the likes of the Yao Long Dao sect, Sword Valley, Divine Temple, Heaven's Kingdom, Underworld, and the Demon Gore Garden had yet to voice their opinions. Finally, as the clamor among the prodigies subsided, several prominent figures from the powerful factions began to speak. The first to step forth was a prodigy from the Divine Temple. Since all of you deem yourselves prodigies and possess great confidence, Why not exchange a few moves with me? As this prodigy emerged, he immediately drew the attention of many. Who are you? I am a disciple under the ancient saint of the Divine Temple. At this declaration, the previously agitated prodigies fell silent. The Divine Temple was an exceptionally formidable force, particularly known for its 9 heavens and 10 earth scripture, which was said to be insurmountable in the 3,000 prefectures. If it were the ancient saint himself, I might harbor some trepidation, but you are merely a follower under his command. What strength do you possess? One prodigy could not restrain himself and launched an attack. Yet, within mere dozens of exchanges, the prodigy was decisively defeated by the ancient saint's follower. At that moment, no one dared to underestimate the ancient saint, for the prowess of a mere follower was indicative of the terrifying strength of the ancient saint himself. With the ancient saint leading the charge, numerous ancient anomalies began to step forward. The ancient saint, the fallen god, the dark god, Jun Dao, and Gu Jianyun were all young sovereigns, considered invincible within their respective realms. Each had either once suppressed their contemporaries or had slain several ancient anomalies, rightfully earning the title of ancient sovereigns. This leadership position belongs to my esteemed master. Seeing the opportune moment arise, Ning Chuan instructed a follower to step forward. The ancient anomalies turned their gazes toward Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan, your time has passed. Though you have held the title of 6-time sovereign, you were forced to flee from Shi Hao. Do you still believe you possess the qualifications to lead the 3,000 Alliance? Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan's heart ignited with fury. Shi Hao, this progeny of sin, Ning Chuan had anticipated he could easily resolve. Yet, he never expected Shi Hao's strength to be quite formidable. With an incredibly deep foundation and an arsenal of divine abilities that even made Ning Chuan envious. It is worth noting that he commanded only the Qilin technique, one among the 10 fiend techniques, while Shi Hao mastered numerous. Had it not been for his swift escape, his spirit body would have been severed. Fortunately, he managed to flee in time, and now his spirit body and main body were on the verge of merging. Ning Chuan was confident that within the entire ancient realm, only the 10-crown king and that being within the fiend nest could rival him. The others were merely the remnants of the ancient strife. These individuals truly believed that my 6-time sovereignty was merely a boast. Today, I shall make them witness the chasm between us. With that thought, Ning Chuan fixed his gaze upon Gu Jianyun. This individual, an ancient anomaly from Sword Valley, was in Ning Chuan's estimation undoubtedly among the top tier of the present ancient anomalies, perhaps even among the top 2. This person had once contended with a 4-crown king named Chonggong, Yin upon awakening, and neither had emerged victorious. Ning Chuan believed that if he could defeat Gu Jianyun, he would certainly instill awe in all the ancient anomalies present. Gu Jianyun, I have heard you once fought to a standstill against a 4-crown king. Come forth and let me show you that a 6-crown king is not to be compared with a 4-crown king. The solitary sword, Yun, upon awakening to the world, dared to confront the 4-crown king, exhibiting a fearless disposition towards battle as he directly approached Ning Chuan. An earth-shattering clash ensued, culminating in a prolonged struggle. Ultimately, Ning Chuan emerged victorious, ascending to the position of leader of the 3,000 Alliance. Beneath his command, the fallen sun, ancient saint's son, dark god's son, and other ancient prodigies of the first echelon of the 3,000 Alliance became vice leaders. Thus, the 3,000 Alliance was fully established, declaring war on Lin Shu, with news rapidly disseminating throughout the immortal ancient secret realm. Young master, shall I take care of this matter? Lin Shu, Yin Shi, and Zhixian traversed the immortal ancient secret realm, having heard of the 3,000 Alliance's declaration of war. Upon hearing this, Zhixian promptly spoke, showing no concern for the so-called 3,000 Alliance. Even upon learning that it was led by the 6-crown king, accompanied by several ancient monarchs and 1,000 prodigies, he remained indifferent. He had previously dispatched over 100,000 prodigies, and many ancient monarchs had met their demise at his hands. The title of 6-crown king sounded impressive, and Zhixian was curious to see how many of his strikes they could withstand. Patience. Lin Shu shook his head. This time, Yun Shi's arrival interrupted your breakthrough. Otherwise, you would have already cultivated an aura of immortality by now. In comparison to those insignificant ants in the 3,000 Alliance, I deem it far more crucial for you to cultivate your celestial energy. If we happen to encounter them, I would not mind resolving the matter with ease, but the 3,000 Alliance is several ancient realms away. There is no need to make a special trip for this. I am confident that once I make my presence known, they will come seeking me. Why chase after them when they will come to me instead? Lin Shu at last. I have found you. I thought you had been frightened into hiding by the so-called ancient prodigies of the 3,000 states. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Shu turned his gaze. A group of astonishing prodigies stood before him, their auras formidable. Particularly, the three leaders emanated the essence of celestial scriptures. Their robes were divine garments, inscribed with mystical arrays. Any ordinary prodigy would struggle to land a blow against them, even if they stood still. Wind. Lin Shu noticed an ancient character adorning their robes, not one commonly used in the 3,000 states or the 9 heavens and 10 earths, evidently from a bygone era. A faction quickly surfaced in his mind. The Changsheng family, the Changsheng Feng clan. Chapter 122. A prodigy who cultivates celestial energy? A single sword to vanquish. Changsheng Feng clan. Lin Shu addressed the group. Not long ago, I rejected a decree from the Changsheng Feng clan. I presume you have come for this matter. If you had remained peacefully within your clan, you might have lived a while longer. However, since you are here now, there is no need for you to return. As he spoke, Lin Shu cast a glance at them. May I inquire if Feng Xingtian of the Changsheng Feng clan has arrived? At this, the members of the Changsheng Feng clan displayed disdain. You think you are worthy to meet our clan's unparalleled prodigy? Our unrivaled prodigy has already cultivated 2 auras of celestial energy and is now on the verge of cultivating a 3rd. The mere 3,000 states are unworthy of his presence. Hearing this, Lin Shu immediately lost interest. Among the younger generation of the Changsheng Feng clan, the only one he remembered was Feng Xingtian. In the original narrative, he was a prodigy who had cultivated 3 auras of celestial energy, the foremost among the youth of the Changsheng Feng clan. Moreover, he practiced a somewhat dark attribute of cultivation. If Lin Shu's guess was correct, it could very well be from an otherworldly source. After all, the Changsheng Feng clan was a known collaborator in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. If Feng Xingtian were present, Lin Shu would have considered directly eliminating him to eradicate a potential threat. Such an individual, if left unchecked, could secretly slay numerous prodigies from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The Changsheng Feng clan members noticed the shift in Lin Shu's expression, perceiving the disappointment in his gaze, and began to doubt their own judgment. Feng Xingtian, the strongest prodigy of the younger generation, had already cultivated 2 auras of celestial energy and had reached the pinnacle of the divine fire realm. He would undoubtedly succeed in cultivating a 3rd aura and breaking through to the true God realm during his seclusion. In the eyes of the Changsheng Feng clan, if Feng Xingtian were to descend upon the 3,000 states, no prodigy there would stand a chance against him. Not even the so-called ancient monarchs who had traversed the immortal ancient relics for several generations. After all, they had recently slain 2 such ancient monarchs, one known as the Dual Crown King and the other as the Single Crown King, neither of whom had even cultivated celestial energy. They were, indeed, pathetically weak. Unlike them, even those who did not rank among the top 3 in their clan had cultivated celestial energy, albeit through secret arts and precious medicines, enough to make them proud among the prodigies of the 3,000 states. They could not comprehend why Lin Shu, knowing Feng Xingtian was absent, did not express relief but rather disappointment. Did he believe he could slay Feng Xingtian? Impossible. Considering this, the core disciples leading the Changsheng Feng clan spoke up. Lin Shu, you likely have not cultivated celestial energy yet, have you? In the immortal ancient relic, we killed a Dual Crown King who once warned that attempting to cultivate celestial energy would lead to encounters with the bizarre. The mention of that Dual Crown King was filled with dread. In such a short time, you could not have possibly cultivated celestial energy. Without celestial energy, no matter how strong your inheritance or astonishing your techniques, you will ultimately remain a castle in the air. As they spoke, one of the core disciples from the Feng clan unleashed an aura, revealing the essence of the divine fire realm, accompanied by a swirling aura of celestial energy. Today I, Feng Xiaoyan, core disciple of the Feng clan, shall send you on your way. Observing the celestial energy enveloping Feng Xiaoyan, Lin Shu was not surprised. The Changsheng Feng clan was one of the most powerful lineages among the 9 heavens and 10 earths, residing in an environment far more favorable for cultivation than the 3,000 states. In the 3,000 states, cultivating celestial energy was akin to walking a razor's edge, facing life and death crises and contending against the bizarre. In contrast, in the 9 heavens, cultivating celestial energy was relatively easier. In terms of quality, celestial energy from prodigies of the 9 heavens could not be compared to that of the 3,000 states. Lin Shu even thought that, since Zhe Xian's development of celestial energy had been interrupted by Yun Shi, it had not yet fully formed, making it far from a challenge to eliminate Feng Xiaoyan. Had Feng Xingtian been present, Lin Shu would have found the situation more intriguing. Since Feng Xingtian was absent, these three were merely ordinary initiates who had relied on medicinal treasures and secret techniques to cultivate a single aura of celestial energy. Lin Shu had no interest in engaging with them. Yun Shi, Zhixian, I leave these three to you as a means to hone your skills and gain insight into the strength of the so-called prodigies from the nine heavens. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, both Yun Shi and Zhixian instantly sprang into action. Prodigies from the nine heavens, especially those who had cultivated celestial energy, were indeed formidable opponents for them. For Lin Shu, they might be easily dispatched, but for Yun Shi and Zhixian, they represented a significant challenge. Definitely a step above the ordinary initiates and common ancient prodigies they had faced in the 3,000 states. In their realm, they had virtually no rivals, and now they had finally encountered opponents who could provide a worthwhile challenge. Celestial energy was the emblem of aspiration for the prodigies of the 3,000 states. Yun Shi and Zhixian, unaware that cultivating celestial energy was comparatively easier in the nine heavens, approached the three Feng clan prodigies with a measure of caution. After all, in their eyes, the ability to cultivate celestial energy marks one as an unparalleled prodigy. The secret technique of the celestial ant, Zhixian, without any excessive probing, directly unleashed the secret technique of the celestial ant. Although it was not the celestial ant's treasure technique, even this secret art was extraordinarily powerful. Zhixian, appearing ethereal in his flowing white garments, resembled a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, embodying the essence of a transcendent. Yet when engaged in battle, he exhibited an astonishing ferocity. As the secret technique of the celestial ant manifested, the very fabric of the void seemed to warp, a testament to the sheer magnitude of his power. Feng Xiaoyun met this strike head-on, instantly feeling as though an ancient mountain was pressing down upon him. This individual is immensely formidable. Without hesitation, Feng Xiaoyun enveloped himself in the celestial energy he had cultivated, barely managing to withstand the onslaught. This person's strength, at the same level, could rival Feng Xingtian. It seems not all from the 3,000 prefectures are inept. A sense of trepidation welled up within him. After all, even among the nine heavens, few could compare to Feng Xingtian. At this moment, Feng Xiaoyun felt a twinge of regret. Lin Shu appeared to be no simple character. After all, a prodigy of the same realm who could stand toe-to-toe with Feng Xingtian would certainly heed Lin Shu's words, indicating Lin Shu's complexity. Feng Xiaoyun turned to the other two core disciples from the Feng family, both having also cultivated a strand of celestial energy, who were engaged in combat with Yunshi. They had initially believed they could easily suppress what they assumed to be a mere girl, only to find Yunshi unleashing 10 fierce treasure techniques, subtly overpowering them. When did the prodigies of the 3,000 prefectures become so formidable? Feng Xiaoyun found himself perplexed. Above the nine heavens, very few regarded the 3,000 prefectures with esteem, dismissing their prodigies as inconsequential. Previously encountered champions, even dual champions, were so feeble. Why then were these two so powerful? However, Feng Xiaoyun could not afford to ponder further. Retreat. The moment he issued the command, he swiftly fled the battlefield, with both Yunshi and Zhixian capable of subduing them. And with Lin Shu's unknown depths, continuing the fight could lead to their demise. The only prudent course was to escape. Planning to flee? Though Lin Shu had not directly engaged in combat, he remained acutely aware of the battlefield. Given Yunshi and Zhixian's prowess, defeating their opponents was not a challenge. Yet the adversaries had cultivated celestial energy, which, although perhaps weaker than that of the 3,000 prefectures, still posed a significant threat. Should they resolutely attempt to flee, Yunshi and Zhixian would have limited means to stop them, unless they too cultivated celestial energy, rendering escape futile for the opponents. Lin Shu took action. Since the enemy had already made a move, how could he allow them to retreat unscathed? The great wasteland sword cannon. In an instant, countless sword energies coalesced around Lin Shu, each imbued with the essence of time. Enveloped in the power of time, everything around him began to decay. Even massive stones transformed into shifting sands, scattered throughout the cosmos. The next moment, Lin Shu pointed forward, unleashing 3 pure swords infused with a terrifying aura of time, seemingly piercing through the fabric of space, impaling the trio who had already fled over 100 miles in an instant. The three, witnessing their bodies pierced, were taken aback. One strike and they were slain. It is worth noting that in past sparring sessions with Feng Xingtian, he had never achieved such a feat in their final moments. They realized that Lin Shu's strength was such that even Feng Xingtian would not escape unscathed here. In that instant, They finally comprehended the disappointment reflected in Lin Shu's gaze earlier. In mere breaths, after being pierced, their flesh and blood rapidly desiccated, revealing their white bones, as if they had been dead for an eternity. Zhixian, observing this sword strike, felt his pupils constrict. How formidable. He had a trump card to withstand it, but he would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. Meanwhile, Lin Shu appeared utterly unfazed, indicating that this was clearly not his ultimate card. If such were the case, should Lin Shu reveal his hidden strength, he might not even be able to withstand a single blow. Chapter 123. 3 Strands of Celestial Energy Achieved. Breakthrough to Divine Fire. Lin Shu, you have slain members of the Changsheng Feng family. The Changsheng Feng family will not let you go unpunished. Witnessing the demise of the 3 leading core figures, the remaining disciples of the Changsheng Feng family were left in utter shock. However, having been raised in the 9 heavens since childhood, they regarded the 3,000 prefectures as mere lower realms. Even as Lin Shu exhibited his formidable strength, they still viewed him as nothing more than a filthy ant from a lower realm, audaciously speaking out. Facing this scene, Lin Shu's expression remained largely unchanged. Their words held no weight for him. While others from the 3,000 prefectures might be incensed by such insults from those of the 9 heavens, Lin Shu remained unperturbed. The roars of ants, after all, are but thunderous noise with little substance. No matter how arrogant or seemingly advantageous, this world ultimately respects power. In fact, Lin Shu did not even cast him a glance. His gaze instead directed towards Yunshi. Yunshi understood Lin Shu's intent. Evidently, this group from the 9 heavens Changsheng Feng family, comparable to the inaugural prodigies of the 3,000 prefectures, did not even pique Lin Shu's interest enough to warrant his intervention. Without hesitation, Yunshi took action. Thunder Emperor's Treasure Technique. 9 heavens Calamity Light. In an instant, boundless destructive thunder manifested above the Changsheng Feng family prodigies. This was a level of annihilating power that even Zhixian would treat with caution. Faced with the terrifying Calamity Light, the Changsheng Feng family prodigies had no means of resistance. Each one struck by the Calamity Lightning, their forms dissipating into nothingness, leaving no trace of their existence. The fluctuations from this battle naturally attracted the attention of many prodigies who had entered the ancient celestial ruins. They gazed at the astonishing disturbances in the distance, not daring to approach, instead standing at a distance, reminding themselves never to provoke that group. Upon seeing Lin Shu's visage, some prodigies vanished from sight. Lin Shu, of course, sensed that numerous individuals were observing the battle from the shadows. He merely cast a fleeting glance around the void. Just that single glance made those onlookers feel an overwhelming, terrifying gaze upon them, sending chills down their spines. The pressure of that gaze was so formidable. To what extent had Lin Shu's strength reached? Had he perhaps attained that level? Lin Shu did not take action. He merely issued a warning. Since these spectators posed no threat and exhibited no murderous intent, there was no reason to seek their annihilation. However, he did sense some concealed auras fading away. If his deductions were correct, these should be his adversaries. Which specific foes they were remained unclear. After all, Lin Shu currently had numerous enemies, and he was uncertain just how many there were. Even if they were not enemies, it was likely that many factions within the 3,000 prefectures would prefer to see him falter, possibly plotting against him within these ancient celestial ruins. Resting in place, Lin Shu contemplated briefly before arriving at a decision. Given that enemies had already taken notice of this location and likely sent word, it was only a matter of time before many adversaries would arrive. This would be an opportune moment to wait for them while continuing his seclusion, striving for the 2nd and even 3rd strands of celestial energy. The cultivation of celestial energy is an elusive goal for many prodigies. Yet for Lin Shu, it was far from unattainable. Possessing the primordial chaos body and having reached the pinnacle of each realm, transcending limits, he could be said to be the foremost individual in this world throughout history, unprecedented and unlikely to be surpassed, even above the 9 heavens. Within the Holy Academy and Celestial Academy, no ancient beings scouring the 9 heavens and 10 earths for invincible prodigies to impart their teachings could match Lin Shu's prowess. Yunshi, Zhixian, you two should also cultivate. Yunshi could not help but inquire, my lord, if we both engage in cultivation without a protective guardian, would we not be easily disturbed? Not to worry. Lin Shu waved his hand dismissively. In theory, cultivating within the time and space hall offers greater safety. However, only those at the revered level can access the 3rd tier of the hall, where the conditions are not conducive to cultivating celestial energy. Such an environment can only be found within the ancient relics of the celestial realm. Thus, we must cultivate outside. Otherwise, I would have already attained 3 strands of celestial energy and would not be so preoccupied with the ancient relics. As for the safety and guardian concerns, Lin Shu had long been prepared. After all, he had previously acquired 20 guardians at the celestial level. While their deterrent power might be limited in the external world, where formidable forces from his celestial palaces reside, within the ancient relics, celestial-level guardians possess substantial strength. At this juncture, aside from the indigenous beings of the ancient realm, even those who cultivate rapidly remain in the divine fire realm. To the celestial level, the divine fire realm poses little threat. Even if faced with a first-generation entity, it is unlikely that divine fire could triumph over a celestial being, unless one possesses extraordinary power akin to that of the exiled immortal or the 10-crown monarch, such as Shi Hao. Moreover, Lin Shu had a full complement of 20 celestial guardians. It is improbable that the entire ancient relics could muster 20 beings with the prowess of 10 crown monarchs. Clearly, even if he were to cultivate directly in place, there would be no danger. After dispatching his 20 celestial guardians to surround the vicinity, Lin Shu commenced his cultivation. Observing this, Yunqi also began her practice, placing unwavering trust in Lin Shu. The exiled immortal, unaware of Lin Shu's capabilities, felt a twinge of unease despite his formidable strength, and thus set up several lethal formations around them. As the formations were established, the exiled immortal also began to cultivate. This scene bewildered many passers-by among the talented individuals. Typically, one would seek secluded places for closed-door cultivation, not engage in such open practice. Even novices in the cultivation world would not act so recklessly. Some ambitious figures sensed an opportunity, veiling their presence, and prepared to attack Lin Shu and his companions. However, as they approached within a mile, their forms inexplicably exploded into a mist of blood, the result of the hidden Celestial Guardian's intervention. The celestial-level powers concealed in the shadows acted swiftly, undetectable even to revered-level cultivators. Consequently, many ambitious individuals dared not proceed, retreating in haste. Time flowed gradually, an hour, half a day, 3 days, before Lin Shu finally opened his eyes, awakening from his cultivation. At last, he had successfully cultivated 3 strands of celestial energy. With this achievement, he was poised to break through the divine fire realm. This day had been long awaited. Lin Shu's gaze turned to the distance, where the exiled immortal and Yunqi were respectively engrossed in their own secluded practices. The exiled immortal was already enveloped by 2 strands of celestial energy, a testament to his profound foundation. Yunqi, on the other hand, had just begun to cultivate her first strand of celestial energy, with the second still in its nascent form. Despite receiving Lin Shu's investment and possessing the ability to create from the primordial stone, her innate talent and potential were, in fact, superior to the exiled immortals. However, she was still in her first lifetime, lacking the depth of accumulation that the exiled immortal had, who had undergone numerous reincarnations, each time cultivating anew. Regarding the progression through various realms, the exiled immortal had reached an unparalleled peak, making it difficult for Yunqi to compete. Lin Shu subsequently contacted the celestial guardians hidden in the shadows, learning that while some young talents had attempted to disrupt their closed-door cultivation, they were merely insignificant pests, prompting no further concern. Not yet? In that case, I shall attempt to break through to the divine fire realm. Chapter 124, Igniting the Primordial Divine Fire. Fearsome Leaders. Strongest Investment System. Host. Lin Shu. Age. 22, 370 years. Physique. Primordial Chaos Body Realm. Perfected Revered Level Cultivation Method. Primordial True Resolution Divine Techniques and Treasures. Howling Moon. Celestial Star Technique. Great Desolation Sword Classic. Primordial Spirit. Primordial Chaos. Primordial Initial Light. True Dragon Technique. Qilin Technique. Cicada Technique. Thunder Emperor Technique. Investments made. Lu Shun. Shi Hao. Yunqi. Lin Xiantong. Fire Spirit. Qingqi. Lin Xing. Xiaoyu. Qin Zhuiwe. Dragon Maiden Investment Rewards. All received assets. 20 Celestial Guardians, 2 Supreme Level Mounts, True Phoenix, and Chaos Magic Ape. 2 Celestial Mounts, Thunder Lion and Howling Moon Celestial Wolf. Time and Space Hall, Primordial Tower, Destiny Stone X2, True Water of Tai, Ancient Tea Tree of Enlightenment. Great Luo, Sword Embryo, Inner Universe Cultivation Method, 3 Supreme Beings, Thunder Spirit Tribe, Divine Cicada Tribe, Qilin, Phoenix Divine Wood, etc. Lin Shu glanced at the system interface. Having traversed this world for over 4 years and cultivated for over 300 years within the time and space hall, he was finally on the verge of breaking through to the divine fire realm. In that moment, Lin Shu could no longer contain himself. The aura of his perfected revered level surged forth unrestrained. As he continuously circulated his cultivation method, boundless spiritual energy from a radius of tens of thousands of miles converged upon him, subsequently entering his body. Today, he would ascend to divinity. In the next instant, Lin Shu soared into the sky, seated in the void. The spiritual energy flooding into him from the vast expanse was being fervently absorbed, relentlessly cleansing his body. At that moment, the heavens above darkened ominously. Simultaneously, the exiled Immortal and Yunshi, immersed in their cultivation, sensed the change and ceased their practices, gazing skyward. A thunderous tribulation. Upon witnessing this, the exiled Immortal and Yunshi immediately relocated their positions, distancing themselves from the area enveloped by the tribulation. After all, this was not their tribulation. Involvement could lead to their demise. The darkened heavens loomed over an expanse of several 100,000 miles, enveloping the very fabric of this realm. Such a formidable tribulation had never been witnessed throughout the ages. It was likely unprecedented in history. Breaking through to the divine fire realm necessitated enduring a tribulation, an exceedingly rare occurrence. Typically, individuals could ignite their divine fire merely by utilizing rare treasures, without the need for a tribulation. Lin Shu, at this moment, was wholly focused on his breakthrough. The most direct sign of entering the divine fire realm was igniting the divine fire. However, Lin Shu did not intend to use any rare treasures to ignite his fire. That would only yield the most basic form of divine fire, which was inconsequential to him. Instead, Lin Shu sought to cleanse his physical body and soul with the power of the primordial, thereby igniting the primordial divine fire. Of course, Lin Shu had considered following the path of Shi Hao from the original work to ignite his divine fire, but ultimately rejected the idea. After all, that was Shi Hao's opportunity. Shi Hao's process of igniting the divine fire involved 3 stages. The first stage, refining oneself with 3,000 fires. In the original text, Shi Hao utilized 3,000 fires to temper his body, marking the first step toward igniting his divine fire. This method appeared audacious compared to others, as most individuals employed various celestial materials to ignite their fires, such as Qingqi's celestial flame or the world tree of the 10-crown monarch, which were more conventional methods. Nevertheless, Shi Hao's approach yielded remarkable results, as this unconventional path effectively placed him at the pinnacle of the divine fire realm, akin to his achievements in other realms. Hence, Shi Hao was nearly invincible in the divine fire realm, capable of slaying celestial beings upon attaining divinity. The second stage, utilizing myriad fires as the furnace for oneself. If the first stage was about refining oneself, the second stage represented the true ignition of the divine fire, as it involved using oneself as the furnace to ignite the fire. This phase is equally arduous. In the original narrative, Shi Hao transformed myriad paths into a furnace, using himself as the crucible, ultimately refining his essence through countless ways, culminating in the ignition of divine fire. The third stage involves traversing the most formidable thunder tribulation of the contemporary era. This marks Shi Hao's pathway to divinity, a journey of immense strength that Lin Shu once contemplated emulating, only to ultimately abandon the idea. After all, Lin Shu's foundational prowess is far more substantial than Shi Hao's, rendering Shi Hao's path unnecessary. 3,000 divine fires and myriad furnace flames. Could they possibly surpass the primordial power? Clearly, that is impossible. The primordial force is the supreme, majestic power that existed before the universe's creation. Whether it is the 3,000 divine fires or the myriad furnace flames, they are ultimately the acquired powers that emerged post-creation. As Lin Shu contemplated utilizing the primordial force to ignite the divine fire, he swiftly retrieved the primordial tower. This tower is imbued with a rich concentration of primordial energy. Although Lin Shu has made commendable progress in cultivating the primordial true solution, the primordial energy he possesses is still insufficient to ignite the divine fire. The primordial tower, a small structure gifted in the lower realm of the 100 Severed Mountains as an investment, has never before had an opportunity for use, until now. Ancient celestial relics and divine artifacts cannot be brought into this realm. The primordial tower, however, vastly eclipses divine artifacts, rendering them as insignificant as mere dust in comparison. Yet, due to Lin Shu's system, which stores such treasures, he is naturally able to bring it forth. Even without the system, Lin Shu believes that the primordial tower could freely traverse the celestial ruins. Lin Shu, what an astonishing talent! Outside the ancient celestial relics, beside the 3,000 blossoming paths. The powerful figures of the 3,000 states gaze upon Lin Shu, overwhelmed by profound sentiments. During this time, Lin Shu, having not concealed his presence, performed his actions in full view of all. With a single sword strike, he decimated 3 prodigies from the Changsheng Feng family, who had cultivated celestial energy. Subsequently, within 3 days, he successfully cultivated 2 strands of celestial energy, achieving a total of 3 perfected strands. Now, he stands on the brink of divinity. Who would have thought he would unveil yet another treasure? This tower, evidently an extraordinary artifact, undoubtedly surpasses divine artifacts. How has Lin Shu accomplished this? While one might attribute his ability to slay the Changsheng Feng family's prodigies and cultivate celestial energy to his strength and talent, it is still remarkable. Indeed, it is terrifying. The ancient celestial relics prohibit the entry of external divine artifacts, yet Lin Shu has evidently shattered this rule. Could it be that the entire set of regulations governing the ancient celestial ruins cannot confine Lin Shu? Some are astonished, while others feel a pang of panic within. For their own prodigies are adversaries of Lin Shu. Now that Lin Shu has become so formidable, what hope remains for their disciples? Lin Shu's innate gifts already surpass all. His strength is unfathomably potent, and with the tower in his possession, he is poised to transcend the realm of divine fire. Such power renders even the divine realm nearly impotent before him. How can a cadre of prodigies contend against that? Despair has already begun to cloak their hearts. Lin Shu is acutely aware that the outside world can witness the events unfolding within the ancient celestial relics, provided he refrains from concealing his presence. The reason he does not conceal himself is to showcase his strength. For Lin Shu aims to consolidate power. Thus, it is imperative for them to be aware of his capabilities, ensuring their greater allegiance. As for his enemies, what does it matter if they see? With the presence of the Lu deity, no turbulence can arise. The ancient figures of the 3,000 states must be utterly bewildered at this moment, right? Lin Shu smiled towards the void above and began to channel the primordial force to cleanse himself, preparing to ignite the divine fire. Truly, the supreme, majestic force that existed before the universe's formation is unparalleled. The baptism of primordial energy brings unimaginable pain to Lin Shu's current form, as though he is being remade. This is still manageable due to his cultivation of the primordial true solution, as he has already acclimated somewhat to the primordial energy within him. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have perished instantly upon the energy's entry into their body. Lin Shu harnessed the primordial energy, guiding it from the primordial tower into his being, following his intentions to purify both body and spirit. At this moment, the thunder tribulation above has completely formed, reminiscent of the apocalypse. The entire ancient realm is now nearly enveloped in thunder, exuding an aura of world-destroying might. The thunder unleashed by the Thunder Emperor's techniques pales in comparison to the current tempest. Converge, Lin Shu uttered softly, gathering the primordial energy within. At this moment, the divine fire within him finally came into being. The divine fire realm has been initiated. Chapter 125, The Ancient Path of Immortal Fire, Xian Fei. A single blow to victory. The ultimate investment system. Host, Lin Shu age, 22, 370 years. Physique, primordial chaos body realm. Perfected divine fire realm cultivation method. Primordial true solution divine techniques. Howling Moonstar art. Great desolation sword cannon. Primordial spirit. Primordial chaos. Primordial initial light. True dragon art. Qilin art. Cicada art. Thunder Emperor art investments made. Lu deity. Shi Hao. Yin Shi. Lin Xiantong. Fire spirit. Qing Yi. Lin Qing, Xiaoyu, Qin Zhuwe, Dragon Maiden investment rewards. All claim possessions. 20 Divine Realm Guardians. 2 Supreme Realm Mounts, True Phoenix and Chaos Demon Ape. 2 Divine Realm Mounts, Thunder Lion and Howling Moon Celestial Wolf. Time Space Hall, Primordial Tower, Destiny Stone X2. True Water of Tai Chi, Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, Great Luo Sword Seed. Inner Universe Cultivation Method, 3 Supreme Beings, Thunder Spirit Clan, Divine Cicada Clan, Qilin, Wudong Divine Wood, etc. Half a day later, Lin Shu finally transcended the terrifying thunder tribulation to enter the divine fire realm. At this moment, in the vicinity of the thunder tribulation site, within a radius of 100,000 miles, all life has been extinguished. The entire area is devoid of anything. Mountains have collapsed, lakes have dried up, and the land has been thoroughly baptized by thunder, revealing its most primordial visage. Such a scene may require eons to restore. Lin Shu, at this juncture, activated the system panel. Due to the prolonged suppression, his breakthrough was remarkably swift. Upon transcending the divine fire realm, he directly attained perfection in that realm, now merely a step away from entering the true divine realm. Before the breakthrough, Lin Shu could sense a terrifying force emanating from his divine realm guardians, an overwhelming presence that was nearly insurmountable. Yet, after the breakthrough, the divine realm guardians, in Lin Shu's eyes, no longer held an exalted status. Their might, in his perception, is but trivial. Who would have thought that as soon as I, Xian Fei, emerged from seclusion, I would encounter such a formidable expert? Just as Lin Shu was inspecting the system interface, a booming voice resonated, brimming with arrogance. Even a mere utterance carried boundless, violent energy, subtly exuding a terrifying heat. Lin Shu turned his gaze to the source of the voice. Not far away, in the void, stood a figure enveloped in flames, resembling a god of fire. This flame is extraordinary, an ancient fire, perhaps even a celestial fire. While it may fall short compared to the Qingyue flame he previously gifted to Qing, it remains an exceedingly fearsome ancient fire, one that could easily attract the envy of even the supreme. Not bad, Lin Shu remarked, his tone casual. Yet for Xian Fei, such words were perceived as an insult. He hailed from a revered ancient sect, venerating flames, and practiced the great burning heaven technique. The celestial skill, in the realms of heaven and earth, is undeniably a pinnacle of cultivation. Consider the formidable Xian Fei, who, upon mastering the great burning heaven skill, has since emerged invincible. Encountering Norivad. Now, within the ancient celestial ruins, he has further integrated a terrifying ancient flame, imbued with an aura of celestial essence, reminiscent of celestial fire. Presently, he has successfully cultivated a strand of celestial energy, with a nascent second strand already taking shape. Given time, he is destined to cultivate this second strand to completion. In Xian Fei's eyes, he now rightfully claims supremacy within the entire ancient celestial ruins, harboring the confidence to subdue even the so-called ancient kings. Thus, when a peer dares to belittle him, it is an affront he cannot bear. Youngster, I initially perceived strength within you and considered recruiting you as a follower. However, your arrogance is insufferable. Today, encountering me, Xian Fei, marks your demise. Given your considerable prowess, you have earned the privilege of revealing your name to me. Even if you perish in my hands today, your name shall echo through the ages as a defeated contender when I, Xian Fei, rises to prominence. Lin Shu, momentarily taken aback, had encountered arrogance before, yet none so brazen as this. However, upon realizing he stood before Xian Fei, he quickly reconciled himself to the situation. This individual hailed from Qingzhou and had long been in deep seclusion, only to emerge and cause a stir across the region. Qingzhou harbored an ancient sect. Though not on par with the top powers, it was fortified by a leader of formidable strength. The 4 disciples of this sect, when they combined forces to confront Xian Fei, were easily overwhelmed by him alone. Subsequently, the neighboring region was shaken when the foremost young powerhouse of the Huijiao clan was defeated and stripped of his essence to fashion a belt. Following this, in Mingzhou, an elder was slain, reduced to ashes. Xian Fei's emergence had instigated such seismic events, underscoring his might. Yet these were mere trifles. Soon, he would challenge the heirs of the Celestial Palace, and subsequently, the solitary swordsman Gu Jinyun and the longbow master Chang Gongyan. The heir of the Celestial Palace was renowned as the strongest among the initial generations across the 3,000 states, a being considered invincible unless an ancient anomaly re-emerged. Both Gu Jinyun and Chang Gongyan were champions in their own right. Xian Fei, upon exiting seclusion, displayed immense confidence by daring to challenge such figures. Lin Shu, although not expected to be aware of such matters, found clarity in his memories following his recent breakthrough. Xian Fei, who should have been a fleeting character, was vividly remembered due to Lin Shu's familiarity with the perfect world. Regrettably, with Lin Shu's arrival, Xian Fei's fate would be far more tragic than in the original narrative. The heir of the Celestial Palace had already been slain. Thus, Xian Fei's aspirations of establishing his dominance had failed. As for Gu Jinyun and Chang Gongyan, both were exceedingly powerful. Xian Fei, before acquiring the ancient fire, could not hope to gain renown through them. Now, having obtained the ancient fire, he confronts Lin Shu. Lin Shu merely thought to himself that Xian Fei's path had reached its end. Such a gifted prodigy, had he not exhibited such arrogance upon his appearance, might have garnered Lin Shu's interest in nurturing him. However, that thought had now dissipated. One strike. Should you survive this blow, I shall grant you an opportunity. Lin Shu slowly extended a single finger. As for my name, you shall learn it only if you survive the next strike. Otherwise, It is of no consequence to you. Zhang Fei, witnessing Lin Shu's demeanor, was thoroughly incensed. In the next instant, he unleashed his power. The ancient fire surged, enveloping the void, threatening to shatter it entirely. Yet, Lin Shu remained unfazed. Compared to the primordial force, the ancient fire Zhang Fei could wield was insufficient to inflict harm upon him. Lin Shu gently pointed forward, his fingertip gathering the primordial force, which began to radiate brilliance. This was the primordial light. Go! The primordial light sliced through the air, extinguishing the ancient fire that scorched the heavens, maintaining its relentless speed as it surged towards Zhang Fei. The velocity was unparalleled. Zhang Fei had no opportunity to react and was instantly pierced through. In a mere strike, this prodigy, who could have ranked among the top 10 within the ancient celestial realm, fell on the spot. Chapter 126. Subduing Celestial Fire. The Celestial Emperor Kuan of the Celestial Palace. In the distance, many prodigies witnessed this spectacle, rendered speechless by astonishment. Zhang Fei was a name familiar to many. His exploits since emergence have been nothing short of astounding. He had engaged in combat with figures comparable to the four crown kings, Gu Jianyun and Chang Ganyan. Although their clash resulted in no clear victor, it attested to his formidable prowess. Upon entering the ancient celestial ruins, it was evident that Zhang Fei had encountered an extraordinary opportunity. The ancient fire, he commanded, merely by its release, suppressed the aura of even the most accomplished celestial prodigies from tens of thousands of miles away. The mere thought of touching it filled them with dread, as if they would be reduced to ashes. Zhang Fei, having cultivated the great burning heaven skill and a strand of celestial energy, was now on the verge of the late stages of the celestial fire realm. Having acquired an unparalleled opportunity, the ancient fire of the celestial path. Each of these achievements would be sufficient to make any individual a coveted prodigy, yet he possessed them all. And this unparalleled genius fell to Lin Shu, incapable of enduring even a single strike. In this world, who within the same realm could withstand a blow from Lin Shu? Perhaps only the so-called six-crown King Ning Chuan, or the legendary 10-crown king who had once dominated the ancient celestial realm, or that ruthless individual infamous for slaying countless prodigies, could stand against Lin Shu. It seems improbable that even they could withstand a strike, let alone contend with Lin Shu. The scene of Zhang Fei being slain in an instant was utterly shocking. The celestial exile, having distanced himself from the tribulation site during Lin Shu's ascension to the celestial fire realm, watched from afar. Observing Lin Shu's effortless annihilation of Zhang Fei, he felt no astonishment akin to that of other prodigies. To the celestial exile, defeating Zhang Fei posed little challenge. Lin Shu's ability to eliminate him was entirely within expectation. Albeit the ease of the kill was somewhat surprising. That strike, the celestial exile recalled Lin Shu's move. It was neither a treasure technique nor any known divine art. Yet the power it emanated felt ancient and suffocating. Could this power originate from a previous era? Or perhaps a time even more ancient? The celestial exile was convinced that such energy was not of this current epoch. It bore an essence that transcended time, evoking an indescribable sensation within him. He felt that should he observe it a few more times, he might be able to create an unparalleled divine technique. In that moment, Lin Shu found himself amidst the ancient fire left behind after Zhang Fei's demise. The ancient fire, now devoid of its master, reverted to its most primal state, its celestial aura pervading the atmosphere, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the entire realm. Though Zhang Fei had subdued it, his insufficient strength hindered him from unleashing its true potential. Against foes weaker than himself, he might have relied on this ancient fire to incinerate them effortlessly. However, when confronted by equals or superiors, his lack of mastery rendered it a mere auxiliary force. Though this ancient fire may not suit me, it holds promise as an investment, undoubtedly yielding substantial returns. Lin Shu, of course, required no such ancient fire for his own strength. However, in the future, after establishing a power, should there arise a prodigy of notable talent, there remains the possibility of investing in him. With this thought in mind, Lin Shu promptly took action, seeking to subdue this ancient fire. The ancient fire, seemingly sensing Lin Shu's hostility, immediately ignited the heavens and the earth, attempting to escape into a chasm it created. Clearly, this ancient fire had developed a modicum of sentience. Alas, such efforts were destined to be in vain. Although Lin Shu had not primarily cultivated the divine cicada treasure technique, his comprehension under the primordial chaos body was unparalleled. Such a treasure technique required only minimal practice for Lin Shu to attain remarkable proficiency. Void Prison. Void binding. Void translocation. In an instant, as the ancient fire sought refuge, the entire void transformed into a prison, rendering the ancient fire's attempts to burn and break free utterly futile. Subsequently, under the constraints of the void, the ancient fire gradually found itself confined, unable to move. Lin Shu, employing void translocation, flickered through the void and in the blink of an eye, was at the side of the ancient fire. Now, you are presented with a choice. Either submit to me, or be exiled into the depths of the void, never to see the light of day again. As he spoke, Lin Shu waved his hand, tearing open a rift in the void, revealing an infinite expanse of nothingness. There existed no up or down, no left or right, no time, no light, only eternal darkness. Once banished to such a realm, unless one possessed profound mastery over space, they would be doomed to wander aimlessly until their very essence dissipated. Though the ancient fire was a celestial flame, deemed indestructible, how could anything in this world truly be immortal? If such a thing existed, it would not be within the grasp of a mere celestial flame. Even celestial flames must face their demise. With a trace of sentience, the ancient fire sensed this reality and ultimately succumbed to Lin Shu's authority. Excellent. You have chosen the right path. Though you cannot accompany me, I assure you I will find you a worthy master. Lin Shu was prepared to absorb the ancient fire. At that moment, a voice resonated. Lin Shu, I have finally found you. At such a time, does someone dare to court death? Lin Shu was intrigued. Having effortlessly dispatched Xian Fei with a single strike, why were they not hiding away like prudent beings? Even the 10-crown king could not achieve such a feat against Xian Fei. As a prodigy, they should not be so oblivious to this truth. Lin Shu's gaze fell upon a rather familiar figure. The newcomer bore a resemblance to Di Chong, the heir of the Celestial Palace. A person from the Celestial Palace? Lin Shu momentarily struggled to recall. Was there only one heir of the Celestial Palace in this generation? Wait. Suddenly, Lin Shu seemed to grasp something. If this individual was not the current heir, then they must be a former one. In his memories, the Celestial Palace had no ancient anomalies. Coupled with the aura of the figure before him, already at the divine realm, Lin Shu immediately thought of someone. Di Kuan. He was a contingency left behind by the Celestial Palace in the ruins of the ancient celestial realm. If you do not emerge, I might very well forget you. And you may yet survive. I truly did not expect you to come forth to meet your demise. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, Di Kuan, looking down from his lofty position, spoke. I have long heard of Lin Shu's boundless arrogance. It appears to be true. A mere Godfire realm cultivator truly believes he can contend with me, a being of the divine realm? Lin Shu's expression remained unperturbed, responding calmly. You may attempt it. Chapter 127. The Might of the Extermination Sword Array. Even divine beings can be slain. You may attempt it. These words reverberated in the ears of many surrounding prodigies. Di Kuan, the heir of the Celestial Palace, had been left in the ancient realm to lay the groundwork for the Celestial Palace. Now, many years later, he had ascended to the divine realm. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 states, attaining the divine realm meant one could establish a sect in slightly remote areas. Being called a leader would be entirely justified. A cultivator reaching the divine realm was truly recognized as entering the ranks of the powerful. Such a formidable being could easily collapse mountains with a single drop of blood or regenerate even from severed limbs. The existence of the divine realm alone could suppress cultivators beneath it with merely its aura, leaving them utterly defenseless. Lin Shu, at this moment merely in the Godfire realm, dared to directly challenge a divine being. How shocking. Indeed, that was a divine being. The divine realm could easily crush the Godfire realm with a mere gesture. Throughout the 3,000 states, no one had seen a cultivator of the Godfire realm capable of contending with a divine being. Even ancient anomalies would find it nearly impossible to match a divine being at the Godfire realm. Perhaps upon entering the true God realm, Lin Shu's strength might allow him to battle evenly with a divine being. The divine being of the Celestial Palace was not just any divine being. They were an elite among their peers. Lin Shu was likely to face his downfall this time. At that moment, even those who had witnessed Lin Shu overcome a terrifying lightning tribulation and dispatch Xian Fei with a single blow held little hope for him. The disparity in realms was simply too vast, an insurmountable chasm. Only Yunshi remained unperturbed, quietly observing. Her gaze towards the so-called Di Kuan held little astonishment. She believed that Di Kuan of the Celestial Palace was certainly no match for Lin Shu. Meanwhile, Zhe had already begun to secretly prepare a lethal formation. The horn of the heavenly ant had been quietly retrieved, ready for an opportune moment to strike and deliver a fatal blow to this divine being. Excellent. I do enjoy a confident genius like you. I hope you can maintain that confidence in the moments to come. Di Kuan, the heir of the Celestial Palace, though somewhat surprised by Lin Shu's calm demeanor, did not let it concern him. After all, a divine being held an overwhelming advantage over a god-fire cultivator. Moreover, he possessed a divine artifact. Lin Shu, an outsider, could not possibly bring such powerful artifacts to the ancient ruins. This was the rule of the celestial ruins, one that no one could defy. With the advantage of realm and artifacts, he could not believe Lin Shu would have any hidden cards to counter him. Having heard whispers of Lin Shu possibly possessing a remarkable legacy, Di Kuan's heart brimmed with anticipation, anticipating the moment he would suppress Lin Shu and subsequently seize that powerful inheritance. In the next instant, Di Kuan made his move. The actions of a divine being were extraordinary. At that moment, the ancient realm where Lin Shu resided quaked, as if merely his action could sway the entire ancient realm. Such was the might of a divine being. The forces of heaven and earth could be effortlessly manipulated by their hands. To other cultivators, facing a divine being felt akin to confronting an entire world, utterly insignificant. A divine being is like a vast ocean, while lower-rank cultivators are but small boats within, perpetually at risk of capsizing. Yet Lin Shu remained steadfast, unyielding in the face of the oppressive aura of the divine being. Addressing Di Kuan's overwhelming pressure, Lin Shu remained motionless, merely stating, "The divine being of the Celestial Palace. Is that all you have?" It is akin to Di Chong, just as feeble. Di Kuan, observing Lin Shu's apparent immunity to his divine pressure, experienced a fleeting moment of astonishment. Nevertheless, his confidence remained unshaken. He had never been defeated since birth, and now, facing an opponent whose realm was significantly lower than his own, defeat was inconceivable. Originally, he intended to gradually wear Lin Shu down, breaking his fighting spirit and collapsing his will, before finally delivering a lethal blow. However, Lin Shu's demeanor was infuriating, prompting him to resolve to swiftly eliminate Lin Shu. Celestial King 9 Seals. Emperor Kuan directly unleashed his ultimate trump card, a divine power belonging to the Celestial Palace, the pinnacle of celestial arts. One of the ultimate secret techniques of the Celestial Palace. Once, during his first entry into the ancient celestial realm, he encountered an exceedingly formidable adversary. Yet he effortlessly vanquished them with this very technique. In the next moment, an ancient seal manifested in the heavens and the earth, exuding a chaotic aura. As the laws of celestial pathways commenced their operation, this was indeed a celestial divine ability, an unparalleled secret art. In an instant, the entire ancient realm seemed to resonate with this ancient seal, as if Emperor Kuan singularly held dominion over this expanse. Though this ancient realm did not compare to the entirety of the ancient celestial ruins, it was still a miniature world, and with this strike, it summoned the power of a small 1,000 worlds. Such a move could topple the heavens and completely suppress and seal Lin Shu. In the face of this attack, Lin Shu remained unfazed and composed. Indeed, this technique was formidable. A single strike could potentially obliterate an entire star. Even a mere breath of its essence could annihilate a relatively weaker continent. With this in mind, Lin Shu thought to himself, "Let me test the strength of my newly attained Taichu Yuling after breaking through to the divine fire realm." With this thought, he immediately unleashed Taichu Yuling, a grand divine ability born from his comprehension of the primordial truth. As Taichu Yuling was invoked, the ancient realm fell into profound silence. From Lin Shu's brow, a spiritual entity slowly emerged, instantly towering over the ancient realm as if it were its sovereign. The spiritual entity gazed at the immense seal suspended in the sky and merely inhaled lightly. The seal, brimming with terrifying sealing power, was drawn into its being. Then, the entity exhaled gently. This breath, infused with a hint of primordial energy and the recently absorbed power of the ancient seal, surged towards Emperor Kuan. "How could you possibly break my celestial King's 9 seals of the Celestial Palace? That is an invincible art, an immortal divine ability, an unparalleled secret technique." Lin Shu scoffed. "Invincible art? Immortal divine ability? Unparalleled secret method? There has never been such a thing as invincibility in this world. What you call invincible is merely a limitation of your vision. Do not think that just because you are a mere celestial god, you can claim invincibility. Even if true immortals or those who have achieved longevity were to unleash their powers, they could not be deemed invincible. If true invincibility existed, how could the era of the ancient celestial realm have become mere history? Emperor Kun, upon hearing Lin Shu's words, found himself at a loss for a retort. He could only watch helplessly as his body was pierced through. Lin Shu's strike had locked onto him, leaving him with no means of escape. No, I cannot die. I have not yet become the sect leader, nor achieved supremacy. In his hand, a divine artifact appeared, a celestial divine tool. As the celestial artifact manifested, Empereur Kun's aura surgit dramatiquement. From being merely at the late stage of the celestial god realm, he now reached a level of perfection, almost touching the threshold of the void Tao. At this moment, he could easily be mistaken for an ordinary sect leader descending into the fray. Resorting to artifacts? Lin Shu scoffed. Then let me show you what true despair looks like. In the next moment, the dormant sword formation within Lin Shu erupted into brilliance. Four divine swords flew forth, instantly coalescing into an unparalleled killing formation. At that instant, the entire ancient realm, the small thousand worlds, was enveloped in boundless sword light. Everything within the ancient realm, all things under heaven and earth, transformed into swords, a withered tree, a handful of decayed soil, all radiated with fierce sword intent. Exterminate. With a soft command from Lin Shu, the extermination sword formation activated, and Emperor Kun found himself ensnared within it, his celestial artifact shattered to pieces in the process. Gazing at the remnants of his celestial artifact, an overwhelming sword intent surged towards him, filling his expression with utter despair. What a terrifying killing formation this is. Surely, even a sect leader would find it impossible to escape. With disbelief etched upon his face, Emperor Kun met his end, his divine form annihilated completely. Chapter 128. The Ambitions of the Exiled Immortal. Confronting 3,000 alliances. Heaven and earth fell into a profound silence. At that moment, all the prodigies were rendered speechless. The divine fire annihilated the celestial god, and in an instant, it was a fatal blow. Throughout the encounter, Emperor Kun of the Celestial Palace had not even the slightest chance to retaliate, although they were not within the formation. The prodigies could still sense the sharp sword aura emanating from it. Merely the sword aura alone was sufficient to lead a divine fire practitioner to their demise. The sword aura was immeasurable. Withered trees, decayed soil, and desolate lands were permeated with a murderous sword intent. It could be said that for every 1,000 divine fires that entered, 1,000 would perish. For every 10,000 that entered, 10,000 would meet their end. The exiled immortal gazed upon this killing sword formation, similarly struck into a stupor. Once he had emerged time and again from the ancient celestial ruins, laying down one killing formation after another. Under his formations, countless prodigies had met their demise. The first generation and ancient anomalies had scarcely survived. Now, witnessing Lin Shu's formation, he realized just how juvenile his own formations had been. Had he possessed such a formation, even without cultivating celestial energy, he would undoubtedly stand undefeated among his peers. In this lifetime, it was indeed his last. The exiled immortal could only reflect inwardly. In his prime, how spirited he had been. Now, as he witnessed Lin Shu's astounding feats, his heart had become much more subdued. He understood that he was vastly inferior to Lin Shu. Should Lin Shu desire it, his fate would not differ much from that of Xian Fei and Emperor Kun. Even with trump cards at his disposal, it would be the same. At least, the exiled immortal had yet to see Lin Shu exhibit any signs of exertion, meaning that Lin Shu had never resorted to his trump cards. The exiled immortal speculated that if Lin Shu were to push himself, he might be able to contend with a sect leader, perhaps even slay one. At the very least, this sword formation possessed power that even a Void Dao sect leader might struggle to withstand. No, I must cultivate the 3 strands of celestial energy as soon as possible. The exiled immortal had never felt such urgency. He wished to retreat into seclusion and swiftly cultivate the 3rd strand of celestial energy. Only by doing so could he hope to keep pace with Lin Shu in the future. At this moment, the exiled immortal could not help but recall a statement he had made long ago. The first generation merely grants you the qualification to stand before me. At that time, he had only just emerged after a couple of decades. Now, after eons had passed, reflecting upon this statement filled him with a new understanding. Perhaps this sentiment would be more fitting when applied to Lin Shu. Of course, some modifications were necessary. The 3 strands of celestial energy merely grant you the qualification to stand before Lin Shu. The first generation, the lowest of the low. The exiled immortal ventured into the battered ancient realm, which had endured numerous tribulations. Master, I must continue my seclusion. I shall not emerge until I have cultivated the 3 strands of celestial energy. Lin Shu was about to acquiesce when he sensed a series of auras approaching from a distance. Upon perceiving these auras, the exiled immortal suddenly changed his mind. Master, it seems I do not need to retreat into seclusion. I implore you to leave the enemies to me. Lin Shu nodded. Very well, I entrust this matter to you. Unless you face a life-and-death crisis, I shall not intervene. No. The exiled immortal shook his head. Even in the face of a life-and-death crisis, I beseech you to refrain from intervention. If I cannot handle this challenge, how can I hope to achieve my goals in the future? The exiled immortal's ambitions lay above the celestial king's. This was a goal he had articulated after Lin Shu had broadened his horizons. Hearing these words, Lin Shu ultimately agreed. Indeed, without the resolve to swallow the world, to be unrivaled, and to thrive in the face of death, how could one ascend above the celestial kings? Throughout history, how many prodigies have existed? However, above the realm of celestial kings, there exist but a handful of individuals, each one a towering figure of unparalleled grandeur since the dawn of creation. Some have pioneered ancient methods of immortality, illuminating the epochs with their brilliance. Others have established heavenly courts, reigning over myriad worlds. Some traverse the vast seas of realms, leaving behind footprints that future generations revere. The challenges they faced were no less formidable than what lies ahead. For a fallen immortal to ascend beyond the celestial king, the next trial must be faced alone. Lin Shu remained silent, allowing the concealed celestial beings to return, then withdrew from this ancient realm, quietly approaching Yin Shi. My lord, the members of the 3,000 Alliance have arrived. It appears they have come forth in full force, intent on bringing you to ruin. Shall we summon them all? Yin Shi's mention of them naturally referred to Qing Yi, Lin Xiantong, Lin Qing, Gugu, Hualing Er, Xia Yu, Guo Wu, and Shi Hao. If they were all present, the so-called 3,000 Alliance would merely be a flock of insignificant chickens, easily crushed. However, since the fallen immortal wished to act independently, there seemed little need for such a gathering. No, Lin Shu shook his head. This trial is for the fallen immortal to undertake. He continued, the fallen immortal, having accumulated strength over countless lifetimes, cannot accept being surpassed by me so easily. Let him unleash his fury. We shall remain in the shadows and observe. Yin Shi could not help but interject, but that is the 3,000 Alliance, led by the 6 Crown King, along with numerous ancient anomalies, some of whom rival the 4 Crown Kings. The others are all favored sons of heaven, with the first generation being countless. In such a scenario, even with your nurturing, my current capabilities would find it a daunting challenge. Even with the aid of the Creation Stone, we risk mutual destruction. The fallen immortal, lacking your guidance, may even face dire consequences. Lin Shu smiled. Yin Shi, you underestimate the world. The fallen immortal, though devoid of titles, is truly a king without a crown. Without my guidance, he would undoubtedly stand atop the pinnacle of this ancient realm. Yin Shi paused. Why does it seem to me that defeating him might not be so difficult? That is because you possess the Creation Stone. Lin Shu elucidated. The void Tao realm merges with the Tao, using the perfect seed as a medium to touch upon the Great Way, allowing one to perceive the profound truths of the universe. The cosmic seed is the unrivaled seed of this world, and the Creation Stone surpasses even it. You have already integrated it in the lower realms. At that time, what cultivation level did you have? The spirit transformation realm, I presume. In that moment, Yin Shi comprehended. While others in the void Tao realm could merge with the perfect seed, she had accomplished this at the spirit transformation realm. It could be said that she was ahead of everyone. Reflecting on this, the fact that the fallen immortal could exchange so many blows with her maid Yun, she realized his extraordinary prowess. If he were to merge with the perfect seed, how powerful would he become? I must strive to cultivate diligently, to further comprehend the Creation Stone, and aim to one day manifest the first living being within the realm of creation. Yun Shi felt that if she truly created the first being, she would undoubtedly be able to dominate anyone within her realm, even standing a chance against my lord. Lin Shu observed Yun Shi's expression. Knowing she felt the weight of pressure, he intended for her to feel this pressure. Otherwise, simply telling her how powerful she was would not spur her growth. The Creation Stone is a miraculous object that can bring forth all things. Lin Shu did not wish for such a divine artifact to ultimately gather dust. He held immense expectations for Yin Shi. As Lin Shu and Yun Shi conversed in the shadows, the 3,000 Alliance had already stepped into that ancient realm. Fallen Immortal, the elite of the 3,000 Alliance confront you now. Chapter 129. A melody of flute buries the heroes. The fallen immortal ascends to divinity. In the battered ancient realm, The fallen immortal stood alone upon the desolate ground, scarred by thunder calamities and countless battles. At this moment, an ancient flute had mysteriously appeared in his hand. The flute shimmered with a white jade hue. Were it not for the fine cracks and faint traces of blackened blood, it would be deemed flawless. However, it was precisely these imperfections that imparted an aura of ancient desolation, coupled with a barely perceptible killing intent wafting from it. This ancient flute resembled a blade of Azura, as if it could harvest all living beings at any moment. The members of the 3,000 Alliance surged into the ancient realm, each one a legendary figure renowned across 10,000 miles, having dominated entire states and even been invincible for a lifetime. Now, united in their purpose, they were unafraid of a mere fallen immortal, even though his ethereal presence seemed to harbor boundless murderous intent. Yet, each of them had emerged from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. The ancient ruins had been opened for some time. Those who survived had proven themselves formidable. Confronted by the fallen immortal, one could not help but speak out. Who are you? Why do you obstruct our path? Do you know the whereabouts of Lin Shu? Depart swiftly, or we shall not hesitate to stain this ancient ruin with the blood of another prodigy. Many elites felt their auras rise, prepared to strike at any moment. Facing these prodigies, the fallen immortal remained unfazed. In the past, within the ancient ruins, he had sent countless heroes to their demise with but a single melody. Today, as the last era of the ancient world dawned, prodigies emerged in droves, and ancient anomalies awakened from their seals, some of whom had once reigned supreme across generations. These prodigies were even more powerful than those he had previously vanquished, yet the fallen immortal harbored no fear. Today, he would either bury all these elites with a single melody or perish on the spot. Seeing the fallen immortal remain silent, one of the prodigies finally could not restrain themselves and struck first. Their attack was an extraordinary divine ability, a powerful secret technique famed across 3,000 states. With the aura of divine fire erupting, it surged toward the fallen immortal with the intent to engulf the heavens. In response, the fallen immortal merely lifted the white jade flute that had accompanied him for countless years and gently began to play. As the melody resonated, an air of desolation permeated the heavens and the earth, infused with an overwhelming killing intent. The divine fire prodigy's technique, before it could reach the fallen immortal, was dispersed by the flute's sound, vanishing into nothingness. This scene caused many prodigies present to change their expressions drastically. With just a single melody, he had shattered a divine ability. Such power was undeniably terrifying. Within the 3,000 Alliance, few could achieve this, perhaps only the Alliance leader or deputy leader. Those unparalleled prodigies, your prowess is commendable. Such strength suggests you are among our ranks. One prodigy stepped forward from the 3,000 Alliance. He was an ancient anomaly from the Fire Cloud Cave, having not dominated a lifetime, but having entered the ancient realm multiple times, consistently achieving a top 10 rank. His strength was formidable, second only to the Alliance leader and deputy leader, and at the peak of the divine fire realm, he was capable of slaying true gods. He slowly stepped forward and extended an invitation to the fallen immortal. Esteemed sir, I am Hoyunzi, hailing from the Fire Cloud Cave. We are here in pursuit of Lin Shu. Might you provide us with some information? As long as the information is credible, feel free to request anything you desire. The fallen immortal regarded Hoyunzi with little change in his gaze, merely whispering, I have slain no fewer than 100 like you. You should consider yourself fortunate that you did not encounter me in those past lifetimes within the ancient realm. Upon hearing this, Hoyunzi's anger flared. As an ancient anomaly, he had just sensed the fallen immortal's extraordinary nature, prompting his invitation. However, it does not signify that he harbors any fear of the individual before him. As an ancient anomaly nurtured by the Fire Cloud Cave, he has undergone meticulous cultivation, repeatedly traversing the remnants of celestial antiquity. Although he has not achieved particularly dazzling feats, he nonetheless stands as a prominent figure in every era. Now, to hear someone brazenly declare that they could slay 100 beings of his caliber ignites a fury within him. Very well, if that is the case, then I shall send you on your way. With that, Fire Cloud Master summoned a wave of his hand, and in an instant, several contemporary prodigies from a Fire Cloud Cave emerged. While Fire Cloud Master was filled with confidence, he was also acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of the person before him. There was the possibility of possessing formidable hidden strengths. Engaging in solitary combat against him could lead to mutual destruction, jeopardizing their chance to contend for the ultimate celestial legacy. With the prodigies from the Fire Cloud Cave by his side, Fire Cloud Master believed that, no matter how powerful this individual was, he would have no chance of survival. Unless, of course, this person possessed strength comparable to that of a leader or vice leader of an alliance. If that were the case, he ought not to be so obscure. For having frequented the ancient celestial ruins on multiple occasions, he had never heard of such a figure, indicating that this person was indeed not well known. With resolve, Fire Cloud Master initiated the attack, accompanied by the prodigies of the Fire Cloud Cave. The group surpassed 10 in number, and each had reached the realm of divine fire. Yet, facing this ensemble of divine fire, the celestial exile merely shook his head, casting his gaze upon all the prodigies of the 3,000 alliance present. This killing formation is beyond your capabilities, Fire Cloud Master. I bid you all to enter the array. In an instant, a colossal killing formation arose within the shattered ancient realm. A haunting melody of a flute echoed through the air. My esteemed guests, allow me to send you on your journey. The sound of the flute, infused with overwhelming murderous intent, intertwined with the formation, transforming the ancient realm into a veritable hellscape. One prodigy after another unleashed their full array of skills, yet all fell into despair and demise. The killing formation of the celestial exile, while not as formidable as Lin Shu's sword array of extermination, was far from something mere prodigies could withstand. Even Fire Cloud Master, at that moment, was exerting himself to his utmost just to hold his ground. Seizing the opportunity created by this defensive effort, Fire Cloud Master promptly transmitted a message. Alliance Leader, Vice Leader, we are in grave peril. This message swiftly traversed the ancient realm, delving deep into the celestial ruins. Lin Shu, observing the transmission of the message, chose not to intervene. In his eyes, these prodigies were incapable of extracting the full potential of the celestial exile. Fire Cloud Master, having cultivated only a single strand of celestial energy, could be considered a prodigy, but nothing more. To truly awaken the celestial exile, the six-crowned King Ming Chuan and his companions must be summoned. After sending out the message, Fire Cloud Master immediately gathered the remaining prodigies to form a defensive array in anticipation of reinforcements. Yet the celestial exile had no intention of granting them their wishes. His flute melody shifted instantaneously, conjuring an illusory formation. As the illusion manifested, many of the prodigies who were in the process of forming their defensive array found themselves lost, unknowingly succumbing within the illusion. Without the support of the array, these prodigies posed no obstacle to the celestial exile, and within moments, the shattered ancient realm was littered with over 1,000 corpses. Only a scant few remained standing. Who exactly are you? Fire Cloud Master was now gripped by profound astonishment. Such a being, if indeed an ancient anomaly, should not lack renown. If not an ancient anomaly yet possessing such power, then they must surely be among the strongest of this era, and their name ought to resonate far and wide. Why, then, had he never heard of them? You are not worthy of knowing my name. The celestial exile recognized that while his killing formation had a broad coverage, its explosive power was not concentrated enough to easily eliminate one who had cultivated a strand of celestial energy. The celestial exile took matters into his own hands, unleashing a divine technique, one not of the celestial ant's secret arts, yet equally earth-shattering. Ultimately, Fire Cloud Master could not withstand the onslaught and fell on the spot. With Fire Cloud Master's demise, the remaining prodigies were rendered even more vulnerable, and in no time, all over 1,000 prodigies met their end. Yet at this moment, the celestial exile felt no elation. Instead, he swiftly began to scour the battlefield, purifying and absorbing the runes and essence left behind. This was the path to his first strand of celestial energy. Now, he was on the verge of attaining a third strand, albeit it mattered little. The journey had been fraught with obstacles, yet the outcome was favorable, as precious runes and wisps of essence ascended and melded into the celestial exile's being. His aura grew increasingly formidable, propelling him closer to the divine fire realm. Were it not for Yun Shi's interference, he would have already attained divinity within the beast's lair. His accumulation had long been sufficient, and despite a slight delay, it had only served to solidify his foundation further. At last, the celestial exile took a momentous step into the divine fire realm. Chapter 130. The Gathering of 3,000 Prodigies. Lin Shu's Path. Due to the postponement of his breakthrough into the divine fire realm, the celestial exile's cultivation surged dramatically after achieving this milestone. Early stage of divine fire. Mid stage of divine fire. Late stage of divine fire. Peak stage of divine fire. Completion of divine fire. The celestial exile had remarkably advanced to the pinnacle of the divine fire realm, achieving a level of cultivation on par with Lin Shu's own breakthrough. However, he did not allow himself to feel pride. He understood that even at the same realm, facing Lin Shu would ultimately reveal a disparity. Lin Shu had cultivated 3 strands of celestial energy, with all 3 blossoms of the great Tao fully formed. In contrast, he had only just begun to manifest 2 strands of celestial energy, and while the third was in its nascent form, the second bloom of the great Tao had yet to take shape. With such power, he felt a modicum of confidence in a potential confrontation with Yun Shi. He no longer felt the same trepidation he had in the Beast's lair, where a battle for survival had seemed perilously close to death. Now, should he face Yun Shi? While victory may elude him, he believed he had a 50-50 chance of escaping. 3,000 Alliance, I hope you shall not disappoint me. Thus, the celestial exile began to solidify his cultivation, continuously nurturing the nascent form of his third strand of celestial energy and engaging in reflection upon the second bloom of the great Tao. While the celestial exile sat in meditation within the remnants of the ancient realm, the others of the 3,000 Alliance received news of his progress. The 3,000 Alliance divided into 4 teams, each seeking Lin Shu's whereabouts in different directions. The team led by Fire Cloud Master was merely one among them. Now, the remaining 3 teams had also received the message. Leading the other 3 teams were individuals from the Celestial Palace, Sword Valley, and other allied powers. Each of them possessed cultivation levels that were by no means inferior to that of Fire Cloud Master. Upon receiving Fire Cloud Master's message, they initially scoffed at his incompetence for being unable to handle a single opponent before hastening to his location. Simultaneously, within several mysterious ancient realms, a cadre of formidable formations housed the Alliance leader and vice leader of the 3,000 Alliance, who were currently in seclusion. Some were striving to break through to the third strand of celestial energy, while others aimed for the second. The aura emanating from each of them surpassed that of Fire Cloud Master. In the Chilan ancient realm, one of the most mysterious and powerful realms among the celestial ruins, it ranked among the top 10 ancient realms of celestial antiquity. Legends tell of Chilan beings having once roamed this ancient realm, leaving behind traces of their essence. Now, beneath a mountain cliff, an unparalleled formation enveloped the area, capable of effortlessly shattering any divine fire realm expert. Yet, within this formation, one figure moved as if traversing level ground, seemingly impervious to its attacks. This was Ning Chuan, who had traversed the celestial realms across 6 lifetimes, reigning supreme for 6 epochs, earning the title of the 6th Crown King. At this moment, a Chilan image materialized upon Ning Chuan's form, and as he approached the ultimate depths of the formation, he sensed fluctuations of the celestial laws. Ning Chuan's heart soared with joy as he swiftly advanced toward the ultimate location of Chilan Cliff, where he beheld a handbone. This was the handbone of a true immortal. Upon witnessing this, Ning Chuan's heart soared with joy. With the possession of this divine immortal handbone, I shall undoubtedly surpass all in the realm of immortals in this lifetime. Similar to the 6th Crown King, Ning Chuan, the various vice leaders of the 3,000 Alliance were also each experiencing their own fortuitous encounters. Some had acquired astonishing treasures of immense power, while others had obtained unparalleled elixirs and divine medicines. There were also those who encountered mysterious ancient corpses and merged with them, advancing their physical forms to the semblance of golden bodies. Emerging from a place of opportunity, and upon receiving the news, they wasted no time, swiftly heading towards the direction indicated by the transmission from Huayunzi. The movements of the 3,000 Alliance regarding the immortal ancient ruins were akin to a tempest, with news spreading incessantly. In a peculiar location, a woman clad in black, her pupils flickering with an aura of obliteration, akin to an unparalleled vortex, seemed to consume all oddities. The black-clad woman slowly stepped forward, the 3,000 Alliance, targeting the young master. Now that I have achieved 3 strands of immortal energy, I shall see who dares to oppose the young master. This enigmatic figure, known as Lin Xiantong, returned from the strange realm to an ancient world, her gaze sweeping across, plunging the entire ancient realm into darkness, before her form vanished from sight. Yu Chan, follow me. In the ancient world, Yu Chan, who was in seclusion, heard Lin Xiantong's words. Though reluctant, she had no choice but to comply. After all, Lin Xiantong was far too powerful. While she had only cultivated 1 strand of immortal energy, Lin Xiantong had already mastered 3. Moreover, it was Lin Xiantong who had rescued her from being hunted by disciples of an ancient force in the 9 heavens. Thus she felt compelled to heed her words. After all, one must repay the debt of life-saving grace. Meanwhile, Hualing'er and Xiaoyu were currently within another ancient realm cloaked in flames, where a faint aura of the vermilion bird lingered. Hualing'er was absorbing this delicate vermilion bird essence and had emerged from her seclusion. Although she had not yet cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, she had achieved perfection in 2, with one strand even blooming with the flower of the great Tao. Upon receiving reports from the prodigies of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, Huolinger immediately declared, "Let us depart together." Following her command, Xiaoyu also issued orders to the members of the Starry Pavilion. Initially, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom and the Starry Pavilion had looked down upon Huolinger and Xiaoyu. At first, they resisted the orders of their elders to accompany and protect Huolinger and Xiaoyu, deeming the people of the 3,000 states unworthy. However, after being taught a lesson by the two, they became obedient. With their 3 strands of immortal energy, the duo was comparable to the most elite of young sovereigns in the 9 heavens, and they could not help but yield. "Yes, Sister Ling." Members of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom nodded in agreement. "Yes, young Master Xia." Members of the Starry Pavilion likewise acquiesced. In other realms of the immortal ancient ruins, Lin Shu's companions had all received word. Qing Yi, the Demoness, Feng Wu, Gugu, and Lin Xing hastened their steps towards the location where the 3,000 Alliance was converging. Meanwhile, in another ancient realm, Shi Hao was busy preparing a pot of the flesh of primordial ancient aberrations, the aroma wafting through the air and enveloping the entire ancient realm. Just then, 2 figures rushed towards him, a girl and a rotund boy. The girl was the Moonlight Jade Rabbit, while the boy was Chao Yuxing. "Shi Hao, it's bad news. You mentioned Lin Shu earlier. He is now being besieged by the 3,000 Alliance. Indeed, I just saw the fallen godson has already headed there, and it is said that the other vice leaders of the 3,000 Alliance are also on their way." The Moonlight Jade Rabbit and Chao Yuxing chimed in. Hearing this, Shi Hao glanced at his companion. "Come, brother, let us go together." The one he referred to was Shi Hao. Due to Lin Shu's arrival and the absence of the 7 gods descending, Shi Hao had not perished. Thus Shi Hao possessed only a piece of the longevity bone, lacking the supreme bone. Although he was indeed a remarkable talent, his foundation was ultimately shallow. Entering the immortal ancient ruins, he faced the pursuit of the 9 heavens forces and fled until he encountered Shi Hao, who helped him resolve the crisis, leading to their companionship. Following Shi Hao gained profound insights into cultivation. He learned that one's achievements could not solely rely on a single bone to become the strongest. With Shi Hao's assistance, Shi Hao had now cultivated 1 strand of immortal energy, and the second was beginning to take shape. It would not be long before it fully formed. Naturally, Shi Hao was now wholly devoted to Shi Hao, even contemplating the removal of the longevity bone and the immortal bone. When Shi Hao spoke, Shi Hao did not hesitate. A fierce look crossed his handsome face. "Rest assured, brother, I shall take the lead in this matter. I am eager to see if this so-called 3,000 Alliance can withstand my lance." In the shattered ancient realm, 2 days later, the celestial outcast finally opened his eyes. After absorbing the runes and essence from the previous prodigies, the celestial outcast underwent a tremendous transformation. Although the 3rd strand of immortal energy had yet to solidify, it was but a step away. The 2nd flower of the great Tao had now manifested, and his realm had advanced, directly stepping into the true God realm. "I hope the 3,000 Alliance does not disappoint me. Whether I can enter the celestial God realm hinges upon you." At this moment, Lin Shu also awakened from his cultivation. Despite not having broken through during the seclusion, he had gained a deeper understanding of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown and the 5 qi returning to the origin, having comprehended one aspect. Moreover, Lin Shu had formulated a promising direction for his future path and the force he intended to establish. In this retreat, I attempted to fuse the Willow God technique with a primordial true solution. Although I have yet to succeed, I have already conceived a plan. If this strategy comes to fruition, my path will be thoroughly established. Lin Shu mused. Then, feeling a sense of inspiration, he glanced at the ruined ancient realm. A smile gracing his lips. With the 3,000 Alliance converging, it seemed the true test for the celestial outcast was about to commence. Chapter 131. Investment. The beginning of the Demon's Stone. The cosmic yin and yang. In the desolate ancient realm, the celestial outcast remained clad in white, exuding an air of elegance. However, standing at a considerable distance before him were the proud youths of the 3,000 Alliance. Their expressions grave, they were not deceived by the celestial outcast facade. Who among them was unaware that beneath the seemingly pristine exterior of the celestial outcast lay a veritable harbinger of death? The 3,000 Alliance had originally been divided into 4 teams, each boasting over 1,200 prodigies. Yet now, only 3 teams remained. For one had been utterly annihilated by the celestial outcast alone. Such a ruthless being, a harbinger of death. How could they not be on high alert? A moment's negligence could lead to immediate demise at the hands of the celestial outcast. As the 3,000 alliance gathered, even the vice leaders had arrived. Yet the enigmatic leader, the six-crowned King Ning Chuan, had yet to make his appearance. A vice leader stepped forward, hailing from the Fallen God Ridge. Known as the Fallen God Son, he confronted the celestial outcast, asking directly, "Who are you? Why do you oppose the 3,000 alliance? We have done you no wrong, and we are not even acquainted." The celestial outcast smiled, his demeanor as gentle as a spring breeze. Yet his words sent shockwaves through the ranks of the 3,000 alliance. "There is no reason. I merely wish to utilize your 3,000 alliance as a stepping stone to perfect my path and cultivate my third strand of immortal energy. If you must seek justification, consider me an accomplice of Lin Shu." The celestial outcast's proclamation was tantamount to a provocation directed at the entire 3,000 alliance. Audaciously declaring his intention to use the entirety of the alliance as a foundation to enhance his own path, a display of unparalleled arrogance. It was well known that, despite the loss of over 1,000 prodigies, the 3,000 alliance still boasted more than 3,000 formidable talents. In recent days, 80% of these prodigies have transcended into the realm of divine fire, and among them are numerous first-generation beings, with even more terrifying entities from ancient times. The individual before me, what merit does he possess? The countenance of the fallen sun is as dark as a stormy sky, as an ancient prodigy of the fallen god Ridge. Though he has only emerged once, during that singular existence, he had the audacity to rend a triple-crowned king asunder. In terms of strength, he has previously sparred with Ning Chuan and is acutely aware of the gap that remains between them. Yet this nameless individual, he believes he can easily shred him to pieces. Very well, but arrogance comes with a price. Although I know not your name, rest assured, with the capabilities of our 3,000 alliance, we shall undoubtedly uncover the forces that lie behind you. For now, I shall send you on your way, and as for your backing, the 3,000 alliance will account for it once we emerge from this place. Such a feeble threat evidently holds no weight against the celestial exile. He, the celestial exile, has been nurtured since childhood by the ancient sovereign from the nine heavens, and hails from an extraordinarily ancient lineage of longevity, one that embodies the essence of eternal life. Nevertheless, he does not wish to impose his background upon others. Hence, he traverses the world under the alias of celestial exile. The longevity lineage is one of the most potent and ancient forces in the realms of heaven and earth. In times past, his ancestors produced true beings of longevity who tread upon the path of immortality, earning the title of Celestials. The 3,000 Alliance, having united numerous formidable powers from the 3,000 states, is indeed remarkable. Yet the celestial exile does not perceive it as an unbreakable entity. As long as it is not truly united, it cannot pose a threat to the lineage of longevity. Moreover, since his birth, he has distanced himself from the longevity sect. Following an ancient sovereign for cultivation, it remains uncertain whether the 3,000 alliance can even uncover his origins. In the eyes of the celestial exile, such threats appear rather juvenile. The fallen sun, witnessing the indifference of the celestial exile towards his threat, feels a flicker of surprise within. However, having spoken thus, he cannot retract his words, lest he tarnish the reputation of an ancient prodigy. The fallen sun refrains from further conversation and strikes directly. As an ancient prodigy who once emerged to slay a triple-crown king, his attack is ruthless and unyielding, unleashing a lethal move that embodies the supreme arts of the fallen god Ridge. Faced with the fallen sun's unparalleled secret technique, the celestial exile does not resort to any hidden cards. Instead, with a mere ordinary maneuver, he effortlessly counters the fallen sun's ultimate technique. Remarkable. At this moment, the fallen sun realizes the strength of the celestial exile. Although he has not revealed his trump cards, he has exerted at least 60% of his power. Yet the opponent appears entirely unscathed. Confronted with such a formidable adversary, he acknowledges that he may not be a match for him and promptly declares, "Vice Alliance leaders, join me in battle. This individual is exceptionally strong and may very well be our greatest rival in the pursuit of the ancient celestial treasures." The remaining Vice Alliance leaders, all ancient prodigies and notably powerful among them, have observed the confrontation between the fallen sun and the celestial exile with keen insight. They understand that any single one of them may not fare well in a duel. Thus, without hesitation, the Vice Alliance leaders choose to unite their strength. The strongest prodigy of the Netherworld's new generation, Ming-Zi, the ancient prodigy known as the Dark God Sun, the mightiest of Sword Valley, Gu Jianyun, and the ancient prodigy from the Divine Temple, Gu Shangzi, among others. A total of 6 alliance leaders strike together. The Dark God Son of the Netherworld is an ancient divine corpse imbued with spiritual essence. Despite never having emerged, his physical form is incredibly powerful, giving rise to unparalleled divine arts. Upon his assault, his might rivals that of a triple crown king. Gu Jianyun is capable of battling even a quadruple crown king with his longbow. The other members, each possessing their unique might, can be said to be at least on par with double crown kings, with most at the triple crown level and some even reaching the quadruple crown level. The 6 of them, when united, are truly unmatched among their peers. Facing this coalition, even the Celestial Exile's expression turns grave. In a one-on-one engagement, he feels no trepidation, confident in his ability to slay his opponent within 100 moves. Yet, against 6, the pressure mounts significantly. In the next moment, a horn appears in the Celestial Exile's hand, an antenna of the heavenly ant. The moment this horn emerges, his aura transforms dramatically. The heavenly ant symbolizes the pinnacle of worldly power. With this strike, even the united force of 6 finds their might repelled by the Celestial Exile's unparalleled strength. Meanwhile, as the Celestial Exile engages in battle, Lin Shu receives a message from Qing Yi, Lin Qing, Shi Hao, Lin Xiantong, and others. They are en route and will arrive shortly. Indeed, not long after receiving the message, Lin Shu senses their imminent arrival. He provides them with a location and refrains from allowing them to intrude upon the shattered ancient realm, interrupting the battle between the Celestial Exile and the 3,000 Alliance. In a mysterious domain, Lin Shu surveys the arriving individuals with a satisfied expression. Each of them has undergone astonishing transformations. Firstly, in terms of cultivation. Previously, they were all at the pinnacle of the Venerable Realm, but now, each has ascended to the Divine Fire Realm, with the lowest among them at its zenith. Furthermore, some have even reached the True God Realm. Gugu and Lin Qing. One has transformed into a Chaos Blue Lotus, while the other is a True Dragon. Lin Shu is not surprised by their breakthroughs. Nodding approvingly, he then shifts his gaze toward Huolinger and Xiaoyu. They promptly speak, "Young Master." They are from the Zhuke Ancient Kingdom and the Starry Sky Pavilion, and now they have been completely subdued by us. Lin Shu is aware of this, but speaks with a playful tone. Zhuke Ancient Kingdom and Starry Sky Pavilion, if memory serves. You were quite defiant towards this young master before. Upon hearing this, the prodigies from the Zhuke Ancient Kingdom and Starry Sky Pavilion turn pale and hastily apologize. Lin Shu, however, pays little mind to this incident and soon directs his gaze toward Yuchan. Yet after a mere glance, he averts his eyes. To Lin Shu, Yuchan has become somewhat unremarkable. Her realm is at the late stage of divine fire, which is passable, but she possesses only a single trace of celestial aura. Rather ordinary. As for her other aspects, she has not even obtained the Qingyue flame, rendering her strength the weakest among those by Lin Shu's side. It is likely that the last to join, Feng Wu, with Lin Shu's investment and cultivation, could easily defeat her within 10 moves. In contrast, formidable individuals like Lin Xiantong and Qing Yi, who have followed Lin Shu from the lower realms, could best her with a single strike. Yuchan, upon noticing Lin Shu's gaze upon her, quickly diverts her own, sensing his indifference towards her. Typically, she disregards the gazes of others. But seeing that she is the weakest among those present, her heart feels overwhelmingly complex. She is proud and competitive, and such scrutiny pierces her heart deeply. She yearns to say or do something, but ultimately finds herself at a loss for words. Her haughty nature prevents her from yielding or conceding defeat. Lin Shu's attention does not linger long on Yuchan, swiftly shifting to the witch. Though the witch has followed Lin Shu for some time, he is not invested in her, yet she now appears quite formidable. It seems she is cultivated well under the guidance of Lin Xiantong, who was originally her spiritual body. Thus, although the witch's strength ranks at the bottom among the group, when unleashed, she likely rivals the fallen sun who just battled the Celestial Exile, comparable to a Triple Crown King. This underscores the significance of teamwork. Associating with the strong can lead to swift advancement, while aligning with the weak only leads to decline. The witch's current prowess evidently far surpasses her advancement in the original narrative of the ancient celestial realm. Given this, let this young master lend you another hand. Lin Shu harbored a rather favorable impression of the witch, able to both embrace and release her essence, unlike Yuchan, who stubbornly clung to her pride. Subsequently, Lin Shu retrieved a destiny stone from the system space. Which accept this. Upon seeing it, the witch immediately expressed her gratitude with a joyful exclamation. As she accepted the destiny stone, the system's notification chime echoed, a long-awaited sound. Ding! The host has invested in the witch's destiny stone. Congratulations on acquiring the Origin Demon Stone. Origin Demon Stone. It contains the first wisp of demonic energy from the dawn of creation. Upon absorption, it has a chance to birth an innate demon embryo, capable of absorbing all demonic energy in the world without being manipulated by demonic nature. Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. The innate demon embryo seemed intriguingly similar to the Dark Ancestral Eye. Both could absorb demonic energy. Yet the Dark Ancestral Eye consumed the power of darkness. The effect appeared to be quite comparable. However, since it would not be controlled by demonic nature, Lin Shu felt reassured. He then took out the Origin Demon Stone. The moment he held the Origin Demon Stone, Lin Shu sensed an incredibly pure and terrifying energy within it. Although this energy could not rival the primordial power, it was far more formidable than any energy Lin Shu had previously encountered. Neither the power of darkness nor the ancient fire infused with celestial laws could compare to it. The other individuals present also felt the presence of this stone. They were overwhelmed by an oppressive aura, but Lin Xiantong had the most direct perception. Young master, it seems this stone contains an essence that is akin to the power of darkness, yet more refined and advanced. What manner of energy is this? Lin Shu replied. This is the essence of the Origin Demon, the first wisp of demonic energy birthed at the world's inception. After stating this, he handed the Origin Demon Stone to the witch. The previous stone was a destiny stone. Upon fusion, it will enhance your comprehension and aptitude. After you integrate the destiny stone, you may then attempt to merge with the Origin Demon Stone. If successful, your future achievements will be boundless. Upon hearing this, the witch's smile blossomed like a flower. Young master, I cannot thank you enough for such a precious gift. Perhaps I could warm your bed tonight as a token of my gratitude. At this remark, the witch immediately felt several piercing gazes directed at her, each imbued with a chilling aura. She quickly amended her statement, laughing nervously. I was just joking. No need to pay it any mind, sisters. With that, she retreated to a corner, evading the icy stares. Lin Shu then turned his gaze towards Qing Yi. Xingyi, you already possess a wisp of ancient fire known as the Blue Moon Flame, and you have experience with merging ancient fire. By coincidence, I have acquired another ancient fire, which I now offer to you. Let us see if you can integrate it. As he spoke, Lin Shu produced a purple ancient fire, one he had captured after defeating Xian Fei. This flame held little value for Lin Shu, but he thought it prudent to gift it to Qing Yi, aiding her in her cultivation while also yielding a potential return on investment. Ding! The host has invested in Qing Yi's purple yin flame. Congratulations on acquiring the Celestial Xian Huang Flame. Celestial Xian Huang Flame, the primordial ancient fire from the dawn of creation. Renowned not only for its incredible power, but also for three significant effects. 1. Offensive effect. Upon slaying an enemy, it does not entangle with karmic retribution. 2. Defensive effect. It receives the protection of the heavens. 3. Functional effect. It refines the physical body, enhancing one's constitution and potentially birthing a new physique. Such a powerful flame indeed. Lin Shu pondered. Karma exists in this world. The ability to remain untainted by it is truly astonishing. However, this is only beneficial in the early stages. Once one reaches a certain level of strength, they become impervious to karma. In comparison, the ability to refine the body and enhance one's constitution is the most formidable aspect. With the celestial Xian Huang Flame in his possession, Lin Shu could facilitate the others' recultivation of the blood transition realm, enabling them to transcend its limits. It is rare for anyone across the 9 heavens to achieve perfection in each realm, let alone surpass it. If those around Lin Shu could all exceed the limits of the blood transition realm, the implications would be extraordinary. This was not merely a simple enhancement of power, but a transformation of their very beings. Once they recultivated and surpassed the limits of the blood transition realm, they could potentially dominate their peers with their pure physical prowess. Shi Hao, the singular cave of wonders, wielding 3 strands of celestial energy, could easily overwhelm opponents of the same tier. As for the progenitor of the species, they had long surpassed their contemporaries, unmatched by any of their peers. Lin Shu felt immense satisfaction with the rewards from this investment. Meanwhile, the battle between the Celestial Exile and the 6 deputy leaders of the 3000 Alliance had reached a decisive conclusion. The 6 deputy leaders were indeed formidable. Yet the Celestial Exile had accumulated countless lifetimes, even exceeding 10, with various hidden cards at his disposal. Ultimately, he vanquished the 6 deputy leaders, decisively eliminating 3 of them. Now, only the Dark Sun of the Ancient Corpse, the Solitary Sword Cloud, and the Fallen Sun remained. Each of these possessed the strength to slay a Tri-Crown King. You are indeed powerful, but you are but one person. We number over 3,000. With this proclamation, the Dark Sun, the Solitary Sword Cloud, and the Fallen Sun retreated, commanding the remaining prodigies to join the fray. Although it was shameful to have suffered 3 losses in a 6-on-1 confrontation, they had no choice but to act in order to survive and defeat the Celestial Exile. When had the 3,000 Alliance ever resorted to such overwhelming numbers? At that moment, a voice rang out. As the voice echoed, Ning Chuan appeared on the battlefield. Ning Chuan, gazing at the Celestial Exile, spoke with confidence. You are impressive. I offer you an opportunity to follow me. Although the Celestial Exile was powerful, Ning Chuan's confidence stemmed from possessing the true immortal handbone within the Celestial Ancient Ruins. He considered himself invincible. Chapter 132. The Battle of the Strongest Prodigies of the Celestial Ancient Ruins. The emergence of the true immortal handbone. The leader has arrived. The faces of the 3,000 Alliance members brightened with joy. The leader, who had entered the Celestial Ancient Ruins 6 times, had pushed through the ancient realm for 6 lifetimes, earning the title of the 6-crowned king, truly an invincible figure, a young supreme. While the Fallen Sun, the ancient saint's son, and the Solitary Sword Cloud each possessed their forms of invincibility, having either slain double-crowned kings or fought to a standstill with triple-crowned kings. In the hearts of many young prodigies of the 3,000 Alliance, they did not truly embody invincibility. Only the 6-crowned king was regarded as genuinely unmatched. Now, upon witnessing Ning Chuan's arrival, they found their anchor. Excitement and exhilaration radiated from the faces of all prodigies. They understood that a battle among the young supremes was about to erupt. This battle might well be the most spectacular confrontation within the Celestial Ancient Ruins. The remaining deputy leaders of the Alliance sighed in relief. Seeing Ning Chuan's arrival, they rushed to his side. Leader, this individual is formidable. Let us strike together and resolve this swiftly. Leader, he has already slain 3 of our deputy leaders. Based on our estimations, we suspect he is that notorious figure. With such strength in the Celestial Ancient Ruins, there can be no one else. Although he has never declared himself in any lifetime, his might may rival even the 10-crowned king. Facing him alone, our chances of victory are slim. Ning Chuan shook his head. Had I encountered him upon first entering the Celestial Ancient Ruins, perhaps I would have had to retreat. Yet now, even the 10-crowned king would not intimidate me. Moreover, a person who has traversed the Celestial Ancient Ruins multiple times without leaving a name demonstrates a lack of confidence in their own strength. If one were truly invincible, they would, like me and the 10-crowned king, have pushed through the Celestial Ancient Ruins each time. As several vice leaders listened, although they longed to refute, they were acutely aware of the misfortunes they had suffered at the hands of the individual before them, having been outmaneuvered even when outnumbering him 6-1, resulting in the demise of 3 of their own. Nonetheless, Ning Chuan's words were not devoid of merit. A truly invincible being ought to resemble the 10-crowned king, boldly advancing through the ancient realms rather than lurking in the shadows. While hidden, no matter how formidable one's power, the methods employed remained somewhat unsavory, unworthy of the stage. However, this was not the time for honor. The 3 vice leaders still wished to take action together. No need for that. This individual shall be dealt with by this alliance's leader. You are to lead the 3,000 Alliance members in maintaining vigilance over the surroundings, as Lin Shu and the 10-crowned king may be concealed nearby. Faced with Ning Chuan's insistence, the 3 vice leaders ceased their protests. Perhaps someone like Ning Chuan, who had triumphed over ancient realms 6 times, had already forged an indomitable spirit, dismissing the notion of overpowering the few with sheer numbers. Thus, the 3 vice leaders stepped aside, allowing Ning Chuan and the Celestial Wanderer to engage in combat. In the heart of the fragmented ancient realm, Ning Chuan and the Celestial Wanderer stood poised in the void. Clad in white, the Celestial Wanderer exuded an ethereal beauty, his presence capable of captivating the hearts of all women in the world. He floated in the air, appearing as if he were a true celestial being descended from the heavens. A single word, celestial, best encapsulating his essence. At this moment, his gaze was resolute, occasionally flickering with a fierce golden light, revealing that despite his enchanting appearance, he possessed an unyielding and decisive nature. On the other side, Ning Chuan also stood in white, his snowy attire emanating an aura of unparalleled transcendence. He radiated a soft glow, existing in the mortal realm, yet remaining untouched by its mundanity. His flawless snow-white robes, silver hair cascading like snow, and an extraordinarily beautiful visage, even surpassing that of women. He was a paragon of beauty, utterly immaculate, and strikingly pure. His luminous silver hair flowed down to his waist, resembling a river of stars, while his eyes sparkled like celestial bodies, radiating a clarity that lent him an otherworldly grace. In terms of demeanor and appearance, both individuals stood on equal footing, embodying the pinnacle of beauty, and it would be challenging to find anyone in the world who could rival them. Neither spoke much. They merely exchanged glances before launching into battle. Ning Tuan, born beneath the auspices of the Qilan sky map, wielded the complete Qilan treasure art. Confronted by the celestial wanderer, a potential ruthless adversary from the fierce den, he remained confident yet cautious. Though he outwardly dismissed the threat, he inwardly acknowledged the gravity of the situation. If one could orchestrate the downfall of so many prodigies, each of whom was an elite in their own right, it was evident that this individual possessed extraordinary prowess. Moreover, to have survived thus far without retribution only underscored the effectiveness of his methods, which, though he deemed dishonorable, he could not help but respect. Thus, with a swift motion, Ning Chuan unleashed the 10 Fiends treasure art, invoking the Qilan step. As he took a step forward, the very void rippled beneath his foot, as though on the verge of shattering, his speed reaching unparalleled heights, leaving the 3,000 Alliance's prodigies unable to discern his movements. How astonishingly swift! The vice leaders were inwardly alarmed. Ning Chuan's strength had evidently surged since the founding of the 3,000 Alliance. Even as they strove to close the gap, the distance only widened, leading them to ponder whether this was the result of 6 lifetimes of invincible talent and opportunity. They had never accepted inferiority to anyone. Yet witnessing Ning Chuan's prowess left them with a sense of admiration. His power was indeed beyond their reach. Little wonder he had garnered the support of renowned sects such as the Sword Valley and the Yao Dragon sect. The Celestial Wanderer, faced with Ning Chuan's astonishing speed and the overwhelming force of the Qilan step, remained largely unfazed. While Ning Chuan's Qilan treasure art had indeed reached an incredibly profound level, it did not pose a significant threat to him. With a mere flicker, the Celestial Wanderer seemed to vanish, leaving behind only an afterimage in his wake. The two clashed directly, the collision of their auras sending tremors through the earth, a mere reflection of the tremendous might they could unleash. Within moments, they had exchanged dozens of blows, neither side gaining the upper hand. They paused their probing. In the next instant, a dragon pattern flickered between Ning Chuan's brows, a breathtaking brilliance emanating as if it could pierce through the entire ancient realm. Behind him, the Qilan sky map materialized. At that moment, Ning Chuan transcended the realm of mortals, resembling an ancient fierce beast, the Qilan manifesting in the world. Simultaneously, the Celestial Wanderer experienced a sudden shift in his aura. Employing the Heavenly Horn Ant secret art, this was no longer a mere contest of physical prowess, but a clash of top-tier treasure arts. The Qilan treasure art and the Heavenly Horn Ant secret art unfolded in their hands with effortless grace, as though they were the true Qilan and Heavenly Horn Ant engaged in combat. Spectacular phenomena erupted from their treasure arts, the battlefield expanding to encompass a radius of millions of miles, with countless wonders emerging in the fractured ancient realm. Unbeknownst to them, they had exchanged strikes innumerable times, and gradually, Ning Chuan's momentum began to wane, hinting at an impending fatigue. "You're the first to push me to such an extent. Were it not for my enmity with the 3,000 Alliance, your future would be limitless. But today, you shall meet your end." In the next heartbeat, Ning Chuan's right hand erupted with celestial radiance, and he no longer held back, activating the power of the true immortal handbone. What was that? It was the law of immortality, capable of forging a connection with the entire ancient realm. With the strike, it seemed as though Ning Chuan had summoned a fragment of the ancient power. Was this the might of a leader? How formidable! Even at this distance, I felt an overwhelming pressure descend, rendering me immobile. The leader is truly deserving of the title Six Crown King. Such power is indeed terrifying. The 3,000 Alliance, stationed at various gateways to the ancient realm, ensured that no one could intrude upon the battlefield. Even from afar, their faces were etched with astonishment. The three vice leaders exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a mix of shock and envy. That handbone was undoubtedly the handbone of an immortal. Ning Chuan possessed such a remarkable opportunity. With this handbone, who could contend with him across the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Beneath the handbone of an immortal, all else seemed insignificant. The true immortal handbone? The Celestial Wanderer gazed at Ning Chuan's right hand, now fused with the true immortal handbone, and what he felt was not fear, but disappointment. Indeed, disappointment. Initially, the Celestial Wanderer had regarded Ning Chuan as a worthy opponent. for he was the first peer capable of engaging him at this level. The Celestial Wanderer recognized Ning Chuan's immense talent and potential, although confident in his own abilities. He could not deny that, should Ning Chuan continue on this path, he would undoubtedly become one of his future rivals. Yet, upon witnessing Ning Chuan's fusion with the Immortal Bone, those thoughts dissipated. With the Immortal Bone integrated, Ning Chuan's future seemed all but sealed. Had Lin Shu not opened his eyes and enlightened him about the realm of immortality, the sight of Ning Chuan fusing with the Immortal Bone would have undoubtedly left him in awe. Now, however, it was merely a pity. This signified the loss of yet another potential companion on his journey ahead. The fleeting disappointment reflected in the Celestial Wanderer's eyes did not escape Ning Chuan's notice. Since acquiring and merging with the true Immortal Hand Bone, Ning Chuan's confidence had soared to an unparalleled height. However, now that the true Immortal Hand Bone has emerged, Ning Chuan fails to discern any surprise in the eyes of the Celestial Exile. Instead, he perceives disappointment, which leaves him utterly perplexed. He cannot fathom the reason behind it. Nevertheless, Ning Chuan refrains from inquiring further, as his sole desire is to swiftly eliminate the Celestial Exile. Forcing the power of the true Immortal Hand Bone is, for him, still somewhat beyond reach. The longer he delays, the more disadvantageous it becomes for him. With his strike, life and death hang in the balance. A resplendent beam of celestial law coalesces and hurtles toward the Celestial Exile. This strike, though appearing far less shocking than the deployment of the Shattering Treasure Art, possesses a might tenfold that of Ning Chuan as current invocation of the Shattering Treasure Art. Sending you on your way, the Celestial Exile remains unperturbed, retrieving the severed horn of the Celestial Ant. The severed horn of the Celestial Ant shows no fear of the Celestial Law's might. The Celestial Exile sweeps it toward Ning Chuan, unleashing a terrifying force that instantaneously rends the very fabric of the ancient realm where they battle. The power of celestial law is swiftly banished into the void, and without the enhancement of the true Immortal Hand Bone as strength, Ning Chuan is rendered feeble. No longer a match for the Celestial Exile. At this moment, an enigmatic figure suddenly appears before the Celestial Exile. The Celestial Exile's expression tightens. He had not sensed this person's arrival, despite having been wholly focused on wielding the severed horn of the Celestial Ant. This indicates that the individual before him possesses an exceedingly formidable strength, likely surpassing his own. In this instant, the Celestial Exile's demeanor shifts. He no longer pays attention to the weakened Ning Chuan, but fixates intently on the newcomer. Just then, the figure speaks. "Greetings, you are the Celestial Exile, correct?" This individual harbors a deeply concealed and potent dark power within his bloodline, one that you presently cannot contend with. Allow me to handle him. The newcomer is none other than Lin Shu. Lin Shu, of course, has no intention of usurping the Celestial Exile's victory. However, Lin Shu has informed him that Ning Chuan is a descendant of darkness, and the current Celestial Exile lacks the means to extinguish him. There exists a chance for escape, and even in death, a seed of darkness might flee. Thus, Lin Shu has come to this place. As for the prodigies of the 3,000 Alliance who guard the path into the ancient realm, they pose no challenge for Lin Shu. Once the dark ancestral eye is activated, none can escape its grasp, and she can easily enter. Seeing that the Celestial Exile remains tense, the severed horn of the Celestial Ant still poised for action, Lin Shu continues. "By the way, my name is Lin Shu. I was sent by my master." Master? Upon hearing this, the Celestial Exile finally relaxes. It is fortunate that this person is not an enemy. If the individual before him were indeed hostile, the Celestial Exile would have had no confidence in their ability to approach him undetected amidst his battle with Ning Chuan, effortlessly bypassing the 3,000 Alliance's defenses. Such strength is undeniably remarkable. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, he cannot afford to confront such a formidable foe, since she is one of Lin Shu's. She is an ally. Very well, I entrust him to you. The Celestial Exile harbors no doubts regarding Lin Shu's identity. If her identity were a ruse, Lin Shu would have surely appeared by now. Lin Shu watches over his battle from the shadows. No one can impersonate him beneath his gaze. With the Celestial Exile's permission granted, Lin Shu turns her attention to Ning Chuan. Subsequently, the dark ancestral eye unfolds, seeking the dark seed concealed deep within Ning Chuan's bloodline. This dark seed is a means of the immortal, akin to the powers of the celestial. Thus, even a supreme realm being, if reckless in probing Ning Chuan's body, would remain oblivious to it. However, under the auspices of the dark ancestral eye, this dark seed is rendered utterly exposed. The Celestial Exile, observing the enigmatic gaze of Lin Shu, feels a profound shock within. In this world, aside from the double eyes, such a terrifying gaze exists. The double eyes are heralded as an invincible myth, yet in the celestial exile's view, Lin Shu's eyes are undoubtedly on par, if not superior. He watches as a strange force within Ning Chuan seems to be drawn forth, and this peculiar power sends a chill down his spine. Should it spread, it could bring about calamity. He cannot ascertain whether Lin Shu can manage it, so he prepares himself, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Fortunately, he witnesses Lin Shu devouring this strange power. After consuming the dark seed, Lin Shu returns Ning Chuan to the celestial exile, stating, "Here he is. You may do as you wish with him now. Seize his celestial bones, treasure arts, heavenly maps, origins, and more. I only desire the dark seed." The celestial exile expresses his gratitude and accepts Ning Chuan's lifeless body. Devoid of the dark seed, Ning Chuan has naturally lost his life. After all, that was his foundation. Even if he had not perished, the current Ning Chuan poses no threat to the celestial exile. Subsequently, the celestial exile begins to collect the precious items from Ning Chuan's corpse. As the celestial exile gathers the spoils, the members of the 3,000 Alliance begin to scatter in all directions. If even Ning Chuan, fused with the true immortal handbone, has been defeated, the celestial exile now stands as an invincible force. If they do not flee now, they may never escape again. The celestial exile, naturally, will not allow them to evade. With a flicker of the array patterns in his palm, the shattered ancient realm's killing formation is activated. As the formation springs to life, prodigies fall in an instant. Runes and essences swirl in the air, and the celestial exile does not hesitate to begin absorbing them. In the shadows, Lin Shu observes this scene and realizes that the celestial exile's third strand of celestial energy is about to be completed. Although his plans for the blood nest were disrupted by Yunxi, causing a delay in the cultivation of his 3 strands of celestial energy, he ultimately succeeds now. With the completion of the 3 strands of celestial energy, the celestial exile has achieved the ultimate leap of the Immortal Ancient. The expedition to the Immortal Ancient is not entirely fulfilled, but it is at least half complete. Next, only the ultimate place of transformation in the Immortal Ancient arena remains. While the celestial exile cultivates his 3rd strand of celestial energy, Lin Shu retrieves the celestial yellow flame. He then addresses those around him. From here on, you may wait while utilizing this celestial yellow flame to refine your physical bodies. It is best to reforge your blood transcendence realm, striving to transcend the utmost limits of blood transcendence. The others naturally have no objections. However, Yuchan, Shi Hao, Chao Yusheng, the moon rabbit of the Lunarine, the people of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, and those from the Starry Sky Pavilion silently withdraw to the side upon hearing Lin Shu's words. Lin Shu glances at them, contemplates for a moment, and then says, "Given that you all belong to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, you may refine yourselves as well." Upon hearing this, they express their gratitude with unrestrained joy. At this moment, Yuchan approaches Lin Shu, looking somewhat embarrassed. "I apologize. Previously, I judged your intentions with a narrow mind, and I wish to extend my apologies." The proud Yuchan actually apologizing catches Lin Shu off guard, yet he refrains from saying much. After all, it was not she who was at fault, but rather he who had taken her alternate self. Her previous grievances were entirely understandable. Now, as the celestial yellow flame refines their physical forms, Lin Shu sees no need for prejudice. Focus on refining your body. If you fail to surpass the utmost limits of blood transcendence, you may fade into obscurity among the 9 heavens, unworthy of the title of prodigy. In future contests among peers, there may no longer be a stage for you. In the original work, Yuchan, upon merging with Qing's alternate self, does not even rank among the top-tier prodigies. Now, without Qing, should Yuchan fail to seek other breakthroughs, she will merely be slightly stronger than an ordinary prodigy with a strand of celestial energy. Such prodigies are abundant among the 9 heavens. Recently, Yuchan has been considerably provoked by Lin Shu, for she has always been exceedingly proud, once being renowned alongside the holy maiden of the celestial severing sect, even eclipsing her in fame. Observing the once independent spiritual form of the holy maiden of the celestial sect, now far surpassing her own essence, one cannot help but feel a tinge of bitterness. With the opportunity now at hand, she is determined to seize it fully. Thus, the celestial exile immerses herself in cultivating the 3rd strand of celestial energy, while those present engage in the refinement of their physical forms, striving for the ultimate breakthrough beyond the blood mobilization realm. Time slips away unnoticed, and a week has elapsed. Chapter 134. Transformation. The terrifying 9 restrictions of transcendence. 7 days have passed, and all who have undergone the tempering of their bodies through the heavenly yellow flame have made considerable progress. Even the relatively weaker prodigies from the Zhuge Ancient Kingdom and the Starry Pavilion have shown remarkable improvement, though they may not be the strongest among their ranks. Their extraordinary talents have earned them the opportunity to participate. Now, each of their bodies, having been tempered by the heavenly yellow flame, has reached a terrifying level. While they have yet to surpass the extremes of the blood mobilization realm, they stand firmly within its limits. These prodigies, hailing from supreme lineages, while not the strongest, have been nurtured with various precious elixirs since childhood, allowing them to step into the pinnacle of the blood mobilization realm at an early stage. Such is the advantage of the upper realm, where resources are beyond compare to those of the lower realms, especially within the 9 heavens, making it exceedingly rare for individuals from the lower realms to achieve the pinnacle of blood mobilization. In contrast, those from the upper realm can attain it with relative ease. Now, their physical prowess has ascended to new heights. However, compared to the prodigies of the Zhuge Ancient Kingdom, those in Lin Shu's circle have undergone even more profound transformations. Lin Shu, Qingyi, and Lin Xiantong, who have long been by Lin Shu's side, have now recultivated their blood mobilization realm. Through this recultivation, they have transcended the extremes of the blood mobilization realm. Each of them, after this recultivation, has enhanced their physical strength to surpass 100,000 pounds, reaching figures in the range of 2 to 300,000 pounds. With such formidable physical strength, they need not even employ any precious techniques to effortlessly crush their peers of the same realm. Meanwhile, others like Lin Qing and Gugu, who possess exceptionally strong bloodlines, have also undergone recultivation in the blood mobilization realm, surpassing its extremes, though they are somewhat weaker than Lin Shu, Qingyi, and Lin Xiantong, who have been with Lin Shu longer. Fire Spirit, Xia Yu, Feng Wu, the Enchantress, Yuchan, Shi Hao, Chao Yuxing, and the Moon Rabbit have all found their unique fortunes as well. However, it is Shi Hao who has achieved the most significant enhancement after undergoing the tempering of his body with the heavenly yellow flame. He has personally discovered the transcendent method of the cave heaven, and is thus the quickest to break through the extremes of the blood mobilization realm. In fact, he has even subtly developed a unique constitution. Nevertheless, Shi Hao has chosen to refine the essence of that constitution, preventing its manifestation. Consequently, he has traveled farthest along the path of transcending the extremes of the blood mobilization realm. In terms of the blood mobilization realm, Shi Hao's power has likely surpassed 600,000 pounds. With such accomplishments in the blood mobilization realm, it can be said that, even against those at the extremes of other realms, Shi Hao's physical strength exceeds theirs by more than 5-fold. In the original narrative, Shi Hao, relying on his unique cave heaven, could almost dominate all his peers. Later, he achieved the status of a progenitor, leaving no one among his contemporaries capable of challenging him. Though Shi Hao has yet to embark on the path of becoming a progenitor, his transcendence in the blood mobilization realm allows him to stand invincible among his peers, even without having taken that crucial step. Lin Shu's investment in Shi Hao has been relatively modest, and, given Shi Hao's origins from the lower realm, his foundation is somewhat shallower. Initially, Shi Hao surpassed the recently invested Fire Spirit and Xia Yu, but he was weaker than Lin Shu, Lin Xiantong, and Qingyi, who had received earlier investments. Now, with his transcendence in the blood mobilization realm, Shi Hao has surged ahead of everyone, becoming no less formidable than Lin Shu, Lin Xiantong, and Qingyi. One can only imagine how powerful he will become once he embraces the path of progenitors. If the 10 crown kings remain in their virtual realm as depicted in the original narrative, Shi Hao might easily defeat or even kill them within 3 moves. Indeed, after 7 days of tempering their bodies with the heavenly yellow flame, all have made commendable progress. While the prodigies of the Zhuge Ancient Kingdom and the Starry Pavilion have yet to reach the first restriction of their physical forms, they have nonetheless made significant advancements. As for Shi Hao, the Moon Rabbit, and Chao Yuxing, they have already attained the first restriction. Fire Spirit, Feng Wu, Xia Yu, and the Enchantress have now achieved the second restriction. Gugu and Lin Qing have reached the third restriction. Lin Shu, Qingyi, and Lin Xiantong have reached the fourth restriction. Shi Hao, you have made the greatest leap, surpassing the 5th restriction. As the others listened to Lin Shu's words, a look of confusion crossed their faces. Observing their bewildered expressions, Lin Shu clarified, "You should all be aware that the pinnacle of the blood mobilization realm is defined by a strength of 100,000 pounds. Surpassing this threshold leads to the realm of the limitless body, which is divided into 9 restrictions. Each additional increment of 100,000 pounds constitutes a new restriction, with the 9th being the ultimate, capable of reaching a strength of 1,000,000 pounds. This knowledge has been apparent to me since I first arrived in this world and attained the limitless body with a strength of 1,000,000 pounds. This is why I invested in the Willow God S3 Light Divine Water, offering only the limitless body of the blood mobilization realm as a reward, without any dissatisfaction in my heart. The power of 1,000,000 pounds in the blood mobilization realm and the limitless body has established an exceptionally solid foundation for me, undoubtedly marking a precedent without equal. While I cannot claim superiority over the 3 light divine water, the value of my achievements is certainly not to be underestimated. It is precisely this that has enabled me to crush opponents of the same realm, even effortlessly defeating so-called undefeated opponents without breaking a sweat. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, the gathered crowd began to comprehend the magnitude of their advancements. The prodigies from the Zhuke ancient kingdom and the starry pavilion, upon realizing the vast chasm between themselves and Lin Shu's companions, felt a sense of enlightenment. Although they had experienced the tempering of the heavenly yellow flame, and some had exceeded 100,000 pounds of strength, reaching even 150,000 pounds, they initially felt a sense of pride, believing they could contend with the young supreme beings of their own lineages and dominate the 9 heavens and 10 lands in the future. However, upon learning that all present had achieved at least the 1st restriction, with the strongest among them surpassing the 5th, they grasped the true extent of their disparity. Truly, they are a collection of prodigies. Even the young supremes of the 9 heavens would find no advantage against this assembly. Those above the 3rd restriction, such as Gugu, Lin Qing, Lin Shu, Qingyi, Lin Xiantong, and Shi Hao, could likely overpower the young supremes of the 9 heavens. Their gazes instinctively turned toward Lin Shu, filled with curiosity. To what heights has Lin Shu ascended? The 6th restriction? The 7th? Or has he truly achieved the 9th restriction? In any case, it must be exceedingly high, for all present have merely received a sliver of Lin Shu's fortune, relying on the heavenly yellow flame to reach such heights. As the possessor of the heavenly yellow flame, which undergoes daily tempering, how could Lin Shu not grow stronger? The ultimate fortune of the ancients has yet to reveal itself. With that, Lin Shu instructed, continue to rely on the heavenly yellow flame to refine your bodies here. Strive for each of you to attain the 5th restriction. Having spoken, Lin Shu sent forth a fragment of his spiritual essence to control the heavenly yellow flame, while he himself began to enter seclusion, contemplating the path that lay ahead, the path of the true deity. A true deity represents the true one realm, necessitating a clear objective and unwavering focus on a singular path. Lin Shu had long since gained insights into this path, and now, with the fortune of the ancient beings yet to manifest, he saw an opportune moment to explore it further. Thus, he resolved to begin. Chapter 135. The Ancient Arena Unveils. The ultimate contest commences. Time in cultivation is timeless. It is uncertain how long has passed, perhaps a day, perhaps a week. Perhaps it was in January, or perhaps even longer. On this day, the ancient ruins of the immortal era trembled. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted, shaking the myriad realms of the ancient ruins and the numerous mysterious ancient worlds. At this very moment, every being within the immortal domain sensed an extraordinarily grand fluctuation emanating, reverberating throughout the entire land of the immortal era. In a mysterious ancient realm of the immortal domain, which had always been tranquil and harmonious, as it had remained largely untouched by mortal feet, a state of seclusion existed. It was only when each cycle of the immortal era concluded that it would manifest. This was the ultimate battlefield, the site of the immortal era's contest for supremacy. Each immortal sovereign earned their title by dominating this ancient realm. At this moment, the serenity of this ancient realm was irrevocably shattered. Suddenly, a colossal palace materialized from the void. Surrounding this magnificent palace were terrifying black fissures, spreading ominously and threatening to collapse the very fabric of this realm. As if an unparalleled beast had emerged, heralding the end times for the immortal domain. This palace, grandiose and towering, gradually manifested in the void. Its golden tiles radiated a brilliant light, illuminating countless ancient realms within the immortal domain. An array of ancient reliefs adorned its surface, evoking a profound sense of antiquity. Endless auspicious colors emanated from it, shrouded in vapor that ascended into the depths of the void, giving it an appearance steeped in the weight of ages, as if it had traversed the river of time from another epoch. amidst the seekers of fortune within the immortal ruins. All gazed toward the palace of the mysterious ancient realm, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Before the ancient palace lay an endless expanse of stone steps, each step seemingly exuding a terrifying aura of the great path. Towering pillars pierced the heavens, as if holding up the sky itself. The battlefield of the Immortal Era had emerged. The arena of the Immortal Era had finally appeared. Moreover, this was the Golden Path Palace, the ancient hall of reception, the ultimate place of creation. Charge forth. In this era, fortune must surely have a share for me. Some prodigies raced toward the location of the immortal battlefield. The Golden Path Palace and the ancient hall of reception had resurfaced. This spectacle ignited the hearts of prodigies from all corners of the immortal ruins. Heavens! This ancient edifice has truly manifested. It is no mere illusion, but a complete emergence. Previously, this mysterious hall was merely a fleeting shadow. Now it has fully materialized, suggesting the unimaginable opportunities that await. The chance to ascend to immortality, the secrets to eternal life, all were filled with endless speculation. This news swept like a deluge across the realms, summoning countless prodigies forth. Everyone understood what this signified. The arena was about to appear. This was the ultimate arena of the Immortal Era. With the emergence of the Immortal Arena, a clash of titans and a duel of geniuses was imminent. Who would claim the title of the world's foremost? Who could step into the ultimate realm of creation? Who would emerge as the young sovereign? All would be determined upon this arena of the Immortal Era, where victory and defeat could even result in life or death. From ancient times to the present, the arena has always manifested alongside the ancient hall of reception. Indeed, following the appearance of the Golden Path Palace, a grand ancient structure emerged, constructed from mysterious stones. An ancient Colosseum. It was vast and boundless, resembling a colossal island suspended in the air, standing alongside the Golden Path Palace, exuding an aura of endless carnage that instilled dread in all who beheld it. It was the true arena for prodigies, where only the formidable could ascend. The surface of the arena bore no luster, nor did it resonate with the aura of celestial laws. It appeared exceedingly dull, yet profoundly unadorned. Upon the immortal arena lay dark crimson stains of blood, shattered weaponry, and weathered marks, remnants of bygone eras, the blood of prodigies who had perished upon this very stage. Perhaps the blood of those who had claimed 3 crowns, 5 crowns, or even 8 crowns mingled among them. The thought was chilling. It appeared ordinary, yet seemed capable of consuming one's very soul, evoking a shudder at a mere glance. This was the mightiest battlefield of the Immortal Era, a stage belonging to the most extraordinary prodigies. Throughout history, countless lives have been lost upon it, belonging to the strongest of each race, the pinnacle of prodigy kind. For none else possessed the qualification to ascend. If one were to ponder where ancient anomalies met their demise most frequently, without a doubt, it would be upon this arena. People would not forget the battles of yore, and the remnants of the Immortal Era could not help but marvel at those memories. Some recalled the first emergence of Ning Chuan, his divine presence soaring, commanding the discourse, engaging in a bloody battle for months, slaying the multitude, claiming the pinnacle. Alas, the once invincible prodigy of the Immortal Domain now lay deceased, a poignant reminder of the fragility of fate. Others remembered the 10-crowned king who dominated the world, facing the 8-crowned king in an epic showdown that ignited the fervor of all present as he publicly vanquished his opponent, solidifying his title as the mightiest sovereign of the Immortal Era. Certainly, there were those who recalled the 4-crowned king, Chang'an Yan, whose arrow determined the fate of the world, imprisoning the arena as foes exploded in unison, a truly explosive spectacle. In those times, heroes abounded, each generation birthing strong contenders. And every grand confrontation would set the Immortal Era ablaze, stirring the blood of all. This era, however, was unprecedented. The kings of all generations converged, destined to meet in this apocalyptic confrontation. Would their former glory still shine? Could their unparalleled strength be manifested? Many felt the rush of blood surging through their veins, fists clenched in anticipation for the appearance of these sovereigns, ready to engage in battle. In this era, who would claim the ultimate victory? Uncertainty loomed. Yet it was said that even the 6-crowned Ning Chuan had fallen, defeated by a being emerging from the lair of beasts. He was deemed the strongest. The 10-crowned king had yet to reveal himself. He was surely making his final breakthrough. Once he appeared, he would undoubtedly reclaim the crown, having already slain the 8-crowned king. What was a mere 6-crowned king to him? I believe that the days of the 6-crowned and 10-crowned kings have passed. I once beheld Shi Hao from a distance, and shortly after entering the Immortal Domain, he pursued Ning Chuan across several ancient realms. I also know of one named Lin Shu, who single-handedly slaughtered every prodigy entering the Immortal Domain from the Nine Heavens, some even having cultivated celestial energy. I have witnessed a true dragon claiming the name Gugu. Though he did not engage, the strength of the true dragon requires no debate, does it not? Yet the true dragon may not be the mightiest, if truly invincible. Why remain hidden? I propose that the most formidable being I have encountered was a green lotus, which rooted itself in the void of an ancient realm, slaying thousands of prodigies in less than an hour. At this moment, all pondered who would emerge as the strongest in this era. The master of the lair of beasts, the 10-crowned king, the true dragon Gugu, the chaotic green lotus Lin Shu, and the dark ancestor's pupil Lin Xiantong. All these brilliant names were fervently discussed. In one ancient realm, the 10-crowned king strode forth with a commanding presence, listening to the murmurs around him, feeling a surge of pride. He had not anticipated such a multitude of extraordinary prodigies in this era. Exiled immortal, you actually killed the 6-crowned king Ning Chuan first. I witnessed you in my first life in the Immortal Domain. In this life, we must determine who stands superior. Simultaneously, Lin Shu opened his eyes, gazing at the ancient palace suspended above, separated by numerous ancient realms, then roused the crowd. The Immortal Arena is open. Let us proceed. Lin Shu, Shi Hao Yinshi, Lin Xiantong, Qing Yi, Hualinger, Xia Yu, Feng Wu, Lin Xing, Gugu, the Witch Yuchan, the Dragon Maiden, Qin Hao, Chao Yusheng, the Moon Rabbit, the Exiled Immortal, and the prodigies from the Zhuke Ancient Kingdom and the Starry Sky Pavilion all set forth together toward the immortal battlefield. Chapter 136. The Remnants of the Celestial Race. The three flowers of the Great Path reappear. The Cloud Realm. This is the ancient battlefield of the immortal ruins, the very site of the immortal arena. At this moment, numerous prodigies from the myriad small worlds and ancient realms are making their way to the Cloud Realm. Lin Shu and his companions soon arrive at the Cloud Realm as well. Upon entering, Lin Shu observes many talented individuals aspiring to ascend the immortal arena. Yet none have succeeded thus far. As they approach, they are repelled by an enigmatic force. Clearly, they lack the requisite qualifications and strength. Even an ancient prodigy could not remain idle, attempting to fly toward the immortal arena, but ultimately failing to reach it. How could this be? This ancient prodigy, who has already cultivated an embryonic form of immortal energy, is merely a step away from the first strand of immortal energy. Must one cultivate immortal energy to qualify for the arena? A wave of astonishment ripples through the Cloud Realm. Immortal energy is exceedingly rare. Even an ancient prodigy with several lifetimes of accumulation might not achieve it. The aforementioned prodigy is already formidable, yet still unable to ascend the arena, thus lacking the qualification to contend for fortune. This era is remarkably harsh. At this moment, a figure finally ascends the arena. Who is it? Someone has managed to reach the arena. This individual does not appear to be an ancient prodigy. It is he, a member of the celestial race. Unexpectedly, despite the annihilation of the celestial race, a prodigy still exists. His name is Yu Yu, seemingly the strongest among the celestial race's prodigies. By fortunate happenstance, he evaded destruction during the downfall of his kin, and now seems to have gained significant fortune within the immortal ruins, successfully cultivating a strand of immortal energy. Yet, what is one strand of immortal energy worth? The celestial race has been eradicated by Lin Shu. Should he appear in the 3,000 prefectures, Lin Shu would undoubtedly eradicate him completely. Perhaps, a prodigy with a strand of immortal energy may attract the protection of powerful figures. It remains to be seen if he can withstand this trial, for it is rumored that Lin Shu possesses terrifying strength. On the arena, Yu Yu stands with a proud demeanor. As the first prodigy to step onto the immortal arena, ambition burgeons within him. He yearns to claim the title of the immortal champion. However, before achieving that, he must address one matter. Standing atop the arena, Yu Yu calls out to the throng of prodigies below. Lin Shu, I know you are still within the immortal ruins. Do not hide like a coward. If you possess the courage, come forth. Today, we shall settle our grievances upon the immortal arena. Lin Shu gazes at Yu Yu on the arena. This character was merely a minor role in the original narrative. He had not anticipated that, due to his annihilation of the celestial race, Yu Yu would escape partially, enter the immortal ruins, and thus gain fortune, cultivating a strand of immortal energy. For Lin Shu, a strand of immortal energy is as inconsequential as an ant. But for the many prodigies within the Immortal Ruins, it is undeniably a rarity. Even the likes of Yu Chan, Chao Yuxing, Tien Yutu, and Shi Hao, before encountering Lin Shu, had only managed to cultivate a strand of immortal energy, later achieving a second strand thanks to the refining of their bodies by the heavenly essence. In Lin Shu's eyes, Yu Yu's talent and potential pale in comparison to Yu Chan, Chao Yuxing, Tien Yutu, and Shi Hao. It seems Yu Yu has stumbled upon considerable opportunity. Should he be allowed to grow unimpeded, he could become a powerful leader in the future, perhaps even a formidable figure akin to the ancient Celestials. Alas, he is an adversary. Even if he were to reach a higher realm, he poses no threat to Lin Shu. Nevertheless, since he is an enemy, there is no need to spare him. Lin Shu glances at Yun Shi. I have no interest in competing with him. He lacks the qualifications to provoke my hand. Since he is of the celestial race, I leave him to you to deal with. Understood. Yun Shi nods. She then slowly approaches the immortal arena. Another individual seeks to ascend the immortal arena? Who could this be? Is there yet another female prodigy in the 3,000 prefectures? Unfamiliar. I have not seen her before. Perhaps she merely wishes to test her mettle. After entering the immortal ruins, Yun Shi was soon invited to the lair of the Dragon Maiden. Along the way, those who coveted her were mostly eliminated, and the inhabitants of the lair were nearly all slain by the exiled immortal. Therefore, few are aware of Yun Shi. Now seeing her approach the immortal arena, many are naturally astonished. After all, it has been established that only those who have cultivated a strand of immortal energy may ascend the arena. Yun Shi's appearance signifies that she has indeed cultivated a strand of immortal energy. Otherwise, she would not seek such humiliation. A prodigy with a strand of immortal energy would not typically remain obscure. Yun Shi pays no heed to the murmurs of the surrounding prodigies, advancing directly toward the arena. With a flash of her form, she effortlessly ascends the arena without a moment's hesitation. This woman is formidable. Her beauty is unparalleled, and her strength is remarkable. How splendid it would be if she were to become my partner. What a foolish dream to entertain in broad daylight. This woman ascended the arena more smoothly than Yu Yu. She likely has cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy. Without an achievement of this caliber, she would not even glance in your direction. In the void, the 10-crown king has long since arrived, yet he does not hasten to ascend the arena. He believes that should he take the lead, none would dare follow, particularly not someone like Yu Yu. The 10-crown king is certain that once he demonstrates his might upon the arena, they would be too intimidated to approach. 1 strand of immortal energy would not withstand even a single strike from his dragon fist. However, upon witnessing Yun Shi ascend the arena, the previously indifferent 10-crown king now appears somewhat taken aback. This woman exudes an aura of extreme danger, reminiscent of the sensation he felt upon encountering the exiled immortal in his first life. She is exceedingly powerful. It seems I have gained an additional rival in this life. Aside from the exiled immortal, Yun Shi steps onto the immortal arena, glancing at Yu Yu before calmly stating, originally, I ascended from the lower realms to the 3,000 prefectures with the intent of returning to the celestial race. To that end, I even escorted a celestial with the Destiny Stone back to their home. However, upon my return, the elders of the celestial race turned against me, seeking to seize my fortune, and without my consent, attempted to betroth me to the war clan. Such a celestial race, ungrateful and unscrupulous, coveting the fortunes of their benefactor, deserves to be annihilated. Yun Shi understands that Lin Shu will not concern himself with these matters and is disinclined to explain the grievances with the celestial race. Nevertheless, she seeks to vindicate Lin Shu, clarifying that his actions were not wanton slaughter, but rather a response to the celestial race's ingratitude. Indeed, as Yun Shi concludes her speech, the multitude of prodigies present suddenly awaken to the truth. Previously, they were bewildered as to why Lin Shu would eradicate the celestial race. Now, they finally comprehend the reason. Thus, it appears that the celestial race is truly not virtuous. No wonder they once stood among the 10 royal families at their peak, but have now fallen to such a state. Their shamelessness renders their decline understandable. What a pity that this woman is also an unparalleled prodigy. Had the celestial race treated her sincerely, they might have had a chance to restore their former glory. Listening to the numerous prodigies condemn the celestial race, Yu Yu's expression darkens. He had initially aspired to restore the glory of the celestial race, but did not anticipate such developments. He is aware of the celestial race's actions and currently harbors resentment toward the elders. How foolish of these elders. They have driven away such an extraordinary woman. Do they not realize that by treating her sincerely, he, as the foremost prodigy of the celestial race, could have had the opportunity to forge a partnership with her. In such a case, appealing to her emotions and reason could have led to fortune, rather than offering her to the war clan. However, despite Yu Yu's grievances regarding the actions of the elders, he hails from the celestial race, having been nurtured with the finest resources that his lineage offers. Today, regardless of the unfolding events, and whether the celestial race is justified or not, Yu Yu, must triumph over his adversaries and restore the glory of his clan. Words are of little consequence. It is time to act. Yu Yu comprehends that rebuttals are futile. True strength is the foundation that dictates all outcomes. If he emerges victorious, then all that Yunshi has said will be forgotten. Conversely, should he falter, no amount of discourse will avail him. In facing Yu Yu, Yunshi remains unfazed. Yet to bolster the credibility of her prior assertions, she unleashes her aura. In an instant, 3 strands of celestial energy envelop her, accompanied by the manifestation of 3 blossoms of the great Tao. At that moment, the realm of clouds fell into a profound silence. Chapter 137, 10 Crown King vs. Exiled Immortal, Shi Hao vs. Shi. After a lengthy pause, the numerous prodigies regained their composure. Yunshi spoke slowly. Yu Yu, you were never truly worthy of witnessing my 3 strands of celestial energy and 3 blossoms of the great Tao. I merely feared that the world might misinterpret my fortunes as unworthy of pursuit by one of the so-called top 10 imperial clans of the upper realm, the celestial race. These 3 strands of celestial energy and 3 blossoms of the great Tao exist solely to vindicate Master Lin Shu. The celestial race deserves its demise. Upon hearing this, the prodigies grasped the gravity of her words. Some who were initially skeptical now fully believed in the nefarious deeds of the celestial race. Despite their decline, the celestial race remains one of the top 10 imperial clans of the upper realm, and their legacy cannot be rivaled by mere individuals. Yet, witnessing Yunshi's celestial energy and great Tao blossoms made it clear that her assertions were undeniably accurate. Such fortune would incite jealousy from any power, let alone a waning celestial race. Had they known of Yunshi's potential, they would undoubtedly conspire to seize it. After making her declaration, Yunshi effortlessly executed a single strike, rendering Yu Yu defenseless as he was instantaneously vanquished. Upon entering the ancient immortal ruins, Yunshi had already surpassed the exiled immortal in strength. Thus, even if Yu Yu were to attain extraordinary fortune and cultivate a strand of celestial energy, he would stand no chance against Yunshi. His swift defeat was entirely expected. Very well, it seems in this life, I shall have an additional rival. Just then, a voice filled with vigor and authority resonated through the air. From the void, a figure approached with the gait of a dragon and tiger. Within mere strides, he arrived at the ancient immortal arena, moving with remarkable fluidity, without a hint of hesitation. The newcomer was none other than the 10 Crown King. His entrance into the ancient immortal arena instantly caused a stir. It was he, the 10 Crown King. 10 times he had entered the ancient immortal. 10 times he had reigned supreme, the invincible prodigy of the ancient immortal. What had he just proclaimed? That this woman was his opponent? Could it be that she possesses strength on par with the 10 Crown King? A being who has plotted across 10 lifetimes, facing off against one merely of this era. Does this not imply that she is potentially even more formidable than the 10 Crown King? Such a lifetime of accumulation could rival the 10 Crown King. How foolish the celestial race must be to overlook such an extraordinary talent. Unbeknownst to the world, this maideness name would surely resonate throughout the 3,000 prefectures after the ancient immortal era, perhaps even becoming the foremost female prodigy among them. Upon witnessing the 10 Crown King's arrival and sensing his strength, Yunshi too felt a tinge of surprise. She perceived a significant pressure emanating from him. To secure victory would undoubtedly require considerable effort. This individual was certainly not inferior to the exiled immortal. The ancient immortal realm truly brims with prodigious talents. Initially, she believed that having perfected her 3 strands of celestial energy and 3 blossoms of the great Tao, no one but the master and his companions would be worthy of facing her. However, it became apparent that she had underestimated the talents of the world. If such prodigies exist within the 3,000 prefectures, what manner of extraordinary beings might emerge from the broader universe? The 9 heavens and 10 earths? Not to mention, Lin Shu once remarked that the 9 heavens and 10 earths are merely a fragment of existence. Beyond them lies the celestial domain and the alien realms. What marvels might await there? The enlightenment drawn from the stone of creation must never cease. Yunshi mused inwardly. At that moment, the 10 Crown Kings spoke. As your opponent, you have the right to know my name. I'm called Tianzi. I am Yunshi. With their introductions, the Assembly of Prodigies became aware of the names of these two unparalleled talents who could traverse the ancient immortal realm with ease. Tianzi and Yunshi. These names would soon echo throughout the 3,000 prefectures and even the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lady Yunshi, receive my dragon fist. The 10-crowned King Tianzi made his move. Although Yunshi's displayed depth was even more formidable than his. With her 3 strands of celestial energy and 3 blossoms of the Great Tao, he was only just on the verge of forming his second blossom of the Great Tao. Nevertheless, since his emergence, the 10-crowned King had never tasted defeat, sweeping aside all challengers. Even if Yunshi was strong and possessed profound depth, he remained unafraid. Moreover, he had the world tree, albeit still a sapling, yet it sufficed to ensure his invincibility. The true dragon art, you say? Upon witnessing the 10-crowned King's dragon fist, Yunshi countered with her own true dragon art. In an instant, atop the ancient immortal arena, both unleashed their true dragon arts in a fierce clash, presenting a terrifying spectacle. Ordinary prodigies, even those who had cultivated celestial energy, would likely be injured merely by participating in such a confrontation. Indeed, you would have had no qualification to engage in this level of battle. Is this what the strongest contention of the ancient immortal realm looks like? All the prodigies watched in awe, deeply astonished. In the same realm, they struggled to comprehend how Yunshi and the 10-crowned King could attain such formidable heights. Were they still human? At an unknown moment, a figure cloaked in white appeared on the arena. Tianzi, let us battle. This individual was, of course, the exiled immortal. Unable to contain himself upon witnessing the 10-crowned King's presence, the exiled immortal stepped onto the arena. To him, the 10-crowned King represented a fated rival. Though he had remained in the shadows for 10 lifetimes, he had observed the 10-crowned King's relentless dominance in the ancient immortal realm. Had it not been for his own schemes, he would have engaged him long ago. This life was his final chance, and he could no longer hold back. It is you. The first time I entered the ancient immortal realm, I laid eyes upon you. That was my first life. Yet I knew not which life it was for you. Ever since, I have sought you. Though you have never made your name known in the ancient immortal, you are the true king of this realm, the uncrowned monarch. The 10-crowned King Tianzi abandoned his intention to strike at Yunshi and instead directed his attack at the exiled immortal. Yunshi too ceased her assault. After all, the exiled immortal was aligned with the master, and it would not do to strike at him. Continuing to target Tianzi would only lead to a 2-on-1 confrontation, which the exiled immortal would surely oppose. Suddenly, Yunshi felt an instinctive pull, glancing toward one direction of the arena. It was him, the one with the dual pupils. She recalled that her first encounter with the master had been during a battle between him and Shi. At the time, she had worried for the master, only to later realize her concerns were unfounded. She had not anticipated that after suffering a significant defeat, Shi had emerged even stronger. Just as Yunshi prepared to confront Shi Hao ascended the arena. Yunshi, leave him to me. With that, Shi Hao charged toward Shi. Little brother, we never battled in the lower realm. Let us settle our past grievances here. In that moment, atop the ancient immortal arena, 2 fateful battles erupted simultaneously. 10-crowned King Tianzi versus the uncrowned monarch exiled immortal, and Shi versus Shi Hao. This was the pinnacle of rivalry among the younger generation, a battle of supremacy. Lady Yunshi, since no one else dares to fight you, might I take it upon myself to engage you? Unexpectedly, a circular disc materialized upon the arena. Though it appeared somewhat incomplete the moment this disc emerged, it transformed the atmosphere of the arena. In an instant, an aura of chaos enveloped the entire arena. This circular disc was none other than a chaotic artifact, a treasure of the Celestial Kings, the legendary 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc. Accompanying its emergence was a man of divine flames. As he stepped onto the arena, his gaze immediately fixed upon Yunshi. Though his cultivation of celestial energy and the flower of the Tao did not match Yunshi's, the possession of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc granted him the ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Chapter 138. The first of the Celestial Ancient. The re-emergence of the Longevity Tao. Upon the Celestial Ancient arena, the 10-crowned Kings and the exiled immortal were locked in fierce combat, pitting true dragon techniques against the heavenly horned ant secret art. Their strength had reached a terrifying pinnacle, with each move carrying immense, unimaginable might. Such power could easily spell doom for even the mightiest beings of the celestial god realm standing in their midst. It is noteworthy that these two had yet to ascend to the celestial god realm, still entrenched in the true one realm. separated by a significant gap from the celestial god level. This was the hallmark of extraordinary prodigies, capable of defying the bounds of their realms. On another front, Shi Hao and the dual-eyed Shi were engaged in combat as well. After being effortlessly defeated by Lin Shu in the lower realms, Shi Yi's strength had not diminished. Rather, he had caught up remarkably. For a moment, he appeared to be evenly matched with Shi Hao. Although Shi Hao had yet to unleash his full power, Shi performed admirably. It was evident that during his disappearance, he had likely been training under the tutelage of a female dual-eyed practitioner. Only through the guidance of such a formidable mentor could he have bridged the gap. Otherwise, facing Shi Hao's current prowess would have resulted in a crushing defeat for him. The celestial ancient arena had been divided into 3 battlegrounds. The final arena was occupied by the divine flame man and Yunshi, their clash generating fluctuations of battle that even eclipsed those of the other 2 matchups. After all, this was a confrontation involving a chaotic artifact, a treasure of the celestial kings, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, a relic of the once mighty celestial ancient era. Were it not for Yunshi's formidable strength, she would undoubtedly be subdued beneath the weight of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. At this moment, Lin Shu and his companions were slowly making their way towards the celestial ancient arena. Their arrival immediately drew the attention of many prodigies present at the battlefield. What was their intent? Judging by their direction, it seemed they were heading for the celestial ancient arena. Could they possibly intend to ascend the stage altogether? Surely not. Had they truly all cultivated celestial energy? This seemed implausible. Achieving such mastery was no simple feat. Some prodigies were incredulous as they observed Lin Shu's group, which comprised at least 30 individuals. While a handful cultivating celestial energy might be acceptable, over 30 was simply absurd. Yet, regardless of their disbelief, Lin Shu's entourage indeed ascended the celestial ancient arena, which did not reject them. Beside Lin Shu, King Kui, Lin Kuantong, Ye Gu, and Lin Qing had all successfully cultivated 3 strands of celestial energy. Even Hua Linger, Xia Yuyu, Feng Wu, and the Dragon Maiden had cultivated 2 strands, with a third already in nascent form, merely a step away from completion, and given time, they could easily bridge that gap. Additionally, Yu Chan, the Tying Jade Rabbit, Chao Yuxing, and Qin Hao, though having joined Lin Shu later, had each cultivated their first strand of celestial energy, and after enduring the tempering of the primal elements, their physical forms had also approached the threshold for a second strand. As for those from the Zhuge ancient nation and the Xingqian pavilion, they hailed from the supreme Dao lineage of the 9 heavens. Unlike the 3,000 states, where celestial energy was cultivated through arduous methods, these individuals could harness rare treasures to achieve the same. Although they might not be the most gifted from the Zhuge ancient nation or Xingqian pavilion, their reputation was nonetheless formidable in their respective regions, thus justifying their presence here. Neither the Zhuge ancient nation nor the Xingqian pavilion would send mere mediocrities. To do so would tarnish the honor of their respective lineages. Hence, without exception, all of them had likewise cultivated celestial energy. With these conditions fulfilled, Lin Shu's group was thus eligible to ascend the arena. This scene left the prodigies of the 3,000 states utterly astonished. It was him, Lin Shu, such a formidable figure, with a supreme guardian in the outside world, could also gather a host of celestial energy cultivators around him within the celestial ancient ruins. With so many prodigies at his side, who could possibly rival him on the celestial ancient arena? The title of the first among the celestials surely belonged to Lin Shu. At that moment, several voices arose. Lin Shu, the first among the celestials? Does he even have the right? Has the first among the celestials received the consent of my longevity Wang clan? My longevity Jin clan also does not consent. The Inviting Moon dynasty wishes to test the prowess of the first among the celestials as well. Lin Shu turned his gaze towards the 3 factions approaching the celestial ancient arena. Truth be told, he was somewhat surprised. He had thought that beyond the Zhuge ancient nation and the Xingqian pavilion, those with whom he had already interacted, as well as the Changshang Feng clan, who bore a grudge against him due to a decree, there would be no other forces present. To his astonishment, members of the Longevity Wang clan, Longevity Jin clan, and Inviting Moon dynasty had also arrived. Of course, Lin Shu felt no fear, merely surprise, as he had no connection with these major factions at this time. He scanned the area, primarily looking for any familiar faces, such as Wang Shi from the Wang clan, Jin Zhang from the Jin clan, or Princess Yao Yu from the Inviting Moon dynasty. After a brief survey, he found no particularly outstanding individuals among them. The strongest had merely cultivated 2 strands of celestial energy, evidently not among those he recognized. Consequently, Lin Shu lost interest. He glanced at those beside him. I wonder if any of you wish to challenge the prodigies of the nine heavens? This is a top-tier force, a lineage of the longevity Tao, with ancestors who have achieved true immortality. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, several companions promptly stepped forward. The Dragon Maiden stated, Master, I have only recently merged with the Candle Shadow Stone. I require a battle to solidify my strength. Gugu added, Young Master, allow me to test the strength of the descendants of true immortals. Lin Qing chimed in, Since my emergence, I have encountered few worthy opponents. Let me take this challenge. Young Master, Qing Qi, Lin Xiantong, Huolinger, Xia Yoyu, and Feng Wu also stepped forward, eager for the opportunity. Seeing their enthusiasm, Lin Shu nodded in agreement. Since you all have expressed interest, feel free to choose your opponents. The prodigies from the Longevity Wang clan, Longevity Jin clan, and Inviting Moon dynasty observed this scene with a flicker of anger in their eyes. Although they were not the young supremes of the nine heavens, they were still top-tier prodigies. After learning from the Changsheng Feng clan that someone in the lower realms dared to defy a decree, they had sought permission from their elders to come here. In their view, the 3,000 states were merely a wild land. Lin Shu, no matter how powerful, remained a mere insect from the wilderness. Their purpose in coming was to crush Lin Shu, this so-called ant. To their surprise, Lin Shu did not engage directly, but instead allowed his companions to take the stage. This was a clear indication of his disdain for them. Very well, Lin Shu, a mere barbarian from the lower realms, dares to look down upon us. You have thoroughly provoked our ire. The denizens of the lower realms are indeed arrogant and unteachable. Lin Shu, upon your emergence, the princess has asked us to convey a message. She is willing to befriend you, and the Inviting Moon dynasty welcomes you at any time. However, your attitude makes it quite difficult for us. Lin Shu, upon hearing these words, offered no response or verbal retort, but merely instructed those around him, aside from those from the Inviting Moon dynasty. Feel free to deal with the others as you see fit. Let life and death be disregarded. With Lin Shu's declaration, the Red Dragon Gugu, the chaotic Blue Lotus Lin Qing, Qing Qi, Lin Xiantong, the Dragon Maiden, Huolinger, Xia Yoyu, and Feng Wu all launched their attacks simultaneously. In the ancient arena, a tumultuous battle erupted instantaneously. Chapter 139. Lin Shu suppresses the 10-Crown King, acquires the Wheel of Six Paths. The clash between the 10-Crown King and the exiled immortal had reached a fever pitch. Neither could gain the upper hand. The true dragon sorcery and the celestial ant's secret technique were evenly matched. The world tree and the celestial ant's severed horn collided, with no discernible victor in the short term. Ultimately, both combatants opted to cease their hostilities, agreeing to resume their duel after achieving the divine realm and the void realm, and upon merging the perfect seed. The exiled immortal, undoubtedly my chosen uncrowned king, your prowess has not disappointed me, and you, O Emperor, have upheld the illustrious title of the 10-Crown King. The two retreated to the edge of the arena, abstaining from further combat. The exiled immortal, now allied with Lin Shu, recognized that the battles taking place were orchestrated by Lin Shu and thus refrained from participating. As for the emperor, while he believed many did not deserve to stand upon the arena, he felt compelled to refrain from engaging under the watchful eye of the emperor. Exiled immortal, it is indeed surprising that a figure of your pride would choose to follow Lin Shu. The 10-Crown King discerned some underlying truths. The exiled immortal offered no explanation. Very well, let me test just how formidable Lin Shu truly is. You wouldn't dare obstruct me, would you? The exiled immortal replied. Currently, there exists a considerable gap between you and the young master. If you truly wish to experience the sensation of defeat, I shall not impede you. Having accompanied Lin Shu for several days, the exiled immortal had witnessed many of his formidable techniques. He understood he was no match for Lin Shu, and the 10-Crown King, being on par with him, would clearly also fall short against Lin Shu. Is that so? The 10-Crown King, though aware that the exiled immortal would not deceive him, felt a twinge of skepticism regarding Lin Shu's capabilities, having never witnessed them firsthand. Dragon Fist. The true dragon sorcery was unleashed, and the emperor charged directly at Lin Shu. Although Lin Shu had refrained from engaging in battle thus far, he remained vigilant, and, upon seeing the emperor approach, exhibited no hesitation in employing the true dragon sorcery himself. In an instant, the two techniques clashed. With a singular strike, the 10-Crown King was forced to retreat several steps. Clearly, he was at a disadvantage. Indeed, formidable. The 10-Crown King, undeterred by his initial failure, continued his assault. This time, he summoned the World Tree. Yet in the face of the 10-Crown King's World Tree, Lin Shu remained unperturbed, executing the same true dragon sorcery as before. However, this time, he unleashed 50% of his strength. Presently, Lin Shu harnessed 3 strands of celestial energy and 3 blossoms of the Great Tao, with each realm surpassing its utmost limit. While the 10-Crown King possessed 3 strands of celestial energy, his blossoms of the Great Tao were no match for Lin Shu. And although he may have reached the pinnacle of each realm, he had not transcended their limits. Thus, with just 2 or 3/10 of his strength, Lin Shu could easily subdue him. Considering the formidable nature of the World Tree, Lin Shu opted to wield 50% of his power to avoid any unforeseen missteps. At this moment, Lin Shu did not resemble a mere expert of the divine fire realm, but rather an ancient celestial god, steeped in years of experience. With one powerful punch, the World Tree was sent flying, and the 10-Crown King was hurled backward, nearly plummeting from the ancient arena. Is this the extent of Lin Shu's power? Astoundingly, the 10-Crown King found himself without much means to retaliate against Lin Shu. I surmised that even the Sectmaster would struggle against Lin Shu. This strike undoubtedly bore the weight of pseudo-void Dao might. The combat between Lin Shu and the 10-Crown King did not escape the notice of the many prodigies observing from below. Initially, one might have presumed the 10-Crown King to hold the advantage. Yet Lin Shu's effortless defeat of him revealed his terrifying prowess to all for the first time. Lin Shu, with not only formidable backing but also unrivaled prowess, might soon ascend to supremacy across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Some prodigies could not help but express their awe, and many concurred. The 10-Crown King rose to his feet, refraining from further attacks, simply gazing at Lin Shu for a long while before speaking. Lin Shu, you are indeed powerful. In the past 10 generations, you are the strongest I have encountered. This time, victory is yours. However, I shall not relent. We shall battle again after achieving the divine realm. Lin Shu smiled. An adversary defeated by my hand is never regarded as my equal. I grant you time to catch up, until you are but a distant silhouette. Upon saying this, Lin Shu glanced at Shi Hao, who was engaged in combat with Shi, and silently mused. Little Hao, permit me to borrow your audacious words for my own embellishment. Shi Hao appeared to sense this, turning to look at Lin Shu, as the arena still reverberated with Lin Shu's declaration. Upon hearing these words, Shi Hao initially perceived something peculiar, but soon felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. An adversary defeated by my hand is never regarded as my equal. I grant you time to catch up, until you are but a distant silhouette. Such grand and ambitious rhetoric. What level of confidence must one possess to utter such words? I once believed that the gap between my older brother and myself was minimal. Yet witnessing him effortlessly subdue the 10-Crown King has unveiled the true extent of his might. I must strive diligently in my cultivation. Otherwise, there may come a day when I can no longer catch a glimpse of my brother's figure. After pondering, Shi Hao turned his gaze back to Shi, and with that he ceased holding back. In that moment, the quintessence of the 5 forbidden bodies erupted forth, the perfect union of the 10 heavens unfurling. As the Qilin sorcery was unleashed with full intensity, Shi, with his heavy pupils swirling with chaotic energy, had pushed his abilities to their utmost limit. Yet, under Shi Hao's full-blown assault, he ultimately could not withstand the onslaught and was sent flying. From this day forth, our grievances are hereby resolved. Shi Hao called out to the tumbling Shi. At that moment, the entire ancient celestial ruins trembled as if shaken by an unseen force. Boom! A resounding shockwave coursed through the celestial arena, startling all engaged in battle. Concurrently, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the ancient realms, as a vast fissure cleaved through all ancient domains, sending shivers down spines. What on earth has transpired? Not only were the prodigies within the ancient ruins taken aback, but those in the outside world, across the 3,000 states, were similarly astonished. They beheld a faint void crack manifesting in the boundless desolation, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. The ancient realm seemed on the verge of splitting apart. Though the void crack remained subtle, its extensive length spanned countless billions of miles, rendering it visible to all who happen to glance its way. Could it be that the ancient realm is truly fracturing? It appears to be the case. Could it be that we, too, might gain entry into the ancient realm? As the external populace was engulfed in shock, some individuals could not contain their excitement, raising their voices in exultation, while others trembled with exhilaration, overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events. This astonishing occurrence was too remarkable to ignore, for within the ancient ruins lies the greatest fortune of this world, should anyone truly acquire it. They could stand atop the pinnacle of eternity, achieving ultimate transcendence, and immortality would no longer be a mere dream. Regrettably, the ancient realm imposes restrictions. Cultivators beyond the sovereign realm are forbidden entry. This is a profound disappointment for them, as celestial gods and sect masters alike have only been able to observe from afar. Yet now, high above in the void, a faint crack has opened, spanning the vast desolation. Perhaps the opportunity is finally at hand. Unable to resist, a powerful figure finally made a move, wielding a relic that transcended the artifacts of the celestial gods. It was extraordinarily ancient, yet upon activation, it shimmered with a thin layer of radiant celestial gold, dazzling and immaculate, seemingly illuminating the entirety of the 3,000 states. As the artifact was unleashed, the very heavens seemed to fracture, its formidable power instilling terror even in the hearts of celestial beings, compelling the leader to retreat in trepidation. Each individual found themselves overwhelmed, clearly indicating that an extraordinarily ancient entity had made its move. Not a supreme being, but certainly one that had reached the realm of severing the self, if not the realm of evasion. However, upon merely grazing the rift, this terrifying artifact was forcefully repelled. The master of unparalleled prowess was catapulted thousands of miles away, blood spilling into the sky. Had he not fled swiftly, he would have surely perished on the spot. Within the void's fissure, mysterious forces of law emanated, preventing any from daring to venture forth. In that moment, no one dared to act, choosing instead to await the unfolding events in silence. Meanwhile, the battle at the ancient celestial arena continued, gradually nearing its conclusion. The Ten-Crown King had been vanquished by Lin Shu, while Shi fell to Shi Hao's full might. The Longsheng royal family and the Longsheng family had been nearly annihilated, with only 2 or 3 prodigies who had cultivated 2 strands of celestial energy still struggling to endure. The young elites of the Yaoyue dynasty had long since conceded, merely coming to relay messages rather than contest Lin Shu. Their previous disdain in the face of his might was now of no concern. Such strength indeed warranted their respect. Presently, only Lin Shu remained engaged in battle with the man of divine flames, yet the manipulation of the chaotic artifact proved exceedingly arduous for him. Ultimately, the divine flame man was defeated, and the chaotic artifact was seized. Lin Shu accepted the 6 Paths reincarnation disc, a treasure harvested by Lin Shu, pondering to himself, what marvels might this artifact yield if invested wisely? However, the 6 Paths reincarnation disc, being a chaotic artifact, could not be entrusted to just anyone for investment. Although Lin Shu sought returns from such an endeavor, he was not in dire need of treasures at this moment. The disc needed to be utilized to its fullest potential. Suddenly, a thought struck him. In the original narrative, Huang traversed the desolation of the uninhabited regions, encountering a woman who cradled a Qilin cub. Subsequently, this cub manifested in the current era, with many unable to tame it. Yet it willingly nestled into the embrace of the Taiyin Jade Rabbit. Lin Shu held reason to suspect a mysterious connection between the Taiyin Jade Rabbit and the woman from the ancient celestial realm, perhaps even a reincarnation. Considering that this world seemingly lacked reincarnation, it might not be a rebirth but rather a resemblance. Gifting the 6 Paths reincarnation disc to her could potentially yield extraordinary results. After all, that woman had once listened to teachings under the auspices of the Wuzhong Celestial King and the 6 Paths reincarnation Celestial King. Yet, Lin Shu shook his head. At present, the Taiyin Jade Rabbit was not his own. Their encounter in the ancient celestial realm had been one of camaraderie with Shi Hao. This relationship was insufficient for Lin Shu to bestow such a precious treasure. However, should the ancient celestial realm conclude and he establish his own sect thereafter, if the Taiyin Jade Rabbit were to join him, then indeed the 6 Paths reincarnation disc would be worthy of her. At this moment, the grand battle upon the ancient celestial arena was drawing to a close. Only a handful of prodigies from the Longsheng royal family and the Longsheng family, having cultivated 2 strands of celestial energy, remained standing. Yet, under the relentless assault of Qing Yi, Lin Xiantong, and others, they were swiftly rendered incapable of retaliation, and their demise was merely a matter of time. Just then, a radiant portal materialized upon the arena. As the portal emerged, every elite present in the ancient celestial battlefield erupted in exclamations. Look, this is the teleportation gate to the ancient hall. The appearance of the gate signified access to the land of creation. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for transformation. Why must one cultivate a strand of celestial energy to ascend the arena in this era? How frustrating, scoffed another. Without cultivating celestial energy, what significance does ascending the arena hold? There are those among us who could easily slay you. The yearning for creation was palpable. Yet many realized their inadequacies as they looked upon the corpses strewn across the arena, each having been capable of slaughtering them in life. Despite their unwillingness, many could only watch as the portal widened, seemingly inviting the elites into the ancient hall in search of ultimate transformation. Lin Shu, observing the portal's emergence, spoke decisively. Enough dawdling, let us resolve this. The prodigies of the Longsheng royal family and the Jin family, with their 2 strands of celestial energy, were no match for the combined strength of Qing Yi, Lin Xiantong, and their allies. Their prolonged struggle was merely practice against worthy opponents. With Lin Shu's directive and the appearance of the portal, they recognized the urgency and unleashed their full might. The 2 strands of celestial energy were indeed formidable, capable of dominating the 3,000 states, but under the concentrated attacks of Qing Yi and Lin Xiantong, they quickly fell, leaving only a few lifeless bodies upon the arena. Following this, the crowd surged towards the portal, eager to enter the ancient hall in pursuit of ultimate transformation. Even the 10-crown king felt a surge of excitement. After enduring countless epochs, entering the ancient celestial realm, striving for celestial energy, was it not all for this ultimate opportunity? In stark contrast, those accompanying Lin Shu seemed less anxious regarding this so-called ultimate transformation, displaying a lack of fervor for it. As each individual entered the portal in succession, the ancient celestial realm began to tremble violently once more, as if it were on the brink of complete disintegration. The once expansive void now widened exponentially, cracking ominously. This is not good. Intruders are breaching. A voice roared among the elites in the ancient celestial battlefield, shaking the very heavens. Although they had not acquired the ultimate transformation, they had nonetheless obtained numerous opportunities and were adamant about preventing external forces from entering, for no one could guarantee whether those formidable beings would seize their gains. Conversely, many elites felt exhilaration, eagerly anticipating the ancient realm's rupture, as it might allow their elders to seize even more opportunities. After all, their elders were leaders with unparalleled strength, having long since stepped into the realm of severing the self, and had gained renown in the 3,000 states for over 10 millennia. Chaos was about to engulf the ancient celestial realm. In the outer world, within the uninhabited zone, a massive rift stretched across the sky, extending for countless miles, its terrifying crimson light bursting forth, interwoven with endless thunder, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Here, countless groups stood, each member at least at the realm of divine fire, with many true gods and celestial beings among them. But the most terrifying were those leaders above the celestial beings, each exuding an incredibly fearsome aura. The mere pressure they exerted could suppress ordinary divine fires and true gods alike. Yet, the expressions of those leaders were grave. The rift had emerged, revealing the boundary wall that granted access to the ancient celestial realm. However, it appeared that only those of divine fire, true gods, and celestial realm practitioners could enter. The leaders above the celestial realm could not step foot within. In a rush to seize opportunities, an ancient leader, unable to contain himself, plunged into the rift the moment it opened, only to be reduced to ashes. Is it truly the case that even if the ancient celestial realm is accessible, it remains beyond our reach? Will we ultimately have no chance to enter? Lamented one leader. They had all witnessed that powerful leader perish, confirming their suspicions. The ancient celestial realm rejected them, or else that leader would not have met such a grim fate. What a pity, someone remarked. The gathered leaders fell into silence. They too yearned to enter, yet the recent event weighed heavily on their minds, causing them to furrow their brows in discontent. Alas, we can only rely on our disciples of the celestial realm to seize the opportunities. I believe they shall return with great rewards. The celestial ancient realm rejects us, and this passage is unlikely to be stable. It remains uncertain how long it can endure. The number of deities we can send through is probably limited. In this moment, a discussion ensues among the crowd regarding the allocation of entry slots. After all, the more individuals who enter, the greater the opportunities that may arise. Particularly for those at the celestial level, within the celestial ancient ruins, the prodigies present, with only a few exceptions, possess no ability to contend with the deities. Even Lin Shu and his companions believe that with enough deities, they could potentially eliminate Lin Shu. As for the forces behind Lin Shu, they seem to pay them little heed. The group that ventured deep into the uninhabited zone has not returned for quite some time, and it is highly likely they have perished together. If the formidable forces, such as the Celestial Palace, are unable to intervene, then the opportunities will naturally fall into their hands. Thus, these slots hold great significance, and various factions negotiate fiercely, presenting their arguments. Among the first wave, our temple must secure one seat. In the distance, an ancient temple emanates boundless chaotic energy from which an aged voice resonates. The speaker is a powerful figure from the temple, likely no less than a supreme, at least a grand cultivator of the first stage of transcendence. No one dares to voice any objections. The temple is a formidable presence across the 3,000 states, terrifying in stature. Although there may not be a supreme present, it undoubtedly harbors peak grand cultivators of the first stage, with profound roots. Among the current powers, with the notable absence of several major forces like the Celestial Palace, the temple undoubtedly stands as one of the strongest factions. Our temple's ancient prodigy perished in the celestial ancient ruins, and we demand 10 slots for the celestial level. A wave of excitement ripples through the crowd. The audacity of the temple is palpable, yet none dare to counter. The temple's might is overwhelming. Even though the leaders of various sects feel a surge of indignation, they find themselves powerless to act. Soon, the voice of another faction emerges from Palanquin, demanding 10 slots as well, representing the imperial lineage of the present age, also backed by a peak grand cultivator of the first stage. Subsequently, numerous other formidable factions with peak grand cultivators follow suit. Finally, it is the turn of those with only the void and slaying realms to make their claims. As the slots are confirmed, one by one, deities surge into the celestial ancient ruins. In the void, the god of willows, the master of the Forbidden Zone, the president of the Celestial Academy, and several elders, along with Qi Dowling of the Supreme Hall, witnessed this spectacle. After Lin Shu's group entered the celestial ancient ruins, they arrived at the edge of the uninhabited zone, gazing through the petals of the great Tao at the unfolding events. The master of the celestial sect remarks, "Should we not also send someone in? Even if we cannot withstand the multitude of deities from other factions, we can at least protect our disciples." The master of the celestial sect looks at the president of the Celestial Academy and the god of willows, while Qi Dowling of the Supreme Hall is overlooked. Although Qi Dowling possesses formidable personal strength, few can match him beneath the supreme level, yet he has no disciples to speak of, rendering his inquiries futile. On the other hand, the Celestial Academy still has some deities, and regarding the god of willows, the master of the celestial sect feels an inexplicable sense of complexity. Despite appearing as an ordinary person with no cultivation, there's an aura about him that suggests he is far from simple, perhaps even more formidable than a supreme. Moreover, Lin Shu entrusted this matter to him before his departure. He cannot believe this is truly an ordinary individual, as he must possess an exceptionally high level of cultivation, one that even he cannot fathom. What is his true strength? If he is at the supreme level, I should have sensed it. Yet if he is not, could he possibly be a celestial? As this speculation crosses his mind, the master of the celestial sect's heart tightens. He feels this conjecture bears significant weight, for it is the only explanation for the current calmness. At that moment, the god of willows speaks up. There is no need. They have grown completely now. The 3 strands of celestial energy and the 3 blossoms of the great Tao's divine fire have reached the realm of True One, rendering the celestial deities no longer a threat. Their entry is merely a path to certain death. After speaking, the god of willows continues. Observe closely and see which faction's deities will take action against our prodigies. Make note of their backing. When Lin Shu emerges, he should have some thoughts on the matter. The master of the celestial sect, the president of the Celestial Academy, and Qi Dowling all nod in agreement. They do not know why, but the god of willow's words carry a compelling weight. They cannot help but find themselves in agreement. Just then, the master of the celestial sect cannot resist but to inquire. God of willows, may I pose a question to you? The god of willows glances at him and replies directly, I know what you wish to ask. Are you truly a celestial? The master of the celestial sect inquires. What, in your view, defines a celestial? Is it akin to that esteemed individual from the celestial palace? Or perhaps that previous elder? The god of willows shakes his head, were it not for your choice to stand alongside Lin Shu. There are matters you would not be worthy of knowing. However, since you have chosen Lin Shu, it would not hurt to share a few things. Upon hearing this, the master of the celestial sect's face lights up with excitement, and similarly, the president of the Celestial Academy, Qi Dowling, and the other elders regard the god of willows with solemn expressions. The god of willows begins to elucidate. The so-called celestial from your celestial palace is merely a remnant celestial. Even at the height of its power, it was merely an exceedingly ordinary, true celestial. A true celestial is the first level attained after a supreme breaks through into the realm of celestial Tao. Beyond true celestial lies the celestial king. The 5-colored sparrow. who will accompany us to eliminate that remnant celestial from the celestial palace, was once at the pinnacle of the celestial king level and a prominent figure among them. The revelation stuns all present. Who could have imagined that the so-called celestial from the celestial palace was merely a remnant? Even such a powerful entity is merely an ordinary true celestial. Beyond the true celestial, there exists the celestial king. And the five-colored sparrow is indeed a celestial king and a formidable leader. They are oblivious to what it means to be a leader. But to be termed so implies that they are extraordinarily formidable, perhaps even invincible among celestial kings. In the 3,000 states, there exists a title for young leaders, beings who typically dominate their peers. They are akin to young supremes, unmatched within their realm. And what of you, God of Willows? Me, the God of Willows, casually replies. Whether true celestial or celestial king, if I were to strike, one blow would suffice. What? A true celestial or celestial king? And in the eyes of the God of Willows, merely a single strike would be enough to subdue them. What level of power does the God of Willows possess? Could it be that there are realms beyond the celestial king? There is no need for further speculation. Such matters are beyond your comprehension and may invite calamity upon you in this world. Observing that those present seem lost in thought, the God of Willows promptly interrupts. Even now, having reached the level of the Emperor's Radiance celestial king, she cannot grasp that realm's true strength. She is uncertain of just how powerful it is. Even she dares not contemplate it. Should these mere youngsters, who are but fledglings in the realm of the divine, indulge in wild fantasies, they would surely invite their own demise. Today, I share this with you not to boast of my strength. There are always greater powers beyond. Since you have chosen to stand by Lin Shu's side, you must wholeheartedly obey his words in the days to come and must not harbor arrogance or complacency. In this world, there are those who can casually obliterate entire realms with a mere flick of their hand. During the celestial ancient era, when the realms had yet to be divided, and with the celestial king presiding, the 9 heavens and 10 earths were still in disarray. Even then, remnant celestials could dominate. Should you allow arrogance or complacency to take root, when calamity descends, the 9 heavens and 10 earths could be reduced to ashes in an instant. The God of Willow's words weigh heavily upon their hearts. The era of immortal antiquity is evidently a remnant of the previous epoch. In that bygone age, the realms were governed by immortal kings, all of which have now been shattered. Should this era face the catastrophic tribulations once more, what means of defense could possibly endure? In an instant, a profound darkness loomed over their future. However, there is no need for despair, for Lin Shu has long been orchestrating a plan. Observing the near collapse of their resolve, the goddess of Willow remarked, "If you manage to survive until that day, you may discover that this calamity is not the embodiment of true despair." Yet, there remained an unspoken truth in her heart. True despair does not stem from otherworldly realms, but rather from the shores of the Sea of Realms. Chapter 141. The Primordial Ancient Realm. The emergence of the maternal chi cauldron of all beings. In the ruins of immortal antiquity, beyond the luminous gateway of the immortal arena, a staircase materialized, its destination shrouded in obscurity. At that moment, it became evident that Lin Shu and Shi Hao had vanished. The 10 crown kings, the inviting Moon Dynasty, Shi, and other formidable young elites felt a sudden tension. Clearly, they surmised that Lin Shu and Shi Hao had already reached the ultimate ancient land in search of fortuitous opportunities. As for them, they would have to ascend this staircase. Without traversing it, reaching the ultimate ancient land and seizing those opportunities would be impossible. Suddenly, they noticed a continuous stream of individuals emerging through the luminous gateway. Witnessing this, the young elites present immediately accosted a young powerhouse, demanding, "The gateway is above the arena. How did you manage to arrive here?" The young warrior, unable to fabricate a lie, replied earnestly, "After your departure from the arena, the barriers surrounding it dissipated, allowing everyone to ascend to the arena and pass through the gateway to this place." Upon hearing this, the young elites wasted no time. There were not merely thousands of young talents beneath the arena. If they all surged forth, the staircase would become exceedingly congested, making it challenging to reach the ultimate realm of opportunities. In an instant, several young elites took decisive action, clearing a path along the staircase. Although Lin Shu's companions had yet to glimpse him, they maintained their composure. Yin Shi, Qing Qi, Lin Xiantong, Gugu, Lin Qing, and others joined forces. All were transcendent prodigies who had cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. Now, united in their efforts, they pressed forward, undeterred by the influx of young challengers obstructing their ascent. Soon, Yin Shi, Qing Qi, Lin Xiantong, Gugu, and Lin Xing had vanquished hundreds of young elites, stepping onto the staircase. Upon their arrival, an overwhelming array of phenomena enveloped them, indicating that the staircase itself posed a trial. Without successfully navigating it, they could not reach the ultimate realm of opportunities. However, for these young sovereigns, this challenge was hardly insurmountable. The 10 crowned kings, the celestial exile, Yin Shi, Qing Qi, and others as young sovereigns swiftly ascended the staircase, leaving the others to merely witness their retreating figures. Some young elites, despite exerting all their might, found themselves unable to breach the throng and reach the staircase, ultimately retreating in defeat. Since I cannot attain the fortuitous opportunities, I shall await the arrival of our celestial elders. Even if you succeed, those opportunities shall undoubtedly be seized by our divine ancestors. Meanwhile, Lin Shu and Shi Hao found themselves directly in the ultimate realm of opportunities. Gazing ahead, they beheld an expanse of darkness that resembled spilled ink, an abyss so profound that even their consciousness could not penetrate, seemingly concealing unspeakable horrors. In contrast, a gentle divine light radiated before them, with chaotic energies swirling, ethereal spiritual essences flowing like rippling waves, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled sanctity. This stood in stark contrast to the looming darkness in the distance. Lin Shu cast a glance at Shi Hao before resolutely advancing forward. Shi Hao followed suit, and as they progressed, a mist of immortal energy unfurled around them, enveloping their forms. At that moment, Shi Hao halted, seemingly hearing whispers that transcended the currents of time, echoing from an era long past. "Elder brother, do you hear that?" The voice seemed so distant, not in terms of physical distance, but rather temporal distance. Could it be the size of a true immortal who perished in a bygone era? Lin Shu nodded gently, having heard it as well. However, he did not dwell on the sound. Instead, it was the vaguely materializing images that captivated his attention. In an instant, it felt as if he had traversed countless lifetimes, witnessing the ebb and flow of the immortal antiquity, with the waves of time crashing against an ancient realm that dwarfed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This evoked an extraordinarily peculiar sensation in Lin Shu as he glimpsed myriad scenes. Within those images were unparalleled beings, rare flora and fauna, and the echoes of battles waged in epochs long past. In a daze, Lin Shu witnessed the sky stained with blood and the earth rending asunder. Countless powerful corpses cascaded from the void, crashing into the land, their blood staining the rivers and mountains. He could even perceive colossal, celestial bodies disintegrating beneath the starry sky, remnants of the fierce battles fought by formidable beings. Beside him, Shi Hao murmured, "These are the fall of sovereigns. Even the immortal true beings of longevity are vanishing." He felt a profound sorrow. Sovereigns, once deemed invincible within the 9 heavens and 10 earths, fell one after another within the visions. True immortals, who had not graced the realm for countless years, perished in the scenes. A sense of grief enveloped him, compelling him to traverse that time and space, to battle alongside them. As Shi Hao absorbed these visuals, he was struck with awe and sorrow, his spirit wavering. He speculated that these were the brutal struggles endured during the final years of the previous epoch, the era of immortal antiquity. Who were the foes? Shi Hao inquired, his gaze piercing through the myriad images, seeking answers from Lin Shu. He believed Lin Shu might possess the knowledge. Lin Shu smiled lightly, responding, "The otherworld, a realm of unfathomable terror. The 9 heavens and 10 earths, in comparison, are akin to mere ants. In the era of immortal antiquity, even the immortal kings fell. Yet now the sovereigns of the 9 heavens and 10 earths can lay claim to dominance. Of course, the otherworld cannot breach our realm. Otherwise, the 9 heavens and 10 earths would stand no chance of resistance." Shi Hao, absorbing this revelation, asked, "Could it be that even the goddess of Willow cannot contend with them?" Once, she traversed the otherworld with ease, instilling fear in its denizens. After her ambush and subsequent rebirth in Schertzun, the current goddess of Willow slays foes of the otherworld as if they were mere insects. However, her adversaries lie not within the otherworld. That place, once you reach that level, you shall inherently understand. I cannot disclose it now, for such knowledge may resonate with those powerful beings. Shi Hao nodded, a wave of fury rising within him. Who was it that ambushed the goddess of Willow? I shall surely avenge her one day. The celestials of the Immortal Domain, not the otherworld? Shi Hao questioned, bewildered. Shouldn't the Immortal Domain be our domain? Why would they ambush the goddess of Willow? This world has never been devoid of infighting. Have you not witnessed the conflicts within the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Shi Hao grasped the situation, his indignation deepening. Being ambushed by the other world was one thing, but betrayal by one's own kind ignited a firestorm of rage within him. One day, when I step into the Immortal Domain, I shall settle all scores. Lin Shu nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must reckon with them. But the 9 heavens and 10 earths must also face their judgments. As the two resumed their gaze upon the unfolding scenes, they beheld powerful beings succumbing one after another. Their adversaries shrouded in darkness, deliberately concealed from the heirs of the immortal antiquity, perhaps to prevent them from losing their resolve. Naturally, even if they were to witness it, it could not sway the determination of Lin Shu and Shi Hao. In the hearts of the two, there resided but a singular ambition, to traverse the foreign realms and bring an end to the darkness. At that moment, they beheld a vast continent floating amidst the boundless and layered multiverse. This continent appeared no smaller than an entire universe, yet now it had disintegrated, fragmenting into 19 separate landmasses. Brother, could this be the origin of the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Yes, this continent was originally known as the Primal Continent, or it could be referred to as the ancient primordial realm. Should I ever attain sufficient strength, I shall endeavor to reunite the 9 heavens and 10 earths, restoring the former glory of the ancient primordial realm. Lin Shu remained silent, clearly understanding the gravity of the matter. After all, the era of the later generations, in which Tian existed, originated from such events. However, according to Shi Hao, it was a matter of reassembly rather than the creation of a universe. Never mind, Lin Shu muttered, shaking his head, dismissing further contemplation. Just then, an ancient and unadorned cauldron suddenly materialized before them. Is this the cauldron of All Mother Qi? Chapter 142. The Emperor Yi of time and space forms a cycle. Young sovereign battles the celestial god. Brother, what is this? Shi Hao, witnessing the cauldron, felt a profound shock. Confronted by this vessel, he felt as if facing an entire universe. It might appear to eclipse that of even the most formidable sovereign artifacts. Indeed, Shi Hao suspected that even ordinary celestial implements could not compare to this cauldron. This ultimate creation of the earth not only harbored the truth of the extinction of the ancient celestial era, but also bore the presence of such a grand cauldron. Could it be a relic from the era of the ancient celestials? Or perhaps it was left behind by a supreme being from a foreign realm? Noticing the astonishment in Shi Hao's eyes, Lin Shu elaborated, if I am not mistaken, this cauldron should originate from the later generations. As for its master, you may already have an inkling. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, Shi Hao's imagination began to soar. Could it be the Divine Willow? In Shi Hao's mind, the Divine Willow was currently the most formidable entity, and such a powerful cauldron could only belong to her. No, Lin Shu shook his head. The Divine Willow is indeed powerful, but this cauldron is an imprint left by an unparalleled figure who utilized transcendent methods across countless epochs in the future, rather than a physical presence. It is possible that the Divine Willow, after traversing innumerable epochs, might reach that realm, but clearly, she is not there yet. As for my mention of familiarity, it does not imply that you know him personally, but rather that you are quite acquainted with his descendants. His descendants? Upon hearing this, Shi Hao immediately recalled Yi Qingxian, that enigmatic woman. Indeed, you have deduced correctly. This person is the ancestor of Yi Qingxian, perhaps even her grandfather. I never imagined such a powerful figure would stand behind her. Lin Shu smiled gently. You need not belittle yourself. This is merely an imprint left by him in the future, and perhaps you will surpass him in that realm one day. Me? Shi Hao inquired eagerly, brother. You seem to know the future. Can you tell me what mine holds? It was evident that even Shi Hao was intrigued by the prospects of his future. Lin Shu shook his head. I do know your original future, but that is merely one of many. I must say, you would not wish to learn of that particular future. Why not? It is not that I do not wish to reveal it. Rather, my current strength is limited. To disclose such matters may attract endless consequences. If it were merely consequences, that would be acceptable, but I fear it may invite unparalleled calamities, which are beyond my capacity to confront at present. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao refrained from further inquiries. Although he expressed a strong desire to know his future, he understood that such revelations were not easily granted. As Lin Shu conversed, a figure emerged above the cauldron. In an instant, Lin Shu and Shi Hao found themselves beneath a vast cosmic expanse. What had appeared as a mere human-sized cauldron before their eyes now loomed over countless star domains, standing majestically beneath the celestial river. A single star was scarcely large enough to match the size of the patterns etched upon the cauldron. Goodness, Lin Shu thought to himself. No wonder Yi Tiandi is one of the trio from the future. This manner of meeting is strikingly reminiscent of my previous encounter with the formidable Empress in the lower realms. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Lin Shu seemed to grasp something. Could it be that this encounter will also require a considerable amount of time? The thought of having spent 8 years in the lower realms waiting to meet the fierce Empress made him uneasy. If he were to linger here for another 8 years, would that not allow those prodigies to ascend to the Void Dao realm? The notion of having once been far ahead, only to be surpassed by others due to such delays, troubled Lin Shu. He dismissed any concerns regarding Yi Tiandi. After all, having heard Yi Qingxian refer to him as Lin Tiandi, and knowing that all in the future were emperors, Lin Shu felt no apprehension towards Yi Tiandi. He spoke up. Yi Fan, if you have something to convey, please do so directly and do not waste my time excessively. The figure of Yi Fan upon the cauldron responded. Lin Tiandi need not be concerned. I shall not delay you for long, merely 1 or 2 years at most, to avoid affecting certain matters. I can only extract a segment of time, rather than directly descending into your era. In other words, the realm we currently inhabit does not belong to any specific era. It is neither past nor future, nor does it belong to the present. It is merely a temporal loop. Thus, I must take up 1 to 2 years of your time. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu was not taken aback. The concept of extracting a segment of time and forming a temporal cycle might sound like a fanciful tale to many powerful beings, yet for the future Yi Fan, it posed no challenge. After all, the peak Yi Fan of the later generations was far mightier than those dwelling in the depths of the realm sea. However, employing such means merely to meet him suggested that Yi Fan had something of great significance to discuss. 1 or 2 years was not an insurmountable inconvenience, but the effort expended implied the gravity of the matter. Just one thing, be cautious of the ancient celestial relics. Yunxi, Qingyi, the 10-crowned king, Zhixian, and the others had all entered the ultimate creation of the ancient celestials through the staircase. Where Lin Shu and Shi Hao, the 10-crowned king, was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that Lin Shu and Shi Hao would have directly entered the ultimate creation of the ancient celestials. To his surprise, their figures were absent. Other prodigies who had entered shared similar curiosities. Yet they soon found themselves captivated by a series of mysterious coffins emanating the aura of celestial laws. Clearly, the ultimate creations of the ancient celestials were hidden within these coffins. In no time, the prodigies began to seek their own fortunes. Before long, each of them had acquired the ultimate creation of the ancient celestials. Simultaneously, the celestial beings from the outside world entered the realm of the ancient celestials, guided by their disciples, and stepped into the battlefield of the ancient celestials. Where's the 10-crowned king? Quickly, present the opportunity, or today will be your last. And Lin Shu, where is he? What of Yunxi, Qingyi, and Lin Xiantong? These celestial beings, upon entering the battlefield of the ancient celestials, recklessly sought the whereabouts of the prodigies, evidently intent on seizing their opportunities within the ultimate creation of the ancient celestials. At that moment, a voice rang out. Merely a group of individuals who have achieved godhood after countless years of cultivation. While my lord can slay celestial beings, today I too can vanquish celestial beings. The speaker was Yunxi. Beside her stood Qingyi, Lin Xiantong, Lin Qing, Gugu, and the rest of those who had originally accompanied Lin Shu. They stood resolutely, their auras unrestrained, either radiating 3 strands of celestial energy or 2, or blooming with 3 or 2 blooms of the great Tao. In that moment, they unleashed their full potential, their presence reaching its zenith. In the realm of the 3,000 states, the celestial gods are regarded as formidable entities. Although they may outwardly display disdain, they nonetheless approach the matter with utmost seriousness. It seems that our prolonged absence from the fray has led you to believe that, having seized some ancient celestial treasures, you can treat the celestial gods with impunity. Enough with the idle chatter. Those who rely on their seniority shall be silenced. Thus commenced the epic clash between the youthful supremes and the celestial gods on the celestial ancient battlefield. Chapter 143. A battle that dares to terrify the celestial gods. An unfathomable taboo entity makes its move. At the boundary between the 3,000 states and the uninhabited zone, 2 figures appeared silently. These individuals were none other than Lin Shu and Shi Hao, who had spent a considerable time within the temporal realm set by Yi Fan. Upon their arrival at the periphery of the 3,000 states and the uninhabited zone, Lin Shu and Shi Hao wasted no time and headed straight towards the celestial state. Along the way, they learned that it had been 2.5 years since the conclusion of the competition for the treasures of the celestial ancient secret realm. Thankfully, only 2.5 years had passed. Lin Shu did not dwell on the matter for long. In that span, those peerless prodigies would have merely ascended to the realm of celestial gods. For Lin Shu, the celestial gods were still within his capacity to suppress. But should they reach the realm of the void path, it would become exceedingly difficult to subdue them, requiring a significant toll. By the way, do you know the whereabouts of Yunxi, Qingyi, Lin Xiantong, and their company? Lin Shu inquired once more, gazing at the individual before him. Who are you? The person responded, taken aback by Lin Shu's question. You are merely at the divine fire realm. Why are you so interested in them? They are the ultimate victors within the celestial ancient ruins. 2.5 years ago, during the rift of the celestial ancient, numerous celestial gods from the 3,000 states entered. Can you guess what transpired afterward? Without hesitation, Lin Shu replied. Those celestial gods must not have been a match for Yunxi, Qingyi, and Lin Xiantong, correct? The individual was momentarily stunned. What was your deal? Just moments ago, you seemed unaware of how much time had elapsed since the celestial ancient ruins concluded. Yet now you know that Yunxi, Qingyi, and Lin Xiantong can slay celestial gods? Are you feigning ignorance? Lin Shu chuckled lightly. In general, celestial gods are indeed the true powerhouses within the 3,000 states, ruling with an iron fist. Meanwhile, Yunxi, Qingyi, and Lin Xiantong are merely part of the younger generation and theoretically should not be their match. However, your tone suggests a stark contrast to that outcome, which is why I surmise that the celestial gods are not their adversaries. The individual nodded, acknowledging Lin Shu's astuteness. Indeed, 2.5 years ago, hundreds of celestial gods from the 3,000 states took advantage of the rift in the celestial ancient to enter. Upon witnessing Yunxi, Qingyi, and Lin Xiantong emerge from the realm of celestial treasures, they prepared to swarm and seize their fortunes. They presumed that the trio would be no match for the celestial gods, yet events unfolded contrary to all expectations. Those celestial gods found themselves outmatched. The ensuing battle lasted over a month, during which every celestial god sent by various factions in the 3,000 states was slain, with only a few who had reached the peak of the celestial god realm or were on the brink of the void path managing to escape amidst the chaos. The intensity of that conflict far surpassed the contests of the celestial ancient arena, with the blood of celestial gods flowing freely upon the battlefield, collapsing entire mountain ranges and forming a lake of celestial blood. I never fathomed that beings at the divine fire and true one realms could vanquish celestial gods, and that some celestial god early-stage warriors were almost crushed, while mid-stage celestial gods could barely endure 100 exchanges. Only those at the late stage could contend equally. Seeing this individual grow increasingly animated, Lin Shu interjected, "My friend, we are already aware of these matters. There is no need to belabor the point. I simply wish to inquire about their current whereabouts." Oh, my apologies. I became overly excited. They are simply too formidable, a true model for us cultivators. The individual replied sheepishly. Lin Shu waved his hand dismissively. So where are they now? The Celestial Academy, the individual exclaimed. After that battle, nearly all of the celestial gods from the 3,000 states who sought to seize opportunities were annihilated, inciting the wrath of the factions involved. Although they were aware of the backing of Lin Shu for Yunxi, Qingyi, and Lin Xiantong, and that Lin Shu had the support of the Supreme Being, possibly even an immortal, the Supreme Being behind Lin Shu had not appeared since entering the depths of the uninhabited zone to engage in battle, leaving their fates uncertain, which stirred thoughts among the powers of the 3,000 states. Upon the emergence of Yunxi and her companions, the leader-class figures directly attempted to subdue them. Despite the encirclement by these leaders, Yunxi's group revealed astonishing trump cards, managing to survive the onslaught. Concurrently, a peerless woman named Yi Qingshan appeared. As soon as she manifested, she single-handedly subdued numerous leaders. Even those employing supreme artifacts could not force her back, instead having their artifacts shattered. This extraordinary woman bore no aura of the immortal path, yet her power was terrifyingly formidable. Even the Supremes would likely not be her match, had she not exercised restraint. The factions from the 3,000 states participating in the ambush would have faced annihilation that day. Lin Shu harbored no doubts about Yi Qingshan's strength. She was an empress. Emperors exist on par with Supremes, but emperors are among the most powerful within that realm. In the entirety of the 3,000 states, Lin Shu estimated that only a handful of Supremes could rival an emperor. The Supremes of the Celestial Hall and the remnants of the Immortals had either perished or ventured deep into the uninhabited zone, while other factions possessed no one stronger than the Escape One realm. Naturally, they were no match for Yi Qingshan. Lin Shu was merely curious as to why Yi Qingshan had chosen to refrain from further action. Not understanding, He turned to the individual before him for answers. Upon hearing Lin Shu's inquiry, the individual's eyes gleamed with reverence. That day, an unknown number of willow branches descended from the heavens. The mere appearance of these branches flung all the leaders back to their respective factions. Some suspect that an unfathomable taboo entity intervened to halt the internal strife within the 3,000 states. The reasons remain a mystery, but it is certain that the force behind those willow branches is a truly unparalleled existence, perhaps from the previous epoch or even several epochs past. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu comprehended. No wonder Yi Qingshan did not annihilate them all, but chose to withdraw. It turned out that the willow deity had intervened. However, the significance of this intervention eluded him. To prevent infighting? That seemed improbable. The willow deity stood on his side, and it was clear to her that even if these individuals refrained from conflict, sparing them would not yield significant benefits. To send them into battle against foreign realms? That was impossible. Their combat prowess could not possibly contend with the otherworldly foes. Thus, Lin Shu speculated that this was perhaps an intentional act by the willow deity, laden with profound meaning, perhaps waiting for his return to address the situation or harboring other intentions. Regardless of her motives, the immediate priority was to locate the willow deity. Lin Shu internally called out to her. The willow deity, the Emperor-light Immortal King, would undoubtedly sense his summons. Indeed, as soon as Lin Shu called out, a willow branch extended from the void, enveloping both Lin Shu and Shi Hao. In the next moment, they vanished from their position. The individual was left in a state of shock. I remember now. That person seems to be Lin Shu. It was rumored that he had vanished. Yet here he is once more. It is rumored that Yunxi, Qingyi, Lin Xiantong, and others were all nurtured by Lin Shu. Yet, I had just claimed that Lin Shu harbored ambitions towards those celestial maidens. Suddenly, a more dreadful conjecture crossed his mind. The willows that appeared 2.5 years ago belonged to an unparalleled, forbidden existence. It seemed that this supreme entity shared a profound connection with Lin Shu. Contemplating this, his spirit wavered, leaving him utterly stunned in place. Chapter 144. Beware of the Eerie. The peril of annihilation across the universes. Here lies the Celestial Academy. As Lin Shu regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings, he quickly deduced his current location, the Celestial Academy. Gazing into the distance, he saw the willow deity, the master of the Forbidden Zone, and Yi Qingshan engaged in a game. The board between them was no ordinary chessboard. It was a vast cosmos, with the pieces represented by individual stars. To an outsider, such a sight would surely be overwhelming. However, Lin Shu remained remarkably composed. With such eminent figures, one as Celestial King and the other the Emperor of Radiance, he would not be surprised even if they played with the universe itself as their pieces. Lin Shu's arrival immediately captured Yi Qingshan's attention. She approached him without delay, exclaiming, "You have finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, I would have been driven mad." Lin Shu was taken aback, unsure of what Yi Qingshan's words truly meant. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 states and the 9 heavens, there should be no restrictions on her movement, save for certain forbidden zones. Yi Qingshan quickly provided clarification. The willow deity forbade me from venturing out, fearing that I would cause chaos. She insisted it was her duty to oversee your affairs, as you entrusted her with your matters before departing. The willow deity interjected, "Lin Shu, you have finally returned. I find myself at a loss regarding Yi Qingshan's situation. 2.5 years ago, several sect leaders in the 3,000 states conspired to eliminate Yunxi, Qingyi, and Lin Xiantong. Yi Vingshan intervened, but her zeal escalated to a frenzy. I feared she would lose control, which is why I prohibited her from leaving. As for those sect leaders, I have kept them for 2 main reasons. First, they are all above the divine rank, thus meeting the criteria to proceed to the Imperial Pass. While their strength may be lacking compared to those from other realms, they still hold some value. A feudal death here is preferable to letting them contribute at the Imperial Pass, even if it means self-detonation, taking some powerful adversaries with them. Second, if they do not go to the other realms, they can serve as a sharpening stone for Yunxi, Qingyi, and Lin Xiantong. Having been targeted, they will surely harbor resentment. And once they have honed their skills, they can seek vengeance, an act that could lead to their further enlightenment. Now that you have returned, you can take charge of these matters. The affairs of the 3,000 states are trivial. I shall not interfere." Lin Shu nodded in agreement. "Since you have made arrangements, let us proceed as you suggest." Yet he inquired, "Why did you vanish from the ancient celestial ruins for 2.5 years? To the point where I could not discern your whereabouts?" The willow deity replied, "With my current strength, I can easily perceive all areas within the 9 heavens and the Forbidden Zone, including the ancient celestial ruins. Even the most mysterious burial grounds do not escape my sight. But I could glean nothing of your absence. Did you perhaps cross the primordial gate and venture to the ultimate realm? Lin Shu shook his head. If I had truly traversed to such a place, how could I have returned in just 2.5 years? During that time, I only encountered Yi Qingshan's grandfather. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingshan was astonished. What? You met my grandfather? Why hasn't he come to see me? Lin Shu clarified. Your grandfather did not arrive in person. He merely sent a spiritual imprint. Did he say anything? She pressed. Indeed, he mentioned he brought you over at some cost, urging you not to squander this opportunity. He also wished for me to assist you in rebuilding your foundation. Lin Shu understood that Yi Qingshan had defied the flow of time, incurring immense karma that had damaged her foundation. Otherwise, with her talent, her future would be boundless. Now it seemed unlikely she could take that critical step again. Such a woman, who had sacrificed so greatly to arrive in this era, deserved every effort to restore her foundation and prevent her from facing tragedy. No need. Yi Qingshan insisted. That is my own choice. I came here to witness what the age of the two emperors was like, to observe the youthful splendor of the two emperors, and to learn how Emperor Lin cultivated top-tier powerhouses that even the plateau feared. She concluded, enough of this. Since I promised your grandfather, I will certainly do everything I can. Lin Shu waved his hand, choosing not to dwell on the matter. Instead, he felt that another warning from Yi Fan was far more pressing. Beware of the eerie. Clearly, what Yi Fan referred to as eerie was not the common anomalies of this world. The peculiarities of this realm did not warrant such a warning from Yi Fan. Therefore, this eerie phenomenon must pertain to the future. The plateau. A potential realization struck Lin Shu's mind. However, that was an anomaly of the future, not to exist in this era. Wait, Lin Shu shook his head. Anomalies have always existed, not solely in the future, but were merely at war with them in later times. In fact, anomalies existed long before this world was born, spanning countless epochs. Could it be that they would invade this realm in this age? If so, the challenges of this era would surely be magnified a millionfold. No, we cannot remain idle. Lin Shu felt a surge of urgency within him. He was unafraid of the other realms. Despite their strength, defeating them was manageable. However, the existence on the other side of the realm Sea posed a significant challenge. But given enough time, Lin Shu was confident that overcoming it would not be an issue. Yet, the anomalies, especially those referred to by Yi Fan, could lead to the annihilation of all realms with a single misstep. Although the original timeline saw the anomalies resolved, that was due to his absence. With his presence, many uncertainties arose, and even Lin Shu could not predict the future. With this in mind, Lin Shu spoke decisively. Willow deity, brother by Yi Qingshan, we are likely to be quite busy from now on. Perhaps an unprecedented catastrophe is about to descend upon us, and if not handled properly, it could lead to the destruction of all realms. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingshan remained largely unfazed, but the expressions of the Willow deity and the master of the Forbidden Zone shifted dramatically. They understood Lin Shu well. For him to utter such words meant that the situation was dire indeed. Lin Shu, could it be that the calamity of the realm Sea is about to begin? Lin Shu shook his head. If it were merely the calamity of the realm Sea, I believe I could handle it now. No, Guido deity. What I mean is that it could be a threat 1,000,000 times more terrifying than the calamity of the realm Sea. Upon uttering this, the Willow deity fell silent. The calamity of the realm Sea was already beyond her capacity to manage. To contemplate something 1,000,000 times worse was unfathomable. The annihilation of all realms, it seemed, was not an unfounded fear. Chapter 145, The Burial Realm. The Ascension of the War Goddess. Indeed, Lu Shun, have the 4 remnants of the immortals and the 3 supreme beings of the celestial kingdom, the underworld and the immortal palace, still not been resolved? Lin Shu prepared to set forth for the celestial academy to retrieve Yunxi, Qingyi, and the others. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he inquired. In Lin Shu's view, although the 5 formidable beasts under his command may not possess the strength to rival the 4 remnants of the immortals, the presence of the 5-colored sparrow should ensure that there would be no unforeseen complications in this matter. The 5-colored sparrow, after all, had once been a formidable immortal king capable of traversing the Sea of Realms. Even in its incomplete state, it was certainly not comparable to the remnants of the immortals. After 2.5 years, matters ought not to remain unresolved. The absence of the 5-colored sparrow and the 5 supreme beasts under his command indicated that the situation was still ongoing. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, Lu Shun spoke directly. There had been some unforeseen developments. What unforeseen developments? Lin Shu's heart jolted. What could possibly cause such an unexpected turn of events in the 9 heavens and 10 earths? It was somewhat alarming. Could it be that they, like Mo and the others, had entered some forbidden zone? Even if they had entered a forbidden zone, the 5-colored sparrow should not have encountered any mishaps. Lin Shu continued. Ultimately, they are the 4 remnants of the immortals. Though their strength may not match that of the 5-colored sparrow, their singular desire to escape is indeed achievable. Had the 5-colored sparrow been at its peak, the 4 remnants would have had no hope of fleeing. However, in its current diminished state, they managed to escape and have entered the burial realm. The burial realm? Upon hearing this, Lin Shu immediately understood why Lin Shu had spoken of unforeseen circumstances. Among the most enigmatic places within the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the burial realm stood out. Located beyond the Imperial Pass, it was overseen by formidable immortal kings. Furthermore, the most powerful entity within the burial realm was the Emperor Light Immortal King, whose strength was comparable to that of the Butcher and Lin Shu himself. The fact that the 4 remnants of the immortals had entered the burial realm indeed rendered the situation difficult to resolve, at least not by the currently diminished 5-colored sparrow. Unless the Lord of the Forbidden Zone or Lin Shu himself were to intervene personally. Given this, it is best to let it be. After all, they pose no significant threat. Lin Shu nodded in agreement. Considering the peculiar nature of the burial realm, I have refrained from recklessly entering. I have merely stationed the 5-colored sparrow outside the burial realm. Should the remnants emerge, the 5-colored sparrow will act. If they do not, they pose no danger, as they likely do not dare to cause chaos within the burial realm. Lin Shu comprehended that with just the 4 remnants of the immortals, should they dare to create turmoil in the burial realm, they would undoubtedly be annihilated by the realm's powerful guardians in less than half an hour. As long as they did not appear in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, they could not commit evil. For the time being, it was sensible to allow them to hide in the burial realm until matters stabilized, at which point Lin Shu could personally retrieve them. The burial realm would undoubtedly comply. With that settled, I shall momentarily disregard the 4 remnants of the immortals. However, I still have 5 supreme beings under my command. They are not also stationed there, are they? That is not the case. The 5 supreme beings have pursued the supreme beings of the Immortal Palace, the Celestial Kingdom, and the Underworld. What was the outcome? 5 against 3 should not present any issues, right? Lin Shu shook his head. The 3 supreme beings of the Immortal Palace, Celestial Kingdom, and Underworld have entered the 9 heavens, hidden away by the lineage of eternal life. They are temporarily untraceable. I have instructed my subordinates to remain at the Celestial Academy, covertly safeguarding Yunxi, Qingyi, and Lin Xuantong's safety. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's mind immediately recalled several factions. The only ones audacious enough to conceal the supreme beings of the Immortal Palace, Celestial Kingdom, and Underworld were likely those few factions, the Wang family of eternal life, the Feng family of eternal life, or the Jin family of eternal life. Lin Shu, do you know where they are hidden? I do. At the Wang family of eternal life. Just as I suspected, upon learning that it was the Wang family of eternal life, Lin Shu was not taken aback. In that case, during our journey to the Celestial Academy, we shall also resolve the Wang family. Their continued presence in the 9 heavens is a calamity. Indeed, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. After all, the Wang family is part of the Eternal Life clan and has produced true immortals in the past. Your subordinates alone may not suffice against them. Very well, should the need arise, I will request your intervention. The Wang family, having produced true immortals in their ancestry, undoubtedly possessed immortal artifacts. At that juncture, with Wang Changsheng, the supreme beings of the Immortal Palace, Celestial Kingdom, and Underworld joining forces and wielding immortal artifacts, it was uncertain if the 5 supreme beings could suppress them. However, should Lin Shu intervene, there would be no pressure at all. The so-called immortal artifacts would be effortlessly dismantled by him. Let us depart, Lin Shu commanded. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, Lin Shu, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, Yi Qingshan, also rose to prepare for the journey to the Celestial Academy. Just then, a sudden voice echoed, "Young Master Lin, I have received a message that pertains to you." As the words fell, the Dean of the Celestial Academy appeared before Lin Shu. What news? Lin Shu did not inquire how the Dean knew of his return. After all, it was only natural for the Dean of the Celestial Academy to be aware of such matters. Lin Shu was solely interested in the news itself. It is as follows. Young Master Lin, a prodigy has emerged in Lizhou, and according to reports, this prodigy has garnered considerable fame there, with no peers of her caliber within the same realm. Numerous factions in Lizhou have extended invitations for her to join, but this prodigy has declined, stating that she is affiliated with you. Lin Shu, upon hearing this, was somewhat perplexed. There should not be anyone affiliated with him in Lizhou. Indeed, during his passage through Lizhou from the lower realms' 8 domains, he inadvertently rescued a silver phoenix, but that hardly constituted a connection. Suddenly, Lin Shu seemed to recall something. Could it be her? He immediately inquired. Is this prodigy named Qin Zhuiwei, known as the Goddess of War? Yes, young Master Lin. Is she truly associated with you? Sort of. I granted her some opportunities while in the lower realm. Where is she now? A few days ago, I dispatched an elder to retrieve her, and she is likely on her way back as we speak, replied the Dean of the Celestial Academy. A quarter of an hour later, the Goddess of War, Qin Zhuiwei, arrived at the Celestial Academy. Young Master, upon seeing Lin Shu, Qin Zhuiwei's face lit up with a smile, joyfully calling out to him. Very well. It seems you have made significant progress in the technique I bestowed upon you. It is mainly due to your guidance, young Master, which allowed me to become the domain lord upon your departure. Relying on numerous resources, I have made such advancements. Indeed, in the realm of divine fire, you currently cannot cultivate immortal energy in the lower realm and the 3,000 states. Fortunately, I am preparing to head to the Celestial Academy of the 9 Heavens, where you will have the opportunity to cultivate immortal energy. I shall follow your commands, young Master. The Goddess of War nodded in compliance with Lin Shu's wishes. Subsequently, the group set forth. Lin Shu, Lu Shun, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, Yi Qin Shan, Shi Hao, and Qin Zhuiwei. 6 individuals made their way towards the direction of the Celestial Academy of the 9 Heavens. The distance from the 3,000 states to the Celestial Academy was exceedingly lengthy. With the speed of Lin Shu, Shi Hao, and Qin Zhuiwei, it was uncertain how long it would take to arrive. However, with Lu Shun and the Lord of the Forbidden Zone accompanying them, such distances were, naturally, of little concern. In mere moments, they arrived before the gates of the Celestial Academy. Chapter 146. The Jin Family? Slay them as one would a chicken. The Celestial Academy stands as the most prestigious institution within the 9 heavens and 10 earths, a gathering place for the finest prodigies. Even at the entrance of the Academy, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement as numerous beings from across the 9 heavens and 10 earths converged. These individuals were not disciples of the Celestial Academy. They had come to showcase their talents in hopes of gaining entry into the Academy or to be recognized by some esteemed prodigy within the institution, hoping to be taken as a follower. Lin Shu's purpose for coming here was to retrieve Yunxi, Qingyi, Lin Xiantong, and others, and thus, there was no need for him to linger at the entrance. Certainly, were it not for the fact that the venerable elder Meng Tianzheng of the Celestial Academy is one of the few individuals Lin Shu holds in high esteem, he would not have entered through the main gate with such decorum. He would have long since summoned the divine Willow to transport him within. His purpose for this visit is twofold: to send Yunxi, Qingyi, and Lin Xiantong back, and to extend an invitation to Meng Tianzheng to join his cause. Meng Tianzheng is the foremost sovereign of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Should he ascend to immortality, it would greatly bolster Lin Shu's strength. As for how one ascends to immortality, Lin Shu has long harbored his own thoughts. The current state of the 9 heavens and 10 earths is such that the laws are incomplete, rendering ascension impossible. However, there are indeed many realms within this world where one can achieve immortality. The Celestial Domain and the Otherworld both offer paths to transcendence. With the divine Willow present, access to these realms is readily available. Once there, what fear is there of failing to ascend? As Lin Shu contemplated the matter of Elder Meng Tianzheng while approaching the entrance of the Celestial Academy, he was suddenly halted by a voice. Who are you? Are you not aware that entry to the Celestial Academy is not to be taken lightly? Lin Shu glanced at the speaker, a being of the True One realm. Aware of the well-meaning warning, Lin Shu responded amicably. It's nothing. I merely have some friends within. His words immediately attracted the attention of several proud young talents present. One such talent, disdainful, interjected, "Look at you, merely at the divine fire realm. With such a level, you cannot even compare with us. Yet you fantasize about having friends in the Celestial Academy. Are you perhaps a dreamer?" The speaker, a golden-haired deity, stood with an air of superiority. The one who had initially warned Lin Shu leaned in to whisper. This individual is a follower of a young sovereign who has cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy within the Celestial Academy. It is said that he has some distant connection to the Jin family. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu immediately understood. No wonder the person was so arrogant. He looked down upon everyone present. A follower of a young sovereign who has cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy and with ties to the Jin family, indeed possesses a remarkable background. Alas, such a background holds no sway over Lin Shu, a young sovereign with 3 strands of immortal energy. In the same realm, Lin Shu could dispatch him as easily as one would a chicken. As for the Jin family, should Lin Shu desire it, he could obliterate them at any moment. Not to mention the Jin family, Lin Shu had scarcely thought of this clan on his journey. Since it had been brought up, Lin Shu deemed that aside from the Changsheng Wang family and the Changsheng Feng family, the Changsheng Jin family need not exist any longer. The Changsheng Jin family, a long-standing family in the 9 heavens, has produced immortals in the past, endowing their descendants with extraordinary potential. Those with exceptional aptitude can even cultivate to the ascendant realm. Furthermore, their ancestor, who became a true immortal, was once merely a piece of incredibly hard Huangdao immortal gold that gained sentience. However, upon achieving immortality and taking on a human form, the bloodline of Huangdao immortal gold has persisted in the descendants of the Jin family. They can perfect their physical forms through the cultivation of the King Kong immortal heavenly palace, and upon reaching maturity, they can rival Huangdao immortal gold in strength. The formidable physiques of the Jin family are seldom matched across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Hence, the supreme Jin Taijun has become one of the most powerful sovereigns in this realm. Under Jin Taijun's protection, the Jin family has also emerged as one of the mightiest lineages in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Regrettably, the Jin family has consistently been the most staunch faction advocating surrender, which is why, in the original narrative, they repeatedly targeted the rising star Shi Hao. They even betrayed Shi Hao's whereabouts to the otherworld on multiple occasions, leading him into perilous situations. Such a family is a calamity to retain. Reveal the name of your young sovereign. Should I recognize him, you may have a chance to depart. If I do not, you shall not leave here today. The golden-haired deity erupted into laughter at Lin Shu's words. Ha! Did you all hear that? A mere divine fire realm cultivator dares to threaten me? His proclamation elicited laughter and intrigue from the onlookers. And what of it? My esteemed patron is none other than the Lord Feng Xingtian. Furthermore, he is not only a young sovereign who has cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, but also a prodigy of the Changsheng Feng family, destined to become a sovereign and lead them. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's interest waned. In his view, there were likely many within the Celestial Academy who had cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, most of whom were his acquaintances. Lin Shu had been somewhat concerned that this individual might be a follower of his companions. Now that it was clear he was not, the prospect of dealing with him held no burden. In the next moment, while the golden-haired deity reveled in his self-satisfaction, Lin Shu struck decisively. Though a deity, the golden-haired figure lacked even a strand of immortal energy. He was merely a follower. Such a deity was no more than an ant to Lin Shu. With a swift motion, Lin Shu unleashed a sword chi that beheaded the golden-haired deity. In the realm of deities, even decapitation does not guarantee death. Thus, Lin Shu struck again, extinguishing the spark of life within him, ensuring he would not survive. Everything transpired with startling abruptness. A deity fell in an instant. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. A divine fire cultivator has slain a deity? How can this be? Moreover, he has killed a follower of a young sovereign. How dare he? Does he not fear the repercussions from Feng Xingtian? Lin Shu, having dispatched the golden-haired deity, addressed the disciples at the entrance of the Celestial Academy. Summon Yunxi, Qing, and Lin Xiantong. Tell them that this young master Lin Shu has returned and is taking them home. You're Lin Shu? The disciple at the entrance's complexion shifted upon hearing Lin Shu's words. As a disciple of the Celestial Academy, he had undoubtedly heard Lin Shu's name on numerous occasions. Over 2 years ago, a group of young talents from the 3,000 prefectures entered the Celestial Academy. At that time, the young prodigies from the 9 heavens looked down upon them. A young sovereign had openly challenged Lin Shu. However, Lin Shu had never shown himself. In no time, the young prodigies from the 9 heavens were left bruised and battered. Even the young sovereigns, who had cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, were not exempt. Among them, Feng Xingtian was included. He had been thoroughly bested 3 times by the extraordinary Lin Xiantong. Afterward, Feng Xingtian would avoid Lin Xiantong at all costs. In a moment, Feng Xingtian, as a young sovereign, had become a laughingstock within the Celestial Academy, and that Lin Xiantong, who had bested him, boldly claimed to be Lin Shu's woman. The disciples at the entrance regarded Lin Shu with skepticism. He appeared rather ordinary to them. How could a cultivator of the divine fire realm capture the heart of such an extraordinary woman? Especially one who would go so far as to beat a young sovereign who had cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy for the sake of Lin Shu. Lin Shu observed the disciple at the entrance, his brow furrowing. If you do not wish to report, Do not blame this young master for forcing my way in. Forgive me. I shall report at once." Sensing the shift in Lin Shu's aura, the disciple's expression changed dramatically. He was merely an ordinary disciple within the Celestial Academy, having cultivated only a single strand of immortal energy and could not provoke Lin Shu. Although Lin Shu appeared to be at the Divine Fire Realm, there were several extraordinary women within the Academy who claimed to be his. Each had cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, blooming with 3 blossoms of the Great Tao. It was rumored that their strength was sufficient to defeat prodigies from the Holy Academy and the Immortal Academy in the realm of deities. Should they learn that he had offended Lin Shu, he would undoubtedly find himself on the receiving end of a severe beating. The disciple hurriedly went inside to report. In an instant, news of Lin Shu's arrival spread like wildfire within the Celestial Academy, igniting a fervor among its inhabitants. Chapter 147. The Fairies' Embrace. The fairies Yunxi and Mo Tong. At the entrance of the Celestial Academy, a multitude of beings gathered, casting wary glances at the disciples guarding the gates, as if they sensed an undercurrent of trepidation regarding Lin Shu. Their astonishment was palpable. After all, these were disciples of the Celestial Academy, each one a paragon of excellence, having cultivated celestial energy and surpassed their peers. They were formidable figures who once dominated their respective realms, invincible within their territories. The forces backing them were equally formidable, often hailing from royal bloodlines or supreme lineages, with some even originating from the Eternal World and the Eternal Dynasty. Indeed, even prodigies require resources for their cultivation. How could a peerless talent emerge without a solid foundation? Such luminaries, even at the lowest echelons of the Celestial Academy, stood at heights unattainable by countless youths across the realms. They were the figures to whom others aspired to follow. Yet, the reverence exhibited by the great ones of the Celestial Academy towards Lin Shu was unexpected. Could it be that Lin Shu possessed a terrifying identity? However, the Celestial Academy, constructed by the joint efforts of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, even attracted young supremes from the Eternal World, whose ancestors were true immortals. The Celestial Academy feared no power, not even that of the Eternal World. What, then, could be the true identity of Lin Shu? Whispers abounded, and the disciples of the Celestial Academy treated him with an unusual caution, indicating that his standing was undoubtedly significant. To dare to slay a peripheral member of the Jin family, albeit a distant relative, was a blatant affront to them. If he were not a fool, then he must have backing that rivaled the Jin family. Are there such powers in the 9 heavens and 10 earths? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Their curiosity piqued regarding Lin Shu's origins. Just then, a figure emerged from the Celestial Academy. It was a woman of exquisite beauty, her eyes shimmering like precious gems. Clad in purple, her hair flowed like silk, cascading in a cascade of violet reminiscent of a starry river. Her skin was fair and translucent, her large eyes bright, and her stature graceful. Her skin resembled the finest jade, her gaze imbued with an ethereal spirit. A flawless forehead, elegantly arched brows, gem-like eyes, rosy lips, and a tall, lithe figure exuded an aura of refreshing elegance. It was none other than Fairy Yunxi. To their astonishment, Fairy Yunxi had truly appeared, rumored to possess unparalleled beauty. Her presence confirmed those tales. Who could fathom the force that nurtured such a woman? It was said that Fairy Yunxi's strength was unfathomable, having cultivated 3 strands of celestial energy. And upon entering the Celestial Academy, 3 blossoms of the Tao had already bloomed, while other young supremes only saw their flowers bloom upon reaching the celestial realm. How had she achieved such mastery? How fortunate would I be to become a follower of Fairy Yunxi? My life would hold no regrets. Some gazed at Yunxi with fervor, as though beholding a sacred celestial maiden. However, the next scene left them utterly flabbergasted. Fairy Yunxi, this renowned young supreme of the Celestial Academy, unexpectedly leaped into Lin Shu's embrace. In that moment, they were all at a loss for words. Fairy Yunxi, hailed as one of the most powerful celestial beings within the Academy, had reportedly triumphed over the young supremes of the Sacred Academy. How could she now be in the arms of a mere fire realm cultivator? Lin Shu, observing Yunxi nestled against him, gently raised his hand to embrace her, stroking her violet hair, and spoke softly. After merely 2.5 years apart, is such sorrow truly warranted? Yunxi shook her head. I once inquired with Elder Lu, who was unaware of your whereabouts. I feared you had met with misfortune. Lin Shu immediately understood. Elder Lu was immensely powerful, an invincible figure across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was only natural for Yunxi to harbor concerns if she had received no news of him. Gazing into Yunxi's gem-like eyes, where he discerned glistening traces of tears, he whispered, "Fear not, for I have returned. You are now a young supreme. I have heard much of your exploits. It seems I have become the object of envy for many." Lin Shu gestured towards the crowd gathered at the academy's entrance. As Yunshi turned to look, those who had once cast resentful, jealous glances at Lin Shu now lowered their heads, unwilling to meet her gaze. It was evident that during his absence of 2.5 years, Yunshi had garnered substantial renown within the Celestial Academy, instilling awe in those who dared not confront her directly. Lin Shu felt an immense sense of pride. Yunshi, whom he had nurtured since descending from the lower realms, had now carved out a formidable reputation in the heavens, achieving heights unimaginable to her peers. How could he not feel gratified? Even if Yunshi were to separate from him, she had acquired the capability to rise within the 9 heavens and 10 earths, destined to become an unparalleled figure of this realm. Just then, a voice chimed in. "Sister Yunshi, you are rather unkind. Upon learning of the young master's arrival, I sought you in your secluded cave, only to find you had not informed us and arrived ahead of us. Do you intend to monopolize the young master for yourself?" The speaker was another woman, garbed in a black dress, possessing an enchanting beauty that captivated the beholder. Every movement, every smile, exuded an irresistible charm. She was Lin Shu. Standing there, she jested, revealing her playful nature, though Lin Shu perceived a fleeting shadow of melancholy in her alluring gaze. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, or perhaps not. It was she, the Immortal fairy, Lin Shu, who had also arrived. Rumor had it that the Immortal fairy possessed eyes of profound mystery, capable of enveloping the world in unending darkness with a mere blink. Entering her realm of darkness rendered even divine senses futile. Was this true? If even divine senses could not penetrate, did it not imply invincibility? Indeed, she was formidable, having also triumphed over the young supremes of the Sacred Academy. Her strength profoundly terrifying. Elders had claimed that once one entered the Immortal fairy's realm of darkness, they could not escape without resorting to violent means. Such words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Elders of the Celestial Academy were powerful figures, often at the cutting edge of the highest realms. If even they could not escape the clutches of darkness, who among their peers could hope to? This was tantamount to standing on the precipice of invincibility. Among the 12 celestial fairies, Yunshi, Lin Shu, Qing He, Huilinger, Xiaoyu, Fengwu, Longnu, Wangxi, Yaoyu Chan, Imonu, and Tai Yin Tu had already arrived. One could only wonder how many more would grace their presence today. As others beheld Lin Shu approaching Lin Shu, they were simultaneously astonished and contemplative. Naturally, they admired such unparalleled women as Yunshi and Lin Shu, young supremes of extraordinary stature. Yet they were acutely aware of the vast chasm between themselves and these celestial beings. Thus, even a fleeting glimpse felt like a stroke of fortune. Chapter 148. The Third Celestial Flame of Qing Yi. To marry a fairy? The 12 Celestial Fairies. The news sparked immense anticipation among the crowd. The 12 Celestial Fairies. Each a young supreme with formidable prowess. Although they are referred to as the 12 Celestial Maidens, in reality, they are divided into the upper 3 and the lower 9. Oh, what does this mean? Could there be some hidden secrets? One curious individual could not help but inquire. The upper 3 maidens are undoubtedly Yunshi, Modong, and Qingyi. These 3 maidens have each cultivated 3 blooms of the Great Tao before entering the Celestial Academy, positioning them among the most elite young sovereigns, each possessing the prowess to defeat or even slay the transcendent prodigies of both the Sacred Academy and the Celestial Academy. I have heard of Yunshi and Modong, but what remarkable feats has Qingyi accomplished? It seems her name is seldom mentioned. Upon hearing this, the speaker exhibited a proud demeanor and continued to recount Qingyi's illustrious deeds, as if boasting about himself. Regarding Qingyi, you may not be aware, but I possess certain secrets. It is said that Qingyi has acquired an exceedingly terrifying inheritance, a legacy that dates back to a time long forgotten, with invincible beings speculating that this inheritance may surpass even the celestial scriptures. What? Stronger than the celestial scriptures? This revelation is indeed astonishing. The celestial scriptures trace back to the previous era, the era of celestial antiquity. In this present age, across the vast heavens and earth, only a minuscule number of supreme lineages possess such an inheritance. Even some long-lived families, whose ancestors were once true celestial beings, have lost their celestial scriptures. Their legacy now vanished. What could this inheritance, mightier than the celestial scriptures, possibly be? It is unfathomable. What kind of inheritance could exist that surpasses even the celestial scriptures? The individual, upon hearing this, shook his head. I am uncertain. Perhaps those supreme beings and invincible ones might know. However, the most formidable aspect of Qingyi is not her inheritance, but rather that she wields 3 types of ancient flames, each a celestial flame. Imagine the power of a single individual mastering 3 celestial flames, harmonizing them within herself. Can you fathom her might? As upon utterance of these words, the crowd collectively gasped. Celestial flames, originating from a time long past, were once commanded by the true celestial beings of ancient eras. To possess even one would suffice to stand proudly among the 9 heavens. For an individual to command 3 types and not be consumed by their power, merging them into one can only imagine the extent of her strength, which they found hard to comprehend. Yet it is certain that within the same realm, she would have no rivals. At this moment, Lin Shu, upon hearing this news, was taken aback. One of the ancient flames in Qingyi's possession was the Qingyue flame, which he had gifted to her during his time in the lower realms. The other was a purple ancient flame obtained from vanquishing Xianfei, which Lin Shu had also bestowed upon her. So, what might the 3rd ancient flame be? Could it be that in the past 2.5 years, Qingyi has encountered another opportunity to acquire a celestial ancient flame? Lin Shu's gaze shifted towards Yunxi and Lin Xiantong. Upon noticing Lin Shu's attention, the 2 women did not hesitate to share all that they knew. Yunxi began, after entering the Celestial Academy. During the process of merging the Qingyue flame and the Xian flame, Qingyi felt an instinctive call to venture into the great scarlet heaven in search of opportunities, where she ultimately discovered the great scarlet flame. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu instantly understood. Just then, a voice resonated. Young master, I have arrived late. Before Lin Shu could respond, there was a stir among the crowd at the entrance of the Celestial Academy. Could this be the Celestial Maiden Qingyi? Indeed, it is she. The Celestial Maiden Qingyi has been in seclusion, and it seems she has emerged this time for Lin Shu's sake. What merit does Lin Shu possess that garners such attention from 3 young sovereign maidens? The crowd turned their gaze towards Qingyi. With gracefully arched brows and eyes sparkling with vitality, Qingyi appeared ethereal, her lips exquisitely red. Cascading strands of azure hair framed her enchanting visage, her elegance unparalleled. As she strolled forward, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, emanating from her pure and celestial form, imbued with a divine aroma. Qingyi slowly approached Lin Shu, prompting the myriad beings present to instinctively part ways, unable to resist her extraordinary aura, as if a true celestial maiden had descended to the mortal realm. Qingyi was becoming increasingly celestial. This made Lin Shu ponder whether the Qingyue maiden had awakened. Yet upon closer inspection, he found no anomalies and felt relieved. That esteemed friend, you just mentioned the upper 3 maidens. Might you now elaborate on the lower 9? The upper 3 maidens are indeed exceptional, true young sovereigns of unrivaled might. What, I wonder, distinguishes the lower 9 to merit their inclusion among the 12 celestial maidens? Surely, they cannot be devoid of merit. Dear friends, do not rush. I shall elucidate this matter for you. The speaker continued. Wang Shi, I trust you are all familiar with her? The unparalleled prodigy of the Changsheng Wang family. A young sovereign. However, I must inform you that among the 12 celestial maidens, Wang Shi is considered the weakest. What? Upon this revelation, the crowd's expressions turned to shock. Wang Shi, the prodigy of the Changsheng family, a young sovereign who has captivated countless hearts across the 9 heavens, is the weakest? This is utterly inconceivable. I refuse to believe it. She is a young sovereign from the Changsheng family. While it is true that Yunxi, Ma Dong, and Qingyi may surpass her, how could the others possibly do so? Indeed, you must not make such baseless claims. This pertains to the reputation of the Changsheng Wang family. Should the Changsheng family learn of your slander against their young sovereign, you may find yourself in grave peril. The individual chuckled lightly. The Changsheng Wang family is indeed formidable. But I hail from the Su family. Why should I fear them? Su family? So you are indeed one of them. Could you be from the illustrious Su family? The true rulers of the Inviting Moon dynasty, the Changsheng Su family? As another long-lived lineage, it would seem there is no need to fear the Changsheng Wang family. Lin Shu, casting a glance at this seemingly unremarkable individual, was surprised to discover he hailed from the Changsheng Su family. Lin Shu's purpose in ascending to the 9 heavens was not only to eradicate certain unwelcome sects, but also to consolidate power. The Changsheng family and Supreme sect were on Lin Shu's list for consolidation, and naturally, the Su family was no exception. The individual, who identified himself as hailing from the Changsheng Su family, continued, I understand your skepticism, and thus, I shall reveal all that I know today. You will soon comprehend the vast chasm that separates Wang Shi from the other 11 maidens. In an instant, the crowd fell silent. This was indeed a matter concerning the 12 celestial maidens, a revelation of monumental significance. Should they acquire such knowledge and align themselves with it, they might capture the attention of the maidens and ascend to greatness. After all, even before the 12 celestial maidens were announced from the Celestial Academy, there were supreme sects and long-lived families that made promises to their disciples. If one could win the favor of a celestial maiden, they would be granted dominion. Chapter 149, The Supreme Forbidden Bloodline. Let the Feng clan cleanse their necks and await their fate. Quickly, tell us, what unique talents do the other maidens possess? Someone eagerly turned to the Su family disciple, inquiring. The Su family disciple, now beaming, began to recount. We have already discussed 4 of the 12 maidens. Now, let us speak of the Moonshan Maiden and the Tying Jade Rabbit Maiden. These 2 maidens, originally within the Celestial Academy, could only be described as unremarkable, lacking the talent to be considered top tier, and they had only cultivated a single strand of celestial essence. However, the enchanting Moonshan and the illustrious Lunar Rabbit Fairy, inexplicably endowed with fortuitous opportunities, have astonishingly cultivated their blood transmigration realm to an extraordinarily formidable level, surpassing all limits, rendering even the young supremes of the Celestial Academy and the Holy Academy, who delve into contemporary doctrines, seemingly trivial in comparison. It is said that within the Holy Academy resides a prodigy whose essence is that of the Nine Netherhound, a member of the 10 Fiends race, who has transcended the limits of the blood transmigration realm. Yet, astonishingly, even this prodigious being falls short of the distance traversed by Moonshan and the Lunar Rabbit Fairy in their respective realms. Upon the utterance of these words, the crowd was left astounded. The Nine Netherhound, undeniably a fearsome lineage, belongs to the 10 Fiends, each member of which possesses immense physical prowess. The fact that a 9 Netherhound has reached the pinnacle of the blood transmigration realm only to find itself eclipsed by Moonshan and the Lunar Rabbit Fairy is indeed remarkable. Initially, one might have assumed that Wang Shi, being ranked at the bottom among the 12 celestial maidens, was perhaps the result of personal biases stemming from her lineage as a descendant of the Su family, leading to her unfavorable positioning. However, it now appears that Wang Shi's placement at the nadir of the 12 celestial maidens is indeed an unjust assessment. A member of the Su family interjected, Dear friends, do not be hasty. This merely represents a fragment of the prowess possessed by Moonshan and the Lunar Rabbit Fairy. Their true terror lies in the fact that within Moonshan resides an immortal soul, seemingly the reincarnation of a transcendent being from the previous epoch. As for the Lunar Rabbit Fairy, she possesses a pure blood Qilin cub, which is unequivocally one of the 10 Fiends. With such a Qilin by her side, any who wish to contend with the Lunar Rabbit Fairy must first face the Qilin cub, and it is rumored that many prodigies have suffered greatly at her hands. The notion of a reincarnated transcendent being from the previous epoch and a pure blood Qilin cub raises questions about the very nature of humanity. Such a terrifying lineage and astonishing opportunities render it nearly impossible for other prodigies to vie for supremacy. Among the numerous prodigies striving for supremacy, only a select few aspire to attain immortality and transcendence. Moonshan, being a reincarnation of a transcendent being from the previous epoch, embodies a sense of despair, leaving no room for competition. Now do you understand why I assert that Wang Shi ranks at the bottom? Indeed, the revelation of a reincarnated transcendent and a pure blood Qilin cub undoubtedly places her beyond comparison with any descendant of true immortals. To exist in the same era as such unparalleled women is an unfortunate fate for Wang Shi, destined to shine in their overshadowed presence. Who could have anticipated that the brilliance of a true immortal's descendant would be eclipsed in this age? Listening to these discussions, Lin Shu remained surprisingly unperturbed. He then turned to the master of the Forbidden Zone. Brother Bai, you should be more familiar with Moonshan. The master of the Forbidden Zone nodded. Indeed, there's a familiar aura reminiscent of my former disciple. However, fully awakening the immortal soul will require some time. I shall seek an opportunity to meet her. Although she's not the same Moonshan of old, we were once master and disciple. If I can offer assistance, I shall. Brother Bai, you may decide for yourself. Despite having some minor conflicts with Moonshan due to the matter concerning Qing Yi, Lin Shu felt that such discord was not profound. It had been resolved within the ancient celestial ruins. He had no intention of targeting Moonshan were he to do so, He would not permit her to accompany others in utilizing the mysterious energies of heaven and earth to temper her physical form, enabling her to transcend the limits of the blood transmigration realm. The 12 celestial maidens of the Celestial Academy, Yin Shi, Lin Xiantong, Qing Yi, Huilinger, Xia Youyu, Feng Wu, Long Nu, Wang Shi, Yao Yu, Moon Chan, and the witch had already been discussed. What are the remaining 6? Indeed, you just mentioned that Wang Shi ranks at the bottom. Do the other 6 possess astonishing backgrounds as well? Do tell. As the crowd urged him on, the Su family member resumed his narrative. Next, allow me to speak of Huiling. This fairy possesses an extraordinarily formidable constitution known as the Vermilion Bird Sacred Body. Furthermore, besides this sacred body, Huilinger harbors an unparalleled bloodline, seemingly a forbidden bloodline from the previous epoch, whose strength surpasses even that of true immortal bloodlines. Wang Shi, as a true immortal descendant, possesses an exceedingly thin trace of true immortal blood, verging on non-existence. In contrast, Huilinger as bloodline has reverted to a more primal form, rich and potent, with the supreme forbidden bloodline coursing through her. It is said that a single drop of her blood can ignite spontaneously, unless a formidable force intervenes. That one drop could incinerate an entire realm, turning mountains spanning 100,000 miles to mere ash in an instant. At this, the audience gasped in astonishment. An unparalleled, forbidden bloodline that transcends true immortals. The Vermilion Bird Sacred Body is already an unfathomable constitution, one that could easily achieve supremacy and glimpse immortality. Yet, this is merely a fraction of Huilinger's capabilities. The mere flow of a single drop of her blood could, without external interference, consume an entire realm in flames. Such a terrifying individual exists in this world. In comparison, Wang Shi seems utterly insignificant. Simultaneously, the audience's understanding of Yin Shi, Qing Yi, and Lin Xiantong deepened, recognizing that such powerful bloodlines and forbidden lineage could not even be compared. It is likely that what Yin Shi, Qing Yi, and Lin Xiantong have displayed is merely the tip of the iceberg. What supreme forbidden bloodline? Merely a cursed bloodline. At that moment, an incongruous voice broke through. Lin Shu turned to see a man whose strength was not to be underestimated. However, this individual appeared to harbor a grudge against Lin Shu, glaring at him with unabashed fury. It was Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng had arrived. It is rumored that he is a descendant of Yuan Qing, and there are whispers that he has some conflict with the prodigies from the 3,000 states at the Celestial Academy. Not only that, it is said that Yuan Qing covertly acted against the prodigies from the 3,000 states when they arrived at the Celestial Academy. Had it not been for the protection of mysterious powers behind the prodigies, they might have met with dire consequences. Yuan Feng, Yuan Qing. Hearing the surrounding voices, Lin Shu quickly understood. So it is this person. It seems he is closely aligned with the Feng clan. During his time in the 3,000 states, he disregarded the Feng clan's edicts, incurring their enmity, and subsequently, many of their prodigies were slain by Lin Shu in the ancient celestial ruins. It is no surprise that the Feng clan sent Yuan Qing to act against him. Lin Shu regarded Yuan Feng. Go back and inform Yuan Qing that he and the Feng clan should prepare themselves for a clean demise. I shall come to eradicate them on a chosen day. In an instant, the area before the Celestial Academy fell into a profound silence. Chapter 150. The Celestial Academy and the Holy Academy emerge. The 5 great supremes reappear. What have I just heard? For him to demand that Yuan Qing and the Feng clan prepare for their demise. He intends to obliterate the Longxing Feng clan? All present gazed at Lin Shu in disbelief. They acknowledged that Lin Shu had encountered some unimaginable fortunes. Yin Shi, Qing Yi, and Lin Xiantong, these peerless female prodigies of the Celestial Academy, stood beside him, seemingly quite close. Yet, these 3 extraordinary maidens have yet to fully mature. They might prevail against the Void Realm, but Yuan Qing, rumored to be a supreme being, is undeniably a formidable master at the pinnacle of the Escape One realm, possibly on the verge of entering the Supreme Realm. Not to mention the Longshang Feng clan, standing tall above the 9 heavens, gazing down upon the vast ages, possesses the foundational strength of true immortals from the previous epoch, being a true immortal family. Within their ranks exist actual supremes and the means of true immortals. They represent a top-tier lineage standing at the pinnacle across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, a force no power can obliterate, unless a genuine immortal emerges. At this moment, the Su family member could not help but interject. Young Master Lin Shu, do keep your voice down. Do not speak recklessly. Yuan Feng chuckled. Lin Shu, Should I commend your audacity or lament your ignorance? The profound heritage of the Changsheng family is beyond the comprehension of a mere mortal from the lower realms. It appears that the Changsheng Feng clan has kept you in the dark. What? In the 3,000 states, 4 remnants of immortals have emerged. Yet they are now being hunted and have gone into hiding. Yuan Feng was taken aback. This was news he had not encountered before. As a being of the celestial god realm, some information he possessed was gleaned from the ancestors, but he was entirely unaware of the matter concerning the remnants of immortals. Do not attempt to intimidate me. If true remnants of immortals had indeed emerged, what power could possibly suppress such invincible beings in the mere 3,000 states? Believe it or not, Lin Shu waved his hand and cast a glance at the 3 women beside him. The trio understood Lin Shu's intent, and without hesitation, they immediately launched their attack. Yuan Feng, a prodigy of the celestial god realm, stood no chance against the combined efforts of the 3 women and was swiftly vanquished in a single strike. Lin Shu then turned his gaze towards the interior of the Celestial Academy and the distance beyond. Numerous formidable auras were approaching, both strong and weak. So, they have finally arrived, Lin Shu mused silently. In the next moment, voices erupted at the entrance of the Celestial Academy. A multitude of disciples appeared, flanked by several powerful figures, evidently elders from the academy. From afar, other figures were also piercing through the void, 2 colossal vessels stationed in the emptiness, adorned with the characters for Saint and Immortal. Clearly, these individuals hailed from the Saint Academy and the Immortal Academy. However, Lin Shu merely cast a fleeting glance before redirecting his attention to the entrance of the Celestial Academy. There, familiar silhouettes were making their way towards him, both men and women. Each renowned prodigies of the Celestial Academy, young sovereigns of unparalleled talent. Among them, a lady clad in red must be the immortal fire spirit, and the one beside her. Could she be the immortal summer rain? The dragon lady, the enchantress Yu Chan, Yao Yu, and the lunar rabbit. All these celestial beauties had gathered, and Lin Shu marveled at the fortunate coincidence of witnessing them all at the Celestial Academy today. But wait, what were these celestial beings up to? As everyone was filled with delight at the simultaneous appearance of so many immortals, they were taken aback when each of the celestial ladies cast a surprised glance in Lin Shu's direction, and then, without hesitation, approached him. The fire spirit, Summer Rain, Feng Wu, the dragon lady, the lunar rabbit, Yu Chan, Yao Yu, and the enchantress. All 8 of them walked towards Lin Shu, leaving only the immortal Wang Shi standing still at her place. Young master, young master Lin Shu, they exclaimed in unison. Lin Shu regarded them with a gentle nod. Indeed, after 2.5 years, you have all made commendable progress in your abilities. Just as Lin Shu spoke, several male prodigies also approached him. One of them was Zhixian, a young sovereign who had cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, reputed for the terrifying power of the heavenly ant's severed horn, rarely encountering rivals of his caliber. Then, there was Lin Qing, whose true form was said to be the chaotic green lotus. Also a young sovereign with 3 strands of immortal energy. Gugu, a true dragon. Why were they all approaching Lin Shu? Did they all share a connection with him? Speaking of which, what exactly is Lin Shu's background? After all this time, I still remain in the dark about his true identity. As Lin Shu observed them drawing near, he finally spoke. Since you have come, why not accompany me back to the 3,000 states? Yes, young master, they replied. At that moment, a voice rang out. Humph. What qualifications do you possess to take them away? The voice emanated from the colossal vessel in the void. The speaker was a young prodigy of the celestial god realm. Lin Shu paid him no heed and instead turned his attention to the vessel. If the elders of the Immortal Academy and Saint Academy have something to say, they should come forth and speak themselves. There is no need to send someone to probe. I have little patience for such tactics. The vessel remained silent. Noticing the absence of a response, Lin Shu then addressed those around him. Is there anyone willing to deal with this individual? Since the young prodigy of the Immortal Academy has come seeking his demise, let us grant him that favor. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, many nearby stepped forward eagerly to express their willingness. Young master, allow me to handle it. I shall slay him within 3 moves, declared the enchantress. Now having merged with the Origin Demon Stone, her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the celestial god realm, possessing the ability to devour all demonic energy. Though he hailed from the Immortal Academy, 3 moves were indeed sufficient to eliminate him. Let me have a turn. I may be the weakest, but I believe I can still defeat him. Shi Hao stepped forward. Upon seeing Shi Hao take the initiative, Shi Hao, who had been silent thus far, finally spoke. Brother, have you extracted the immortal bone? Indeed, Shi Hao nodded. Initially, I believed that possessing the immortal bone would render me invincible in the immortal ancient ruins. But I soon realized I couldn't even make it in the top 10. I now understand that it is not the bone that is invincible, but the person. Excellent. Since you have the courage to extract the immortal bone, your future shall be limitless. In due time, we brothers can tread the path of immortality and achieve true immortals or even ascend beyond that, Shi Hao remarked, seemingly delighted. Enough. The celestial god prodigy from the Immortal Academy, witnessing the group disregarding him entirely, was seething with rage. As a prodigy of the Immortal Academy, having cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy, he had never endured such humiliation. In the past, any time he stepped forward, he was met with utmost respect. Lin Shu, seeing that the elders of the Immortal Academy and Sane Academy had yet to emerge, was losing patience. Since these individuals sought to assert their dominance over him, Lin Shu felt no obligation to show mercy. Although Lin Shu believed that internal conflict should be avoided at this juncture, some matters, if left unresolved, would undermine his authority, making future endeavors difficult to execute. Without knowing when the situation had escalated, Lin Shu had no time to dally with them. While the elders of the Immortal Academy and Sane Academy were not malevolent like the Changshang Feng clan or the Wang family, it was still prudent to establish dominance for smoother dealings in the future. In the next moment, Lin Shu spoke decisively. Everyone, unleash your powers and subdue the so-called prodigies of the Immortal Academy and Sane Academy. Remember, subdue them all, as long as no lives are lost. As Lin Shu's command echoed, the celestial prodigies surrounding him sprang into action. Perhaps the elders of the Immortal Academy and Sane Academy never anticipated that Lin Shu would take such decisive action. The situation seemed to have exceeded their expectations, and, finally, voices emerged from within the colossal vessel. Stop. Too late. Lin Shu replied, Supreme Demon Ape, True Phoenix Supreme, Qilin Supreme, Divine Cicada Supreme, and Thunder Spirit Supreme. You 5. Keep a close watch. Should any elder intervene, suppress them immediately. As Lin Shu's words fell, 5 figures swiftly materialized in the depths of the Celestial Academy, their supreme auras enveloping the elders of the Immortal Academy and Sane Academy. Chapter 151. The Secrets of the Immortal Ancient Era, the Truth of the Remnants of Immortals. Lin Shu, how dare you? Exclaimed the elders of the Immortal Academy and Sane Academy, their expressions shifting drastically upon seeing the 5 supreme figures. They were well aware of Lin Shu's reputation, knowing he had previously commanded 5 supreme beings during his time in the 3,000 states, engaging in battle alongside several remnants of immortals. To them, while the supreme beings were formidable, standing at the pinnacle of the realms, they were perceived as true invincible entities in this era. However, the remnants of immortals, having survived from the previous era, transcended the realm of mortals, embodying the essence of immortality and imperishability, far beyond the grasp of mortal beings. The 5 supreme beings who followed the remnants of immortals likely faced peril, and even if they survived, they would undoubtedly sustain grave injuries. They do not wish for the demise of the 5 supreme beings, for the presence of these 5 would undoubtedly bolster their strength against the foreign realms that threaten the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, since the 5 have chosen to follow the remnants of the immortal, there is little that can be done. In their eyes, Lin Shu, devoid of the protection of any supreme being, no longer possesses the qualifications to attract the extraordinary young supremes from the 3,000 states. With the presence of the supreme beings, they naturally refrain from voicing their concerns. These young supremes can be taken by Lin Shu without objection. Yet, should Lin Shu attempt to take them in the absence of the supreme beings, it would be tantamount to disregarding their authority altogether. Thus, they resolved to give Lin Shu a stern warning, making it clear that the 9 heavens and 10 earths are not yet under his dominion. Unexpectedly, the supreme beings remained hidden within the Heavenly God Academy, a fact of which they had been entirely unaware. Lin Shu, you may take these young supremes, but let it be known that your power is insufficient to cultivate them. They asserted, indeed, our Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy have accumulated immeasurable experience regarding the methods of the immortal and ancient laws since the conclusion of the last era. Only here can they truly thrive. Lin Shu, undeterred by the elder's words, replied with an air of confidence. I concede that you possess considerable experience and access to the treasures of the immortal. Yet I must inform you that your so-called ancient laws have long since become outdated. You, as prominent figures of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, should be aware of some truths about the ancient times. In the era of the ancients, the 9 heavens and 10 earths were not as they are today. It was a primordial realm, vast and boundless. where immortals and true celestial beings gazed down upon the world. The eternal immortal king, the immortal king of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the 10 fiends all existed. However, even such formidable beings ultimately faltered against the foreign realms, leading to the shattering of the primordial world into the present 9 heavens and 10 earths. In this current era, the foreign realms have meticulously analyzed the ancient methods and have long since discovered ways to counter them. Even among those of royal blood, they can easily overpower the prodigies of the Immortal Academy. In my view, only a select few, such as the exiled immortal and the 10 crown kings, stand a chance of competing with the foreign realms using the ancient cultivation methods. The remaining prodigies, even those who have cultivated 3 strands of celestial energy, cannot guarantee victory against the royal families of the foreign realms. Against the imperial clans, they would surely be annihilated. Lin Shu's words reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, causing a wave of silence among the prodigies present. They found it difficult to discern the veracity of his claims. Yet his statements appeared to be grounded in reason and evidence. This left many feeling despondent. Could it be that the 9 heavens and 10 earths truly had no hope? A voice resonated from the Heavenly God Academy. Lin Shu, your words are excessive. The speaker was the Grand Elder Meng Tianzhong, who understood the truth of Lin Shu's assertions. The foreign realms were indeed formidable. However, at this juncture, elevating the strength of the foreign realms while belittling the 9 heavens and 10 earths was hardly prudent. Many factions within the 9 heavens and 10 earths had already adopted a rather passive stance towards resisting the foreign threats, and Lin Shu's remarks could dissuade any willingness to fight back. Lin Shu turned his gaze toward Meng Tianzhong. Grand Elder, it is futile to indulge in self-deception. Are you not pondering why we still possess the ancient artifacts of the immortals, the shrouds of the immortal kings, the map of the 10 realms, and the existence of forbidden zones within the 9 heavens and 10 earths, where great figures reside? Meng Tianzhong acknowledged Lin Shu's knowledge, responding, indeed, it is precisely these artifacts that give me a semblance of hope against the foreign realms. Lin Shu smiled softly. You are correct, Grand Elder, but that represents the most ideal scenario. Do you not wonder why those beings reside in the forbidden zones? Why do the remnants of the immortals never ascend to the Imperial Pass to confront the foreign foes? Upon hearing this, the assembly fell silent. Some of the ancient ones were privy to certain secrets, yet many of the young prodigies felt perplexed. Indeed, why did they linger in the forbidden zones? Why did the remnants of the immortals never approach the Imperial Pass, even if they were severely wounded? The mere release of their aura should suffice to crush many cross-realm powerhouses from the foreign realms. Why did they refrain from confronting the Imperial Pass? Meng Tianzhong listened to Lin Shu's words, remaining silent. Evidently, even he was wary of discussing the forbidden zones and the remnants of the immortals. Since you fear the remnants of the immortals and the forbidden zones, and dare not speak of them, allow me to elucidate. I shall bear all consequences. Lin Shu's voice echoed, resonating in the ears of everyone present. First, why do the forbidden zones remain hidden? It is because during the era of the immortals, they fought valiantly on the front lines while others betrayed them from the shadows, even slandering the heroes who battled in the light, leading to a profound disillusionment. They believe that the 9 heavens and 10 earths are no longer worth their guardianship. Second, why do the remnants of the immortals not approach the Imperial Pass? Because they do not belong to this world. They hail from the Immortal Domain. To them, the fate of this realm holds no significance. As long as the gates to the Immortal Domain are open, they can return at will, and thus they are disinclined to engage in a life-or-death struggle at the Imperial Pass. Furthermore, during the era of the Ancients, the remnants did not merely refrain from fighting at the Imperial Pass. They also schemed against many powerful beings from behind the scenes. In the past, the 10 fiends and Kunpeng fought fiercely in the border wilderness, only to be ambushed upon returning to the 9 heavens and 10 earths to recuperate, leading to their fall into the lower realms. Moreover, the 7 kings of the border wilderness, each a powerful immortal king, sustained grievous injuries or even perished in battle, while their descendants were slandered as blood of sin. As he spoke, Lin Shu gestured toward Shi Hao, Shi Hao, and Huoling. These 4 were descendants of the 7 kings of the border wilderness. Shi Hao was born a supreme being. Shi possessed the undefeated twin pupils. And although Shi Hao had previously fused with a piece of immortal bone, he had since removed it. They had not yet activated their ancestral bloodlines. Yet each was formidable in their own right, destined to become true immortals. Huoling, on the other hand, had completely returned to her ancestral bloodline. And the might of that bloodline, as you have likely investigated, is the true blood of an immortal king, of blood of glory. It is laughable that the 9 heavens and 10 earths would label such blood as blood of sin. As Lin Shu's words resonated, astonishment swept through the hearts of all present, particularly among the young prodigies. They had not anticipated such events to have transpired during the ancient era. An elder from the Immortal Academy could not restrain himself from speaking. But this is merely your one-sided account. What evidence do you possess? Evidence? Lin Shu chuckled. Those remnants of the immortals have taken refuge in an incredibly powerful ancient realm, the burial realm. When the day comes that I retrieve them, I shall provide proof. However, my primary purpose today is not to discuss the blood of sin, but rather to address the so-called prodigies cultivated by the Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy. If you doubt the worth of the prodigies they produce, let them engage in battle with the prodigies at my side. Then you will see their strengths are far weaker than you can imagine. My intention is to shatter their confidence, stripping away the glory that the 9 heavens have bestowed upon them. Fear not, I shall not kill them. They are, after all, the prodigies of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Once they are stripped of their illusion of glory and their unwarranted arrogance, I shall lead them toward the path of invincibility. Now, who among you considers themselves invincible? Step forward. Should you triumph or even withstand 100 exchanges, I shall grant you an opportunity, a chance to inherit the ultimate legacy of the ancient relics within the 3,000 states, the true inheritance of an immortal king. Upon this declaration, many prodigies felt a surge of excitement. The inheritance of an immortal king was far more powerful than that of a true immortal. And in the era of the ancients, immortal kings stood at the pinnacle of strength. To obtain such a legacy would undoubtedly be a momentous opportunity. Chapter 152. The Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy apologize. The law of the Immortal King emerges. Lin Shu, I recall that you have never entered the ultimate legacy ground of the ancient relics. An elder from the Sacred Academy interjected. Is that so? Are you certain that they have arrived at the true realm of ultimate creation? Lin Shu retorted. The elder was momentarily taken aback by Lin Shu's words, realizing he had inadvertently set himself up for ridicule. He had never entered the ancient celestial ruins, so his assertions were merely conjecture aimed at compelling Lin Shu to present evidence of his celestial king inheritance on the spot. After all, mere words carry no weight. Lin Shu understood their intentions. They sought to verify the authenticity of his celestial king legacy. However, their doubts were not without merit. If not for these celestial academies, the elders of the sacred institutions, despite their occasionally obstinate nature, were genuinely devoted to the greater good of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. And thus Lin Shu had little desire to engage with them. Had it been the likes of the Wang family, Jin family, or Feng family posing the same inquiries, Lin Shu would not have responded so amicably. Instead, he would have commanded his subordinates to eliminate them on the spot. This young master is aware of your disbelief. How about we make a wager? You are all aware that I am accompanied by 5 supreme beings. If I wish to accomplish something, I need not seek your permission. Nevertheless, in light of your contributions to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I shall refrain from letting my supremes exert pressure on you. Let us wager on whether I can produce the celestial king inheritance. Should I succeed, I shall be free to undertake any endeavor in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, provided it does not harm them, with your full support and cooperation. Conversely, if I fail to present the celestial king inheritance, these prodigies shall remain in the Celestial Academy, the Sacred Academy, and the other institutions. Upon hearing Lin Shu's proclamation, the elders of the Celestial and Sacred Academies immediately convened to discuss. Through their deliberations, they realized they had no choice but to acquiesce to the wager. Given Lin Shu's temperament, even if they refused, it was likely that the 5 supremes would intervene, leaving them with no option but compliance unless they were prepared to confront such formidable beings. Very well, we accept the wager. Upon their agreement, Lin Shu showed no hesitation and promptly revealed all 10 of the fierce treasures he had mastered. There was the true dragon technique, the Qilin technique, the divine cicada technique, and the thunder emperor technique. Facing the uncanny future, Lin Shu was determined not to conceal anything. After all, these treasures would eventually become known. If others could comprehend and truly grasp them, it would undoubtedly enhance their strength. Lin Shu was unconcerned about others mastering the 10 fierce treasures and surpassing him. When he had first traversed from the lower realms, he had harbored such worries. However, now that he had established a solid foundation, possessing a strength equivalent to 1,000,000 pounds, the 9 bands flesh, and transcending the limits, he had no reason to fear. This is the fourfold 10 fierce treasures. You have 3 breaths to inspect them, The treasures hung majestically in the void above. The elders of the celestial and sacred academies immediately activated their divine consciousness to scrutinize them. As they did, their expressions transformed dramatically. "This is indeed the true dragon technique," exclaimed one elder. "I have the Qilin technique here," another added. "This technique pertains to the domain of time and space. Could it be the legendary Cicada clan technique?" And yet another declared, "This technique possesses terrifying destructive thunder power, akin to the rumored Thunder Emperor technique that wields divine retribution." As each elder spoke, all the prodigies present felt their eyes brighten with fervor. The legendary 10 fierce treasures, if obtained and comprehended, their strength would undoubtedly soar to new heights. "Young Master Lin Shu, I apologize for my previous impudence. Your willingness to present such formidable techniques speaks volumes of your character. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, none can compare." One elder from the Celestial Academy bowed slightly. Following this, several other elders from both the Celestial and Sacred Academies chose to express their apologies as well. "Young Master Lin Shu, we sincerely regret our previous misconceptions. We underestimated your intentions. Initially, we feared you would take these prodigies and dominate the 9 heavens and 10 earths with them. We never expected you would present the 10 fierce treasures. Such a generous spirit is truly commendable. I was mistaken. Moving forward in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, should you wish to undertake any endeavor, we shall wholeheartedly support you, as long as it does not harm the realms." Hearing their apologies, Lin Shu felt a sense of gratification. Though these elders had their own interests at heart, their intentions were noble, aimed at resisting the threats from other realms. This was precisely why Lin Shu had chosen to elucidate matters to them. He was well aware that his journey from the lower realms through the 3,000 states had been paved with rivers of blood. Whether in the Void City, the 100 Break Mountains, the Great Calamity of the Wasteland, Thunder State, the Celestial Race, the Battle Clan, or within the ancient celestial ruins, he had dispatched many foes. The only reason this instance was different was that those before him still had the potential for redemption. There was no need to wield the blade of slaughter. What had just transpired was merely the revelation of treasures. What lay ahead was the Celestial King inheritance, the methods of the Celestial King. Having spoken, Lin Shu turned to the master of the Forbidden Zone. "Brother Bai, I must trouble you with this matter, for you possess the most comprehensive inheritance." The master of the Forbidden Zone did not respond immediately. He had taken on numerous disciples, each imparting a different method. Indeed, he held a wealth of teachings. In the next moment, with a wave of his hand, a starry secret realm emerged. "Within this starry secret realm lies all of my methods, if fate allows. You may enter and obtain them. Each star within the secret realm represents a form of Celestial King law." "What? Each star embodies a distinct Celestial King law?" Merely casting a glance reveals no fewer than 5 stars. Does this not imply at least 5 Celestial King laws? An elder from the Celestial Academy could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Might I ask your esteemed name, Senior?" The master of the Forbidden Zone remained silent. Lin Shu interjected, "There is no need to ask. Should you one day tread the path of the Celestial Realm, you may yet have the opportunity to converse with Brother Bai, at which point you shall know. Now, those prodigies who wish to proceed may begin. The Celestial Academy, Sacred Academy, and others may partake." As Lin Shu concluded, a young prodigy from the Sacred Academy stepped forth. "I, Yu Wudi, seek battle." Upon seeing Yu Wudi step forward, Lin Shu turned to his side. This individual is a descendant of the 9 Nether Mastiff, a fierce bloodline. His physical prowess is formidable, having forged his own path beyond the bloodlifting realm and transcended the limits. He currently resides at the Celestial God level. "Who among you dares to engage him in combat?" Lin Shu's tone was calm, effortlessly revealing Yu Wudi's background. The elders of the Sacred Academy were taken aback. Lin Shu's perceptive insight was indeed remarkable, especially considering he had only attained the pinnacle of the Divine Fire Realm. "Big brother, I shall take the challenge." Shi Hao stepped forward just right. "I am eager to witness the extent of his physical strength." Lin Shu glanced at Shi Hao, who was currently treading the path of sacred sacrifice. Due to a delay of 2.5 years, he had yet to reach the Celestial God level. However, Shi Hao sought the pinnacle of each realm, unlike Lin Shu, who transcended the limits. Thus, within the ancient celestial ruins, he had broken through the Divine Fire and True One realms, advancing directly into the sacred sacrifice domain. Compared to Yu Wudi, he was indeed at a lower realm. Nevertheless, Lin Shu had great confidence in Shi Hao. After all, Shi Hao possessed a physical form that exceeded the limits of the bloodlifting realm, along with the perfection of the 10 great caverns. "Very well then, go ahead." It is a perfect opportunity to experience the divine techniques of the Nine Nether Mastiff. Perhaps an even more powerful Nine Nether Mastiff awaits your conquest in the future. Lin Shu alluded to the formidable being dwelling in the depths of the realm sea. Yu Wuti observed Shi Hao stepping forward and was momentarily taken aback. You are not even a celestial god. How can you be my opponent? Isn't it just perfect? If you conquer me, the 10 fiend treasure techniques and the celestial king law shall be yours. Shi Hao chuckled, displaying no hint of anxiety despite his opponent being a full realm above him. Instead, he appeared remarkably relaxed. Yu Wuti turned to Lin Shu. Young Master Lin, are you certain you wish to allow him to participate? Should I emerge victorious? Do not accuse me of unfairness. It would be wiser to summon the 3 celestial maidens, Yun Shi, Qing Shi, and Lin Xiantong, whom I hear possess unparalleled prowess within the Heavenly God Academy. I assure you, with your strength, you would likely not endure even 3 strikes. Very well, then. I shall defeat Shi Hao here and prove that Yu Wuti is indeed the true embodiment of invincibility. In the next moment, Yu Wuti made his move, unleashing an onslaught upon Shi Hao, igniting the battle. Chapter 153, A Decade of Lottery, the body of a true immortal. Yu Wuti discerned that Shi Hao's realm was rather unique, having attained the holy sacrifice domain. This domain is exceedingly unstable. The weaker practitioners merely comparable to the divine fire realm, while the formidable can rival the heavenly god realm. Although he may not be a heavenly god, Yu Wuti appeared to hold a slight edge in terms of realm. Against other prodigies of the Heavenly God Academy, he harbored no fears. Having long proclaimed himself the foremost in the heavenly god realm, and indeed, he had never been defeated within the same realm. However, in the face of Shi Hao, he felt an unusual gravity, for this was a person who emerged from Lin Shu's side. Lin Shu was enigmatic and inscrutable. His realm seemed lowly, yet he commanded the allegiance of 5 sovereigns. Such profound depth, even the longevity path could not easily match. Moreover, he wielded 4 10 fiend treasure techniques, and the white-clad man beside him could effortlessly conjure a miniature cosmic secret realm, within which each star represented a celestial king law. Faced with such an individual, Yu Wuti dared not be careless, hence he chose to strike first. With his initial move, he unleashed an unparalleled treasure technique, aiming to seize victory while Shi Hao remained unprepared. After all, battles rarely commence with the immediate deployment of supreme divine abilities. Boom! Yu Wuti activated the true Phoenix treasure technique, extending his arms and soaring through the sky, enveloped in blinding white light and torrents of silver flames, hurtling towards Shi Hao with unparalleled might. At that moment, time appeared to stand still, as all discussions regarding Shi Hao and Yu Wuti ceased. Everyone held their breath. All noise dissipated, leaving only the tremors of battle. The crowd was consumed with tension, fixated on this earth-shattering strike. This was the illustrious true Phoenix divine ability from the ancient celestial era, the true Phoenix treasure technique, one of the 10 fiend treasure techniques. Yu Wuti's confidence in claiming the title of the foremost in the heavenly god realm stemmed from this very technique. At that moment, the true Phoenix treasure technique radiated its most resplendent brilliance, unleashing a full force strike that could shake the sun, moon, and mountains. On the other side, Shi Hao initially intended to gauge the situation, but at that instant, he sensed an impending crisis. Fortunately, his combat instinct was exceptionally sharp. Upon sensing danger, he immediately employed the Kunpeng treasure technique. This was a skill he had acquired in the Desolate realm, rarely used, as ordinary opponents could hardly compel him to deploy it. In that moment, Shi Hao resembled the majestic Kunpeng, spreading his wings and soaring into the sky, meeting the attack head-on. A golden-bodied Kunpeng emerged, adorned with black patterns, circulating the dual forces of yin and yang, exuding unparalleled divine strength. Boom! The two forces collided, unleashing a maelstrom of divine power and sacred light, sweeping away everything in their path, shattering the earth and shaking the heavens. Had there not been numerous powerful guardians present, the very fabric of reality might have fractured at that moment. The spectators felt a piercing pain in their eyes, some even shedding blood, unable to comprehend the intensity of this clash. The true Phoenix's cry resonated, as if it could reach the heavens. The Kunpeng soared, ascending to unimaginable heights. The two ferocious birds clashed, manifesting a terrifying spectacle. The onlookers, with their eyes fixated, felt as though they had been transported back to the ancient celestial era, where vast realms teemed with savage beasts on the ground, and divine birds obscured the sky, their roars capable of tearing apart the universe. In the void, countless great stars plummeted, leaving the audience in awe. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the silver ancient phoenix was sent spiraling away, while the Kunpeng also reeled back. The two masters distancing themselves, both panting heavily as they stood on opposite sides. Clang! Behind Yu Wudi, 9 divine feathers appeared, radiant and exuding a peculiar power, as if they could breathe life into the dead. This was the power of the phoenix's rebirth, yet at that moment they transformed. The 9 feathers morphed from vibrant colors into inky black, ultimately becoming 9 black divine swords, imbued with a deathly aura. Life and death could interchange. The rebirth power morphed into a murderous energy, and the 9 phoenix-killing swords shot forth like rainbows piercing the sun, racing through the void. Clang! Shi Hao stood amidst a sea of thunder, supreme divine weapons materializing around him, arrayed in a formidable formation, surging forth to meet the onslaught. Boom! The divine energies surged between them, the rules intertwining like a spider's web. One person bathed in lightning, akin to a reborn Thunder Emperor, while the other transformed into an ancient heavenly phoenix. They grappled fiercely, engaged in a brutal struggle, overturning the tides of battle. At times, the Thunder Emperor would ride atop the ancient phoenix as if it were his steed, while at other moments, the phoenix would pin the lightning-clad being beneath its claws, intent on tearing him to shreds. The contest for the title of the foremost in the heavenly god realm unfolded upon the arena, each displaying powers that could be deemed legendary in this age, a rarity throughout history. Lin Shu observed for a while before diverting his attention. Although the battle was extraordinarily intense, they had only exchanged a few moves thus far. Shi Hao was formidable, and Yu Wudi was no weakling either. Currently, Shi Hao had yet to embark on the path of becoming a seed, lacking the extraordinary opportunities granted by Lin Shu's investments that those around Lin Shu had received. Victory would still require time. Lin Shu's interest waned, and he soon delved into the system. Supreme Investment System. Host. Lin Shu age. 33, 388 years. Realm. Divine Fire Realm. Great Perfection Cultivation Method. Taichu True Solution Techniques and Treasures. Howling Moon Star Treasure Technique. Great Wilderness Sword Cannon. Taichu Spirit. Taichu Chaos. Taichu Initial Light, True Dragon Technique. Kidan Technique, Sikada Technique, Thunder Emperor Technique Investment Med, Liu Shen, Shi Hao, Yangxi, Lang Xuanton, Uo Linguer, King Qi, Lang King, Xia YYQ, King Zuyu, Feng Wu, Demones. Dragon Maiden Investment Rewards. All receive lottery chances. Annual draw, 10 times. Monthly draw, 126 times. Possessions, 20 Heavenly God Realm Guardians. 2 Supreme Realm Mounts, True Phoenix and Chaos Demon Ape. 2 Heavenly God Realm Mounts, Thunder Lion and Howling Moon Sky Wolf. The Time Space Hall, Taichu Tower, Destiny Stones X2. Taichi True Water, Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, Great Luo Sword Embryo, Inner Cosmic Cultivation Method, 3 Supreme Beings, Thunder Spirit Clan, Divine Cicada Clan, Qilin, and the Phoenix Tree, among others. Upon noticing the system panel's prompt, Lin Shu suddenly recalled that he hadn't engaged in a lottery for quite some time. In the Desolate Realm, due to the ruthless Empress, he had been trapped for 8 long years. Following his escape, he had to resolve the calamity of the Desolate Realm, and subsequently arrived at the upper realms of the 3,000 prefectures. In the upper realms of the 3,000 prefectures, events unfolded one after another, and he was further delayed by Yi Fan's time-space loop for an additional 2.5 years. To his surprise, he had accumulated so many lottery chances by now. 10 annual draws and 126 monthly draws. Given this, it was the perfect opportunity to take advantage of their battle time and conduct a round of lottery draws. Thus, Lin Shu silently declared, "System, I wish to conduct a monthly draw. Let us begin with 10 consecutive draws." As Lin Shu's words fell, the lottery wheel began to spin, and shortly thereafter, the system's voice echoed forth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 3 bodies of the true immortal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a set of the 36 Celestial Kill Array Diagram. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a set of the 72 Earthly Kill Array Diagram. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 5 Flawless Golden Pills. Chapter 154. The Empress and the Black Paper Boat. Yi Fan's Blood Gift. The 10 consecutive draws have concluded. Lin Shu gazed at the rewards, feeling quite gratified. The rewards from this 10 consecutive draws were rather commendable. Although the true immortal body could not compare to the Immortal King body or even the Poo Demon King body Lin Shu had once acquired, it was still extraordinarily powerful. If utilized properly, it could significantly enhance his combat capabilities. The 36 Celestial Kill Array, a formation composed of 36 cultivators of the same realm, once established. can effortlessly crush cultivators of the same realm, and even suppress those of a higher realm. Note, this array can accommodate up to 36 supreme beings. If they unite to form a grand formation, they can challenge the Red Dust Immortal. The 72 Earthly Kill Array, formed by 72 cultivators of the same realm, once completed, it can easily annihilate cultivators of the same realm, and can also suppress those of a realm and a half higher. Note, this array can hold up to 72 fully realized cultivators. If they unite, they can confront the true immortal. These two grand arrays are indeed remarkable. Lin Shu marveled at their potential. The disparity between the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the alien realms was exceedingly vast. It was not merely a matter of top-tier powerhouses, immortals, or immortal kings. Even among the supremes and those of the Escape One realm, there existed a significant numerical difference. Despite Lin Shu's presence, altering the situation would prove challenging in the short term. It would be unwise to rely on figures like the God of Willow or the Master of the Forbidden Zone to confront the invading forces from the alien realms. They were ultimately immortal kings, among the most distinguished within their ranks. Asking them to engage with beings that do not adhere to the path of immortality would likely not be their preference. Lin Shu was not in a subordinate relationship with them, unlike the 5 supremes whom he could command at will. In facing the alien realms, it ultimately depended on his own strength. Figures like the God of Willow and the Master of the Forbidden Zone could only serve as trump cards. Thus, within the context of a numerical disparity among powerhouses, these two grand arrays would play a significant role. Currently, the immortals and immortal kings from the alien realms could not cross over, and therefore, with these two arrays in place, the 9 heavens and 10 earths could maintain an undefeated stance against the invading forces, even potentially applying pressure on them. The 36 celestial array, comprising 36 supreme beings, could indeed challenge the Red Dust Immortal. However, Lin Shu realized he need not dwell on this for now. While there may be numerous supremes across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the count of supreme beings was decidedly fewer. In fact, the number of supreme beings might be countable on one hand, with only the Grand Elder Meng Tian confirmed to be at this level. Others remained uncertain. As for Wang Changsheng, he might have reached this realm as well, but Lin Shu intended to eliminate him, thus excluding him from consideration. Nonetheless, even without 36 supreme beings, gathering 30 ordinary supremes to form an array would still yield sufficient might to contend with an average true immortal. Regarding the 72 fully realized cultivators, the 9 heavens and 10 earths could assemble such a force. Therefore, with these two arrays, they could adequately respond even if 2 immortals were crossover. The next step was to find ways to enhance the strength of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, with a minimum aspiration to elevate them to the pinnacle of the Escape One realm. Lin Shu contemplated the Time-Space Hall. Once the 9 heavens and 10 earths were integrated, the Time-Space Hall should begin to open its doors to them. With the Time-Space Hall present, the many strong individuals from the 9 heavens and 10 earths might find it difficult to break through to the supreme level, as that was not something that could be achieved merely through the passage of time. However, breaking through to the Escape One realm remained feasible. Many of the talented youth from the 9 heavens and 10 earths possessed the potential to reach this realm. At the very least, the Celestial Academy, the Holy Academy, the Immortal Academy, and some prodigies akin to the original figures of the 3,000 states all had the potential to ascend to the Escape One realm. Curiously, what exactly was this flawless golden pill? Lin Shu immediately began to investigate. Flawless golden pill, an unparalleled golden pill concocted from the primordial essence of chaos combined with the essence of life upon consumption. It can elevate the physical body to a state of purity, transforming it into an immaculate being. An immaculate being can disregard the laws of the world and ascend to immortality through the primordial essence and life essence contained within the golden pill, all without any adverse effects. Upon reading the description of the flawless golden pill's effects, Lin Shu felt a surge of emotion. The significance of this flawless golden pill was astonishing. It not only allowed one to transform into an immaculate being, but also enabled them to disregard the laws of the world to achieve immortality. Given the limitations and incomplete laws of the universe in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, attaining immortality seemed nearly impossible. Yet with the flawless golden pill, one would no longer need to concern themselves with the so-called world laws. After all, could the laws of the world possibly rival the primordial essence and life essence contained within the flawless golden pill? Thus, there was hope for the 9 heavens and 10 earths to produce 5 true immortals. If not for the anomalies mentioned by Yi Fan, Lin Shu mused that he could comfortably rest for a time. Yet, The thought of those anomalies made the prospect of 5 true immortals seem less appealing. Sigh. One could only wonder how many powerful beings the so-called anomalies would bring forth. Should beings above the Immortal King arrive directly, the situation would undoubtedly become dire. However, if it were merely immortal kings, or those beneath them, there remained a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, Lin Shu seemed to recall something. The ruthless empress had left him a black paper boat when she departed. Yifan had gifted him a drop of blood upon his departure. If Lin Shu's intuition was correct, that drop of blood should belong to Shi Hao. In this light, it appeared that the black paper boat from the ruthless empress might serve a purpose akin to the drop of Shi Hao's blood left by Yifan, both acting as aids or support. What events transpired in the future that compelled Yifan and the ruthless empress to traverse the river of time at great cost to leave behind their means? Lin Shu found himself perplexed. Logically speaking, without his presence, the ultimate calamity of this world would eventually be resolved. Could it be that his existence would only exacerbate the situation? Never mind, it would be best not to dwell on such matters for now. Lin Shu shook his head, casting aside these disjointed thoughts, and turned his gaze towards the battle between Shi Hao and Yu Wudi. The clash between the two was nearing its conclusion. Yu Wudi had revealed his true form as the Nine Nether Hound, yet he remained steadily suppressed by Shi Hao, with victory imminent. How formidable! This Shi Hao had grown to such an extent. It was hard to fathom that his physical form surpassed even that of the Nine Nether Hound. Where on earth had Lin Shu unearthed such extraordinary beings? Shi Hao was undoubtedly a young supreme. Should he join the Celestial Academy and cultivate an invincible seed, he would likely face no rivals in the future. As everyone marveled at Shi Hao's might, he unleashed his full 5 prohibitions, revealing his singular cave. With Shi Hao exerting his full strength, the Nine Nether Hound was swiftly overwhelmed, unable to mount any form of resistance, and was ultimately subdued. Remarkably, this transpired in just 12 exchanges. In the original text, Shi Hao had engaged Yu Wudi for hundreds of exchanges before claiming victory. Now, achieving victory in merely 12 exchanges indicated a tremendous leap in Shi Hao's capabilities. Observing Shi Hao's triumph, Lin Shu contemplated for a moment before directing his gaze towards the elders of the Immortal Academy and the Holy Academy. Is this the young supreme you have cultivated, who boasts of being the foremost among those of the celestial realm? The elders of the Immortal Academy and the Holy Academy fell into a heavy silence, reluctant to respond to Lin Shu's inquiry. They felt their faces burning with shame. It was one thing to be overpowered by a lower realm, but to be defeated in less than a dozen exchanges was truly humiliating. Who else remained? Noticing their silence, Lin Shu shifted his attention to the talented youths present, many of whom had also fallen silent under his gaze. In the realm of the Nine Hells, the indomitable Yu Wudi, hailed as the foremost among the celestial beings, fell in battle. They mused upon the futility of their efforts. How could they fare any better? Ultimately, an elder from the Immortal Academy, unable to bear the sight any longer, spoke up. Little Heavenly King, it is your turn to test your mettle. Chapter 155. The Contest of the Exiled Celestial and the Celestial Maiden. Yunqi's Dilemma. The name Little Heavenly King resonated within the walls of the Heavenly Academy, causing many gifted individuals to focus intently. Clearly, they were familiar with this moniker, for it belonged to a true paragon of excellence, a youthful sovereign unmatched among his contemporaries. Known as the Heavenly King, due to his tender years, he was affectionately dubbed the Little Heavenly King. Such a title speaks volumes, signifying his unrivaled prowess among his peers, rendering him invincible within his realm. At this moment, upon hearing the elder's summons, the Little Heavenly King, who had initially hesitated to intervene, found himself compelled to step forth. As he did so, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded beneath his feet. A vibrant rainbow materialized, transforming into a bridge of hues that seemed to herald the arrival of a formidable power. The assembled talents of the Heavenly Academy, having only heard tales of the Little Heavenly King, now beheld him for the first time, and could not help but feel a profound admiration for the truth behind his reputation. Even his entrance was nothing short of astonishing, leaving many in silent awe. The radiant rainbow concealed his visage, rendering those of lesser cultivation unable to discern his true appearance, save for the 3 ethereal auras that swirled around him, evoking a sense of trepidation. Moreover, the flowers of the great Tao bloomed in full splendor, 3 blossoms flourishing simultaneously, each emanating an awe-inspiring spectacle that continually unraveled various divine mysteries. Truly, the Little Heavenly King was remarkable. With his 3 celestial auras and 3 blossoming Tao flowers, his strength in this realm had undoubtedly reached its zenith. Even should he falter, defeat was not an option. He could certainly withstand 100 strikes. Yet, why did the little heavenly king not take the initiative to reveal his strength without the elder's prompting? Some marveled at his power, while others pondered the reasoning behind his reticence. From atop the rainbow bridge came a voice. It is not that I am unwilling to challenge, but rather that no one of equal standing to me exists near Lin Shu. Even a victory thus attained would lack honor, and moreover, I possess little enthusiasm for the techniques of the Immortal Kings or the 10 Fiend Treasures. This was the voice of the little heavenly king, dispelling many a perplexity among the gifted. If the 10 Fiend Treasures were truly invincible, how then could the invincible Yuwudi have been defeated? He was, after all, a creature of the 9 hells, wielding the true phoenix art of the 10 Fiend Treasures. He should have been unassailable, yet he still fell. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu cast a glance of surprise at the little heavenly king. It appeared that this young sovereign, who had made a mark in the original text, possessed unique insights. Just from this statement alone, the little heavenly king's stature eclipsed many of the other talents present. He was indeed a remarkable individual. Had it not been for the ancient methods of cultivation constrained by external domains, he might have shone even brighter. Alas, the ancient techniques had been deciphered by foreign powers. Unless one's prowess transcended their vulnerabilities, they would forever remain at a disadvantage. As the little heavenly king's words resonated, his true form gradually became visible. He appeared as a notably youthful man, his skin as fair as sheep-fat jade, glistening with a translucent sheen. An aura of celestial mist enveloped him, exuding an otherworldly presence, as if he were not of this mundane realm. In terms of temperament, he bore a striking resemblance to an exiled celestial. His hair, a lustrous azure, flowed like satin, smooth and supple. His features were not conventionally handsome, yet his ever-present smile radiated tranquility and serenity. His eyes, clear and pure, shone with a sapphire brilliance, untouched by worldly dust. Merely gazing upon him evoked a sense of familiarity, for he was closely aligned with the Tao, distant from the mundane. He bore no resemblance to an ordinary cultivator, exuding an elegance that was difficult for common folk to comprehend, as though he were celestial reborn, transcendent and otherworldly. Such individuals have been rare throughout history. Was it possible that the little heavenly king, like Yuchan, was a reincarnation of a significant figure from the ancient celestial era? Some sighed, noting that his aura and bearing mirrored those of the legendary sons of the celestial path, clearly indicative of a physique nurtured by divine essence. Such an individual's potential was unimaginable. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to ascend to immortality, his strength destined to astonish both ancient and modern eras. I shall be his opponent, came the voice of Qingyi beside Shi Hao. Very well. Lin Shu did not decline. With Lin Shu's consent, Qingyi gracefully stepped away from his side. Elegantly ethereal, she possessed an unparalleled beauty, her figure tall and exquisitely proportioned, clad in flowing white garments. She moved like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Her raven black hair cascaded freely, a luminous aura gracing her fair forehead. Her brows arched gracefully. Her eyes sparkled like stars, her nose elegantly defined, and her lips glistened with a radiant hue. Her flawless and breathtaking visage took one's breath away. Her heart-shaped face adorned with a gentle smile, her skin fair and radiant like sheep-fat jade. She stood out amidst the earthly realm, exuding an aura of refreshing purity. Her white attire resembling that of a celestial being gliding upon the waves, distinctly transcendent. A figure akin to an exiled celestial. A maiden resembling a celestial goddess descending to the mortal plane. Had one not witnessed the closeness between Qingyi and Lin Shu moments ago, they might have been struck by the impression that they were a perfect match. This sentiment reached Qingyi's ears, prompting her to glance over, revealing little in her expression. Yet, within her cool gaze lay an undercurrent of formidable intensity. With a single look, the heavenly king amongst the gifted felt a choking sensation. The next moment, Qingyi spoke. Should there be a next time, I shall not show mercy. Thank you, Lady Qingyi, for your leniency. The heavenly king, now aware of his rising perspiration, realized the gravity of their encounter. How terrifying, how utterly terrifying. Facing Qingyi's pressure allowed him to grasp just how formidable she truly was. It seemed she was even more fearsome than the rumor suggested. This battle would likely result in the little heavenly king's defeat. Originally, as a prodigy of the Heavenly Academy, he naturally stood by the 3 great academies. For Lin Shu's disparagement of their talents stirred a sense of unfairness within him, leading him to wish for the suppression of Lin Shu's companions by the 3 great academies. However, Upon recalling that earlier gaze, he understood the futility of such hopes. This incident was but a fleeting interlude. Most paid it no heed, save for a few astute observers who gleaned insights into Qingyi's sentiments. Qingyi, bearing an air of icy aloofness, outwardly appeared indifferent, yet her actions suggested a prideful nature. Such a person would not typically concern herself with rumors. Nevertheless, her reprimand of that individual indicated her investment in the matter, or perhaps in the presence of someone who mattered to her. Though it was an admonition, it seemed more like an explanation directed at someone significant. Those with discerning eyes turned their attention to Lin Shu. If Qingyi held any regard for someone, it was most assuredly him. Beside Lin Shu, Yunxi and Lin Xiantong exchanged knowing glances, their hearts aligned in understanding. It appeared that Qingyi had indeed developed feelings for him. Reflecting on the past, Qingyi had harbored some resentment when Lin Shu had inadvertently caught her attention. Yet now, it seemed that any remnants of that sentiment had faded, and she had unconsciously grown fond of him. Yunxi's expression darkened momentarily. Since gifting the earrings to Lin Shu, she had yet to receive a response. It seemed a decision was imminent. Yunxi appeared resolute, as if she had made up her mind. At this moment, Qingyi and the Little Heavenly King had arrived at their battlefield. The Little Heavenly King maintained a smile. Qingyi, I am from the Void Dao realm, and thus I will suppress my cultivation to engage you in battle. No need for that. Qingyi shook her head. If you suppress your realm, you will have no chance whatsoever. If that is the case, consider it a boon for me. The Little Heavenly King bore no anger, understanding well that as a prodigy, confidence in battling beyond one's rank is a common trait. He had once possessed such confidence himself, but as his cultivation advanced, the vast gap between realms gradually eroded that self-assurance. Clearly, Qingyi's confidence had yet to be diminished. Chapter 156. The Supreme, True Immortal Dao Fruit. The seedling of the cosmic tree. The battle between Yunxi and the Little Heavenly King had already commenced. Lin Shu, however, remained disinterested in the unfolding confrontation and was about to immerse himself in the system for another lottery draw. Suddenly, two figures appeared beside him. Upon closer inspection, Lin Shu recognized them as Qi Daoling and the immortal being, more precisely, the son of Quenping. Where have you two been? Lin Shu inquired. Qi Daoling and the immortal being responded, we initially accompanied them to the Academy of Celestial Deities, tasked with covertly protecting them. After learning that the 5 Supremes were arriving, we decided to explore a bit. Lin Shu nodded, showing little interest in their whereabouts. His inquiry had been casual, not born of genuine curiosity. At that moment, the son of Quenping gazed at Lin Shu with considerable hope. Noticing his expression, Lin Shu spoke. Speak your mind. Not long ago, I overheard you mentioning the Quenping. Is it true? You wish to inquire about your mother, do you not? You know, isn't it obvious that you are the son of Quenping? I implore you to enlighten me. Upon hearing this, the son of Quenping's mood shifted to one of agitation. Lin Shu continued, it is no trouble to share. Your mother, once a renowned true immortal, returned from the front lines to recuperate after sustaining severe injuries from an ambush by several true immortals, ultimately falling to the lower realms wasteland. Are you searching for your mother? Regrettably, she succumbed to the curse of the fallen immortals and perished. Upon hearing this, the son of Quenping fell silent. For years, he had sought his mother's whereabouts, believing her to be an unparalleled powerhouse. He had hoped she would still cling to life despite her wounds, never expecting her demise. This was undeniably devastating news for him. Might I request your assistance? I wish to pay my respects at the place where my mother fell. Very well. Once this matter concludes, I will summon the Goddess of Willows to facilitate your descent into the lower realm. I too have business to attend to down there. Lin Shu's unresolved issues in the lower realm were numerous, including matters in Shilin and the Void God realm. These represented formidable allies, especially the depths of the Void God realm, where resolving certain issues could significantly bolster his strength. He had been in a rush to ascend to the upper realm. Concerned that time was running out for the immortal ancient ruins, leaving many matters unattended. Originally, Lin Shu had planned to visit Shilin, the northern sea's Quenping nest, and the Void God realm after concluding affairs in the Holy Emperor Palace. Unfortunately, during his time at the Holy Emperor Palace, he encountered the formidable Empress and was trapped for 8 years, thus derailing his meticulously arranged plans. He could only set those matters aside temporarily and first address the cultivation issues within the immortal ancient ruins in the upper realm. Thank you. The son of Quenping expressed his gratitude before stepping aside to observe the battle between Qingyi and the Little Heavenly King. Lin Shu then delved into the system. System, you have 116 remaining monthly draws. Would you like to complete them all at once? Lin Shu opted not for a 10 draw, but to exhaust all at once. As Lin Shu's thoughts resonated within the system, the familiar lottery wheel materialized. After a considerable interval, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 10 portions of the 3 radiant divine water. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 10 pure gold elixirs. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 20 true immortal flesh bodies. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 30 flawless celestial fruits. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 40 supreme Tao fruits. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 5 sets of the 365 little Zhou Tian star killing array. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 10 portions of true immortal Tao fruits. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 seedling of the cosmic tree. Lin Shu surveyed the rewards from this lottery draw. Despite already possessing numerous valuable items, he felt a surge of joy at this moment due to the abundance of exceptional rewards. The 3 radiant divine water required no elaboration. He had drawn 1 previously, just enough to heal the goddess of willows. Now he had drawn 10 portions, sufficient to treat the wounds of 10 individuals. Given the imminent battles, this would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Of course, it would be best if such resources went unused. As for the pure gold elixirs, he had just drawn some moments ago, enabling individuals to transcend the limitations of a flawed world and strive for the true immortal realm. With this latest draw, he now possessed 15 in total. The true immortal flesh bodies were familiar to him, so he paid them little heed. The celestial fruits, however, held little significance. They merely enabled one to attain the celestial realm, a feat Lin Shu regarded with disdain. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on a particular item. The flawless celestial fruit. Consuming it can facilitate a breakthrough to the celestial realm without any adverse effects, and there is a considerable chance of gaining attributes like lightning, fire, or water during the breakthrough. Lin Shu had initially assumed the flawless celestial fruit would be similar to ordinary celestial fruits, perhaps slightly better, allowing for continued cultivation post-consumption. He never anticipated its effects to be so extraordinary, including the potential to acquire a sacred body. A sacred body, upon full realization, could rival even the mightiest of emperors. Those were the epitome of supreme power. Yet, it was merely a possibility, not a certainty. Lin Shu felt a twinge of regret regarding this uncertainty. But he was not overly greedy. He was already formidable enough. The supreme Tao fruit and true immortal Tao fruit are treasures capable of propelling one to great heights. The supreme Tao fruit, when consumed at the first realm, can lead to the pinnacle of the supreme realm, but subsequently, one would be unable to break through further through their own means. The supreme realm is categorized into early, mid, late, great perfection, and ultimate supremacy. Achieving great perfection in the supreme realm signifies one has reached a level of extraordinary power, were it not for the inability to advance further after consumption. Lin Shu would have contemplated using it immediately. Unfortunately, such a limitation was unacceptable to him. How could he confine himself to the supreme realm? The true immortal Tao fruit is akin to the supreme Tao fruit, but it allows one to attain the true immortal status upon consumption, yielding the most basic form of true immortal. Even so, it surpasses the supreme Tao fruit in strength. One could say the rewards from this lottery draw were astonishingly remarkable. Should these treasures be revealed, one could only imagine the shock they would incite across the realms. After all, these were supreme artifacts capable of easily granting one access to the supreme and true immortal realms. The 365 little Zhou Tian star killing array, an unparalleled killing formation, composed of 365 cultivators of the same realm, capable of unleashing power surpassing a major realm, with the potential to support a true immortal main array, exerting force comparable to that of a peak immortal king. The array is indeed formidable. However, gathering 365 true immortals is exceedingly difficult. Lin Shu casually stored it within the system space, perhaps to be utilized when his foundation was sufficiently robust in the future. As for now, it served little purpose. The final treasure drawn, however, caught Lin Shu's attention. The seedling of the cosmic tree, a world foundational tree, whose leaves could support an entire universe as the cultivator's power ascends to its zenith. It appears quite formidable, yet at present, I cannot conceive of any specific application for it. Should one possess immense strength, they could indeed uphold the cosmos single-handedly. Conversely, lacking sufficient power renders it seemingly ineffectual. The glimmer in Lin Shu's eyes dimmed once more. The treasures acquired from this lottery were indeed quite exceptional and numerous, yet they appear to be fraught with limitations. Were it not for these constraints, This occasion would have truly catapulted him into greatness. Perhaps it would be prudent to examine the annual draw. If the monthly draw yielded such magnificent artifacts, surely the annual draw would not disappoint. Lin Shu gathered all the treasures from the monthly draw and commenced the annual draw. Chapter 157. Astonishing rewards from the annual draw, the rebirth of the five-colored bird. Lin Shu's consciousness delved into the system. Commenced the 10 consecutive draws for the annual lottery. As Lin Shu's words fell, the familiar lottery wheel materialized, whirling rapidly. Within mere moments, it came to a halt, accompanied by the system's notification sound. Ding. Congratulations, host, for winning a realm of laws. Ding. Congratulations, host, for winning 4 bodies of the Immortal King. Ding. Congratulations, host, for winning 3 9-colored immortal pills. Ding. Congratulations, host, for winning a seed of pollen. Ding. Congratulations, host, for winning a sky sacrifice pill. The realm of laws. A sanctuary capable of linking to a complete world of laws. Once connected to a complete world, the realm of laws will gradually give rise to an entire system of laws, allowing for the completion of existing laws and the potential for transcendence into immortality. Indeed, the rewards from this annual draw are incomparable to those of the monthly draw. Lin Shu gazed at the description, his heart brimming with awe. The reason why the 9 heavens and 10 earths cannot be compared to the foreign realms and the immortal domain primarily lies in the incompleteness of their laws. During the cataclysm of the ancient era, the original ancient realm was shattered, and thus, the laws of the 9 heavens and 10 earths remain imperfect. Consequently, the path to cultivation is not wholly realized, making the ascent to immortality nearly impossible unless one possesses extraordinary talent to carve out their own path amidst the mortal realm. Now, with the realm of laws in hand, it is possible to connect to a world of complete laws, allowing the people of 9 heavens and 10 earths to perfect their own laws within this sanctuary. Furthermore, those who attain the pinnacle of supremacy may also strive for breakthroughs into the domain of immortality. The stronger the world linked to the realm of laws, the more complete its laws, and the quicker a world of perfected laws will emerge. Lin Shu contemplated which world to connect to, the foreign realm, or perhaps the immortal domain. Suddenly, a thought struck him. This realm is far from the foreign realms, the immortal domain, or even the Sea of Realms. Beyond the Sea of Realms lies the celestial heights, the true grand world. Places akin to the Sea of Realms are plentiful in this vast universe. Since the so-called realm of laws links to stronger worlds, yielding more complete laws and hastening the emergence of perfected laws, why not connect to the grand world above the celestial heights? However, the specifics of this operation must await the unveiling of the realm of laws to be fully understood. For now, it remains mere speculation. Lin Shu was no stranger to the bodies of the immortal kings. He had encountered them before. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone had been truly resurrected through the amalgamation of an immortal king's body and the art of rebirth, returning him to the realm of immortal kings. Although he had no immediate use for this, it might not be long before it proved beneficial. Lin Shu recalled the desolate realm of the lower world, where more than just the Lord of the Forbidden Zone resided. Other immortal kings were also present. If given the opportunity, he could indeed recruit them into his ranks and assist in their resurrection. As for the 9-colored immortal pill, memories began to resurface. The 9-colored immortal pill is a legendary elixir from the era of the fallen empire, akin to a mythological existence. Only one batch was ever concocted during that time. This pill is exceedingly rare, requiring the elusive 3 lives herb as an ingredient. By the time of the fallen empire, the recipe had been nearly forgotten, known only to Shi Hao, who had reached significant heights during that era and thus discerned its formulation. Ultimately, Shi Hao had gathered precious herbs from across the world to concoct it. When the 9-colored immortal pill was finally produced, it radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, tearing through the cosmos and affecting boundless realms, making it exceptionally remarkable. Even the immortal kings gazed upon it with fervent desire. However, at that time, Shi Hao's power had become exceedingly formidable, and none dared to covet it. The capabilities of the 9-colored immortal pill are truly astonishing. It not only heals the spiritual injuries of immortal kings, but also restores their shattered primordial spirits, facilitating their genuine resurrection. Shi Hao had relied on this very pill to revive the second immortal king of the world and the immortal gold Taoist. Of course, this refers to events from the original narrative, which Lin Shu merely reminisced about. Nonetheless, since he has now drawn it himself, it could serve to resolve the issues concerning the 2 immortal kings of the Void Spirit realm. In doing so, he could bolster his ranks with 2 more immortal kings. thereby enhancing his power significantly. And then there is the five-colored bird. Its predicament seems even more dire, as its physical form appears lost within the Sea of Realms, and its primordial spirit is exceedingly weak. Should he provide it with an immortal king's body and combine that with a 9-colored immortal pill, it might just regain its former glory. With this thought, Lin Shu wasted no time and directly addressed the Lord of the Forbidden Zone beside him. Brother Bai, I would like to request your assistance with something. Between us, there is no need for formalities. Simply express your needs, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them, replied the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. Grateful for the boon of resurrection bestowed upon him by Lin Shu, he had long sought an opportunity to repay this debt. Thus, hearing Lin Shu's request, he felt quite inclined to oblige. As for following Lin Shu or offering some Immortal King laws, to him, it was hardly a concern. Rather, it felt like a windfall. Being in Lin Shu's company afforded him the chance to engage with the goddess Lu in philosophical discourse, a rare opportunity for any immortal king, especially since the goddess Lu had recently taken a significant step forward, attaining a level of existence akin to the legendary butcher and gravekeeper. Should she extend an invitation, countless immortal kings would eagerly come to converse with her, a golden opportunity for advancement. As for the Immortal King laws, they were of little value in the eyes of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. He had once possessed exceptionally gifted disciples, each a paragon of talent. Yet those who pursued these laws ultimately failed. In his view, presenting these failed methods as a means of repayment for his resurrection would be akin to offering refuse. Observing the Lord of the Forbidden Zone's evident happiness upon hearing his request, Lin Shu felt a tinge of curiosity. However, such thoughts were beyond his comprehension. So he proceeded to articulate his intentions. Brother Bai, I would like to ask you to visit Brother Quebec. Oh, what is the matter? Are you suggesting I accompany him into the burial realm? Inquired the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. The burial realm is no ordinary place. The living cannot enter. While those few remnants of immortals may have employed certain means to do so, and are likely no longer among the living, the realm of the dead possesses methods for communicating with corpses. Perhaps they utilize such techniques to gain entry into the burial realm. If I were to accompany the five-colored bird, we would likely encounter opposition from the burial king. I see. Lin Shu understood the reason behind the 4 remnants of immortals' entrance into the burial realm. After all, the burial realm exists as an independent domain, isolated from both the immortal domain and the foreign realms, and none would dare to provoke it. It was indeed fitting that living remnants could not enter. However, if they were to perish and transform into corpses, then utilizing the methods of the realm of the dead would indeed grant them access. No, I simply wish for Brother Bai to deliver some treasures to Brother Quebec. After a brief pause, Lin Shu continued, these treasures cannot be easily retrieved here. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone comprehended Lin Shu's intention, and in the next moment, the two found themselves within a mysterious realm. Evidently, this was a temporary sanctuary conjured by the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, capable of severing all prying eyes. Here, unless one's cultivation exceeds mine, no one can intrude upon your actions. You may proceed without worry. In this enigmatic space, upon a solitary star, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone completed the necessary arrangements before addressing Lin Shu with a measured tone. Chapter 158, A Gift for the Grave Realm, the unrivaled seed of the firmament. At this moment, Lin Shu exhibited no hesitation and directly retrieved the body of the Immortal King. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone, upon witnessing the emergence of the Immortal King's body, felt a twinge of surprise. Previously, Lin Shu had produced one Immortal King body. Now, he presented another. When did the acquisition of such bodies become so trivial? An Immortal King's body signifies the demise of an Immortal King. Such beings, even within the Immortal Domain, are among the pinnacle of power. Their fall is anything but commonplace. Unless one trespasses into the realm of taboos, such a demise is virtually impossible. Where then did Lin Shu procure this Immortal King body? This is truly unfathomable. As a prominent figure among the Immortal Kings, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone may not be privy to every secret of the world, but he is certainly aware of 99% of them. At his level, aside from the Abyss of Realms, there are few mysteries that escape his knowledge. Could it be that Lin Shu obtained the Immortal King body from the Abyss? Within the Immortal Domain, as well as in foreign realms, Immortal Kings are unparalleled, overseeing countless epics. Yet, within the Abyss, even Immortal Kings may not be invincible, and their lives could be extinguished at any moment. If these Immortal King bodies originated from the Abyss, it would indeed be plausible. However, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone could not fathom how Lin Shu acquired them from the Abyss. The thought of the Willow God crossed his mind, but he dismissed it. During Lin Shu's recent disappearance, he had contemplated joining forces with the Willow God to traverse the abyss, but was rebuffed. It was unlikely that the Willow God would venture into the abyss, at least not at this moment. Unable to unravel the mystery, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone chose not to dwell on it further. Do you wish for me to send the Immortal King body to the Grave Realm, thereby allowing the Grave Realm to release those 4 remnants of the Immortal? The Lord of the Forbidden Zone speculated, finding this possibility quite credible. The Grave Realm comprises the spirits of the deceased. Should they possess an Immortal King body, they would undoubtedly agree to relinquish the 4 remnants of the Immortal. Lin Shu, caught off guard by the Lord's line of thought, soon realized that such a powerful entity as the Grave Realm warranted the Lord's conjecture. No, I merely wish for you to deliver the Immortal King body to the Wutsai Sparrow, facilitating its resurrection. Ah, I see. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone replied. I initially thought you aimed to resolve the matter of the 4 remnants of the Immortal. If that were the case, exchanging for an Immortal King body would be unnecessary. I could simply request Willow God as assistance. With Willow God as current strength, even the Grave Master would not pose a challenge. However, due to certain constraints, Willow God cannot wield such power at present. The existence of taboos may draw attention, which could prove hazardous for us. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone comprehended Lin Shu's words, recognizing that the forbidden existence referred to the deep recesses of the abyss. By the way, Brother Bai, I assume Willow God has informed you of the resurrection method you sought? Indeed, I am familiar with the resurrection technique. You wish for me to resurrect the Wutsai Sparrow, correct? Precisely. Very well, I shall make this journey. Subsequently, Lin Shu produced a 9-colored immortal pill. The situation of Brother Sparrow may differ somewhat from yours. If the Immortal King body alone proves insufficient, let him consume this pill, and he shall successfully revive. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone regarded the pill in Lin Shu's hand, sensing the formidable medicinal power contained within. It was evidently concocted from the most potent treasures of heaven and earth, seemingly involving the elusive 3 lives herb. This pill appeared to transcend this epoch, perhaps even the previous one, with roots tracing back to the ancient era of the fallen emperors. Lin Shu nodded. Indeed, this elixir is known as the 9-colored immortal pill, originating from the era of the fallen emperors. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiries. He accepted the 9-colored immortal pill along with the Immortal King body and proceeded in the direction of the Grave Realm. Meanwhile, Lin Shu returned to the front of the Heavenly God Academy. Before the Heavenly God Academy, Lin Shu's sudden disappearance and reappearance naturally drew the attention of many. However, upon noticing the absence of the white-clad powerhouse beside Lin Shu, their hearts were filled with speculation. Simultaneously, several disciples discreetly disseminated the news. Lin Shu, however, paid no heed to these disciples, instead directing his gaze towards Qing Yi and the Little Heavenly King. Their battle had concluded. The Little Heavenly King was indeed formidable, having integrated a so-called unrivaled seed and possessing the Void Dao realm. Alas, Qing Yi proved even more powerful, infused with the 3 ancient flames of the Immortal Dao, which had already merged. The effect was akin to a supercharged version of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. No matter how strong the Little Heavenly King may be, he ultimately fell to Qing Yi, who concluded the duel in approximately 20 exchanges. The Little Heavenly King was defeated. How could this be? Since childhood, he had been invincible, never tasting defeat amongst his peers, and had entered the Immortal Academy with an unrivaled seed, stepping into the Void Dao realm, destined to dominate the world. Yet now, he had succumbed. Qing Yi was terrifying. The power derived from the fusion of the 3 ancient flames of the Immortal Dao was overwhelming. The merging of these flames transcended mere addition, resulting in exponential enhancement. This was merely a preliminary fusion. Should it achieve perfection, how potent would it become? The foremost figure of the younger generation was undoubtedly Qing Yi. The might of Qing Yi was evident to all. She was extraordinarily powerful, wielding numerous 10 fiend sorceries. Her physical form was immensely strong, subtly surpassing even the 9 Netherhound. Furthermore, she possessed the laws of the Immortal King and had fused 3 ancient flames of the Immortal Dao. Each attribute alone could designate one as a young supreme being. Yet Qing Yi embodied multiple traits, rightfully earning her the title of the foremost among her peers. I shall take on a challenge. At that moment, a flash of blue light appeared atop the giant vessel of the Immortal Academy. Enigmatic mist descended, suffusing the heavens and earth with a cool, ethereal blue glow, rendering the atmosphere both serene and mysterious. From this haze emerged a vague silhouette, tall and graceful. with long legs and a flowing blue gown that could not conceal her alluring curves. This was a woman, seemingly in her tender youth, with skin as white and lustrous as jade, stepping forth from the cerulean mist. As the crowd beheld her visage, they were struck by the brilliance of her blue eyes and cascading hair that shimmered like rippling waves. Each step she took radiated a crystalline sheen. Undoubtedly, this woman was breathtakingly beautiful, deserving of the title of unparalleled beauty across the realms. Should she be present at the Heavenly God Academy, she would undoubtedly rank among the 12 celestial maidens. Her skin was translucent, her eyes brimming with vitality, large and exquisite, with long lashes fluttering, emitting a dazzling light. It was she, the princess of the Changshan clan, Lin Shu. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd as her identity was recognized, sparking a flurry of discussion. Many were transfixed by her presence, captivated not only by her resplendent beauty, but also by her status as a young supreme being, an exceptionally powerful individual who had never tasted defeat. Qing Yi, you're impressive. You are the first woman in this world to make me feel pressure. Are you willing to engage in a duel with me? Lin Shu stepped forward, directly challenging Qing Yi. At that moment, Lin Shu interjected, "You are Lin Shu, correct? You wish to challenge Qing Yi, and there will be ample time for that in the future. However, today, each person may only battle once. Why not face the individual beside me instead?" As he spoke, Lin Shu gestured towards the Dragon Maiden, whose figure was equally captivating, mirroring Lin Shu's allure. Particularly striking was her flowing water blue hair, cascading gracefully to her waist. Lin Shu also possessed blue hair, which was precisely why Lin Shu had chosen the Dragon Maiden. Upon seeing Lin Shu point at her, the Dragon Maiden quickly stepped forward. "Master, I shall return shortly." The Dragon Maiden, a mount acquired by Lin Shu from the ancient ruins of the Celestial Realm, had since been bestowed with the Destiny Stone and the Candle Shadow Stone. She had now reached an astonishing height. In terms of power, Lin Shu was uncertain of her exact capabilities, but one thing was clear: she was undoubtedly formidable. In Lin Shu's eyes, the Dragon Maiden's potential surpassed that of Qing Yi, unless Qing Yi were to further assimilate more ancient celestial fires. After all, she was a candle dragon, an entity of unparalleled strength, while the ancient celestial fires still fell short. However, one must acknowledge that in this world, anything is possible, and it would be premature to make such definitive judgments. The true measure of an individual's achievements lies in their future growth. Potential remains just that, potential. It was indeed her, the Dragon Maiden. Among the 12 celestial maidens, she did not seem particularly remarkable. Could she possibly defeat Lin Shu? A disciple from the Celestial Academy expressed doubt, for the Dragon Maiden had not exhibited any dazzling accomplishments there. In contrast, Lin Shu had already made a name for herself and had integrated a truly invincible seed, the Celestial Sphere Seed. This seed, renowned in ancient times, was said to be priceless, earning its name from the heavens themselves. The Celestial Sphere Seed is a legendary entity that could lead one to transcendence and immortality, a seed rivaling the coveted Hongmeng Purple Qi Seed. In the past, the Hongmeng Purple Qi Seed was hailed as an invincible seed that guaranteed a path to transcendence, while its counterpart, the Celestial Sphere Seed, was regarded as the ultimate gift from the heavens to their offspring, capable of contending with the formidable Hongmeng Purple Qi Seed in the mortal realm. Now, following the little heavenly king, Lin Shu had also taken to the stage. This was yet another battle among the youthful supremes, and all eyes were eagerly fixed upon it. It is worth noting that the Purple Sun Celestial Monarch, Lin Shu, the little heavenly king, and the great Suta were all illustrious figures whose names resonated through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, representing the pinnacle of combat prowess within the Celestial Academy. The little heavenly king had succumbed to Qing Yi, causing his invincible reputation to wane. Thus, it remained uncertain whether Lin Shu could restore some semblance of honor to the Academy. Should Lin Shu also falter, the Academy would face a dire trifecta of defeats. Yu Wudi, the little heavenly king, and Lin Shu were all exceptional young supremes renowned across the realms. Surely, they would not suffer another loss. In times past, had anyone claimed they could vanquish the Academy's youthful supremes, such a statement would have been met with disbelief, perhaps even scorn. Yet now, the resolve in their hearts wavered. For the first 2 figures emerging from Lin Shu's side were simply too monstrous. Shi Hao, a member of the human race, possessed a physique so formidable that it surpassed even a 9 Netherhound. Though he had yet to enter the Sacred Academy, he had reached the pinnacle of every realm, even transcending the limits of blood manipulation and the cave heavens. His mastery in blood manipulation reached an extraordinary 10,000 gene of strength, and he surpassed the limits of the cave heavens with 10 cave heavens. Shi Hao was truly a prodigy. Similarly, Qing Yi was equally terrifying. Now, with the emergence of the Dragon Maiden, whose reputation may not have been as prominent, it was indeed illogical to assume she could rival Lan Xian. Yet, who could say for certain? Not long ago, Shi Hao had also been relatively unknown, yet his strength was indisputable. On another colossal vessel, the talents of the Sacred Academy were engaged in fervent discussion. With the little heavenly king's defeat, could our youthful supremes triumph? Their gazes turned toward the bow of the great ship. There, several young figures stood shrouded in a mist of terror, their formidable presence palpable, even under the oppressive aura that enveloped them. These were the extraordinary talents of the Sacred Academy. Qi Gu, the little sage, and the one and only Jin Zhan, each stronger than the last, having undergone several rebirths, their depths unfathomable. Especially Jin Zhan, who was rumored to have transcended into a realm beyond the Void Dao. His power so immense that many elder cultivators, including several sect leaders, could not compare to him. The crowd yearned to behold the expressions of these Sacred Academy prodigies, but the obscured aura prevented them from discerning anything clearly. You are called the Dragon Maiden? Jin Zhan remarked. I can see that your aura is not weak. You possess the potential of a youthful supreme. However, I have already stepped into the Void Dao realm, integrating the invincible ancient seed, the celestial sphere seed. Only the Hongming purple chi seed, or perhaps the world tree that once appeared in the Celestial Academy, could rival it. Should you enter the Void Dao realm, our battle might be more exhilarating. Nevertheless, since you wish to contend with me, for fairness, I shall suppress my strength to the celestial realm, refraining from utilizing the celestial sphere seed, for otherwise you have no chance. The Dragon Maiden gazed at Lan Xian, who was enveloped in blue light, her mysterious aura swirling around her. There stood a celestial maiden in a flowing blue robe, gracefully waving her sleeves, tearing the firmament as she stood there, her alluring form captivating all eyes. This was Lan Xian. In her past, facing such a youthful supreme, she would indeed have had no chance of victory. However, after her complete assimilation with the Candle Shadow Stone in the ancient celestial ruins, the Dragon Maiden felt an incredibly terrifying transformation within her strength, one so profound that even she could not fully comprehend it. Yet, she was certain that against the former masters of the Dragon Palace, she would now stand unfazed. There is no need for hesitation. Since my master has commanded me to battle you, I shall give it my all. Furthermore, my master has just stated that there are no truly invincible ancient seeds. Such so-called invincible seeds hold only slight advantages against the young supremes of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. When faced with the alien realms, they have long since deciphered how to counter the ancient seeds of our world. I advise you to rely less on the celestial sphere seed, for if you battle in the alien realms, you might find yourself facing death. Do not doubt my master's words. Master? Lan Xian was taken aback. Such a being as the Dragon Maiden dared to call Lin Shu her master? To Lan Xian, the Dragon Maiden might not rank among the youthful supremes. Yet she could potentially place within the top 20 among the 3 great academies. Even within that elite circle, she would still stand as one of the foremost talents across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Why would she acknowledge another as her master? Of course, this was a personal matter for the Dragon Maiden, and Lan Xian did not interfere. If that is the case, then let us engage in battle. Since you deem the celestial sphere seed so insignificant, today I shall show you just how powerful it truly is. As her words fell, Lan Xian made her move. With a wave of her hand, she began to form a mystical seal. The moment the seal took shape, the entire sky rumbled, descending upon them. In that instant, the heavens transformed into a grand scripture, enveloping everything. This was the might summoned by the celestial sphere seed. Summoning the divine might, the Dragon Maiden regarded the descending heavens with an unflinching demeanor. Ever since fusing with the Candle Shadow Stone, she felt transcendent, as though she stood above the very fabric of the universe. It seemed as if the entirety of existence lay solely within her gaze and grasp. In the next moment, with a mere blink, the once bright sky darkened to an inky blackness, akin to spilled ink, as if the world were plummeting into an abyss. As if it were the end of days, the Dragon Maiden, now embodying the essence of the Candle Dragon, could summon night with her closed eyes and daylight with her gaze. From this day forth, she could command the cycle of day and night at will. Darkness represented the yin, while light embodied the yang. Within her sight, the interplay of yin and yang could stir the grand principles of the universe, rendering all other pathways and even laws irrelevant. The Void Tao realm signifies a unity with the grand principles, harnessing the power of heaven and earth. Yet, the Dragon Maiden possessed the ability to overturn the very fabric of existence, rendering the grand principles invisible and the laws non-existent. Beneath the heavens, devoid of the grand principles and laws, the celestial sphere seed, the invincible ancient seed from the celestial era, suddenly lost all efficacy. What have you done? Lan Xiang, perceiving that her Tianxiong seed could no longer summon its formidable powers, immediately changed her expression. I am the Candle Dragon. With my eyes open, it is day, and with them closed, it is night. Wherever my gaze lands, there lies my dominion. In my realm, the great Tao and the laws have crumbled. Without the support of the Tao and the laws, your so-called invincible seed becomes utterly ineffective. What? The Dragon Maiden's voice fell like a thunderclap. At this moment, everyone present turned pale with shock. They were not on the battlefield, but merely spectators, witnessing the transformation of the day into night at the combat site. They had initially thought it to be a trivial maneuver, but to their astonishment, in that fleeting instant, not only had day and night been inverted, but the very essence of the Tao and the laws had also been upended, rendering them non-existent. What kind of bizarre technique is this? The Candle Dragon? What manner of being is that? A true dragon? According to records, true dragons do not seem to possess such capabilities. An elder from the Immortal Academy turned to Lin Shu, unable to contain his curiosity. Young Master Lin, might you enlighten us on the nature of this Candle Dragon? Could it be an unparalleled beast from an era even more ancient than the age of the Immortals? Chapter 160, A Sudden Change. The three great longevity families strike. Lin Shu, upon hearing the elder's inquiry, replied with a calm demeanor. The Candle Dragon may very well be the progenitor of dragons. Just as the Dragon Maiden stated. With her eyes closed, it is night. With them open, it is day. Should she possess sufficient power, once the Dragon Maiden falls asleep, the entire universe would be engulfed in eternal night. 9 heavens, 10 lands, the starry cosmos would be devoid of light. Conversely, the same applies. In the realm where the Dragon Maiden resides, she is the true sovereign of creation. Of course, at this moment, the Dragon Maiden is not overly powerful. Trapped within the Void Tao realm, she cannot break free. However, should she ascend to a higher level, she could indeed find a way to escape. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, the elder from the Immortal Academy was left astounded. The existence of such a being in this world was beyond comprehension. If the Dragon Maiden so desired, she could cast the entire world into an endless night. Were it merely eternal night, it might not pose much of a threat, for powerful cultivators could survive without light, and the impact would be minimal. However, in eternal night, where the Tao and the laws cease to exist, that becomes truly monstrous. The Void Tao realm is about merging with the Tao, using a perfect seed as a medium to grasp the profound truths of the cosmos. If the Tao itself ceases to exist, then the Void Tao realm cannot merge with it. How then could one engage in battle? In a mere blink. The confrontation between Lan Xian and the Dragon Maiden had already reached its conclusion, devoid of any suspense. The Dragon Maiden emerged victorious. With a single strike, instantly, a vigorous clamor erupted among the onlookers. They had presumed the Dragon Maiden to be of little renown, yet she had proven to be the strongest. Indeed, Lan Xian was renowned alongside the Little Heavenly King, yet she had been defeated in one blow. The Little Heavenly King had fought for a while before succumbing to defeat, but Lan Xian had faltered after merely one strike. How astonishing that the Dragon Maiden surpassed even Qing Yi. Meanwhile, Zhe Xian gazed at the Dragon Maiden, a profound sense of reflection welling within him. In the ancient secret realm of the Immortals, he had laid down a deadly trap, and, at that time, the Dragon Maiden had merely seemed like a slightly stronger ancient anomaly to him. Had he wished, he could have easily subdued her. Yet unexpectedly, after receiving the opportunity bestowed by the young master, the Dragon Maiden had undergone such a terrifying transformation in a mere 2.5 years. Zhe Xian contemplated whether he could have triumphed over the Dragon Maiden had he been in Lan Xian's position. Ultimately, he shook his head. He could not defeat her, only maintain his undefeated status. Fortunately, he had not merged with the so-called invincible seed. Otherwise, his fate would have mirrored that of Lan Xian. While Lan Xian had integrated the invincible seed, which bore her Tao, the Dragon Maiden could directly subvert the Tao and the laws, thus swiftly vanquishing her. If beings from other realms possessed such abilities, then those prodigies who merged with ancient seeds would undoubtedly be thoroughly crushed, left without the means to retaliate. Even though they lacked the incredible techniques of the Dragon Maiden. One must consider what Lin Shu had previously mentioned. that the otherworldly beings had unraveled the laws and seeds of this realm. It is likely that, even if they could not achieve such ease as the Dragon Maiden, they could still impose suppression. It seems that my path henceforth should not be the ancient methods of cultivation, for the flaws of the immortal ancient techniques are far too great. Initially, Shi Hao had cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, and practicing the immortal ancient methods would have yielded significant gains. Had he merged with an invincible seed, he would have undoubtedly been unrivaled among his peers. However, this day's spectacle had made him realize that the so-called invincible seed was hardly invincible at all. The Dragon Maiden could sever the connection between the invincible seed and the Tao and the laws through her unique abilities. In the future, he might encounter genuine powerhouses who could achieve the same through their strength alone. It appears that the laws of the present era are the path I must pursue. With this thought, Shi Hao made his decision. Having concluded this matter, he sought to request Lin Shu to forge him using the heavenly yellow flame, striving to break through the limits of the blood-moving realm and reach transcendence. You have triumphed. Lin Shu, gazing at the Dragon Maiden, wore a complex expression. The once confident Lin Shu now bore the signs of a heart wounded in its very essence. Observing her demeanor, the numerous prodigies present fell into a contemplative silence. Was Lin Shu's heart steadfast? Undoubtedly. If her heart were not resolute, how could she have risen to be among the most formidable of the younger generation across the 9 heavens and 10 lands? Within the Immortal Academy, she was considered a young supreme, and only a handful could stand comparably to her. Yet, such an individual had suffered a blow today. If she could not overcome this, she might find herself eternally trapped within the void Tao realm, with no prospect for further advancement. At this moment, Lin Shu spoke up. Lin Shu, you should consider yourself fortunate to have fallen to the Dragon Maiden today. Had you faced an otherworldly prodigy, you would have perished. As a young supreme, to succumb to a single defeat and fall into despair. What has become of your heart, your confidence? I do not wish to console you. I simply state that if you desire strength, you may seek me, and I shall guide you on a path. Of course, I suggest you discard that Tianqiang seed. If you had brought it along, there would be no need for you to come at all. Lin Shu spoke, primarily because he believed Lin Shu possessed considerable potential. Such a prodigy, if allowed to languish, would be a significant loss. Were the little heavenly king to exhibit the same attitude as Lin Shu, Lin Shu would similarly intervene. However, despite his defeat, the little heavenly king had maintained his resolve for a time, and thus his heart remained unshaken. Only Lin Shu, having fallen in one blow, faced a true crisis, a devastating blow for one who had always been undefeated. Lin Shu, seemingly oblivious to Lin Shu's words, returned to the Immortal Academy's colossal vessel in a daze. Lin Shu refrained from further commentary. If she absorbed his words, that would be splendid. If not, it would not greatly matter. After all, one less prodigy would hardly affect the balance. As events unfolded, it remained uncertain which self-proclaimed invincible young supreme might next dare to step forward. Lin Shu turned his gaze toward the Immortal Academy, the Holy Academy, and the Celestial Divine Academy. The 3 great academies fell into silence. Yu Wudi, Lin Shu, the little heavenly king, each one of them was a being of invincibility, and they had all been vanquished. What would be the outcome if others stepped forth to challenge? Perhaps the prodigies surrounding Lin Shu were not as unique as the Dragon Maiden, but who could truly ascertain? Some prodigies glanced toward the Holy Academy. The Immortal Academy had at least dispatched 3 young supremes, while the Holy Academy had yet to make a move. Jinzhan, why not go and have a word with them? An elder from the Holy Academy suggested. At that moment, the heavens trembled unexpectedly. In an instant, numerous portals opened, and from within emerged a multitude of figures. It was the Long Life Wind clan, the Long Life Jin family. The Long Life Wang clan had also arrived. Upon witnessing the figures emerging from various directions, the expressions of all the prodigies present shifted dramatically. The sudden appearance of this multitude was estimated to number no less than 500,000. The Long Life Wind clan, the Long Life Jin family, the Long Life Wang clan. These were all immortal lineages, families that had once produced true immortals. After generations of development, their clan members were beyond reckoning. However, every individual present here is above the celestial realm, undoubtedly an elite force. Particularly leading the charge is none other than the illustrious and formidable supreme. Wang Changsheng of the Wang family, Jin Taijun of the Jin family, and Feng Laozun of the Feng family. The 3 supremes, accompanied by the elite of the 3 immortal lineages, have arrived. What could their intentions be? Are they preparing for war? The Grand Elder of the Celestial Academy, witnessing this scene, immediately stepped forward. Fellow Taoists, what is your purpose in this action? In unison, the three supremes declared, "Today, we shall cleanse the 9 heavens and 10 earths." At this moment, Lin Shu stepped forward. Once Brother Bai departed, you all emerged. It seems you have been keeping a watchful eye on this place all along. Not long ago, the master of the Forbidden Zone and Lin Shu had vanished for a while. Upon Lin Shu's return, the master did not follow suit, prompting Lin Shu to sense certain fluctuations. Evidently, the master's formidable power had deterred them from acting against him. The moment he left, they boldly revealed themselves. Yet, do these individuals not realize their good rapport with the master of the Forbidden Zone? After all, I have publicly called him Brother Bai. Even if they succeed, do they not fear retribution from the master? Feng Laozun gazed at Lin Shu. Lin Shu, you indeed have many powerful allies by your side. 5 supremes and an unparalleled woman who seems to have reached the pinnacle of supremacy. The 5-colored sparrow and the recently departed white-clad elder are true immortals. Alas, both of those immortals are absent today. You are doomed. The 9 heavens and 10 earths do not belong to a mere youth like you to command. They are the dominion of the supremes, the Wang family, and the immortal lineages, not something a mere celestial fire can control. As for those 2 immortal elders, once you perish, we shall find a way to atone. I do not believe that a true immortal would wage war on behalf of a mere celestial fire. Thus, it is clear, no wonder they fear no retribution. They believe the master of the Forbidden Zone will not seek vengeance for the death of a mere celestial fire realm cultivator. I once thought you wielded an unparalleled weapon, unafraid of the Changshang family. Now it appears you are no more than this. Given this, your existence has become meaningless. With those words, Lin Shu promptly issued an order. Supreme Demon Ape, Supreme Thunder Spirit, Supreme Divine Locust, Supreme Qilin, Supreme True Phoenix. Engage them. Leave no survivors. Chapter 161. The 3 Supremes clash against 9 Supremes. The advantage is mine. As Lin Shu's command echoed, the 5 Supremes sprang into action. In general, these 5 Supremes would dominate the 9 heavens and 10 earths, invincible forces. However, the 3 immortal lineages remained unfazed, for they had undoubtedly investigated Lin Shu's powerful allies thoroughly. Among them, the most formidable was the 5-colored sparrow, known to have once traversed the 3,000 prefectures and assumed to have achieved true immortality. The other was the white-clad figure who, although he had not engaged anyone directly, had merely hinted at a level of power that even the Supremes found daunting. He could very well be a true immortal transcending the realm of humanity. Had both true immortals been present, they would not have dared to act openly, but now, their absence left Lin Shu vulnerable. At present, Lin Shu was flanked by 5 Supremes and one who seemingly reached the ultimate Supreme level. This force, while still incredibly potent, paled in comparison to the might of the 3 immortal lineages. Had Lin Shu not sought conflict, they would not have dared to take such risks. However, since they decided to engage, they were fully prepared. In an instant, Wang Changsheng, Feng Laozun, and Jin Taijun exchanged glances. The next moment, the 3 Supremes produced their immortal artifacts. This was the foundation of the Changsheng family. The reason the Changsheng family had stood resiliently for millions of years, unyielding, was not only due to their lineage of true immortals, but also because of the immortal artifacts left behind by those true beings, which suppressed their family's essence, allowing them to dominate each era of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. As the 3 immortal artifacts were unveiled, wielded by the Supremes, they unleashed an overwhelmingly terrifying force. A boundless aura that instantly suppressed the entire scene, causing the expressions of many powerful figures to shift dramatically. The power of immortal artifacts is too formidable. Such artifacts are typically reserved for facing the immortal beings from other realms. Under normal circumstances, they would not be employed. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, since the end of the immortal ancient era, there had not been a usage of immortal artifacts for millions of years. The might of these artifacts is so immense that even the Supremes, already powerful, could potentially unleash catastrophic destruction upon the 9 heavens and 10 earths with them in hand. Should the 9 heavens and 10 earths face further fragmentation, it would become even more arduous to cultivate within. At this juncture, the elders of the Celestial Academy, the Immortal Academy, and the Sacred Academy could no longer remain passive. Wang family, Jin family, Feng clan, how dare you shred the contract and wield immortal artifacts within the 9 heavens and 10 earths? After the immortal ancient era, the use of immortal artifacts in the 9 heavens and 10 earths was strictly forbidden, only permissible in battles against foreign realms. Are you intent on becoming the scourge of the 9 heavens and 10 earths? The three Changshang family supremes merely chuckled disdainfully and replied, "Humph, a bunch of decayed individuals, forever clinging to your so-called rules. This is a life-and-death struggle, a contest of lineages. Should we fail, we shall have no place to stand. Why adhere to these so-called regulations? Today, Lin Shu must die. If he does not perish, we shall find no peace." Lin Shu observed the pallid faces of the elders from the Celestial Academy, the Immortal Academy, and the Sacred Academy. He could not help but feel a sense of gratitude toward the three Changsheng families. Their reckless use of immortal artifacts was indeed shaking the very foundations of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The elders of the Celestial Academy, the Immortal Academy, and the Sacred Academy, too rigid in their adherence to rules, found themselves compelled to stand against the three Changsheng families now that the latter had resorted to such drastic measures. Of course, the Changsheng families did not wish to act in this manner. After all, they only had 3 supremes, while Lin Shu on the surface had 5 supremes along with Yi Qingshan, making a total of 6. Without employing immortal artifacts, they had no hope of victory. Many among you have yet to reach the supreme realm. Frankly speaking, those who have not attained the supreme realm, even standing beside Lin Shu, will not affect any substantial change in this battle. Under the might of immortal artifacts, any attempts at fleeing or resisting are ultimately futile. I can offer you an opportunity. Should you refrain from action now, you will remain the esteemed elders of the 3 great academies. However, should you choose to engage under the immortal artifacts, do not mind adding a few more souls to the pile. The elders from the Celestial Academy, the Immortal Academy, and the Sacred Academy fell silent, hesitating momentarily. Wang Changsheng's assertions were undeniably accurate. Wang Changsheng, Jin Taijun, and Feng Laozuan are undoubtedly supreme beings standing atop the pinnacle of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Truly invincible sovereigns. Such formidable power alone renders them beyond the reach of any mere adversary, let alone the likes of Zhanhua and Dani, especially with the added might of celestial artifacts. At this juncture, the esteemed Elder Meng Tianzheng of the Celestial Academy stepped forth. "Wang Changsheng, you shall not succeed today. As long as I stand, I will not allow you to extinguish the rising dawn of the 9 heavens and 10 earths." He then addressed the assembly. "Let me confront Wang Changsheng and his ilk. You should deal with the other members of their families. Surely, you do not wish to witness the imminent dawn of the 9 heavens and 10 earths snuffed out so easily?" At these words, the elders of the Celestial Academy, the Immortal Academy, and the Sacred Academy brightened with renewed vigor. They understood well, after a series of preceding events, that Lin Shu was of utmost importance to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Not to mention, Lin Shu's unparalleled ability to nurture prodigies was truly unprecedented. The 3 top-tier young sovereigns of the Immortal Academy, having undergone extensive training and consumed boundless resources, were ultimately bested with ease by the prodigies surrounding Lin Shu. They did not believe that the prodigies by Lin Shu's side were inherently more gifted than the 3 young sovereigns of the Immortal Academy. Their remarkable achievements could only be attributed to Lin Shu's unique methods. Should such methods be employed to cultivate other prodigies in a mere century, the 9 heavens and 10 earths would undoubtedly flourish, and the so-called young sovereigns would likely proliferate like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. This would herald a glorious era for the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This opportunity was not to be squandered. Thus, they resolved to protect Lin Shu. If the 3 sovereigns intend to strike against young Master Lin Shu today, do not blame us for standing by his side. In an instant, numerous elders from the Celestial Academy, the Immortal Academy, and the Sacred Academy silently positioned themselves behind Lin Shu, having evidently made their decision. Lin Shu observed this scene with an unchanging expression, yet internally he reflected, "Although I possess the backing of 5 sovereign mounts, the influence of Elder Meng Tianzheng ultimately surpasses mine." With this thought in mind, Lin Shu spoke, "Since you all support me, I hereby promise that should you assist in cleansing the 9 heavens and 10 earths of the Wang, Jin, and Feng family scourge, I will bestow upon you corresponding opportunities based on your contributions." He produced a supreme Dao fruit and a true immortal Dao fruit. The moment these 2 fruits emerged, many elders of the Celestial Academy, the Immortal Academy, and the Sacred Academy felt their expressions stiffen, sensing the extraordinary aura emanating from the fruits, along with an undeniable thirst within themselves. Clearly, this was an unparalleled opportunity. In unison, the elders declared, "We are willing to aid young Master Lin Shu in cleansing the 9 heavens and 10 earths." Witnessing their choice, Lin Shu nodded in approval. These Dao fruits were gifts he intended to bestow eventually. However, they would not be given freely. With the three great Chongqing families arriving, it was only fitting that they take action. It would be a waste to have Lu Shun handle such minuscule adversaries. This presented an opportunity to bind those at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens and 10 earths to his side, thereby amplifying his influence. Why not seize the chance? No matter how many ants there may be, they remain but ants. Without sovereigns, they cannot alter the balance of power. Although the 3 Chongshang families were somewhat taken aback by this turn of events, they were not intimidated. The elders posed a threat primarily due to the 3 grand elders of the great academies, all of whom were sovereign beings. Beyond them, the rest were mere ants. Zhanhua and Dun, he would hardly make a significant impact. With 3 sovereigns, 3 celestial artifacts, and the might of the 3 great families, they could construct 3 true immortal formations capable of contending against 8 or 9 sovereigns. Wang Chongsheng, Jin Taijun, and Feng Laozuan. The advantage lies with us. Chapter 162. The Convergence of the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths. Lu Shun takes action. At this very moment, the heavens tore open, and formidable beings emerged. The Starry Pavilion wishes to assist young master in cleansing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The Zhuke ancient nation stands ready to aid young master in cleansing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The Takuya family offers their support to young master in this endeavor. The Yaoyue dynasty, along with the Su family of Chongsheng, brings the shroud of the Immortal King to lend a hand to young master Lin Shu. In an astonishing turn of events, numerous supreme lineages and long-lived factions arrived. The Starry Pavilion and Zhuke ancient nation were both supreme lineages, while the Takuya family and the Chongsheng Su family were long-lived clans. Lin Shu was surprised to see the presence of the Zhixian family, a lineage tied to the enigmatic Zhixian, a family that had maintained a low profile, rarely emerging into the world. Unlike the so-called royal families of the 3,000 prefectures, the Zhixian family had always ranked among the highest echelons. Their lack of visibility stemmed from their continued seclusion, akin to Zhixian residing within the perilous ruins of the Immortal Age, an unrecognized sovereign, yet a force few were aware of. The Zhixian family, despite their immense power and multiple sovereigns, operated in a semi-hidden state. Had it not been for Lin Shu's close relationship with Zhixian during their time in the ruins, he might have remained oblivious to the influence backing Zhixian. Thus, the arrival of the Zhixian family was quite unexpected for him. Young master, the ancestral elders of my family have agreed to emerge after my persuasion. They understand that amidst the turmoil in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, even in seclusion, they cannot remain unscathed. Zhixian explained. Excellent. Your decision is remarkably astute. From this day forth, the Zhixian family shall become a true long-lived clan, no longer a mere facade. Upon hearing this, Zhixian understood Lin Shu's intention to nurture their lineage. Grateful, Zhixian promptly expressed, I shall convey my gratitude to the ancestral elders on behalf of our family. Do not mention it. Since you have chosen to stand with me and possess such potential, the Zhixian family's willingness to step forward is duly noted. Subsequently, Lin Shu took to the forefront, expressing his gratitude to the various forces that had come to support him. This demonstrated the advantages of showcasing his strength and value. Unlike the original narrative, where Shi Hao fought alone, with only a handful of allies, unable to muster the power to contend against numerous factions, Lin Shu now commanded a formidable coalition. In the 3,000 prefectures, the Celestial Palace, the Heavenly Kingdom, and the Underworld, the long-lived Feng family, the Wang family, and the Jin family posed threats to Shi Hao's existence. Yet, Shi Hao had only a few allies, such as Shi Daoling, Kun Pengzi, Elder Meng Tianzhong, and a handful of other powerful beings to aid him. The reality was that although Shi Hao was strong, he lacked the support and the demonstration of value necessary to alter the course of events. Had he possessed the ability to cultivate young sovereigns, along with true immortal and supreme Tao fruits and 5 sovereigns at his command, he would never have been forced to flee to foreign lands. Even when faced with such pressures, with Elder Meng Tianzhong by his side, he would not have been reduced to seeking refuge in alien territories. Jitian Sect and Jitian Dao have come forth to assist young master. The Everlasting Mountain has arrived to lend a hand. The Butian Sect and Butian Dao have come to support young master. Voices continued to arise, each heralding the arrival of formidable lineages. However, the forces arriving now were indeed unexpected for Lin Shu. While the Jitian Sect was familiar due to his good relations with the witch and Lin Xiantong, and had already established a close bond with Lin Shu in the 3,000 prefectures, the Jitian Dao, Butian Sect, and Everlasting Mountain were less familiar to him, even harboring past grievances with Butian Sect. The Holy Maiden's alternate self has been thoroughly severed. In the unaging mountains, although Lin Shu claimed to have not engaged them directly, it is undeniable that Shi Hao had indeed clashed with them, and given his close ties with me, they could hardly be unaware of it. Lin Shu's gaze shifted towards Shi Hao. Shi Hao spoke. Brother, it was I who persuaded them. If it were Shi Hao, it would indeed make sense. Witnessing the arrival of formidable forces capable of stirring up storms across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, Lin Shu then declared, I, this young master, extend my warmest welcome to all. As he spoke, Lin Shu produced a supreme Tao fruit. This is the supreme Tao fruit, which can elevate a practitioner at the first step to the pinnacle of the supreme realm. However, the trade-off is that one can no longer achieve further breakthroughs. To the esteemed cultivators at the first step who have come to aid, if you feel that your chances of becoming immortal are bleak and find it challenging to transcend to the supreme level, you may come to me to receive a supreme Tao fruit. What? The supreme Tao fruit. Upon hearing this, the powerful individuals among the arriving forces visibly transformed in expression. The pinnacle of the supreme realm is the closest one can get to immortality. Throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, no more than 5 have reached this realm. The Grand Elder Meng Tian is one. Wang Changsheng is another. The rest, even those who boast of being invincible supremes, may not have attained such heights. Now, the prospect of achieving this with a mere Tao fruit is astonishing. Since none of you dare to attempt it, allow me to be the first. The leader of the Jietian sect stepped forward. Young master, I implore you to bestow upon me a supreme Tao fruit. The Jietian sect leader had been aware of Lin Shu's formidable power since the days of the 3,000 states. He understood that the mightiest among Lin Shu's entourage, the divine Willow, had not intervened at all. This unfolding scene had been predestined since the beginning. The so-called 3 great Changsheng families, no matter how deep their foundations, were ultimately mere ants in the presence of an entity like the divine Willow. Hence, he approached without hesitation, even inviting the Jietian Dao from the 9 heavens to join him. Upon witnessing the Jietian sect leader's approach, Lin Shu did not hesitate and directly granted him a supreme Tao fruit. Ding! The host has invested a supreme Tao fruit into the Jietian sect leader. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a perfect supreme Tao fruit. Perfect supreme Tao fruit. Consuming at the first step completion allows one to directly break through to the extreme Tao supreme level, with no adverse effects whatsoever. Seeing this description, Lin Shu's heart was filled with joy. This is precisely what he desired. The ability to break through to the extreme Tao supreme without any side effects is nothing short of perfection. The only condition for its consumption is that one must be at the first step completion, while other supreme Tao fruits merely require being at the first step. However, the perfect supreme Tao fruit is more powerful, containing an astonishing amount of energy, and its higher requirement is entirely understandable to Lin Shu. Beside him, the Jietian sect leader was quite perceptive. He recognized that Lin Shu was preparing to win hearts. Therefore, the moment he received the supreme Tao fruit, he promptly consumed it. All eyes were fixated on the Jietian sect leader. Many powerful individuals present did not possess the potential for immortality. Breaking through to the supreme level was difficult for them, and they had little opportunity. For them, if they could attain supreme completion, the inability to further advance was inconsequential, as they had no means of transcendence to begin with. They were now eager to ascertain the authenticity of such a miraculous object. As the Jietian sect leader swallowed the supreme Tao fruit, an overwhelming surge of energy rapidly unfurled within him. His realm began to ascend swiftly, mid-first step, late first step completion, early supreme realm. In mere moments, the Jietian sect leader's aura soared to the supreme realm and continued to rise. Soon, his energy stabilized at the pinnacle of the supreme realm. This aura mirrored that of Wang Changsheng. As the onlookers felt the formidable presence of the Jietian sect leader, astonishment spread among them. Subsequently, many who deemed their chances of breaking through hopeless began converging towards Lin Shu. Young Master Lin, please grant me a supreme Tao fruit. Young Master Lin, if you bestow upon me, I shall henceforth revere you. Young Master, I too wish for one. Thus, the previously tense atmosphere shifted to one of subtlety. Wang Changsheng, Jin Taijun, and Elder Feng, the 3 supremes, now bore expressions of grave concern. Very well, if it comes to this, let's perish together. At this moment, an increasing number of forces rallied to assist Lin Shu, realizing they no longer had the means to contend with him. Therefore, they resolved to march together. All clan disciples, heed my command. Detonate the Immortal Tao Array. Yes, Ancestor. Subsequently, the three great Changshang family supremes, wielding immortal Tao artifacts, infused boundless supreme power into them, their auras surging dramatically. Clearly, they were preparing to self-destruct along with their supreme Tao fruits, immortal Tao artifacts, and the immortal Tao array. This was dire. The numerous forces that had gathered had already dismissed the three great Changsheng families. Now, sensing their resolute determination, their expressions shifted. The self-detonation of supremes, immortal Tao artifacts, and the immortal Tao array was insurmountable. It was unexpected that these petty individuals, who typically squabbled amongst themselves, would display such desperation. Lin Shu observed this scene with calm composure, and then turned his gaze towards the divine Willow. Lin Shu understood that while the self-detonation of the Supremes could be suppressed by the many strong presences gathered, the detonation of the immortal Tao artifacts and the immortal Tao array was beyond the capacity of those present to contain. Thus, the intervention of the divine Willow was imperative. Divine Willow, I beseech you to restrain them. Chapter 163. The Might of the Divine Willow. The Battle of the Nine Heavens and 10 Earths. Wang Changsheng, Jin Taijun, and Elder Feng, each wielding an immortal Tao artifact, manipulated the immortal Tao array. Their auras surged dramatically. At this moment, they could perhaps contend with a true immortal. It must be noted that the chasm separating a supreme from an immortal or true immortal is unfathomably vast. Yet now, the three of them could rival an immortal or true immortal. However, this was not their true strength. They sought mutual destruction, planning to self-destruct their supreme Tao fruits combined with the immortal Tao artifacts, an array to achieve such power, albeit temporarily. This was but a fleeting bloom, destined to wither. Even so, many powerful figures present in the 9 heavens and 10 earths bore expressions of grave concern. The three supremes were resolute in their intent to perish together, leaving even them with no recourse. Just as the atmosphere grew solemn, a willow branch extended from the void. As the willow branch emerged, an overwhelming wave of energy surged forth, seemingly capable of shattering the 9 heavens and 10 earths, yet it soon calmed. The immortal Tao artifacts radiated brilliance, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. But as the willow branch reached them, the boundless light of the immortal Tao dimmed and fell into silence. Those present, upon witnessing this scene, were taken aback, their expressions transforming into one of uncontainable joy. It was a being from the ancient immortal era, the willow branch, a manifestation of a law from this world, could only belong to the unparalleled powerhouse from the ancient immortal era, the divine Willow. To their astonishment, the supreme being from the ancient immortal era was still alive. Clearly, the powerful beings of the 9 heavens and 10 earths recognized the identity of the entity that intervened through the willow branch. The ancient immortal era's supreme being, the ruler of the 3,000 divine kingdoms, the ancestor of the sacrificial spirit, the divine Willow. In an instant, countless formidable beings across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, whether they were at the cutting realm, the evasion realm, or even the supreme realm, all bowed deeply in reverence to Lu Tiao, their voices resounding through the realms as they cried out, Willow God. The sound reverberated throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, enveloping the entire world in waves of fervent exclamations. They gazed around, yearning to catch a glimpse of the unparalleled power of the immortal ancient era. Yet all they could see was a single willow branch, with nothing else in sight. Indeed, what manner of existence was Willow God, who had now stepped into the realm of the imperial radiance Immortal King? It was no wonder that even the most powerful beings within the 9 heavens and 10 earths, which barely reached the level of the supreme, could not perceive Willow God's true presence through but a mere willow branch. Cultivators, despite their lofty realms, found that even an ordinary true immortal standing among them represented an insurmountable peak, let alone Willow God. Little did they know that the being they so fervently worshipped and sought to perceive was, all along, standing right before them, by Lin Shu's side. Wang Changsheng, Jin Taijun, and the venerable Feng Lao, 3 of the most invincible supremes who commanded the Changsheng family and wielded the immortal lineage, now beheld the emerald willow branch extending through the void, though the branch emitted no discernible aura, appearing utterly unremarkable. It swiftly extinguished the celestial artifacts and dissipated the celestial formations that had been cast, erasing their formidable destructive power in an instant. Wang Changsheng, upon witnessing this willow branch, felt a profound shock within his heart. However, by this juncture, it was clear that there was no turning back. He could not fathom why the supreme existence from the immortal ancient era would take action, yet this was no longer a concern for him. Under ordinary circumstances, should such a supreme being intervene, he would undoubtedly extend the utmost respect and courtesy. A supreme being must never be insulted. Not only must they not be insulted, but even a mere whisper could invoke the very phenomena of heaven and earth. Yet now, Wang Changsheng was prepared to face death. What did it matter if a supreme being were present, as long as he wished to die? Merely a remnant of the immortal ancient era. Today, even if your true self were here, I shall exchange my life for yours. It is but a mere technique. I, Wang Changsheng, having cultivated through an entire era and attained the pinnacle of the supreme realm, would not fear your paltry technique. Today, I shall wield my longevity, war club, and summon you, this remnant of the immortal ancient era, to your demise. Lin Shu observed this scene, utterly astonished. Goodness gracious! How audacious was Wang Changsheng! This fellow could utter such words, dismissing Willow God as merely a remnant and demanding Willow God's death. Such words could only be spoken by a few deep within the Boundless Sea. Even the likes of the Butcher and the Burial Lord would likely refrain from uttering such bravado before Willow God. Lin Shu, standing by Willow God's side, noted the latter's expression remained unchanged, yet he felt a chilling aura in the air. Clearly, Wang Changsheng had provoked Willow God's ire. To incite Willow God's wrath, Wang Changsheng had undoubtedly earned the title of the foremost individual in this era. Alas, his strength was still rather lacking. The willow branch traversed the void and, in the blink of an eye, pierced Wang Changsheng's body, while simultaneously, the longevity war club in his grasp turned to ashes without any surprise. This entire sequence transpired in the span of less than a breath. An invincible supreme, perhaps the strongest beneath the great elder Meng Tianzhong, simply vanished between heaven and earth. After piercing through Wang Changsheng, the willow branch disappeared, indicating that had Wang Changsheng not defied the Immortal King, Willow God would have merely restrained him, preventing him from self-destructing his Dao fruit, and would not have deemed it necessary to kill him. Jin Taijun and Feng Lao, two figures renowned for their invincibility, gazed in astonished disbelief at the direction of Wang Changsheng's demise. A supreme had perished just like that, and throughout the entire ordeal, Willow God had not even made an appearance, merely executing a technique with a flick of the wrist. It was rumored that this supreme existence had been grievously wounded, yet they could still annihilate a supreme in an instant. Was the chasm between the supreme and the immortal path truly so vast? When Lin Shu witnessed Willow God retracting his power, he finally spoke. Everyone, Willow God has resolved our predicament. Let us now act to cleanse the 9 heavens and 10 earths. As Lin Shu's words fell, the newly empowered leader of the Jitian sect, who had just obtained Lin Shu's Dao fruit, also stepped forward without hesitation, charging directly towards Jin Taijun and Feng Lao. These two supremes shall be entrusted to me. Suddenly, great elder Meng Tianzhong interjected. Friends, wait. These two are not weak. If they die here, it would be meaningless. Let us compel them to swear an oath and send them to the borderlands to atone for their sins. At this moment, great elder Meng Tianzhong was still preoccupied with the borderland conflict, unwilling to see the two supremes perish before him. Lin Shu replied, Great elder, should we send them to the borderlands, they may very well fall into darkness. Such oaths would hold no weight for those immersed in darkness. Such individuals can only contribute to the 9 heavens and 10 earths through their demise. Hearing Lin Shu's words, Meng Tianzhong pondered for a long while, ultimately choosing not to speak further. After careful consideration, he deemed it plausible that should these two enter the borderlands and subsequently succumb to darkness, it would indeed spell disaster for that realm. In the next moment, Meng Tianzhong unleashed an overwhelming force, revealing the immense power he had concealed for countless years. The cultivators of the 9 heavens and 10 earths finally recognized the pressure emanating from him, even causing renowned supremes to feel the weight of his might. With the leader of the Jitian sect and great elder Meng Tianzhong initiating the attack, the remaining cultivators of the 9 heavens and 10 earths no longer hesitated and joined in unison. Go forth, Lin Shu urged his companions. The 3 Longxing families, with nearly an entire era of heritage, boasted over 300,000 to 400,000 celestial beings among them. Such a formidable assembly of celestial cultivators would serve as an excellent trial for the likes of Yunxi, Qingyi, Lin Xiantong, Lin Xing, Gugu, and the other prodigies, allowing them to gain familiarity with the trials of war ahead. Future battles would undoubtedly be more monumental than this one. Yes, young master. In an instant, the many prodigies beside Lin Shu rushed into the fray. Shi Hao led the charge, despite not having reached the celestial realm and still being in the sacred ritual domain. He nonetheless surged forward among the celestial beings, displaying an invincible momentum. The Emperor of Desolation was on the rise. It is time for me to make a breakthrough. Lin Shu, observing the battlefield, reminded Willow God to be cautious and not allow this conflict to shatter the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Before stepping into the Hall of Time and Space. Chapter 164. The Swift Passage of 500 Years. The Comprehensive Principles of the Primordial Beginning. The Ultimate Investment System. Host. Lin Shu. Age. 33, 388 years. Realm. Perfected Divine Fire Realm Technique. Primordial True Solution Constitution. Primordial Chaotic Body Divine Powers. Howling Moon and Heavenly Star Technique. Great Wasteland Sword Classic. Primordial Spirit. Primordial Chaos. Primordial Initial Light. True Dragon Technique. Qilin Technique. Cicada Technique. Thunder Emperor Technique. Investments made. Lu Shun. Shi Hao. Yin Shi. Ling Xuan Tong. Hu Ling King Yi. Lin King. Xiaoyu. Qin Suyue. Feng Vu. Demones. Dragones. Lord of the Heaven Severing Sect Investment Rewards. All collected lottery draws. Yearly draw, 0. Monthly draw, 0. Holdings, 20 Celestial God Realm Guardians. 2 Supreme Realm Mounts, True Phoenix and Chaotic Demon Ape. 2 Celestial God Realm Mounts, Thunder Lion and Howling Moon Wolf. Time and Space Hall, Primordial Tower, Destiny Stone X2. True Water of Tai. Ancient Tea Tree of Enlightenment, Great Luo Sword Embryo. Inner Universe Cultivation Method, 3 Great Supremes, Thunder Spirit Clan, Divine Cicada Clan, Qilin, Wudong Divine Wood. 10 Flawless Golden Pills, 10 3 Light, Divine Waters, 20 True Immortal Bodies, 30 Flawless Celestial Fruits, 39 Supreme Tao Fruits, 10 True Immortal Tao Fruits, Celestial Building Seedlings. Realm of Laws for Immortal King Bodies, including one of the Poo Demon King, 2 9-colored Immortal Pills, Pollen Seeds, Heaven Sacrifice Pill, Flawless Supreme Tao Fruits, etc. Time and Space Hall, 4th level. Now, Lin Shu's cultivation has reached the Divine Fire Realm, thus allowing him to enter the 4th level. In the Time and Space Hall, the flow of time is accelerated tenfold with each level. In the 4th level, the time flow is a staggering 10,000 times that of the outside world. It is precisely due to this immense time dilation that Lin Shu confidently enters the Time and Space Hall. Even if a great battle rages outside for merely an hour, 2 full years will have passed within the Time and Space Hall. Lin Shu opens the system interface. Soon, he notices the rewards from the yearly draw he had yet to check due to the sudden arrival of the 3 great eternal families. Pollen Seed, also known as Heroic Spirit Seed. When fused with pollen, it allows one to cultivate within the pollen path system. This system utilizes breathing techniques and the fruits or pollen of various sacred plants to awaken one's potential, thereby achieving the evolution of body and spirit. Upon seeing this, Lin Shu immediately comprehends its essence. In truth, he had an inkling of what this pollen seed represented at first glance. However, he was not entirely certain until now. This represents a cultivation system from the era of the Holy Ruins in the future. Unfortunately, it is merely an ordinary pollen seed. Lin Shu shakes his head. While the ordinary pollen seed can indeed pave a new path of cultivation, it pales in comparison to the ancestral pollen seed. Nevertheless, although it holds little use for him, it could be beneficial for others. Ultimately, it represents a novel cultivation system. Presently, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there are only 2 main cultivation paths, the ancient immortal method and the contemporary method. The ancient immortal method necessitates the fusion of ancient immortal seeds to continue cultivation and carries significant drawbacks, particularly against foreign entities, where it is often suppressed. Furthermore, the fused ancient immortal seeds determine the upper limits of one's potential. As for the contemporary method, it represents the path of ultimate transcendence for each realm. The emergence of the pollen seed, if it can introduce an additional path of cultivation, is indeed commendable. After all, this is a path that once flourished in the celestial realm, pioneered by the Pollen Empress, an entity of unparalleled strength atop the celestial hierarchy. Once his cultivation is complete, he shall pass down the pollen seed. Whether it bears fruit will depend on fate and circumstances. Lin Shu then turns his attention to another reward from the yearly draw. Heaven's Sacrifice Pill, an ancient supreme pill crafted by a transcendent being, containing a path of sacrificial understanding. Should one fully comprehend it, they may glimpse the realm of sacrificial pathways. Upon reading this description, Lin Shu is momentarily taken aback. An ancient supreme pill crafted by a transcendent being. This concept eludes Lin Shu's understanding. In this world, if one were to speak of true transcendent beings, there are but 4. Lin Shu is uncertain if he will reach such heights in the future, yet the figures of the Wasteland Emperor, the Leaf Emperor, and the Chu Emperor are constants. Thus, Did this so-called heaven sacrifice pill originate from the future Wasteland Emperor, Leaf Emperor, or perhaps the Chu Emperor? Lin Shu muses inwardly. Never mind who crafted it. In any case, this item is certainly not for me. Eventually, he will seek out a suitable candidate to whom he can invest in this pill. Subsequently, Lin Shu begins his cultivation. This time, he vows not to leave until he breaks through the Void Dao realm. For Lin Shu, previously, he had suppressed the prodigies around him within the ancient immortal ruins, yet now they have all surpassed him. Naturally, Lin Shu does not wish to fall behind. After achieving the perfected Divine Fire realm, the next step is the pinnacle of the Divine Fire realm, and beyond that lies transcendence. The contemporary method represents the path of ultimate perfection, yet Lin Shu aims to transcend even beyond that. Without hesitation, Lin Shu retrieves the primordial tower. Upon releasing the primordial power from the tower, he allows it to continuously wash over his body. Simultaneously, Lin Shu employs the earthly yellow flame to scorch himself. To achieve perfection and transcendence, one must employ extraordinary methods. Shi Hao reached the pinnacle of the Divine Fire realm through the scorching of 3,000 divine fires. Lin Shu, however, utilizes primordial power and the earthly yellow flame. Under the influence of primordial power, Lin Shu's body undergoes relentless cleansing. At one point, his body was utterly shattered. Ultimately, it was the three-light divine water that restored him to his original state. Time flows ceaselessly. 1 day, 2 days, a month. Under the continuous washing of primordial power and earthly yellow flame, Lin Shu undergoes a profound metamorphosis. Pinnacle of the Divine Fire realm. Ultimate transcendence. True One realm. True One realm. Perfectly completed. At this moment, a full year has passed since Lin Shu entered the Time and Space Hall. In just 1 year, Lin Shu advanced an entire major realm, from the perfected Divine Fire realm to the perfected True One realm. Such a pace of cultivation is nothing short of astonishing. Even Shi Hao could not surpass this. With the primordial chaotic body, Lin Shu's cultivation aptitude has reached an extraordinary level. In the past, to break through a major realm would take at least several decades, often even a century or more. And during that time, one's realm would still be quite low, necessitating such prolonged breakthroughs. Were it not for the primordial chaotic body, Lin Shu's ascent from the Divine Fire realm to the True One realm could have easily taken several hundred or even 1,000 years. The primordial chaotic body is indeed formidable, enhancing his cultivation speed exponentially. Lin Shu quietly reflects on this, then immerses himself back into his cultivation. The perfected True One realm is still far from Lin Shu's ultimate goal. While Lin Shu cultivates within the Time and Space Hall, numerous powerful beings across the 9 heavens and 10 earths engage in fierce battle against the 3 great eternal families. These families are immensely powerful, boasting no less than 300,000 in the celestial god realm alone. In the Void Dao realm, they number in the thousands. As for the Slaughtermai realm, they have several hundred. The Duan-Yi realm, although rare, still has dozens. This is the accumulated foundation of the 3 great eternal families over an entire epoch. Unfortunately, they face the united might of numerous supreme lineages from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, including the Celestial God Academy, Immortal Academy, Sacred Academy, Starry Pavilion, the ancient Zhuge Kingdom, the Celestial Exile Clan, the Mending Heaven Sect, and the Heaven Severing Sect, among others. The Changsheng Su Clan, Changsheng Lan Clan, Changsheng Wei Clan, and Tuayu Clan are all eternal families in their own right. Under such a terrifying coalition of forces, the 3 great eternal families are forced to retreat. In less than a day, they have already suffered heavy casualties. In stark contrast, the various forces from the 9 heavens and 10 earths have faced minimal losses. After all, apart from a few prodigies, the majority of these factions employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers in battle. 2 weeks later, the 3 great eternal families are utterly annihilated. Their strongholds are then occupied by the numerous forces from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Meanwhile, Lin Shu remains deep in seclusion. Several celestial beings inquired, "Where is young Master Lin?" Yunxi, Qingyi, Lin Xiantong, and others, faced with numerous formidable figures from the realms, calmly responded, "The young master has his own plans. If I am not mistaken, he should be in seclusion at this moment." Within the Time and Space Hall, 5 centuries had swiftly passed. Lin Shu finally awakened from his rigorous training. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Shu's face exhibited a hint of joy. After 500 years, he had finally succeeded. Upon reaching the True One realm, Lin Shu commenced the creation of a new technique. The True One realm delineates a clear target, and Lin Shu's objective was to forge a new method. Thus, he devoted 500 years to this endeavor. Utilizing the terrifying aptitude of the primordial chaos body and the remarkable insight gained from Enlightenment Tea, Lin Shu established a brand new technique based on the primordial true resolution. Supplemented by the methods of the Willow Divine Law, the Ten Fiends Law, the Dark Ancestor Law, the Lord of Forbidden Zones Law, and the myriad techniques from the 3,000 states, which he named, the comprehensive canon of primordial 10,000 methods. Chapter 165. The Pinnacle of the Celestial Deity. Investment in the Willow Divine Emperor Law. The creation of methods was an idea Lin Shu had harbored even within the ancient Immortal Ruins. During his time in the ancient Immortal Ruins, he contemplated combining the various techniques he knew with the primordial true resolution to form a wondrous method grounded in the primordial true resolution, supplemented by myriad techniques. This period of seclusion provided Lin Shu the perfect opportunity to pursue this ambition. It must be said that the path of method creation is exceedingly long. Even with Lin Shu's extraordinary talent, owing to the primordial chaos body and the continuous enhancement of his comprehension through Enlightenment Tea, he still spent 500 years on this journey. Fortunately, he ultimately succeeded, although he had only derived this technique to the celestial deity realm. It was a commendable achievement that would continue to evolve alongside his own cultivation. Lin Shu glanced at his realm, the celestial deity realm at its great consummation. Over the past 5 centuries, despite devoting nearly all of his time to method creation, he occasionally took time to cultivate, and even so, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the celestial deity realm. The next step was to clarify his future cultivation path. Should he pursue the ancient immortal methods or the contemporary methods? Lin Shu found both paths open to him. If he chose the ancient immortal path, with the seedling of the celestial tree in hand, its potential for growth was immeasurable. At its zenith, it might support the entirety of the upper world. Conversely, if he pursued the contemporary methods, he would achieve transcendence at every level, rendering him invincible among his peers, even without further effort. Very well, he mused. I shall emerge from seclusion. If possible, I shall attempt to walk both paths simultaneously. The ancient immortal methods carve a unique path, relying solely on oneself as the seed without the aid of any external invincible origins. As for the contemporary methods, I am already at the forefront. With no further thoughts, Lin Shu directly exited the time and space hall. Upon his emergence, he found himself at the very location where he had entered the hall, the entrance to the Celestial Deity Academy. His appearance quickly drew the attention of the academy, and before long, he was invited inside. The Grand Elder, Meng Tianzong, personally came forth to welcome him, accompanied by numerous prominent figures from the Immortal Academy and the Sacred Academy. Young Master Lin, you have finally emerged from seclusion. The elders of the Immortal and Sacred Academies exclaimed upon seeing Lin Shu, their expressions soon transforming into incredulity. Young Master Lin, your realm has astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the celestial deity realm. This period of seclusion lasted merely over half a month, less than 20 days. How did you accomplish this? Your talent truly leaves us in awe. Lin Shu refrained from elaborating and instead stated, since you are all here, I have a matter that requires your assistance. Previously, it had been wagered that if they lost to him, they would heed his commands henceforth. Lin Shu felt no burden in assigning them tasks. It was evident they were eager to assist. Upon hearing him mention a task, many elders promptly asserted their commitment to fulfill his requests. Without hesitation, Lin Shu declared, it is not a grand affair. I shall establish my own force across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I need your help in publicizing this endeavor throughout the realms. Furthermore, regarding the recent siege against the 3 major eternal families, please inform them that if anyone among them has reached the Escape One realm or the Supreme realm and feels unable to break through on their own, yet does not mind the implications of achieving the Supreme or becoming a true immortal without further progression, they are welcome to attend my grand opening ceremony 1 month hence. I shall bestow upon them supreme Tao fruits or even true immortal Tao fruits. However, they must genuinely believe they have no opportunity for further advancement and must be informed of the consequences of usage. Lin Shu proceeded to explain the drawbacks associated with consuming the Tao fruits. Young Master Lin, rest assured, such trivial matters are well within our capabilities, the elders assured him. In 1 month, we guarantee your grand opening ceremony will be well attended. One elder then inquired, what arrangements shall be made regarding the ancestral lands of the 3 major eternal families? Lin Shu waved his hand. You may arrange that as you see fit. The ancestral lands of the 3 major eternal families should be quite suitable for cultivation. Establish some standards and then open them to the public. Now, please return. I have personal matters to attend to. After hearing Lin Shu's words, the elders of the Sacred and Immortal Academies took their leave. While only the Grand Elder of the Celestial Deity Academy was called back by Lin Shu directly inquired, Grand Elder, would you be willing to join the force I am establishing? Should you join, I shall grant you an opportunity to achieve immortality. An opportunity for immortality? Grand Elder Meng Tianzheng asked, intrigued, what opportunity is this? Currently, achieving immortality in the 9 heavens and 10 earths is impossible. Lin Shu replied. The inability to achieve immortality in the 9 heavens and 10 earths does not imply that it is unattainable elsewhere, in foreign realms or the Immortal Domain. One may achieve immortality. Could it be that young Master Lin has a method for me to enter the foreign realms or the Immortal Domain? Meng Tianzheng inquired. Lin Shu nodded. Indeed, although if one does not wish to venture to foreign realms or the Immortal Domain, it may take a considerably longer time. As long as I can achieve immortality, I am willing. Very well. 1 month from now, once I have settled certain matters, I shall take you to the land of immortality. After Grand Elder Meng Tianzheng departed, Lin Shu turned to the Willow Divine. He then spoke directly, Willow Divine. I have been in seclusion within the time and space hall for 500 years. Based on the primordial true resolution I cultivated, I have integrated countless methods to create a new law, which I have named the Comprehensive Canon of Primordial 10,000 Methods. I now entrust this law to you, hoping it will be beneficial to you. Upon hearing this, the Willow Divine was filled with anticipation. Previously, Lin Shu had shared his insights regarding the primordial true resolution with her, which had enabled her to break through from the realm of the Celestial King to her current status as the Emperor Light Celestial King. Soon, Lin Shu presented the newly established comprehensive canon of primordial 10,000 methods to the Willow Divine. Ding! Host has gifted the Willow Divine the embryonic form of the Celestial Emperor Law, the comprehensive canon of primordial 10,000 methods. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward of the perfect seed, the path-ending level Celestial Emperor Law, the primordial right. Lin Shu was elated. He had not anticipated such generous rewards from this investment, which truly surprised him. This could be deemed the most rewarding return Lin Shu had ever received from his numerous investments. Not only did he receive the reward of a perfect seed, but he also obtained the path-ending level Celestial Emperor Law. Moreover, the realization that his law was an embryonic form of the Celestial Emperor Law filled Lin Shu with a sense of pride. The remarkable feedback received is undoubtedly due to the astonishing nature of this investment, the embryonic form of the Immortal Emperor's Law. This is truly a singular existence within the entire world, including the vast sea of realms. It is essential to recognize that those at the pinnacle of the realm's end, in their relentless pursuit of the Immortal Emperor's Law, have not shied away from descending into darkness, inciting turmoil time and time again, all to achieve perfection in their beings. The Primordial Festival. Could it be that the Primordial Festival is the complete Immortal Emperor's Law exclusive to the God of Willow? Lin Shu was taken aback. If so, it would be the perfect gift for the God of Willow. The Immortal Emperor, known as the pinnacle of the path, represents the utmost in the realm of laws. The Immortal Emperor's Law is the culmination of all laws across the myriad realms, the ultimate law, with nothing beyond it. Even though there exists transcendence above the Immortal Emperor and the ritual path, such heights cannot be attained by merely mastering a single law. Thus, the Immortal Emperor's Law stands as the ultimate law, marking the conclusion of the path and the ultimate truth. Chapter 166. Mass Distribution of the Immortal Emperor's Law. The Primordial Reincarnation Technique. Lin Shu pondered how to present the Primordial Festival to the God of Willow. After all, he had just gifted her the comprehensive outline of the primordial laws. Now he was offering the Primordial Festival. Such conduct seemed rather peculiar. Typically, one would present everything at once. Nevertheless, Lin Shu shook his head inwardly, muttering to himself, I'm already quite extraordinary in the eyes of the God of Willow. Thus, it is not unusual for an extraordinary person to engage in extraordinary actions. He decided not to dwell further on it. Even if the God of Willow deemed his actions odd, it mattered little, as long as she acquired the true Immortal Emperor's Law and made a breakthrough. Stepping into that realm to stand alongside the greats of the deep realm, nothing else would be of significant concern. With this thought, Lin Shu retrieved the Primordial Festival once more. God of Willow, here is another law. The comprehensive outline of the primordial laws is merely my initial creation and not fully matured. It currently only extends to the heavenly God realm. If you glean any insights from it, that would be splendid. However, if you find it lacking, you may refer to this law. Of course, I do not doubt your comprehension, for the realm you aspire to reach has only been attained by few throughout history. Your current standing places you among the top 10 in this world. The god of Willow responded nonchalantly. You need not say such things. I am well aware of my capabilities. It is indeed challenging for me to derive the next realm from my understanding. However, I shall first utilize the comprehensive outline of the primordial laws for my calculations. Should that prove unfeasible, I will certainly explore the law you mentioned. Very well, Lin Shu replied. Then you may enter the temporal hall to cultivate. I hope that upon your next emergence, you will have stepped into that realm. In the next moment, the god of Willow entered the temporal hall. After she did, Lin Shu turned his gaze toward those beside him. One by one, he assessed them. Having received the reward for achieving perfection in his being, Lin Shu would soon enter seclusion, where he could truly step into the realm of the void path. Given this, he decided that certain investments need not be withheld and should be dispensed. The sooner he invested, the sooner they would reap the benefits and elevate themselves. Yunqi, Lin Shu called, directing his gaze at her. This is your share of the comprehensive outline of the primordial laws. Yunqi joyfully accepted it, expressing her gratitude. Ding. Host has invested in Yunqi's embryonic Immortal Emperor Law, the comprehensive outline of the primordial laws. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the pinnacle-level Immortal Emperor Law, the primordial creation technique. Lin Shu was momentarily startled. Wasn't the comprehensive outline of the primordial laws the same? Shouldn't a single investment yield only one return? How was it that it had just received a return from investing in the god of Willow and now obtained another? This left Lin Shu perplexed. Soon, amidst his confusion, information flooded into his mind. According to this information, Lin Shu realized the truth. Although the comprehensive outline of the primordial laws was indeed the same, this law encompassed myriad paths, each manifestation appearing differently to each individual. Therefore, it did not constitute the same type of investment. Upon uncovering this information, Lin Shu's perspective on the so-called comprehensive outline of the primordial laws shifted dramatically. It seemed that the presentation of this law was far from simple. It appeared uniquely distinct to each person. Could it be that if I invest this law in others, I would similarly receive investment rewards? Lin Shu mused inwardly. If that were the case, the 500 years spent creating the law would be a tremendous gain. In 500 years, with Lin Shu's aptitude, he could undoubtedly reach the supreme realm. However, the benefits gained from investment post-creation far exceeded the breakthroughs into the supreme level. The perfection in being the primordial festival, the primordial creation technique. Each of these rewards far surpassed the mere attainment of the supreme level, rendering any comparison utterly moot. It seems that my decision to create a law was indeed the wisest choice since arriving in this world. Lin Shu felt a surge of delight within and subsequently gifted the primordial creation technique, acquired from his investment returns, to Yunqi. Yunqi, cultivate diligently. The future will not be tranquil. I hope you grow swiftly. Yunqi nodded earnestly. Yes, my lord, I shall cultivate with great diligence. Yunqi stepped aside, and Lin Shu's gaze shifted once more to Lin Xiantong. Xiantong, this is your share. As expected, when Lin Shu handed the comprehensive outline of the primordial laws to Lin Xiantong, the familiar system notification chimed once more. Ding! Host has invested in Lin Xiantong's embryonic Immortal Emperor Law, the comprehensive outline of the primordial laws. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the pinnacle-level Immortal Emperor Law, the primordial devouring technique. Lin Shu once again imparted the primordial devouring technique to Lin Xiantong. Next in line was Qingyi. Lin Shu's investment in Qingyi yielded the primordial burning technique. My goodness, Lin Shu couldn't help but internally scoff at the name of this technique. Initially, Qingyi's fusion of three ancient flames evoked a sense of déjà vu within him. Now, having invested in Qingyi's comprehensive outline of the primordial laws and received the pinnacle-level Immortal Emperor's primordial burning technique, he felt increasingly familiar with it. Qingyi, you are destined to become the supreme flame emperor of the perfect world. In the future, when you engage in battle, a single fire lotus could obliterate an entire universe, using a cosmos as mere fireworks. What a spectacular scene that would be. The thought of such a spectacle filled Lin Shu with anticipation. Following this, he bestowed the comprehensive outline of the primordial laws upon each of the talented individuals around him, simultaneously granting them the investment returns of the pinnacle-level Immortal Emperor Law. The recipients were Gugu, Primordial Ancestral Dragon Codex Lin Qing, Primordial Azure Emperor Technique Huolinger, Primordial Heavenly Flame Technique Xiaoyu, Primordial Star Transformation Qin Zhuiyue, Primordial Blood Star Codex Feng Wu, Primordial Chaos Scripture Dragon Maiden, Primordial Time-Space Codex Demonis, Primordial Initial Demon Transformation Thus. Lin Shu concluded his investments in the talented individuals surrounding him. He then turned his gaze to Shi Hao, Zhixian, Qin Hao, the Moon Rabbit, Chao Yushan, and Yuchan. First, his gaze landed on Shi Hao. Little Hao, you have your own path to tread. The laws I possess do not suit you, though I can provide them for reference if you wish. Shi Hao looked puzzled at Lin Shu's words. Currently, he was still at the sacred festival realm, not yet having reached the heavenly god level, and thus lacked a clear understanding of his own path. Big brother, where lies my path? Seek the Grand Elder, Meng Tianzi. He will illuminate the way for you. All right, big brother, but I still wish to see your laws. Lin Shu nodded, not refusing him. Although Shi Hao would eventually carve out his own path and establish his unique cultivation system, known as the Secret Realm System, he was more than willing to provide his insights for reference. It is undeniable that in the future realm of secrets, Shi Hao will still draw upon his own comprehensive guide to the primordial myriad laws. In this light, he might as well share in the credit for pioneering a cultivation system. Although this may not yield any substantial enhancements, it would certainly garner a commendable reputation. Soon, Lin Shu presented the comprehensive guide to Shi Hao. Ding! The host has invested in the primordial myriad laws of the budding Immortal Emperor Shi Hao. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the primordial reincarnation technique of the ultimate Immortal Emperor. The primordial reincarnation technique. Reincarnate through 9 lifetimes, merging into one, capable of certifying as an Immortal Emperor. Lin Shu was taken aback. The feedback reward for investing in Shi Hao appeared to be more suitable for Chao Yushan instead. Previously, his investments had been closely aligned with their respective recipients. It was not that this technique was incompatible with Shi Hao. Rather, Lin Shu felt it was more fitting for Chao Yushan. After all, Shi Hao needed to grow continuously through combat to become the formidable Desolate Heavenly Emperor, one whom none dare challenge. If he were to receive this technique and subsequently reincarnate, wouldn't it mean losing a powerful ally in future battles? Lin Shu's gaze inadvertently drifted toward the void. Is it my future self interfering? Or could there be another reason? Puzzled, Lin Shu dismissed further contemplation, as this technique would undoubtedly be bestowed upon Chao Yushan. As for Shi Hao, after some thought, he decided to grant it to him. Regardless, having already gifted numerous Immortal Emperor techniques, even if Shi Hao were to reincarnate, Lin Shu would still possess ample support. Lin Shu was uncertain why this technique had manifested, yet he sensed its significance. Perhaps it was indeed intended for Shi Hao, and it might hold further, unforeseen applications. Chapter 167. The Rebirth of the Six Paths, Reincarnation, Immortal King. The choice to attain mortality as an immortal. Tying you two, step forward. The matter concerning Shi Hao is settled. Lin Shu's gaze turned toward Tying Yutu. Tying Yutu was taken aback. Do I also have one? What, you don't want it? Lin Shu observed Tying Yutu blinking in confusion and chuckled. Of course I want it. As long as you offer it, I will certainly accept. Tying Yutu immediately exclaimed, tossing aside the Qilin cub in her grasp, indifferent to its resentful gaze. The Qilin cub seemed to protest, asserting its status as a formidable offspring of the 10 fiends, questioning its worth compared to a mere human-esque gift. Clearly, Tying Yutu paid it no heed. After all, even when the Qilin cub was in her possession, it was merely a tool for striking others. Bouncing over to Lin Shu, Tying Yutu inquired, what gift are you presenting me? Just so, you know, I'm not returning any favors. No need for a return gift. Besides, even if you did offer one, I doubt I would find it worthy. The most precious thing in your possession, the Qilin cub, pales in comparison to the Qilin Supreme I have by my side. Tying Yutu yearned to proclaim her own treasures. But upon reflection, she realized Lin Shu might be right. Indeed, she had little of value to present. The sole Qilin cub she possessed was overshadowed by a true supreme being, capable of dominating the heavens and earth, rendering her cub merely a tool for striking down celestial beings with an insurmountable difference in prowess. Lin Shu did not elaborate further and instead produced an item. This is known as the Six Paths Reincarnation Plate, a treasure belonging to an unparalleled being from the immortal ancient era, the Six Paths Reincarnation Immortal King. The Qilin cub you hold originates from the immortal ancient era and has even encountered the Six Paths Reincarnation Immortal King. While it remains unclear whether you are connected to a certain maiden of the immortal ancient era, this Six Paths Reincarnation Plate holds little value for me. So I bestow it upon you, hoping that one day you can complete it and unleash its supreme power as wielded by the Six Paths Reincarnation Immortal King. The Six Paths Reincarnation Immortal King? Clearly, Tying Yutu was still unaware of the formidable realm that such a being represented. Observing her perplexed expression, Lin Shu elaborated. Achieving the pinnacle of the human Tao realm culminates in the Supreme Realm, and upon the Supreme attaining perfection, one may transcend into the Immortal Tao realm. The first stage of the Immortal Tao realm is the true immortal, regarded as the ageless by the populace of the heavens and earth. Beyond the true immortal lies the Immortal King, and the Immortal King giants are those who are deemed extraordinarily powerful among their ranks. The disparity between an ordinary Immortal King and an Immortal King giant is akin to that between a common celestial being and those like Yunxi and Qingxi. Upon hearing this, Taiyin Yutu swiftly grasped the implications. Celestial beings like Yunxi and Qingxi could easily vanquish those who merged with invincible seeds of the void. Ordinary celestial beings could be easily eliminated in droves. Thus, it stands to reason that immortal kings surpassing true immortals would appear as mere ants before the Six Paths Reincarnation Immortal King. With this realization, she comprehended the immense power of the Six Paths Reincarnation Plate. Thank you. Taiyin Yutu squinted her eyes, smiling as she accepted the Six Paths Reincarnation Plate. Simultaneously, a system notification chime, ding. The host has gifted Taiyin Yutu a fragmented Six Paths Reincarnation Plate. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the complete primordial spirit of the Six Paths Reincarnation Immortal King. Upon hearing this notification, Lin Shu couldn't help but question his own perception. The Six Paths Reincarnation Immortal King. Had he not already perished with his primordial spirit extinguished? After all, if the primordial spirit endures, an immortal king would never truly die. However, contemplating that true power can illuminate the heavens and bring back the departed. The emergence of a deceased immortal king's primordial spirit through such a miraculous system was not entirely unfathomable. Lin Shu accepted it with delight. Thus, I possess the physical form of an immortal king and now the primordial spirit of the Six Paths Reincarnation Immortal King. Could this not allow for the true resurrection of the Six Paths Reincarnation Immortal King? Lin Shu envisioned the future, where during battles with other realms, the Six Paths Reincarnation Immortal King would emerge, undoubtedly captivating the attention of those from the other realms, as well as the Immortal Domain, who would similarly be astonished. It remained uncertain whether the Six Paths Reincarnation Immortal King would take issue with my gifting the Six Paths Reincarnation Plate to Taiyin Yutu. Lin Shu mused, surely, an Immortal King giant would not be overly concerned with such matters. Suddenly, Lin Shu noticed the Qilin leap atop the Six Paths Reincarnation Plate at that very moment. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to also present the primordial reincarnation technique to Taiyin Yutu. Regardless of whether she was indeed that maiden from the immortal ancient era, offering the primordial reincarnation technique would not adversely affect anything. Chao Yuxing, your path diverges from that of others. Lin Shu turned his gaze toward Chao Yuxing. I trust your master has imparted this to you, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. This technique aligns perfectly with you. Take it for your reference. Of course, do remember that this technique must not fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions. Lin Shu was not particularly concerned about anyone succeeding in mastering it, for it was indeed the law of the ultimate Immortal Emperor. Such a technique could not be easily mastered once acquired. What worried Lin Shu was the potential for this technique to leak out, ultimately falling into the hands of the other realms or even into the depths of the Boundless Sea. Chao Yuxing immediately swore, I vow that I will never disclose it. Should I do so, may my essence and spirit be obliterated. Lin Shu had not intended for him to swear an oath, but since Chao Yuxing had already done so, he felt it inappropriate to comment further. Following this, only Zhixian, Shi Hao, and Yu Chan remained present. At the time of the creation of the primordial myriad laws, Lin Shu had not received any laws pertaining to the three of them. Consequently, the primordial myriad laws did not encompass their techniques. Even if these laws were gifted to them, they likely wouldn't glean much from them, as they were ultimately the laws of the ultimate Immortal Emperor. Without the integration of their own techniques, these laws would surely appear as inscrutable as a celestial script to them, although their talents were indeed commendable. In comparison to the level of the ultimate Immortal Emperor, their so-called talents seemed rather feeble. The laws you three possess are not known to me. Hence, the grand principles of the primordial myriad have not been imparted to your disciplines, rendering them ineffective for you. However, I do not wish to be unfair. Since gifts have been exchanged among all, yours shall not be overlooked. I possess a rare treasure. Perhaps you might find it of interest. Behold, the flawless golden elixir. In Lin Shu's hand appeared a golden elixir. The flawless golden elixir, an unparalleled concoction forged from the primordial essence of chaos and the foundation of life. Upon consumption, it grants the physical form a state of perfection, transforming one into an immaculate being. An immaculate being can transcend the laws of the world, achieving immortality through the chaos essence and life foundation contained within the elixir. However, I must also inform you that the 9 heavens and 10 lands are destined to enter an age of decline, where even the Supreme can only live for 10,000 years. Yet, this era brings with it an opportunity. If one can continuously navigate the mundane world, they may become an immortal of the mortal realm, comparable to a quasi-immortal king, while the flawless golden elixir bears no adverse effects. Relying solely on it to achieve immortality will only result in a standard true immortal upon breakthrough. Now, the choice lies with you. This is an opportunity presented by Lin Shu. Should you desire to become an immortal of the mortal realm, I shall impart upon you the technique of 3 flowers gathering at the crown and 5 chi converging to the origin. Once this technique is perfected, you need not worry about your lifespan. Even through hardships, you can attain the status of a mortal immortal. Of course, should you opt for the flawless golden elixir, it would not be an issue, though I would feel a tinge of disappointment. After a lengthy silence, Shi Hao spoke. Brother, you once said that relying on external forces for invincibility is not true invincibility. I have resolved to become a mortal immortal. I shall forego the flawless golden elixir. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu regarded him with admiration. It must be said that compared to the Shi Hao of the original tale, the present Shi Hao undoubtedly holds far greater potential for the future. It appears that Shi Hao's teachings within the secret realm of the immortal ancients have profoundly influenced him, and he has absorbed every lesson. Subsequently, Shi also declared, I do not require it either. His response was succinct, lacking further elaboration, yet his tone was resolute. Yuchan hesitated for an extended period. It seemed she wrestled with inner turmoil before reaching a semblance of resolution. Young Master Lin, I too do not desire it. It was evident that Yuchan yearned for strength, fully aware that the flawless golden elixir could expedite her ascent. Thus, she possessed a significant opportunity to surpass many young supremes in a short span. As for her newfound clarity, Lin Shu could not comprehend. However, it was certain that she had shed her inner shackles. Deep within, Yuchan had always harbored a fixation. She longed to grow stronger, a desire that had morphed into an obsession. For the sake of power, she was willing to relinquish everything. Such fixation cannot be deemed inherently good or bad. Yet, once it becomes too profound, one risks becoming ensnared. Cultivation does not merely stem from a desire for strength. Otherwise, the 9 heavens and 10 lands would be teeming with the powerful. Very well, since you have made your choices, I shall bestow upon you a technique. Perhaps it will aid you in your quest to achieve the status of a mortal immortal, provided you can comprehend it. With that, Lin Shu imparted the technique of 3 flowers gathering at the crown and 5 chi converging to the origin to Shi Hao and Yuchan. As for Shi, Lin Shu had already transmitted it to him within the secret realm of the immortal ancients. Naturally, Lin Shu also gifted him a flawless celestial fruit as compensation, which, though of little use to him, would undoubtedly benefit his family. Chapter 168, Perfecting the Seed of Self, Breaking Through the Cut Me Realm. After the assembly of talented individuals had departed, Lin Shu wasted no time and entered the time-space hall to cultivate. In the outside world, a month elapsed. Within the time-space hall, that period equated to over 800 years. Lin Shu was unperturbed about missing the grand ceremony he had scheduled for a month later. In his view, achieving the perfection of the seed of self and advancing to the void Tao realm would not require an extended duration, perhaps even less than 1% of the expected time. Within the 4th level of the time-space hall, Lin Shu, having attained the pinnacle of the celestial god realm, was still limited to this level. Only by breaking through to the void Tao realm could he ascend to the 5th level. In the 4th level, Lin Shu sat cross-legged and summoned the system interface. Supreme Investment System, Host, Lin Shu age, 33, 888 years, Realm, Pinnacle of the Celestial God Realm Cultivation Method, Primordial True Resolution Physique, Primordial Chaos Body Divine Arts and Techniques, Howling Moon and Stars Divine Art, Great Wilderness Sword Classic, Primordial Spirit, Primordial Chaos, Primordial Initial Light, True Dragon Divine Art, Qilin Divine Art, Cicada Divine Art, Thunder Emperor Divine Art Investments made. Lu Shun, Shi Hao, Yun Elf, Lin Xuantong, Huo Ling Er, King Yi, Lin King, Xia Yuyu, Qin Jiu, Feng Wu, Demoness, Dragon Maiden, Gigu, Yixian Zekmaster, Taiyin Yadarabit, Chao Yusheng, Shi Hao, Yuchan, Jixian Investment Rewards. All collected lottery draws. Annual draw, 0 times. Monthly draw, 0 times. Assets, 20 Celestial God Realm Guardians. 2 Supreme Realm mounts, True Phoenix and Chaos Demon Ape. 2 Celestial God Realm mounts, Thunder Lion and Howling Moon Celestial Wolf. Time Space Hall, Primordial Tower, Destiny Stone X2. Primordial True Water, Doubt, Enlightenment, Ancient Tea Tree, Great Luo Sword Embryo, Inner Universe Cultivation Method, 3 Supreme Races, Thunder Spirit Clan, Divine Cicada Clan, Qilin, Wudong Divine Wood. 10 Flawless Golden Elixirs, 9 3 Light, Divine Waters, 20 True Immortal Flesh Bodies, 29 Flawless Celestial Fruits, 39 Supreme Dao Fruits, 10 True Immortal Dao Fruits, Celestial Tree Seedlings. Lost Secret Realm, for Immortal King Flesh Bodies, including 1 Mo King Flesh, 2 9-colored Immortal Pills, Flower Pollen Seeds, Sacrificial Heaven Pills, Flawless Supreme Dao Fruits. Complete level Immortal Emperor techniques, such as Primordial Reincarnation Technique, Primordial Demon Devouring Art, Primordial Burning Technique, etc. 6 Paths of Reincarnation, Immortal King, Primordial Spirit. Seed of Self-Perfection Dao Fruit. System, fuse the Seed of Self-Perfection Dao Fruit. Lin Shu examined the system before silently invoking the command within his heart. As Lin Shu immersed himself in cultivation within the time-space hall, a message spread across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, conveyed by the elders of the Celestial God Academy, the Immortal Academy, and the Holy Academy. Following Lin Shu's disappearance after pacifying the battle involving the 3 Longsheng families, he had re-emerged. Though this absence lasted merely half a month, Lin Shu had already propelled his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Celestial God realm. What? Merely half a month? And he has ascended 2 major realms? How is this possible? How did Lin Shu cultivate? In this world, there had never been tales of anyone achieving such rapid breakthroughs. As this news circulated, many powerful beings across the 9 heavens and 10 lands were left in shock. Numerous prodigies also caught wind of this revelation, especially within the Immortal Academy and Holy Academy. Many prodigies and even young supremes, Lan Xian, De Su Ta, Zi Ri Tianjun, and Xiao Sheng Wang, upon learning that Lin Shu had reached the pinnacle of the Celestial God realm, immediately sought him out. Previously, Lin Shu had only attained the pinnacle of the Divine Fire realm, and they had been unable to challenge him. Now that Lin Shu had reached the pinnacle of the Celestial God realm, perhaps they could engage him in battle. They wished to ascertain how formidable Lin Shu had become, now that his cultivation level matched that of the other exceptional talents surrounding him. Was he stronger than them, or was his own strength relatively average? Regardless, they wished to seek his guidance. However, upon their arrival at the Celestial God Academy in search of Lin Shu, they found the door firmly closed once more. All the prodigies were met with a resounding rejection. Concurrently, another announcement emerged. Young Master Lin intends to establish a sect in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, with the ceremony scheduled for 1 month from now. As this news spread, it quickly swept across the entire realm. Lin Shu is to establish a sect. Young Master Lin's sect opening must be supported by our Jietian sect. Preparations must be made. We shall attend the ceremony in 1 month. Each of the great powers, ranked among the pinnacle forces of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, whether they be supreme Dao lineages, immortal lineages, or Longsheng families, were ancient and powerful factions that had dominated entire eras, some even having influenced epochs. All voiced their intentions. In the realm of the transcendent, the supreme ones, who were seldom seen, have emerged one by one, prepared to offer their tributes. The atmosphere across the 9 heavens and 10 earths is vibrant and bustling. Within the time-space palace, the ambience is equally rife with excitement. Encapsulated by unique phenomena, Lin Shu aspires to embody a seed, a pursuit that extends beyond mere fusion. It demands the endurance of a series of catastrophic trials. To be a seed is to transcend all paths, to ascend above the myriad ways, and to grasp the primal essence of the world's profound truths. The celestial laws do not permit such existence, hence they bestow no protection, but rather unleash calamities. Countless chains of order extend from the external realm into the 4th layer of the time-space palace. Upon reaching this layer, one is no longer isolated from the outside world, but rather interconnected with it. Thus, calamities descend, and the chains of order manifest within this 4th layer. This serves as a trial. Succeeding as a seed is no simple feat. One must undergo relentless tests, shattering the constraints of heaven and earth to achieve the ultimate leap. In an instant, Lin Shu's primordial spirit radiates, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. The runes inscribed from his cultivation of the primordial true resolution now envelop his spirit like a protective armor, resonating with the very fabric of heaven and earth. The rules of the cosmos and endless chains of order cascade down, as magnificent as the Milky Way, brilliant as divine rainbows, piercing as divine light, and weighty as celestial cauldrons. In this moment, all merges with his spirit, diving towards the supreme runes inscribed within him. This represents Lin Shu's pinnacle of cultivation in the realm of inscriptions, transcending to utilize the unparalleled runes of the primordial true resolution. At this juncture, the two continuously shimmer, ultimately validating and reflecting upon one another. At long last, the calamities arrive. In a mere instant, Lin Shu's physical form experiences an indescribable sting. It is noteworthy that Lin Shu's corporeal body has reached unprecedented heights, indeed, a level that may never be surpassed. The primordial chaos body, combined with Lin Shu's own essence, has attained the realm of the nine bands. Such a body could effortlessly rend a being of the void realm asunder with no reliance on divine powers. At this stage of might, every inch of his flesh can manifest divine abilities, merging seamlessly with his very being, a truly terrifying prospect. Yet now, even Lin Shu's formidable physique feels the sting. A common individual would surely succumb to annihilation in the face of such calamities. Perhaps even Shi Hao would suffer grievous wounds under similar circumstances. Nonetheless, Lin Shu endures, though this is merely the first trial, far from the conclusion. Calamities rain down, enveloping Lin Shu entirely. In the end, he transforms into a chrysalis, undergoing a metamorphosis. When he finally breaks free from this cocoon, it will herald his ultimate leap, marking the completion of his embodiment as a seed. Time flows languidly, 1 month, 2 months, a year, until the chrysalis which Lin Shu has become begins to crack open, initially just a fissure. Subsequently, the cracks multiply and widen. On this day, Lin Shu emerges from his cocoon. His body emits light, and his hair cascades like a suspended galaxy. Lin Shu undergoes a profound transformation. His visage now radiates an ethereal beauty. Where once he was unremarkable, he now stands as a celestial king among mortals. Even in silence, his presence exudes the aura of a sovereign. Lin Shu has finally accomplished his ultimate leap. Like an emperor, he shatters the chains of order that bind him, and his cultivation begins to soar. Before long, he strides into the void realm. Initial stage, mid-stage, late stage, and finally reaching the pinnacle of the void realm. Upon attaining this zenith, Lin Shu embarks on the profound endeavor of deducing the comprehensive principles of the primordial arts. This represents the amalgamation of all laws. Should he ever elevate this to the highest echelon, he could attain the level of the ultimate path, potentially establishing a law that surpasses all others across the heavens and realms. Although the process of deducing laws is undoubtedly slower than cultivation, within less than a decade, Lin Shu achieves the level of the great perfection in the void realm. Simultaneously, Lin Shu's own realm begins to shift. Throughout the process of deducing laws, his cultivation does not remain stagnant. Rather, he continuously refines himself with the power of the primordial. Thus, he has transcended the pinnacle of the void realm. In this moment, he breaks through to the cutting path realm, standing before all prodigies. To reach the cutting path requires a profound understanding of one's own way and law. For others, this may be an arduous task. However, Lin Shu has already demonstrated the ability to create laws, and the laws he has conceived are akin to the embryonic forms of the ultimate path of the celestial emperors. Hence, he is acutely aware of both way and law. Thus, upon entering this realm, he effortlessly steps into the cutting path. Yet, to achieve another breakthrough, he must venture to the realm where laws are perfected. This period of seclusion has yielded ample rewards. It is time to emerge. Chapter 169. Urgent news from the frontier. Lin Shu's true trump card. Lin Shu has exited his retreat, stepping out of the cultivation cave he occupied within the Celestial Academy. Outside the cave, a disciple stands guard, who upon seeing Lin Shu, immediately bows in reverence. Now, Lin Shu holds an esteemed position within the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Surrounding him are prodigies, each a burgeoning supreme, destined to become invincible figures in the future. With these young supremes at his side, Lin Shu alone is capable of standing atop the pinnacle of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, perhaps even surpassing the so-called eternal families and the undying lineages. Moreover, Lin Shu is accompanied not by 1, but by 6 supremes. Among these 6, 5 belong to the 10 fiends races, each possessing extraordinary strength, standing out as paragons among supremes, truly invincible. In the recent conflict against the 3 major eternal families, these 5 10-fiend supremes exhibited terrifying prowess, leaving the elder ancestors of the eternal families in awe, reflecting on their might and pondering whether they would have a mere 2 chances of victory against them. Rumors suggest that each of them possesses combat strength that may rival that of the Elder Meng Tianzhong, the true apex of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The presence of 5 individuals nearly equal to the Elder Meng Tianzhong is a testament to their formidable foundation. Yet, the most formidable among them is not the 5 supremes, but rather an extraordinary woman. Though she has yet to attain immortality, her prowess far exceeds that of an ordinary supreme, seemingly surpassing them by a small margin. Her terrifying strength has led even the Elder to remark that she might be the foremost powerhouse in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. While many may view the Elder's words as humble, to be regarded in such a manner by him signifies that this extraordinary woman is indeed remarkable. Yi Qinxian is the name of this unparalleled woman, whose renown now shines throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, recognized as the most extraordinary woman of her time. Some supremes have even compared her to the legendary Qin Wei Jinxian from the ancient era, believing that should Yi Qinxian not falter, she is destined to reach the heights of Qin Wei Jinxian. This remarkable woman emerges from Lin Shu's side, intricately connected to him. In this world, who would dare to underestimate Lin Shu? Those who have dared to challenge him have already met their demise. The 3 major eternal families, invincible for an era, have fallen in a single day due to Lin Shu. Young Master Lin. Lin Shu nods gently, noticing the excitement in the countenance of the guarding disciple outside his cave. He pats the disciple reassuringly. Go and cultivate. My cave requires no guard. Young Master Lin, this is the decision of the elders of the academy. To say it was this young master who sent you back. Lin Shu chuckled. They will not make things difficult for you. Yes, young Master Lin. The man bowed and took his leave. As Lin Shu watched him depart, he suddenly called out to him, This is the immaculate heavenly fruit. Considering your service in guarding my cave dwelling, I shall bestow it upon you. Consume this fruit, and you may directly ascend to the heavenly realm or awaken a unique physique. The man was taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend that merely guarding a cave could earn him such a gift from Lin Shu. The prospect of directly entering the heavenly realm sounded extraordinary, and the potential to awaken a special constitution was beyond imagination. Young Master Lin, I am unworthy of such a gift. Take it, Lin Shu gently urged before departing, leaving the man standing there for a long moment before he finally spoke. Young Master Lin, I vow that once I emerge from seclusion, I will follow you to the ends of the earth. Lin Shu waved his hand lightly without turning back, swiftly disappearing into the distance. For him, it was simply a casual act. Ding! The host has invested in Mu Yuan's immaculate heavenly fruit. Congratulations, the host has obtained the Chaos Materia Seed. Chaos Materia Seed, an invincible seed with which one might glimpse the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor realm. Quite a delightful surprise. Lin Shu smiled at the reward of the Chaos Materia Seed. Just then, a voice echoed from afar. Young Master Lin. Young Master Lin. The speaker was a formidable figure from the Void Path realm, who appeared quite urgent as he approached Lin Shu and landed before him. Upon seeing Lin Shu, the Void Path expert seemed momentarily stunned, perhaps sensing that Lin Shu's aura surpassed his own, suggesting a realm of unmatched prowess, which was rather unexpected. Young Master Lin, the Grand Elder requests your presence. A grave matter has arisen. A grave matter? Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's heart sank. The only 2 possibilities that came to mind for something deemed grave by the Grand Elder were either a crisis at the borders or an invasion of darkness from the realms beyond. If it were a crisis at the borders, it would not be of significant concern to Lin Shu. However, if it were indeed an incursion of darkness, it was a serious matter. The thought that even Yi Fan had traversed time and space to warn him indicated that this situation was far from simple. If that were truly the case, it would be troublesome. Let's go. Lin Shu dared not delay and swiftly accompanied the man to the meeting place of the Heavenly Academy. Upon arriving, Lin Shu found the elders of the 3 major academies gathered there. Upon his arrival, all the elders turned their gaze toward him. In the past, such a place was reserved solely for the elders to convene. The younger generation had no right to enter. Yet now, not only had Lin Shu arrived, but each elder also greeted him with a smile. Young Master Lin, please take a seat. Lin Shu spoke directly. Elders, please state the matter at hand. Every moment of delay may spell disaster for countless lives. The Grand Elder then made a gesture, tearing open a rift in space. At that moment, an astonishing wave surged from the rift, and the void exploded as a dilapidated warship emerged, shrouded in blood mist and a formidable aura of malice. Who dares to intrude upon the Heavenly Academy? One elder shouted. The Grand Elder raised his hand, silencing the elder's reprimand, his expression grave as he focused intently on the bronze warship. In that instant, everyone understood that the situation was dire. their gazes fixed on the vessel. And they were soon taken aback. What had transpired that such a broken ship had breached their domain, with blood dripping continuously from it. This is a warship from the borders. The Grand Elder's solemn words sent chills through everyone present. The design of the ship was unique to the borders, and it bore clear battle flags emblazoned on its bow. The Iron Blood battle flag, a flag that dripped with blood. Such insignia were forbidden in the realms beyond the 9 heavens and 10 earths, only permissible in the borderlands. After the bronze warship emerged, it fell silent, an eerie stillness enveloping the scene. Swish! An elder soared into the air, hastening toward the ship, followed closely by many others. Awaken! The elder boarded the warship, only to discover a comatose individual who had lost half of his body, bleeding profusely, staining the entire ship crimson. This was a master at the realm of unmatched prowess, now reduced to a mere half of his form, clearly having endured a fierce battle that had shattered his body. The elder immediately channeled divine power into him, attempting to rouse him from unconsciousness. No need. He has already perished. He arrived here solely through sheer will. The death of such a powerful figure, desperately coming for aid, indicated that something had transpired at the borders, perhaps an invasion from the other realm. What? At that moment, as the Grand Elder Ming Tianjing's words fell, a cacophony of gasps erupted, and everyone felt their scalps prickle with fear. Such a revelation was staggering, threatening to ignite chaos among them. This was earth-shattering news. It could well be deemed a calamity. There was no worse news than this. A crisis had erupted at the borders, the very scenario they had dreaded. Everyone understood that the day would inevitably come when beings from the other realm would re-emerge, launching another assault on this world. When that day arrived, chaos would reign. Blood would flow like rivers, and countless corpses would litter the land. If that day truly came, it would mark the darkest of times, heralding a period of bloodshed and turmoil, shattering the peace of the heavens and earth. No one could have anticipated that this day would arrive so suddenly, leaving them in disbelief. The hearts of all grew cold. They were unprepared, yet the beings from the other side had already begun their assault. Many felt their spirits tremble, perhaps signaling the dawn of the most terrifying era. Fortunately, Lin Shu breathed a sigh of relief. If it were indeed an incursion from the other realm, it did not pose a significant challenge. Let's go. Since it is an incursion from the other realm, we shall head to the borders. If it were indeed an invasion, this would likely be the first assault. The first invasion might not be exceptionally catastrophic, unlike those that followed, where even the Immortal Kings had intervened. No, you cannot go. The Grand Elder Ming Tianjing shook his head. You are the hope of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Every one of the young prodigies by your side is a rising supreme talent. It is clear that they all rally around you. If you go, they will surely follow. You are not yet fully grown. If you venture forth, your survival is uncertain. I cannot bear to watch the hope of the 9 heavens and 10 earths perish in the borders. I'm not dead yet. It is not your place to send me to the borders to fight. The other elders spoke up in unison. Indeed, what Ming Dao friend says is true. Young Master Lin, regarding the affairs of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, we lost our wager. Whatever you say, we shall comply. But when it comes to the incursion from the other realm, we cannot agree. You are the true hope of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I see in you and those young supremes surrounding you the potential to ultimately suppress the other realm. That hope must not be extinguished. Lin Shu gazed at the elders, his heart in turmoil. Though they had once seemed somewhat rigid, their intentions were noble. Meng Tianjing continued, Young Master Lin. The reason we called you here is to ask for your assistance with 2 matters. The first is that should I leave, the Heavenly Academy will be entrusted to you. The second matter is that I wish to borrow a few individuals, 5 supremes and the fairy Yiqingshan. Lin Shu shook his head. Meng Tianjing looked puzzled. Since Lin Shu had taken the initiative to offer assistance, why would he refuse to lend even a few people? No, I still insist on going. Rest assured, my trump cards are far beyond what you perceive on the surface. What? The crowd was taken aback. Could it be that Lin Shu had even more formidable allies at his side? At that moment, a sudden thought struck someone. Could it be that venerable figure in white, along with the multicolored sparrow who once traversed the 3,000 states and subsequently pursued the 4 remnants of the immortal beings? Indeed, how could I have forgotten these 2 illustrious predecessors? In light of this revelation, let us promptly sound the horn and summon the myriad formidable factions from the 9 heavens and 10 realms to march forth to the borders of the great red heaven. Soon, the resounding call of the horn echoed throughout the 9 heavens and 10 realms. It was the true dragon horn, crafted from the horn of a true dragon. Its sound reverberated through the ages, igniting the courage and fervor of those who heard it. Consequently, everyone across the realms felt a surge of strength, as if emboldened by an unseen force. However, an unsettling weight settled in their hearts. Such a horn was not blown lightly. Its sounding indicated a momentous event, one of great consequence for the entirety of the 9 heavens and 10 realms. In an instant, the great powers of the realms sprang into action. Not long after, a rift tore open in the sky, accompanied by a piercing howl, as a colossal skeletal warship swiftly approached the Heavenly God Academy. The patriarch of the Bone Mountain clan, leading his entire lineage of experts, emerged in response to the call of the ancestor Dragonhorn. Within the skeletal vessel, a voice rang out, booming with authority. A formidable superclan had arrived. Bone Mountain was a sacred land, notoriously difficult for outsiders to penetrate, littered with bones, and rumored to be inhabited by beings transformed by the bone deity. This was an exalted lineage. The Bone Sovereign was one of the few supremes in the 9 heavens and 10 realms, who had previously obliterated 3 major eternal clans without revealing themselves. Yet they were now among the first to arrive. Suddenly, from beyond the realm, a meteor surged forth from the direction of the 10 regions, trailing a brilliant tail and an overwhelming aura, appearing above the Heavenly God Academy. It was a warship, forged from celestial body, and, as it steadied, it exuded an ancient and solid gray, stone-like appearance. The Celestial Star Pavilion had arrived. Following this, one ancient warship after another descended upon the scene. Some belonged to factions familiar to Lin Shu, while others were entirely new to him. Each of these factions was formidable, at the very least boasting a master of the first escape realm. The entire Mulan clan had assembled. A great clan's call resounded. With a roaring wind, a massive purple vessel approached, piercing through the dimensional barrier, grander than a celestial body, hovering in the vastness of the cosmos. The Su family of the Eternal Life Dynasty had arrived. Whispers spread among the crowd. These were the kin of Princess Inviting Moon from the Heavenly God Academy. With thousands of elders lining the edges of the warship, each brimming with vitality and power, all at least at the Void Dao realm, were all these ancestors present. Many of the prodigies at the Heavenly God Academy were still bewildered by the unfolding events, as the sound of the true dragon horn had not been heard in their brief lifetimes, leaving them in ignorance. Soon, various flying artifacts appeared, as the Eternal Life clans continued to arrive in succession, showcasing the utmost combat prowess that left everyone in awe. In the face of impending calamity, all clans mobilized their forces, for if the great red heaven fell, which clan could hope to escape unscathed? Before long, the sky was densely populated with warships. Across the 9 heavens, countless powerful clans responded to the sounding of the true dragon horn, all shaken to their core.